The salty air filled their lungs, the ship cutting through the waves with practiced ease. Soon, a bustling harbor emerged into view on the horizon. A weathered sign proudly proclaimed its name, Lith Harbor. Seagulls cried out overhead, welcoming the weary travelers to their new destination. The vessel glided smoothly into the harbor, preparing to dock. A wide grin spread across Raymond's face. They had finally arrived. The crowd cheered, celebrating the ship's arrival at Lith Harbor. A woman with bunny ears offered a deal. Potions are yours, if you heed my request. Nearby, a merchant hawked his fish, offering storage for items and mesos to any interested traveler. Gazing at the town, he wondered why his brother hadn't arrived, eager to train and explore Maple World. A muscular, white-haired man chuckled, asking Raymond if he liked it that much. As Elpham walked through town, a voice called out to him, "Walker." The man, now revealed as Walker, approached him, a smile spreading across his face. Nearby, a dark-haired woman expressed her desire to jump around like he did. The man beside her, wearing a green cap, chuckled, a wide grin on his face. Taryn, the woman, looked on, her expression unreadable. The group approached a grand building, its sign proclaiming, "Here our adventures begin." They continued their walk, heading directly towards the imposing structure. Following the path, Elpham, Walker, and the dark-haired woman approached a mystical gate shimmering with blue energy. These mystic gates, it was said, had appeared all over the world one day. Terrifying monsters, unseen in Maple World, lurked within their shimmering depths. Despite the dangers, countless explorers had perished within these gates. Yet, the powerful rewards within justified the risks, drawing dreamers endlessly to their perilous thresholds. Suddenly, a new voice chimed in, declaring, "We need bait." Two figures looked on, one of them silently questioning. The speaker gestured emphatically, driving home their grim point. The white-haired figure explained that without knowing what lay within, planning was impossible, leading to countless deaths from sudden variables. Continuing, he stated, "That's why we need a bait slave." An orange-haired figure looked surprised, as another explained the need for a monster distraction, allowing escape. The orange-haired one then agreed. "I'm up for it. Not a bad decision." The scene shifted to a bustling hiring market, a voice announcing, "Welcome to the Gaper Merchant's hiring market." Inside, the merchant gestured towards the available bait slaves, advising careful selection. Chuckling, he assured them of their worth, recommending the two lively ones currently caged. He explained both were fresh, thus as lively as they could possibly be. A hand reached out, declaring it an excellent choice. A red gate shimmered into existence, wishing them a good adventure. As they approach, a message reminds them to mark the pillar upon entering, tracking how many parties have gone before. Looking at the pillar, Elpham notes that no marks had been made by others. Then, the unspoken question hung in the air. Were they truly ready? With a determined look, he declared their readiness to proceed. The group stepped through the gate, a crimson aura enveloping them. Passing through, one of them remarked on the strange sensation. Something caught Elpham's eye, eliciting a gasp of surprise. Stepping into this new world, he couldn't help but wonder what it truly was. Gazing up at massive, glowing mushrooms, he realized he'd never seen such a mystical place. Surveying the area, he found the atmosphere far different than imagined. Normally, the gate's entrance was far from monster gathering points, ensuring safety, yet it offered no exit. Taryn realized their highest priority now was locating the escape gate. Suddenly, a monster appeared, causing her to utter a confused gasp. The monster attacked, blood splattering across the ground. An adventurer, caught off guard, cried out in disbelief at the monster's presence. Another adventurer cried out, calling Charlotte's name. The monster loomed, casting a menacing shadow over the group. An adventurer was attacked, a horrifying thought dawning. Were there more? Another adventurer fell, cursing under the monster's assault. With monsters closing in, Elpham unleashed a fire arrow, hoping to clear a path. Drawing back another arrow, he prepared to fire again, the air thick with sulfur. But something had gone terribly wrong. A desperate cry urged them to tie the bait to the tree. Panic rising, Elpham shouted that they needed to escape this place immediately. Desperate hands reached out, pleading to be taken along, but their cries were brutally cut short. A look of horror washed over a man's face, begging not to be left behind. Amidst the chaos, a desperate call to run echoed through the gate. The sounds of brutal attack filled the air, a grim reminder of surrounding dangers. Overwhelmed and outnumbered, a figure was brutally torn apart by the monstrous horde. Another fell victim to the onslaught, monster claws leaving a trail of blood. The scene revealed the brutal aftermath, bodies scattered across the ground. Realizing the gravity, a voice declared the adventure a failure, making the escape gate their sole priority. The situation spiraled out of control, and amidst the chaos, Raymond urged Elpham to regain his composure. His voice rang out, demanding he pull himself together. Amidst the turmoil, Walker's words cut through the noise, reminding everyone to focus. A desperate plea echoed, "Focus, don't give up, survive together." A sinister grin spread across Raymond's face, his fist clenching, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding danger. A monstrous claw descended, threatening to tear through anything in its path. The deafening impact sent Taryn's scream piercing the air as she was struck. Another monstrous attack unfolded, its force shaking the very ground. The scene descended further into chaos, more monstrous attacks raining down. Catching his breath, he saw the situation looked grim. Weakly, he uttered Terran's name. In a fit of rage, his voice cursed the attacker, fueled by desperation. A tentacle suddenly lashed out, constricting Raymond's neck with brutal force, leaving him to choke out a strangled sound. The monster's eyes glowed with malevolent intent, its massive form looming over the battlefield. Another beast lunged, its gaping maw aimed directly at him, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. The impact was devastating, sending a spray of blood and gore into the air. Bones cracked, a sickening sound echoing through the chaos. Elpham's face contorted in a mask of pain and fury, his eyes wide with disbelief. Terran collapsed, a strangled no escaping her lips as she fell to the ground. A desperate plea for help, lost in the din of battle. A monstrous figure descended upon him, its many eyes gleaming with predatory hunger, knocking him to the ground. The hunter was sent flying, a trail of blood marking his violent trajectory. The monster's attack continued, its relentless assault showing no signs of stopping. The beast's jaws clamped down, Terran's scream of agony piercing the air as her leg was brutally bitten. Gasping for air, Raymond clawed at the ground, blood dripping from his wounds as he struggled to stay conscious. Turning his head, he saw a figure standing in the distance. A close-up revealed a cold, detached expression. Reaching out with a bloodied hand, he cried out, desperate for help. His voice cracking, he apologized for his earlier behavior, hoping to sway the figure to offer assistance. Thinking to himself, he knew he'd need every hand to escape this place alone. His face contorted in pain, Raymond continued to plead. The figure remained unmoved, observing the scene with a detached gaze. His voice raw with desperation, he screamed at the figure to stop watching and help him. A smirk played on the figure's lips as he uttered a single word. Turning away, the figure began to walk. Looking back, he wondered if Raymond thought he'd help. A dark voice echoed, declaring it was too late. The words rang hollow as he was brutally assaulted by the monstrous figure. His face contorted in agony, blood splattering across the ground. Spitting blood, Raymond cursed, his voice raw, damning his attacker as nothing more than bait. The unseen entity mocked him, its voice dripping scorn, questioning if his fate would be any different. His eyes glowing with a sinister light, he reached out, a desperate, final plea for salvation. The monster's hand pierced through him, sealing his fate with a brutal, final blow. The monstrous figure loomed over the fallen, dripping with fresh blood and palpable malice. But then, a new figure appeared, stepping forth, standing ready to confront the monstrous beast. The monster shifted its immense weight, preparing itself for the inevitable, new fight. With a sudden burst of speed, the newcomer launched a swift, decisive attack. Facing down the hulking beast, Elpham simply stated his defiance, a resolute no. His eyes hardening with resolve, he declared, a fierce vow, he would not die. But before he could react, the monster unleashed a devastating, overwhelming attack. The force of the blow sent him reeling, blood erupting violently from the fresh wound. The world spun violently as the monster's attack tore brutally through him. Darkness closing in, Elpham realized with a chilling certainty, he had died. His face streaked with blood, he reflected, a chilling thought. This wasn't his place. Far off in the distance, a storm gathers, its dark clouds churning. The very land trembles, a massive, unseen force drawing ever closer. From the deepening shadows, a voice echoes, heralding an ominous arrival. The ground shakes violently, the unseen force now undeniably near. A monstrous figure emerges from the gloom, its eyes glowing with an eerie, malevolent light. The very air crackles with raw energy, the beast continuing its relentless advance. A searing red glow emanates from its form, signaling the arrival of something truly terrifying. Then, the silhouette of a massive dragon appears, its colossal form wreathed in hellish flames. A chilling title is bestowed upon this approaching horror. He is the Dragon King. He looms, a colossal harbinger of utter destruction. The monstrous entity looms large, a stark reminder of the insurmountable power they face. A weary voice reflects, lamenting that the area of Kentoris has fallen in the end. Standing on the precipice, a figure laments, nothing left for them to rely on. Knights, resistance, silent crusades, explorers, even the 6 heroes once called hopes, all gone. The grim truth settles in. They are all dead, and he is the only one left. The crushing weight of the world rests on his shoulders, the last explorer standing. His name echoes, Elpham. A grim resolve hardens within him. This is there. Looking down into the abyss, he knows the path ahead is fraught with peril. The monstrous visage looms, a terrifying symbol of the challenges to come. With grim determination, Elpham moves forward on his last, desperate adventure. The clash of titans echoes across the desolate, shattered landscape. Each blow lands with bone-jarring force, leaving him reeling. The adventurer stumbles, blood staining his worn, tattered coat. Surrounded by the fallen, Elpham faces the towering Dragon King. Another devastating strike lands, and the ground trembles beneath him. The beast's maw opens wide, a cavern of razor teeth and primal fury. Pain flares through him, causing him to grit his teeth. His thoughts heavy, Elpham wonders if this is truly the end. Bathed in the moon's eerie glow, the Dragon King looms, an unstoppable, terrifying force. The head he barely severed is already regenerating, mocking his desperate efforts. Staggering back, he questions if all his struggles have been utterly for nothing. The monstrous entity's form shifts and reforms, an unkillable nightmare. The Dragon King's roar echoes through the shattered landscape, a sound promising only despair. Each scale a testament to eons of power, he stands as an insurmountable, living wall. Blood streaks down his face, yet the pain is nothing compared to the crushing weight of reality. Is this truly how it ends, he wonders, with the world reduced to ash? All the struggles, all the countless sacrifices. Another devastating blow lands, and his world spins violently. The sheer force of the impact is deafening, shattering. Blasted backward, he can only watch as the Dragon King's power consumes everything. Staggering to his feet, he refuses to yield, defiance burning. Don't joke with me, he thinks, his eyes burning with fierce defiance. Is this truly how it ends, he wonders, his vision blurring? But then, a voice cuts through the haze, calling out to someone named Jaden. Even Elysis. Tears streaming down her face, a young woman can only watch in horror. Everyone sacrificed themselves. A scream of anguish tears through the air, memories of loss and sacrifice flooding his mind. I refuse to accept this fate. Blood trickled down Elpham's face, a grim testament to his struggle. Reaching out towards the looming dragon, he vowed, "It cannot end like this." A desperate cry echoed in the darkness, as he refused to yield. Summoning a surge of golden energy, he prepared to fight once more. The power coursing through him, he would not yield. No matter what may happen. Clutching the glowing orb, Elpham steeled himself for the final battle. The Dragon King's assault began without mercy, his clawed hand tearing towards Elpham. Each strike carried the weight of a mountain, the Dragon King's power overwhelming him. Blood splattered as the Dragon King's attack landed, the blow staggering the adventurer. A guttural cry escaped him, sending him hurtling backwards. The monarch didn't relent, charging a devastating blast of energy. The purple energy crackled, hurtling towards Elpham like a meteor. The blast engulfed him, a vortex of raw power threatening to tear him apart. Swallowed by the swirling chaos, he felt his strength fading. As the light consumed him, the monarch's voice echoed, "You pathetic bastard. Why did it have to end like this? If only he had more power. Just one more. If he only had one more chance." A voice boomed out, ordering him to get up, calling him a lousy brat. His eyes struggled to focus, blinking slowly. He wondered where he was. A gruff voice accused him of feigning sickness, calling him a lax bait slave. Another man wondered where he was. Blinking, Elpham questioned if he was truly alive. He realized his location, as a nearby man remarked on the new lads. A man's voice declared one slave excellent for a ranged dungeon. Hands clapped, a voice thanking a patron, adding that one looked good. A man inquired about a specific slave's price, another voice responding that such value was unmatched, praising the first man's keen eye. The sign clearly read, "Slave Market." Elpham's eyes widened in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. The slave market, long vanished, now stood before him. No matter how he looked, it was undeniably the same place. A flashback flickered in his mind. A slave. And that merchant. If he remembered correctly, yes, he was definitely the one. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "You brat. All you've got is your stinking long life. Constantly yapping to yourself when you're just. What are you glaring at?" That day, he thought to himself, "I've returned to the starting point. Of all stories, could he be dreaming right now?" No, this felt too real for a flashback. Difficult to believe, yet no other explanation existed. Back in the slave market, merchants discussed their merchandise, referring to them as bait slaves, instructing buyers to pick carefully. Agreeing to buy 2 slaves, a merchant declared, "No reason to complicate this." A close-up of Elpham's eye revealed his determination, thinking this was his second chance. Now in a forest, his hand gripped a staff, ready for action. Holding the staff of fire arrow, Elpham thought, "It's not a bad skill." Looking down at his hands, he figured it should be right around his level. But he realized this wasn't enough. An explorer needed more than just a weapon. Looking down, he thought, otherwise, there's no real point in farming here. Elpham, observing a severed foot, realized some individuals often concealed their most valuable possessions within their footwear. Discovering a ring, he carefully retrieved it. Examining the artifact, he recognized it as the fabled ring of psychokinesis. As battle commenced, the narrator explained psychokinesis served as kinesis's primary power source. Closing in, the grotesque monsters advanced, their menacing forms filling the space. Surveying the scene, he wondered if the monsters had been drawn by the scent of blood. With a resounding crash, the very ground splintered under the force of an unseen blow. Leaping forward, a grotesque monster lunged, its claws extended. Closing in, another beast joined the fray, its eyes burning with malice. Reacting instantly, Elpham unleashed a blade of crimson energy, striking at the heart of the encroaching darkness. With a horrifying screech, a monstrous tongue lashed out, seeking to ensnare its prey. Unleashing another strike, his red energy blade cut through the air, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Staggering back, he found himself wounded, blood staining his clothes as the battle raged on. With a final, terrifying roar, a monster's gaping maw loomed, ready to devour everything in its path. Staggering back, he was struck by a sudden burst of energy. Announcing the attack, a fiery projectile hurtled toward him. Fueled by intense heat, The arrow burned through the air. Another one struck, sending Elpum reeling. Determined to turn the tide, he mused. Perhaps I should test this ring as well? Gathering his mana, he prepared to cast a spell. Before he could fully unleash it, a horde of monsters descended upon him. Adding to the chaos, another fire arrow found its mark. Gasping for breath, he gritted his teeth, realizing the duration was somewhat lacking. With snarling jaws and fiery eyes, the monsters closed in. Despite the overwhelming odds, Elpum muttered, "Guess it doesn't matter." His eyes widening in disbelief, he was caught completely off guard. Still surrounded by the encroaching horde, the situation grew more dire by the second. Desperate, he reached for a fire arrow, but something was wrong. It won't activate, he thought, examining the weapon. It wasn't broken, so what was the problem? On cooldown then, he wondered. With no time to waste, a monstrous maw lunged toward him, teeth bared. Knowing he was running out of options, he gritted his teeth. It can't be helped. The monsters closed in, their grotesque forms a wall of teeth and claws. The air, thick with the stench of decay, and the sounds of snarling filled Elpum's ears. His eyes darted around, searching for an opening. Is the cooldown up yet? A surge of power coursed through him, causing him to raise his staff, ready to unleash a spell. A confident smirk played on his lips as he prepared to turn the tide. Good. The monsters continued their relentless assault, unaware of the power about to be unleashed. With a final surge of mana, he cast his spell, a torrent of energy erupting from his staff. A surge of power coursed through Elpum's veins. Unleashing a torrent of magical energy, he blasted away at the encroaching horde. The onslaught continued, burning through the ranks of monsters. He stood amidst the chaos, staff in hand. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming, and the attacks kept gasping for air. He struggled to maintain his ground. A hidden observer watched with a knowing look, remarking that she wasn't just an ordinary bait slave. A sudden realization dawned. The bait slave was alive, possessing spear skills, and even magic. Crawling through the dirt, she thought she'd gotten lucky, or perhaps the opposite. Bloody and battered, she wondered how she had managed to survive. The staff glowed ominously, and the observer noted the circle on her wrist. A profound question hung heavy in the air. How had a mere bait slave like her awakened? Lying beaten and bloody on the ground, she heard a voice from above, questioning her involvement in it all. Standing over her, the antagonist Dragon King loomed, his question hanging heavy in the air. His expression remained unreadable, yet the intensity in his eyes was clear, awaiting her answer. The surrounding forest seemed to hold its breath, the tension between them rising. Looking up at him, the bait slave asked, her voice laced with defiance, if he was finished. His gaze pierced her, a hint of regret in his eyes, as he apologized, but stated she was mistaken. He continued, asserting that their survival wouldn't have mattered, for he would have ultimately killed them all. Her eyes widened in disbelief and rage, declaring her absolute hatred for his kind. Flames erupted around the man, his formidable power beginning to manifest. His hand glowed with fiery energy, poised to strike. A dark thought revealed the antagonist Dragon King's true feelings about those who used humans as bait. The distant city stood as a silent witness to the unfolding drama below. The bustling city came into view, its people murmuring as they noticed something amiss. Footsteps echoed, as Mark questioned the unfolding situation. To think the bait slave would return alone. The die had already been cast, he mused. Then, first, he thought, gazing at the building. I must hurry, Mark thought, to avoid a repeat ending, and remove this slave mark. Before a grand building, two figures stood, one a mere slave, the other a watchful guard. Within a dimly lit office, a subordinate reported to Sir Eves, who, disbelief etched on his face, questioned the bait slave's survival. Confirming the news, the subordinate stood at attention before his superior's imposing desk. Turning his head slightly, he remarked that the slave had returned without a single scratch. The subordinate wondered at his concern, but he explained that while an unscathed bait slave wasn't unheard of, the accompanying explorer party had reportedly perished within the gate. Stabbing out his cigar, he questioned if he was truly being told that the bait slave alone had survived. Taking a long drag from his cigar, he noted the slave's return was of her own volition, not an escape. The scene shifted to a monstrous maw, a grim reminder that debt slaves, even upon returning, were inevitably repurposed as bait slaves. A figure ran desperately from the gaping jaws, chains still dangling from his wrists. An ominous crow perched, as narration explained his lack of escape attempt proved his grim awareness. Their grasp was inescapable. Skulls and broken chains hung in the darkness, a grim testament that death remained the only true escape. His fingers steepled, Sir Eves considered the latest report with a thoughtful gaze. Above him hung the banner of Gapur, a stark symbol of the merchant ways. The man behind the desk listened intently, absorbing every detail. The messenger continued, explaining that other special details warranted consideration. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he heard, that slave has opened the first circle. The messenger stood at attention, reporting a bait slave had achieved the impossible. The news clearly troubled him, knowing a former slave would harbor no goodwill should matters turn sour. The messenger added, the slave also requested a contract change. The man behind the desk considered the implications, as the messenger explained the slave's desire to register as an explorer. His eyes widened, a mixture of disbelief and intrigue spreading across his face. The messenger concluded, deeming such a request from a slave as utterly out of place. Leaning over the railing, Sir Eves learned Lord Rockin himself had ordered confirmation of this matter. The name hit him hard. Lord Rockin? He wondered why a Gaper merchant's executive would care about a mere slave. Scanning the documents, he pondered if that was the reason. Standing before the window, he reflected on a bait slave aspiring to become an explorer. Under Empress Cygnus's name, no slave status was officially to exist. But that was merely on the outside. Humans, it seemed, were perpetually enslaved by mesos. Borrowing mesos and failing repayment meant servitude through their labor. This simple concept had forged a slave-like status within the Maple world. Then, on the day his father, his only family, collapsed from illness, he too became one of them. The black moss, medicine Elpum bought on credit from the Gaper merchants, was priced at 1,000,000 mesos, several times its market value. Having failed to repay the 1,000,000 mesos borrowed from the Gaper merchants by the deadline, the defendant faced judgment. He was thus condemned to repay his debt through years of forced labor. A cruel, unjust sentence. 6 years of his life, extorted by their ruthless decree. Now, the time had come for his own repayment. Elpum confirmed the man's identity. Eves was it? This was Rockin's left-hand man, an executive of the Gaper merchants, seemingly a capable individual. Having already received reports about him, the executive cut straight to the chase. He offered to arrange for the young man to be an F-rank explorer, altering the contract. Accepting the terms too easily, the executive mused his counterpart was wary, even as he offered thanks. However, the executive's thoughts seemed to stray elsewhere. Requesting an E-rank instead, Elpum declared he had no intention of following Eves' schemes. Questioning the E-rank, the executive wondered when his opponent had even received a rank from the Explorer Association. His experience was as bait, not a monster slayer. The executive scoffed, asking since when monster hunting became an explorer's virtue. What? The first explorer's renown came from one thing: surviving. An explorer's true virtue lay in returning alive from their adventures. As a returner's information held more impact than a strong individual's, Eves conceded the point. He acknowledged 3 years as a bait slave was no easy feat, yet questioned if such meager survivability would suffice in a higher-grade gate. He scoffed, implying they'd be fools to offer dangerous contracts to those who die before repaying a single meso. Eves considered Elpum a madman, oblivious to his place, destined for a swift end. However, yet, he remained utterly unfazed. He sensed something strange, a gate, 12 marks, with an entry limit of 5. With a sinister grin, he simply agreed. A figure with a glowing red eye declared 12 parties had found their grave in that place. He demanded the young man prove himself. Looking up, Elpum mused that if he truly held such value, he would do as the mysterious figure wished. The figure, wreathed in a red aura, seemed pleased. Moving through the forest, a group member asked if Elpum was the newcomer joining them. They continued their trek, destination unknown. A member mentioned hearing about Elpum from Sir Eves, asking if he was originally a bait slave. Responding, another member dismissed such concerns, assuring Elpum not to worry, likewise with my comrades. Continuing their discussion, someone asked Elpum if he knew fire magic, questioning, are elements predetermined? Someone explained magicians could only use innate elements, rendering items with different elements useless, finding it confusing. Another member suggested saving the talk, explaining their mission's purpose wasn't monster hunting. He continued, detailing their perilous objective, to safely recover items abandoned by 12 annihilated parties. The mission concluded upon returning these to merchants, who, he added, offered 3,000 mesos per item. A member grumbled about their meager pay, arguing that if first circle user gems were involved, 7,000 mesos was the minimum, yet they received less than half. Another quickly silenced him. The grumbling man bristled, demanding to know when he had ever whined. Suddenly, monsters encircled the group. Enough talk, a voice boomed. Are you ready? It's time to earn our mesos. Their monstrous forms tensed, poised to strike. The dense forest loomed, ancient trees clawing at the distant sky. Even with the bright canopy overhead, a strange, pervasive chill hung in the air. A voice proposed using a massive tree as a vantage point, its branches offering cover and a path to other trees. Agreeing to the strategy, Eves declared he and another would supervise the base's construction. Their base now finished, the group opted to divide into 2 scouting parties for the nearby area. He then named the first scouting party, Tom, Max, and Roa, who would venture out first. He instructed them, if trouble arose, they were to signal and swiftly return to base. Moving out, a scout noted the unsettling absence of monsters or items, wondering if their base was too near the entrance. He suggested they might need to venture deeper into the forest tomorrow. Turning to him, a comrade asked his thoughts on his first explorer mission. He admitted his nervousness, prompting the other to chuckle, stating it was common. He continued, explaining his reasoning. The man explained his courage stemmed from his good companions, adding, it's strange to say, but my comrades are truly good people. He confessed feeling genuine sorrow upon hearing Elpum's story. The comrade acknowledged the hardship of being a bait slave, then asked if it was all right if, with a smirk, he asked if he would join their party. He responded with a simple, soft ah. A man by the fire commented on their lack of findings, asking if they expected it to be so easy. Another suggested ceasing work talk while eating, assuring them it wouldn't be too late to continue tomorrow. Taking a swig from his canteen, Elpum thoughtfully considered the offer. Under the pale moonlight, the forest lay utterly still. Even the leaves seemed to hold their breath, awaiting an unseen event. The wooden structure creaked softly, a solitary sound piercing the quiet night. A voice whispered, "Oi, Pam." The figure continued, "Are you asleep?" Holding a glowing orb, the man peered into the darkness. Inside, Elpum lay still, deeply wrapped in blankets. The man inquired, "Boss, what are you doing?" Outside, a figure gripped a sword, his face twisted in anger. No one could be dreaming right now. The swordsman's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the hilt. "That could answer your question." From above, the man observed the prone figure, a grim thought forming. He drank so much, death would be a mercy. The swordsman prepared to strike, his blade gleaming ominously in the dim light. His eyes glowing with an eerie light. He raised his dagger high above Elpum's sleeping form. A sinister thought crossed his mind. Time to begin. A voice chided, questioning the other's worry. And if they'd forgotten the sleeping agent in his food, a concoction so potent, even a several 100-kilogram mushmom would instantly succumb. A staff of fire arrow, worth at least 10,000 mesos, pulsed with a menacing, fiery light. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Another voice then suggested it was time to begin their work. The air crackled with palpable tension, the situation rapidly escalating. Something felt wrong, he realized, his eyes widening further. A cry of "He's not here" was met with a bewildered, "How is this possible?" A commanding voice barked, demanding they find him immediately, for he could still be hiding nearby. Suddenly, a massive explosion of searing fire erupted. Staring at the sudden inferno, a terrified voice shrieked, "Fire!" Flames erupted around them, sparking panic. "What's happening? A fire? Grab the items and rations now." The antagonist boss stood stunned, realizing Elpum had caused the explosion. "What again?" he muttered. From the heart of the inferno, a colossal eye emerged, dripping with golden slime. Watching from the shadows, he gritted his teeth, realizing he'd been betrayed. Rising from the flames, the antagonist monster's head became visible. The soldiers realized they were mere bait. A soldier screamed, thrown airborne by the sheer force of its arrival. It descended, obliterating everything in its destructive path. From his vantage point, Elpum realized their deception was sloppy. They shouldn't have feigned kindness. The soldiers recalled the gate where 12 parties had been eliminated. Their welcoming demeanor towards a former bait slave, a veteran explorer, now seemed a cruel jest. It dawned on them. Ulterior motives. Just as he suspected, the antagonist monster of this place was that thing. The colossal creature loomed, casting a dark shadow over the remaining soldiers. Elpum reflected. He'd assumed its appearance from the corrosion, but it was far larger than anticipated. With the blast's force still echoing, the golden creature barreled forward, leaving destruction in its wake. Watching the antagonist monster advance, a soldier cursed, realizing their severe disadvantage. He shouted to his boss, "Do you even know what we're facing?" Identifying the creature, another soldier explained it was a gold slime, a rare boss monster typically found in red-grade gates. Elaborating on the danger, he noted its body was acid, making it the worst opponent for melee fighters like them. Most dangerously, the golden slime began to glow with an inner heat. Eyes widening in terror, one soldier could only stare. As the gold slime prepared to strike, a warning cry rang out. "Duck!" Unleashing its power, the creature sent a wave of acid crashing down on the group. Caught in the blast, the soldiers could only gasp in horror. Preparing another attack, the golden slime fired off a skill, acid arrow. Watching the acid fly, a soldier cried out in disbelief, accusing the antagonist monster of cheating. The soldiers shouted a warning as the creature attacked once more. Knowing defeat was certain, the soldiers decided to fall back, one reminding them acid arrow had a 1-minute cooldown. They needed to reorganize, finding an opportunity to destroy the core centered on it. Hearing this, a soldier smirked, realizing the antagonist monster's attack was on cooldown. But Elpum, confident, declared there was plenty of time. He shouted, telling the others to leave it to him. The golden slime's attack surged forward, engulfing everything in its path. One soldier cried out, insisting, "We need everyone to." Elpum leaped forward, ready to intercept the attack. His blade met the acid head-on. Another soldier could only utter a confused, "What?" as the scene unfolded. The antagonist monster's eye twitched. It shouldn't have less than 10 seconds of cooldown. But the creature didn't wait, unleashing a barrage of golden spikes. The spikes tore through the environment, leaving only destruction in their wake. The attack's aftermath was grim. Only skeletal remains were left behind. Staring up at the towering antagonist monster, it seemed truly over. Chev wasn't wrong, it was just that. A gold slime grows stronger, its power escalating with every item it consumes. All hope eliminated. That creature has already surpassed its typical power level. Having grown strong enough to thrive in yellow grade, 2 stages above red, it was now impossible for a first circle explorer to defeat the monster. With no items left in this gate, the mission was already deemed a catastrophic failure. A deep, guttural voice echoed through the cavern, demanding someone prove their worth. A flicker of defiance crossed Elpum's face, a storm brewing behind his determined eyes. The gold slime, a grotesque mass of ever-growing power, continued its insatiable consumption. Unleashing a blinding wave of golden energy, the slime radiated an aura of raw, untamed power. The ground trembled as the slime's energy slammed into the earth, cracks spiderwebbing across the stone. Its form writhing and expanding, the gold slime grew larger, more menacing with each passing moment. Perched atop a gnarled branch, Elpum observed the chaos, assessing the situation with grim resolve, wondering if the slime's magic resistance rendered his attacks ineffective. More shots were fired, impacting the slime's gelatinous form, but the creature seemed unfazed, barely registering the attacks. Tightening his hand around his weapon's hilt, the adventurer prepared for a desperate stand. A determined glint in his eyes, he vowed to prove himself, no matter the cost. Another blast of energy slammed into the gold slime, but the creature continued its relentless advance. Unleashing another shot, Elpum continued his assault, hoping to find a weakness in the seemingly invincible foe. With a surge of power, fire arrows streaked toward the gold slime. Dodging the counterattack, he moved with incredible speed. Gasping for air, he prepared his next move. Focusing his energy, he knew he had to attack the same place without a single mistake. He knew that for an ordinary magician, it would be unthinkable, but for him, it was possible. Remembering his past, and the title he held in his previous life, the gold slime's attack landed, but the greatest psychokinesis mage remained undeterred. Readying his spear, Elpum prepared to strike again. With a shout, another fire arrow launched. The fire arrow hit its mark, but the gold slime remained resilient. Only 4 more to go. Continuing his relentless assault, he pressed forward. Determined to win, he prepared for the final push. Unleashing a torrent of fire, Elpum, the last adventurer, continued his assault on the gold slime. Drawing back his bow, he prepared another fire arrow, the air crackling with heat. 3 more arrows streaked toward their target, each one a miniature sun. The barrage continued, fire consuming the cavern as he pressed his attack. Leaping back with practiced ease, Elpum kept his distance, ready for whatever came next. Another arrow flew, seeking to pierce the golden mass. Channeling his psychokinesis, he prepared a different kind of assault. Another fire arrow launched, burning bright against the gloom. Dodging an unseen attack, he noted, surprised, it dodged that? Quite fast for a blob. Focusing his power, he realized it was meaningless. Nevertheless, the fire arrows kept coming, each one a calculated strike. Finally, one connected, engulfing the gold slime in a fiery explosion. With a final burst of energy, the air crackled around them. The gold slime remained, its form shimmering, a grotesque mass of wealth and menace. Gripping his mace tightly, Elpum prepared for one last strike. The slime watched, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Determined, he steeled himself, muttering, "Last one." With a mighty swing, the mace connected, impacting the slime's core. Purple energy crackled around the Dragon King, as a surge of red power erupted from below him. The onslaught continued, more purple energy tearing into the beast. A final burst of red energy slammed into him, further weakening the already battered creature. A hand clenched into a fist, a ring glowing with potent blue energy. The Dragon King reeled, as a blade crackling with blue energy pierced his defenses. The sword continued its descent, carving deeper into his hide. With a resounding crash, the blade slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves of yellow energy rippling outwards. The adventurer raised his sword once more, preparing for another strike. An orange glow emanated from the blade, as it hurtled towards the Dragon King. The final blow landed, yellow energy exploding on impact. The last explorer continued his assault, slashing at him with his strange, whip-like weapon, the blade leaving trails of orange energy. The creature roared, orange energy crackling around him as he prepared to retaliate. Unleashing a torrent of fire-like energy, the blast engulfed Elpum. The Dragon King's attack intensified, the concentrated energy searing the air. The adventurer was bombarded by his relentless assault, the explosive energy threatening to overwhelm him. Preparing another devastating attack, the beast's eye glowed with menacing power. He unleashed another burst of energy, striking him with tremendous force. The energy continued to batter him, the Dragon King showing no mercy. Sent flying by his overwhelming power, Elpum struggled to regain his footing. Preparing to counterattack, the adventurer focused his energy, a blue glow emanating from his weapon. Striking with incredible speed, his whip connected with the beast. Cutting through the Dragon King's defenses, blue energy crackled as the whip found its mark. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of the clash. A determined look crossed Elpum's face. Golden energy crackled in the air. The landscape seemed to pulse with raw power. The air shimmered with an otherworldly heat. Heavy footsteps echoed through the desolate terrain. Elpum stood ready, his gaze fixed on an unseen threat. A flicker of surprise crossed his features as he sensed something approaching. A red orb of energy hurtled towards the ground, leaving a trail of destruction. He focused his power, a red orb materializing in his hand, surrounded by swirling green energy. The orb glowed intensely, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. The last explorer prepared a red orb of energy. As the orb pulsed with power, the scene shifted to a different location. The perspective shifted to an overhead view of a meeting, then zoomed into focus on the conversation between 2 men. One of the men spoke, observing that the other was not a big mouth. The other responded, questioning his solitary return and the absence of requested items, explaining that the assigned beginner hunters had been scheming for his possessions. He continued, surmising that after he separated himself to avoid them, they must have all died encountering the boss monster. The first man inquired about the monster's identity. He replied, identifying it as a gold slime, expressing shock that such a monster had appeared, and confirming that all the items inside had melted away. The first man cursed, lamenting the disappearance of their lent items and the immense damages incurred. He concluded, adding that the other man's escape was also a significant issue. There were a few common rules for the gates. First, a limit existed on the number of people who could enter a gate. Second, entry was restricted based on the gate's difficulty and its number of circles. From red to purple, a gate's color indicated its difficulty, preventing those with a higher circle from entering. Third, only one opportunity was given to clear the gate. This rule proved most obstructive, as if any entry member survived and left, the gate would disappear, becoming impossible to re-enter. Looking at the report, Sir Evie's remarked that the gate was likely long gone. Whatever the reason, your failure remains undeniable. The man with the eye patch, however, held up a hand, cautioning, "You're too hasty. I wasn't done." Evie's explained, acknowledging the gold slime's overwhelming power for first circles. He understood the items would have melted, making retrieval impossible. Elpham's eyes widened, a chilling thought forming, "Don't tell me." A sinister smile slowly spread across his face. He simply stated. Lines of shock etched on his face. The man with the eye patch exclaimed, "Second circle. You absorbed the gold slime's magic stone." A smug look on his face, he thought. "I've proven myself. Now rank as promised." His eyes narrowed slightly. He simply asked, "What?" The man with the eye patch quickly offered, "D-rank. No, work with me, and I'll treat you as C-rank." Continuing to write, he mused. Normally, treating someone who hasn't even reached. He considered, but he's no ordinary guy. Gaining a circle from a magic stone isn't average. Survival instincts, was it? He murmured. A voice mused. Yes, he possesses survival instincts. No, overwhelming talent. First circle to second in an instant. I've never seen such. The man with the eye patch leaned forward, a predatory glint in his eye. I need him. Turning away, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, Elpham murmured. That's expected. He's improving faster than anticipated, clearly in a hurry. Elsewhere, a massive, pulsating red gate dominated the view. Tendrils of energy writhed around it, signaling little time remained. This was the first red grate. The gate glowed with ominous power, marking a 100-man gate subjugation event. This huge event had captured the attention of Lith Harbor's merchant groups and guilds. Naturally, the Gaper merchants were also greatly interested. A hand slammed down on a document, a pen poised to sign. Nothing bad for me, and I'm in a rush. It won't hurt to advance my plan. Back in the room, the man with the eye patch leaned forward as Sir Evie stated, I'd like to ask for something. He gestured, inviting him to speak freely. A hand extended, palm open. Elpham looked directly forward, his expression unreadable. He smirked, a low chuckle escaping him. His face contorted in a grimace. The man spat out a venomous curse. It was said the gate's opening ushered in an age of grand adventure. Yet, all of it was merely a trap, cunningly set by the Black Mage. Countless explorers, lured by false hope, lost their lives within the gates. As the Maple World's potential slowly eroded, the dreaded last day finally arrived. Countless monsters, patiently awaiting their moment, poured forth from the opened gates. And thus, the world was defeated. Exactly 3 years from that moment, the Maple World's fated reckoning was not far off. Arriving at the Lith labor market, Elpham examined the few coins he possessed. The newly discovered 100-man gate, a red-grade challenge, permitted entry only to second circles and below. Normally, Gaper merchants hired high-circle explorers, but their investment in him stemmed from their ambition for that specific gate. He had secured some mesos, yet spending them all on items would be utter folly. Moreover, the necessary high-grade items were too costly. The most useful purchase would, entering the bustling market, he absorbed the vibrant sights. As he walked, a merchant approached, greeting him warmly. Welcome to Lith Labor Market, Explorer. Allow me to guide you. Elsewhere, 2 men discussed services, one inquiring, seeking dungeon bait, or a warrior to fight by your side. Turning from the merchant, Elpham replied, I seek another, guide me to them. He seemed genuinely surprised by something. He found himself within the grim punishment chambers. A voice explained this place disciplined the disobedient, much like the one he sought. Footsteps echoed ominously through the cold chamber. The man called out, beckoning someone closer. The air filled with the chilling rattle of chains. He looked concerned. As the man questioned his choice, Elpham simply responded, I know. Metal bars echoed with a clang. Through narrowed, bloodshot eyes, the prisoner realized Elpham was his long-sought visitor. A memory surfaced. Before his return, a death had accelerated the Maple World's destruction. Silhouettes of figures stood against a backdrop of swirling, ominous energy. A name echoed through the ages, Aaron, hero of the polearm. But the grim truth revealed, she had been murdered. The first and last disciple of Aaron, and the one who declared destruction's dawn. Hero Killer Devo. The prisoner, bound by chains, hung his head, all because of him. He looked up at Elpham, wondering if he was here for him. Spitting, he snarled, first time seeing an explorer. Get lost. As a man approached, his expression shifted to fear, apologizing. "Dear customer." The man sighed, a weary remark escaping his lips about his own mental state. The prisoner gritted his teeth, acknowledging his ignorance of past events. For now, he was merely a slave, and such defiance towards an explorer could not be dismissed as mere rudeness. The man laughed, his voice dripping with scorn, labeling him a complete lunatic and a mad dog. A smirk played across the prisoner's lips, believing it reflected not just his personality, but his formidable skill. A flashback revealed the prisoner's past. Both men had garnered immense attention after the last day. Consequently, he was often compared to the other, sharing region, awakening time, and skill. Yet, their deepest commonality was a desperate need for money. From behind the bars, the man's voice cut through the silence. "You, how much are you?" A sinister grin spread across his face, the man's voice laced with challenge. "How about it? Would that be fine for you, young master?" He thought back, the memory of his sister, afflicted with black blood disease, fueling his desperate need for money. The man outside the cell scoffed. "Buzz off if you've nothing. If you're only going to brag." His eyes widened in sudden confusion. "Huh." The man held up a stack of money, revealing its staggering sum. 1 million mesos. The prisoner exclaimed, "Is that real? Not fake?" The man outside the cell then questioned his seriousness. He swallowed hard, his face a canvas of disbelief warring with burgeoning hope. The man clarified, "Not yet. Listen closely, a year's contract, 7-3 profit split. All gate item priority goes to me." He wondered, was this a contract for a comrade, not a slave? Offering the contract, the suit-clad man urged him to confirm the terms. Grabbing the contract, the prisoner warned the man not to renege on his word. Sealing the deal, he signed without hesitation. Blood dripped onto the contract, a stark question. Was it truly worth his sister's life? A smirk played across his face, the contract now irrevocably signed. With the contract sealed, the suit-clad man declared they'd clear a gate immediately, but Devo interjected, telling him to leave it. Looking down at Devo, the suit-clad man informed him he'd need to prove his worth. A sinister grin spread across Devo's face, promising to be their loyal dog, far surpassing others. Within the forest's depths, the air hung thick with palpable anticipation. The swordsman excused himself, addressing the suit-clad man as boss. Thanking him for the new weapon, the swordsman admitted his preference for a longsword, suggesting they retrieve one. The suit-clad man decreed that from now on, he'd use a polearm. Dislike it, and the contract was void. Examining the glowing red mark on the tree, he noted its red grade, 8-person entry limit, realizing this was the perfect test for his new weapon. Turning to Devo, the swordsman heard him remark, "Your other party members aren't here yet. Someone as rich as you should have enough." Devo continued, "That reminds me, you have a healer, right? Combat is vital, but a healer is essential." He then questioned the sudden stares. Sweat dripping down his face, the swordsman stammered, "Don't tell me. Boss, did you perhaps?" Relief washed over him, thinking, "Phew, I figured as much. I got scared for nothing." He reached out, poised to enter the looming dungeon. His eyes widened in utter shock, exclaiming, wait, no way." Before he can react, a powerful kick sends him flying through the air. The blow's force contorts his face, causing him to scream, and the swordsman is sent hurtling through space, landing in a completely different environment. He finds himself in a vast canyon, red rock formations stretching as far as the eye can see. Falling to the ground, he cries out in pain. His attacker demands to know what he intends to do with just 2 of them in a place meant for 8, questioning his sanity. He thought, realizing the attacker had given him an unfamiliar weapon, making things worse. Looking up, the swordsman sees the stumps closing in. The stumps are everywhere. "Stumps!" he yelled, realizing his mistake. Their tough exteriors made them blade-resistant, and their numbers were overwhelming. Realizing the danger, he muttered, wait." The stumps continue their advance, closing in on the swordsman. One of the stumps is engulfed in flames, crying out in pain. He is confused, wondering what's happening. The stump burns, its wooden body consumed by the fire. Still reeling from the previous attack, the unknown swordsman is struck again by a barrage of orange energy. The relentless assault continues, each energy blast pushing him further back. He grits his teeth, bracing himself against the onslaught. Another direct hit, the impact's force sending him staggering. Nearby, a man observes his plight, a look of disdain on his face, thinking him pathetic for his immediate struggle. Elsewhere, a figure stands amidst burning stump remains, warning against further mistakes. He watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, questioning the monster's nature. Under the moonlight, a message is delivered. The merchant groups have taken the bait. In a dimly lit room, a woman kneels, reporting the deployment schedule and selected members. A gloved hand holds a glass of red liquid, as a voice proposes a request. Standing before a towering figure in a grand hall, the unknown swordsman is asked to proceed. Elsewhere, a figure with glowing red eyes holds a glass of red liquid, stating, "Very well." Back in the hall, he is hunched over in pain, as a white-haired, masked figure appears. He raises the glass, declaring all shall be done as he wills. A close-up reveals the intensity in his eyes as he holds the glass, the red liquid swirling, charged with power. The red liquid glows with an inner light, as the words "Freedom to the Maple World" appear. The hand holding the glass is silhouetted against the glowing red liquid, emphasizing its power. Finally, the series title is revealed, The Last Adventure. The very ground beneath them began to tremble. Pulling the sack closer, Elpum declared he had gathered all 27 magic stones. Without a word, Eren simply nodded, then turned and began walking. The relentless sun beat down upon the vast desert. The pair continued their arduous trek, the swordsman leading the way. He let out a small laugh, realizing the swordsman's earlier words were no jest. Wondering if it was psychokinesis, having never seen fire arrows used thus, he mused on the fortune to be made. With a 7-3 split, he could finally afford treatment and a life, just as he realized they had been found. He appeared utterly confused by the sudden realization. Soon, they stumbled upon another cluster of stumps. Eren noted their numbers. 8. No, 9 of them. Elpum wondered aloud. Which is the correct count? Turning to her companion, he seemed utterly surprised. Before he could react, the swordsman leaped, swinging a polearm. The weapon glowed with a menacing red aura, promising swift destruction. The enemies, grotesque wooden figures with glowing eyes, braced for the attack. Eren thought, he's insane. All of them alone. This is my first time with this cumbersome weapon. She continued, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for this. With a furious yell, the swordsman unleashed the polearm's power. The enemies were sent flying, scattering like leaves in a storm. Watching her, Elpum mused, she'll soon realize it. This polearm will make her the strongest. There was no need to doubt her innate talent. As the sole disciple chosen by the polearm hero, Eren was destined. The monster roared, but she was already moving. Swinging the polearm, she marveled at its feel. Its long range and immense power felt more comfortable than a sword, lighter now that she used less strength. She mused, imagining its potential with smoother swings. The polearm whistled through the air, a crimson blur. Each swing was a testament to her growing mastery, the weapon an extension of her will. The monster reeled, unable to keep pace with the relentless speed and precision. Muscle straining, Eren poured every ounce of her strength into each strike. Watching, Elpum was impressed. As he expected, she grasped it instantly, strong even without awakening her circle. With a final, devastating blow, she ended the fight. Panting, she stared at the smoking remains of her foe. The monster was reduced to rubble, another victory for the hero of the polearm. From beneath the cracked earth, a dark, jagged spike erupted, surrounded by a menacing orange glow. Caught off guard, Eren barely had time to react as the monstrous spike hurtled toward her. The force of the blow sends the unknown swordsman reeling, dust and debris exploding as he struggles to maintain his footing. His eyes wide with disbelief, he could only utter a stunned, "What is that?" The monstrous entity loomed, a grotesque figure of shadow and dread. Unyielding, the spike continued its relentless assault. The swordsman was sent flying, crashing through the air as the monster's attack connected. But even airborne, a fierce determination ignited within him, a fiery aura enveloping his weapon. The weapon blazed with intense heat, ready to unleash a devastating counter. Realization dawned on the monster's face, a flicker of surprise recognizing the swordsman's intent. Right, if it's magic. With a surge of power, the swordsman's attack slammed into the spike, deflecting the monster's spell in a burst of fiery energy. The swordsman prepared to strike, his weapon crackling with energy. Then, how about this? The monster activated its psychokinesis, orange energy swirling around its form. Focusing its power, the monster unleashed a barrage of psychokinetic energy. Preparing its next attack, the monster declared, "Here's the first shot." The monster fired, creating an explosion. Seeing the attack, the swordsman thought, "It blocked that as well." The monster roared in frustration. Whack. Even magic doesn't work? In the background, a figure shouted, "What are you standing around for? Get running if you don't want to die." Narrowing his eyes, the swordsman realized the attacks weren't failing. If they were, the monster wouldn't bother blocking. The monster continued its assault, its branches lashing out, realizing, its branches are the problem. The branches struck, sending the swordsman flying backwards. The monster's branches moved in a blur of motion. Preparing to counter, the swordsman gritted his teeth. The monster's psychokinetic attack was met with a swift counter. The unknown swordsman unleashed a devastating blow against the tree stump monster, sending debris flying. The monster was struck again, as one of them exclaimed the swordsman did a nice job. The force of the attack was almost too much to bear. Devo was ordered to take on the tree stumps. The monster wondered when the swordsman arrived, but the man declared he would handle one. The monster attacked, but the swordsman was too fast. He prepared to unleash a fiery counterattack. Devo realized they couldn't be defeated without a plan, and that they should be running now. The unknown swordsman's fiery attack exploded, engulfing the tree stump monster. The monster realized the swordsman was just as fast as it thought. The attack connected, leaving the monster in shock. Seeing the attack pierce through, Devo could only watch in stunned silence as the unknown swordsman continued his assault. The branches of the tree stump monster burned, yet the creature remained utterly unfazed. Flames erupted, yet the monster stood firm, its burning branches flailing wildly. Still, the relentless fire continued to engulf the monstrous tree stump. The warrior realized he could now activate 2 spells simultaneously, having reached the second circle. With a fierce shout, the unknown swordsman unleashed another fiery blast. Observing the fight, Devo mused that he hit a second fire arrow behind the first. No speed could deflect such a consecutive assault. He thought the monster was being relentlessly attacked. The fire connected. He realizing the warrior was more monstrous than he'd first believed. Cursing under his breath, he spotted more tree stump monsters approaching. He yelled a warning, realizing his mistake as too many monsters slipped past him. The unknown swordsman battled on, surrounded by the relentless tree stump monsters. Watching the swordsman struggle, Devo scoffed, wondering if he couldn't even handle the small fry. Meanwhile, the warrior unleashed a burst of energy, obliterating another tree stump monster. Closing the distance, he slashed with incredible speed, leaving only dust in his wake. Bringing his blade down with lethal force, the monster barely reacted. Each strike carried the weight of a mountain, sending the creatures reeling. Back on the sidelines, Devo's expression hardened, watching the swordsman's progress. With a mighty roar, the warrior unleashed a torrent of blue energy. The blade sang, cutting through the air, leaving a trail of purple light. Stepping forward, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. Catching his breath, Devo muttered that he'd saved him, so he should retract his earlier blame. A sinister grin spread across the unknown swordsman's face, thinking, "Good, are you finally adapting?" Orange energy crackled around his weapon, as he wondered if he was finally adapting. A grimace hardened his features, the warrior steeling himself, declaring it was time to move forward. And so began the last adventurer's arduous journey. Having just been saved, Elpum was instructed to retract his earlier accusations against his rescuer. A booming voice questioned, wondering if he was finally mastering his weapon. Gripping his staff tightly, the last adventurer braced for the coming onslaught. With a determined shout, Elpum leaped into the fray. But before he could strike, a monstrous figure lunged, claws outstretched. Unfazed, he retaliated with a swift, arcing strike of his staff. The staff connected, sending shockwaves through the creature's form. A guttural cry escaped the monster, the blow's force reverberating through its body. Pressing his advantage, Elpum continued his assault, staff blurring through the air. Each strike landed with precision, the staff leaving trails of fiery energy in its wake. The last adventurer fired a beam of energy, hoping to strike a decisive blow against the massive creature. But the monster was too quick, its attacks coming from both sides, threatening to overwhelm it. Seeing an opening, Elpum shouted, "Devo, I'll take care of the right." His ally yelled, coming right up. Dodging one attack, he narrowly avoided being crushed. The monster continued its relentless assault, massive limbs crashing down around him. A sudden blow sent him flying, tumbling through the air. Desperate to regain his footing, Elpum scrambled up the monster's rough hide. Raising his weapon, he prepared to strike. But before he could, another attack came crashing down. The blow connected, and a cry of pain escaped him as blood splattered. Sent hurtling away once more, Elpum screamed in agony. With a roar, the monster hurled a massive rock, crackling with blue energy, towards him. The projectile hurtled forward, leaving a trail of displaced air in its wake. The rock found its mark, sending Elpum flying through the air with a pained cry. Grit and determination etched on his face. He gritted his teeth, recognizing the dire situation. Not giving him a moment to recover, the monster unleashed another barrage of rocks, each glowing with ominous blue light. Cuts and bruises already forming, Elpum steeled himself, knowing he couldn't dodge forever. Damn it, there's no end to this. The rocks slammed into the ground around him, kicking up dust and debris. Seizing a brief opening, he leaped forward, his weapon crackling with orange energy as he closed the distance. The blow landed squarely on the monster's snout, causing it to reel back in pain. Focusing all his remaining power, Elpum prepared to end the fight. "Let's finish it, Devo." His weapon, now radiating a menacing purple aura, crashed down with devastating force. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving Devo vulnerable. The blow landed hard, and Devo roared in pain and fury. Clutching his weapon, he gritted his teeth, preparing to retaliate. He swung with all his might, sending a shockwave of force towards Elpum. Caught off guard, he was sent tumbling backwards. Pushing himself up, he spat out blood, declaring, "It's not over yet, you bastard." The towering figure of Devo loomed, ready to press his advantage. But Elpum was faster, channeling a surge of power into his hand. A brilliant blue aura erupted as he unleashed a counterattack. The blow connected, slamming into Devo with incredible force. The giant stumbled, sent reeling from the impact. Blood trickled down his face, but a sinister grin spread as Devo rasped, "Here's the dessert." A final, desperate attack landed, leaving Elpum vulnerable. The axe connected, blood erupting from Elpum as Devo's assault continued. Another swing came down, the blow's force staggering the adventurer. Each strike landed with brutal efficiency, the veteran hunter showing no mercy. Blades of pure energy streaked toward him, leaving Elpum with nowhere to run. The attacks converged, forming a vortex of destruction around Elpum, threatening to consume him. Gathering immense power, Devo prepared one final, devastating attack. Unleashing the built-up energy, the force of his blast threatened to consume everything in its path. The world erupted in a blinding flash, the very landscape warping under the immense strain. His breath ragged, blood dripping from his brow, Elpum struggled to remain standing. Elsewhere, Mark gazed up at the sky, a storm brewing ominously on the horizon. Something was coming, he realized, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The embers still glowed, a testament to the ferocity of the battle just concluded. Silhouetted against the dying flames, figures stood amidst the destruction, their purpose unknown. Back in the quiet of her home, a woman sat alone, a plate of untouched food before her. He was late, she mused. Perhaps she should just eat and go to bed. Closing her eyes, she offered a silent prayer of thanks for the meal. A sudden creak broke the silence, her eyes snapping open, a question forming on her lips. Startled, she whispered, her voice barely audible, "Who is it?" Her gaze darted to the window, catching a glimpse of a familiar figure standing in the moonlight. His chest was bare, revealing a torso marred by fresh wounds and hastily applied bandages. A calloused hand gripped the door, ready to announce his presence. Hearing his voice, her eyes widened with a mix of relief and apprehension. He was home, finally back in her arms. The forest stood silent, the air thick with anticipation. A distant house sat nestled among the trees, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. But something had changed, a shadow now clinging to Mark. The warmth of their embrace faded, replaced by an unsettling chill. Even the memories seemed distant, framed by a life he could no longer fully grasp. The weight of his burdens remained a constant companion. A flicker of something dark now lurked beneath Mark's surface. Flames danced, consuming everything in their path. The world burned, a fiery inferno of destruction. And he walked away, a lone figure against the burning horizon. The warm light caught the side of Mark's face, revealing fresh cuts marring his skin. A heavy sigh escaped him, contemplating a significant problem. The 100-man gate subjugation date loomed, yet the crucial question of party composition remained unanswered. Lord Rocken oversaw this critical endeavor, and failure would be catastrophic. Many merchant groups watched, knowing a 100-man gate promised epic, perhaps even legendary, treasures. Yet, he mused, at this pace, success seemed increasingly unlikely. The formidable 3 Natasha sisters of the Gold Ritchie Trade Union came to mind. Their overwhelming skills defied belief for Second Circle explorers. Indeed, the Gaper merchants' own explorers seemed an embarrassment by comparison. Adding to the challenge, their own Gaper merchants bore the worst reputation. Something about it felt profoundly wrong, yet a sudden sound startled him. Who dares enter without knock? Hearing the sudden knock, he looked up, startled. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lo, Lord Rocken. The pressing matter of party composition was immediately brought forth. Apologies were exchanged, progress slower than anticipated. The man with slick-back hair pondered the individual Rocken had previously mentioned. Doubts began to creep in as he explained the previous Chev party's annihilation, leaving no witnesses to confirm their fate. The man then suggested, why not confirm him again? Rocken agreed, stating they should form a party with all available candidates. A sinister smile spread across his face as he declared, this time, there will be plenty of witnesses. A single foot stepped forward. Before them, a red portal pulsed with raw energy. A figure exclaimed excitedly, noting the unusually large number of new arrivals. Another figure inquired, are you the fifth party? A man with a red bandana stood, arms crossed, observing. A character's eye narrowed, sharp and assessing. Observing the new arrivals, it was clear none offered a welcoming present. One man remarked that slaves would only be a nuisance, a natural sentiment for experienced parties. Another noted their ordeals in the first 2 circles, making them vastly different from the Chev party. All were skilled enough to need no bait. The entire group had now arrived. A man with an eye patch declared his presence, promising brevity. The test would begin now, offering opportunity to those demonstrating sufficient skill. A man with a red headband watched intently. The man with the eye patch declared this their chance to challenge the 100-man gate. The man with the red headband gasped, a 100-man gate. Mark, a man with spiky hair, mused, I see, so that's how it is. He was then informed of special treatment. A disembodied voice urged them to do their best, as the number 40 glowed ominously. Then, a blinding light flashed. Another foot stepped forward. Another 40? Considering their limited options, one of the adventurers suggested they cooperate only for the boss, maximizing their chances. Agreeing to the terms, the group decided to split, planning to regroup upon a prearranged signal. As the group moved forward, one member nodded, confirming, yes, Sir Dolan. A dismissive tch, just one, escaped his lips. What a waste of time, he muttered. With a swift motion, an energy bolt erupted. How boring, he sighed. Now, get the magic stone, let's move. A moment of silence followed. The monster screeched, seemingly unfazed by the preceding attack. Gazing at the creature, Sir Dolan wondered if it resisted magic. Knowing he had no choice, he steeled himself for another attack. Suddenly, a warning shout rang out, alerting everyone to danger. The group realized they were completely surrounded. With a flick of his wrist, Dolan unleashed a blast of emerald energy. The forest air crackled as he continued to bombard the creatures with magical strikes. Before he could react, one monster lunged forward, claws extended. Elsewhere in the fray, the unknown swordsman took a blow, staggering back in pain. Despite these setbacks, the adventurers had felled a few of the beasts. A nearby adventurer cried out, Sir Dolan, these monsters are stronger. What do we do? The veteran hunter gritted his teeth, realizing fighting with numbers was difficult, they would tire first. Given the turn of events, he decided to call off the truce and hunt the boss alone, despite the danger. That's what most parties would think. Humph, that sounds right. A voice grumbled. But why are you only talking, not helping me? Because there are only 3 of them, another replied. Let's move. Their goal: hunt the boss, wipe out the mobs. Huh? Came a confused query. You said you'd defeat the boss, the voice explained. Others will exterminate the mobs. Boss defeat isn't the sole evaluation factor. Mobbing skills count too. They have no time to waste. Competition for the boss is fierce, making the area dangerous. We don't know what others might do, though they likely won't cross the line easily. Always convinced of his own righteousness, he paused, then continued. An escape gate? He hadn't planned on finding it yet, but no matter. Leave a mark. Something was clearly wrong. Sir Dolan, sensing the shift, called out. Avant! What's gotten into everyone? A disturbing sound echoed, a monstrous laugh chilling the blood. His voice laced with urgency, Sir Dolan declared, warning that if this continued, monsters would soon begin to gather. The laughter intensified, now tinged with a chilling madness, as Lord Rockin's face contorted into a horrifying, grotesque grin. His transformation continued, a monstrous hand reaching out with grotesque intent, leaving him utterly speechless. Surrounded by the unfolding horror, Avant and the others found themselves utterly trapped within a living nightmare. Realizing the sheer scale of the disaster, Sir Dolan knew he had to escape this place. The transformation complete, Lord Rockin stood revealed as a truly monstrous abomination. Stunned by the grotesque spectacle, he could only stare in utter disbelief. A close-up of the horror revealed his monstrous face, a testament to the nightmare unfolding. The transformation continued to warp and twist, a terrifying evolution into something truly unholy and unspeakable. The monster spoke, its voice a guttural echo of the man it had once been. The transformation complete, Lord Rockin's body contorted into a grotesque mockery of its former self, a horrifying grin plastered across his monstrous face as he unleashed a torrent of maniacal laughter. Muttering to himself, he felt he alone bore the weight of their task. Suddenly, another voice cut through the air, pointing towards a distant, flaring signal. As the signal flared, others murmured, discussing the implications of a boss monster's discovery. Meanwhile, a masked figure watched, eyes narrowed in calculation. Elsewhere, a group of adventurers gathered, their anticipation a palpable hum of readiness. The lead adventurer began to explain, now that all seemed present and accounted for. He declared there was no need to wait. They had already located the boss monster. The adventurer continued, confirming Sir Dolan's party had been annihilated by the creature. A close-up revealed the mad poison mushroom's truly grotesque, horrifying appearance. A woman gasped in disbelief. What? The mad poison mushroom? One adventurer questioned. Boss, is this mad poison mushroom truly so dangerous? A figure with dark green hair observed it was among the worst boss monsters for their level. The green-haired figure continued, explaining that defeating it required ranged attacks, yet its defense was high, its speed unimaginable. Ordinary attacks would fail. He called out, Elpum. Elpum explained the mad poison mushroom now blocked the escape gate, making any retreat impossible without a direct confrontation. Another adventurer scoffed, questioning Devo's fear, claiming one invincible fire arrow from their boss would suffice. Devo sharply told him to silence himself. The green-haired figure muttered, convinced that fighting now would only lead to their certain demise. The adventurer from before exclaimed that if even a fire arrow wouldn't dent it, they were truly doomed. Ahead, the gate loomed. As the party braced, the veteran hunter explained this gate's initial mobs were tough, implying worse for the boss. Stopping him, Devo told Iburu this wasn't the time. They needed a plan. Confused, Iburu simply uttered, What? Holding up his hand, the man with the staff explained, 50,000 mesos per person. With 30 of us, that's 1.5 million total. With a determined look, Elpum declared, We will be their bait. As the group advanced, their small party was observed from a distance. Visibly frustrated, Iburu cursed, wondering what Elpum was even suggesting. Raising his voice, Iburu shouted for them to shut their traps. Continuing his rant, the man with the bandana scoffed, You still cling to that slave instinct, but it won't work here. This isn't an opponent where bait will suffice. He continued, If we trust incompetent bait, only for them to die, we're all finished. A slave is merely a nuisance in a high-level gate. Looking down at the pair, Iburu dismissed them, wondering what the dirtbag beside Elpum could do. He's an unawakened weakling. What can one second circle explorer and a mere slave accomplish? His anger rising, Iburu thought, Asterisk, that bastard's infuriating. Why does he keep provoking us? I wasn't planning on being bait either. Asterisk. Wondering what other options remained, Elpum asked, Is there a different plan? Adding to the tension, the man noted their party consisted of one second circle and one first circle explorer. Examining his own hand, Iburu appeared surprised by the man's statement. The man scoffed, pointing out their own party comprised only a couple of second circle explorers. The man's words hung heavy, as Elpum and Iburu stood their ground, defiant. With a determined look, the man stated he'd pay them if they truly wished to be bait. Elpum continued, explaining that even if he wished to, he currently lacked the funds to pay 50,000 mesos per person. The man explained they'd receive payment upon escape. Failing that, they were to consider themselves sacrificed. Yet, he presented a condition. His condition, he stated, required every single one of them to agree. Elpham gazed at them, urging them to make their decision. Suddenly, a teleportation device flared to life. The antagonist monster loomed large, its grotesque, mushroom-like head a bizarre and terrifying sight. Its spindly arms reached out, poised to tear through anything in its path. A horrifying visage, the monster's gaping maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. It lunged forward, claws extended, a blur of motion and malice. Devo, spear in hand, steeled himself for the coming onslaught, declaring they would begin once it found them, while his companion grumbled, "Ugh, do we really have to do this?" The antagonist monster's red eye burned with a malevolent, predatory intent. Again, it struck, a whirlwind of claws and fury. The monster roared, announcing its imminent arrival. A swordsman watched the monster, uttering disbelief at its speed. The antagonist monster descended, a flurry of strikes aimed at its prey. It pressed its attack, relentless and savage. The swordsman retaliated, lunging forward with his spear. The masked figure shouted for everyone to move, urging them to activate the baits quickly before death claimed them. A hand slammed down on a device, activating it. The masked figure stood ready near the now glowing structure. A swirling blue vortex pulsed with raw energy. The masked figure yelled for everyone to get moving. The antagonist monster advanced, ready to strike. A fighter battled against a horde of monsters. Gah? Honestly, he scoffed. Do I look like some pushover? The fighter prepared to fire an arrow, shouting a command to vanish. With a mighty slash, the arrow flew towards its target. The arrow blasted through the air, leaving a luminous trail. Readying another shot, the fighter prepared to unleash a fire arrow. The antagonist monster lashed out, its massive claws tearing through the air with terrifying force. A guttural roar erupted from its maw, shaking the very ground beneath it. Preparing another strike, the monster seemed intent on ending this quickly. Unleashing a beam of pure energy, the creature aimed to obliterate everything in its path. Meanwhile, a figure prepared to strike. The antagonist monster's claws descended once more, threatening to crush antagonist Devo. Another energy beam streaked through the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Leaping down from above, the creature brought its full weight to bear. Its claws reached out, ready to tear apart anything in their grasp. Desperation rising, antagonist Devo cried out, fearing capture. With a desperate leap, two figures jumped into the fray. As the antagonist monster attacked from below, a voice sharply called out, "Oi, idiot!" With a fierce yell, he unleashed his attack. The energy began to swirl, forming a chaotic vortex. Building to a crescendo, the attack erupted in a blinding explosion of power. The force of the blast sent debris flying, a testament to its destructive potential. The energy continued to spread, engulfing everything in its path. The attack manifested as a colossal wave, a surging torrent of water. The water surged forward with unstoppable momentum, carving a path through the environment. The relentless flow continued, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Spreading further and further, the water dominated the landscape. Gasping for air, Elpham cursed the monstrous mushroom that had so nearly claimed his life. Staggering to his feet, he rejoined the enigmatic unknown swordsman. Still catching his breath, he wondered what monstrous entity he had just faced. The swordsman explained, revealing they had just encountered this place's formidable boss monster. Shocked, the young man stared, while the swordsman remained utterly unconcerned. The swordsman then asked if Elpham was truly kidding him. The unknown swordsman explained his understanding of the gate's rules, then questioned their hesitation. Hadn't they come to hunt this very monster? Elpham questioned, suggesting they should leave now that their role as bait was fulfilled. He wondered how they could possibly kill such a monster, given even fire arrows proved useless. The swordsman noted the changed circumstances, seeing their competitors' retreat as perfect, with the extra mesos a welcome bonus. The unknown swordsman then asked, his voice sharp, if Elpham intended to defy him. Still recovering from the brutal encounter, Elpham could only manage a pained grunt. Waving off the younger man's concern, the swordsman assured him that wasn't his meaning, then demanded more pay. Out in the forest, two figures stood near a shimmering pool, one questioning how to defeat the monster when neither melee nor ranged attacks worked. Turning his gaze away, the swordsman asked if he truly possessed it. A plan to defeat it, Elpham mused to himself. The unknown swordsman turned away, his dark cloak billowing dramatically behind him. Suddenly, a crimson light flared, signaling imminent danger. A group of adventurers stood before a massive, pulsating red gate, wondering if the creatures were emerging too quickly for a 40-man gate. Elsewhere, Ubayer asked what had become of the subjugation, noting several missing faces. He learned Sir Dolan's party was annihilated, while Elpham's remained inside. They had barely escaped, Elpham having bravely served as bait. The unknown swordsman looked into the distance, realizing it was impossible to defeat the boss monster with just their current numbers. A close-up revealed a man's face, his expression utterly unreadable. The man with dark purple hair was asked if he had fled without contributing. Sir Eves explained the opponent was the mad poison mushroom, infamous for its ferocity, leaving them no choice but to retreat. Realizing the implications, Elpham exclaimed his party was still inside the gate, its continued activity suggesting they remained alive. The man with braided hair thought it was only a matter of time, given the boss was the mad poison mushroom. He stated they should wait amongst themselves, as he was busy. He acknowledged the challenging opponent, admitting a second circle couldn't kill a mad poison mushroom, but he had no need for fools who could only deliver such meager results. The monstrous entity declared its desires. It sought someone capable of overcoming such a challenge. Someone who could make the impossible possible. A figure stood ready, a fiery sword clutched in his hand. As flames gathered, he focused his mana into a potent fire arrow. A determined look crossed his face, knowing the immense stakes. Power surged through him, poised for unleashing. The arrow was almost ready, awaiting the signal to fire. Acknowledging the boss's resilience, the unknown swordsman knew this time was different. He realized his current fire arrow couldn't output enough power. But then, a thought sparked. What if he were to? Using psychokinesis, he rapidly spun the spell. Inspired by a bullet, this unique skill could only be wielded within the Maple world. A skill designed to make the impossible possible. The gathered energy intensified, poised for unleashing. Its piercing power would now increase exponentially. The unknown fighter unleashed a devastating beam of energy, a concentrated strike aimed directly at the monster. The creature's grotesque face contorted, registering the sheer force bearing down upon. The beam intensified, a swirling vortex of power focused on its target. The monster's features twisted further, a silent scream etched across its skull-like visage as the energy slammed into it. The beam continued its relentless assault, pushing against the antagonist monster's defenses. The unleashed energy crackled and flared, a testament to the sheer power being expended. From a distance, the unknown fighter watched, his expression utterly unreadable. The creature was engulfed in a blinding aura, the impact's force radiating outwards. Even as the attack landed, it mused, having planned to pierce the core-containing head with a single shot. A flicker of realization crossed its mind. It must have missed slightly. Despite the immense power, the antagonist monster remained standing, muttering about the trouble this caused. Though battered and bruised, it still lived. Still reeling from the previous attack, the creature was struck by another blast of red energy. A wave of yellow energy slammed into it, further disrupting its advance. Considering his options, the unknown fighter knew changing Revolver's direction was hard, compounded by cooldown issues. He realized he needed to finish this before it could climb. Another blast of yellow energy hit the antagonist monster, pushing it back further. It let out a furious shriek. The unknown fighter shouted, "Now!" With a mighty roar, he unleashed another attack. The creature was struck by the attack, questioning what was happening. A geyser of mud erupted, engulfing it. The mud splattered everywhere, completely covering the antagonist monster. Standing atop a mountain, the unknown fighter surveyed the scene. The battle raged on, he continuing his relentless assault against the monstrous foe. Gripping his weapon, he prepared to deliver another devastating blow. The antagonist monster reeled, its grotesque features contorted in pain. Spinning with incredible speed, the unknown fighter slammed into the creature, unleashing a torrent of energy. It was battered, its form shredded by the relentless attacks. Each strike landed with brutal force, further weakening the creature. Tightening his grip, the unknown fighter prepared to end the fight. Finally pushed to its limit, the antagonist monster gasped, "I can finally breathe a bit now." Standing tall, he surveyed the battlefield. Its voice raspy and strained, the creature challenged, "Why don't we tussle around in this fine air?" A lone figure stood atop a mountain, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness. Spear in hand, Elpum, the last adventurer, prepared for battle. A monstrous maw opened wide, ready to devour anything in its path. He wondered what was wrong, why he couldn't do anything with his pores covered. With a cry of shame, the adventurer struck. His hand gripped the spear tightly. The spear thrust forward, a golden streak against the murky swamp. The monster roared, the spear piercing its flesh. Elpum continued his assault, each strike carrying the weight of survival. With a ferocious roar, the monster reeled from his brutal assault. Submerged in the murky swamp, the creature found itself in the worst possible playing field. The swamp did little to slow his advance, as he unleashed another devastating blow. The attack was called Revolver. Orange energy crackled around him, Elpum channeling his power into a single, decisive strike. The monster cried out, the full force of the attack slamming into it. Planting his feet, the adventurer prepared for the final blow. Bandages wrapped around his face, he wondered, is it dead? Through the dissipating smoke, he realized, that's one stubborn bastard. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Elpum, realizing the core should be on its head. Knowing what he must do, he charged forward. With a final, desperate attack, he aimed for the monster's head. With the monster still reeling from the last attack, he pressed his advantage, bringing his blade down in a searing arc. The blade found its mark, carving deep into the monster's grotesque form. But before he could follow through, the monster lashed out with surprising speed. Caught off guard, he cried out, sent hurtling backwards. Summoning his mana, he prepared a counterattack. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, Elpum struck the monster with renewed ferocity. His blade flashed, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The monster staggered, clearly feeling the effects of the assault. Seizing the opportunity, the last adventurer dove beneath the monster's guard. With a final surge of strength, Elpum delivered a crushing kick. The blow connected with a sickening crack, the monster letting out a final, agonizing scream. Silence descended as he stood victorious, the defeated monster lying broken at his feet. He prepared to strike, his spear aimed directly at the grotesque creature. The spear found its mark, piercing through the monster's tough hide. Continuing his relentless assault, Elpum strikes again, driving the spear deeper into the creature. Channeling his inner energy, he now prepares a devastating blast. Unleashing the full force of his power, the raw energy surges towards the monster. The blast connects, engulfing the creature in a blinding, searing light. Another strike lands, further weakening the already battered monster. A guttural cry escapes it, as the agonizing pain intensifies. Writhing in agony, the monster struggles to stay upright. Its massive form falters, showing the immense damage it has sustained. Another pained groan echoes, as the creature teeters on the brink of collapse. Observing the defeated foe, Elpum stands ready for whatever comes next. Continuing his assault, he swings his weapon in a wide arc, yellow energy crackling around the blade. The weapon connects, slamming into the monster with tremendous force. A clean strike severs the monster's head from its body. The headless body falls, crashing into the water with a violent splash. Catching his breath, Elpum stands over his fallen foe. But something is wrong. A chilling sense of unease washes over him. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He can't believe what he's seeing. This simply can't be happening. The monster's body, still falling, begins to convulse. A surge of red energy causes the severed head to begin regenerating. The monster rises again, its head fully restored. Stunned, Elpum can only wonder what is happening. Its head was just chopped off. The adventurer's attack erupts in a blinding flash of orange energy, scattering debris. Far above the chaos, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the smoky sky, observing the unfolding battle. But even that devastating blow proves insufficient, as the monster's severed head begins to regenerate, swirling with ominous purple energy. The regeneration accelerates, the monster's flesh knitting back together with unnatural speed and a violent burst of power. His eyes widening in disbelief, Elpum can only stare as the impossible occurs before him. Towering over the battlefield, the monster radiates an eerie blue aura, its regeneration complete. The scene is set, the stage prepared for the next act in this deadly dance. Its form now fully restored, the monster looms, a grotesque figure of nightmare. High above, the cloaked observer remains, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Drawing back the string, the figure prepares to loose a single, precious fire arrow. With grim determination, he acknowledges only one shot remains, making random shooting pointless. His face contorted in frustration, he mutters his growing irritation. Still reeling from the monster's assault, Elpum grits his teeth, blood dripping down his face. Before the monster could react, a figure descended, unleashing a furious barrage of slashes against the creature. The newcomer's blade danced with blinding speed, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap. Not content with mere swordplay, the figure followed with a devastating kick, sending the monster reeling. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the unknown swordsman blasted the monster back. The monster's roar of agony echoed through the cavern, a testament to the sheer power of the assault. The swordsman continued his onslaught, each strike pushing the monster closer to the brink. Seeing the monster's plight, Elpum couldn't help but smirk. The monster could only sputter in disbelief, utterly overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The monster was taking a beating, its body battered and broken. But just as victory seemed assured, a shout rang out, warning the monster, "Boss, watch out." The monster retaliated, striking the unknown swordsman with a powerful blow. The creature's malevolent eyes burned into the very soul, a promise of pain etched into its grotesque features. Its face, a twisted mockery of life, was framed by a web of pulsating veins. Focusing on the monster's eye, it seemed to be sizing up its prey. But before it could strike, the unknown swordsman raised his revolver, muttering a silent prayer. Nearby, Elpum wondered if this was a signal. His brow furrowed. He questioned if the attack was just a bluff. The word revolver blazed across the scene, as the weapon primed for its deadly purpose. A deafening blast echoed through the air, as the shot connected with the monster. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, engulfing the creature in a vortex of energy. Its form contorted in agony, the monster was hurled backwards by the force of the blast. Crashing into the ground with bone-shattering force, the creature's reign of terror may have finally met its match. Watching the scene unfold, Elpum could only hope this was enough to stop the monster. The monster reeled from the swordsman's unseen attack, blood spraying from its wounds. A devastating kick sent the creature flying, purple energy crackling around his leg. Landing gracefully, he seemed unfazed by the battle. Watching the fight, Elpum asked if it would be over soon. Turning to him, the swordsman revealed himself to be Devo. He explained that, once the poison dissipated, they should collect the magic stone. His eyes narrowed, focused on the task at hand. The monster was being pummeled, purple energy swirling around it. A final, devastating blow struck, red energy erupting from the point of impact. With a final gasp, the monster was defeated. A twisted grin stretched across his bloodied face, his eyes wide with manic glee. Back in his office, Lord Rockin laughed, the sound echoing through the room. "So that's why you just came back?" His expression hardening, Devo remarked, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Your temper is still as lively as ever, isn't it?" A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, the man offering a curt apology. Perhaps it'd be best to leave this case to the Cygnus Knights, he suggested. Slamming his hand on the desk, Rockin barked. Didn't I say we wouldn't be having any meetings right now? Head back. The door handle turned, and a booming voice announced, I'm coming in. His eyes narrowed, the commander demanding, what? Who dares to? A figure emerged from the doorway, shrouded in shadow, declaring, I'm back. A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. His eyes gleaming with dark intent, he found the unfolding situation utterly fascinating. With a heavy push, the door swung inward, revealing the dimly lit interior. A familiar voice echoed through the space, declaring, I'm back. Turning his head, Rockin watched the figure approach, a flicker of recognition. The newcomer looked on, a sinister grin spreading across his face, anticipating the unfolding events. Evies, stepping forward, questioned the unfolding scene. What's going on? Unfurling a scroll, he wondered aloud if someone had truly returned from the dead. Rockin acknowledged the adventurer. You're Elpum, correct? Glad to meet you. Call me Rockin. Your survivability is impressive, as I've heard. Wincing slightly, he thanked him for the unexpected compliment. He chuckled. It's nice to see you so polite. Let me ask you a question. The newcomer's expression hardened as he continued. That survival ability of yours, will you demonstrate it in the 100-man gate? His eyes narrowed. Elpum stared intently at Rockin, sensing a challenge. The proposed task was already proving to be difficult. He remained silent, his gaze unwavering. His patience wearing thin, he demanded to know what kind of manners the hunter was showing him. Leaning forward, he continued, questioning if the hunter truly believed he'd been made an explorer just to be picky. The veteran hunter was reminded not to forget his lingering debt to them. Rockin smirked, having heard Elpum's quiet assessment. Hating to beat around the bush, he declared he would change his question. The hunter asked what the man truly desired. Spitting out a mouthful of liquid, he revealed the reward, 5 million mesos per person. The tavern patrons reacted in shock, realizing 10 million mesos for two was an exorbitant sum. The tavern air hung thick with tension as Elpum offered a quiet apology. But the newcomer was far from satisfied, questioning if he wasn't being too greedy. He continued, suggesting they reject the offer, a big event for them. But the hunter remained unmoved. He scoffed, remarking the hunter was lax for someone who just did all that, warning of trouble with Evies if things went wrong. Looking up at the newcomer, Elpum simply stated that he seemed comfortable. The adventurer retorted, feeling like garbage, compared to a certain someone, his anger palpable. His voice rising, he questioned if that's how people thanked saviors, adding Elpum got on his nerves, suggesting they fight outside. But the fight was not to be, as he offered another, more sincere, apology. Elpum admitted he had doubted the adventurer's skills, swayed by his own prejudice. The adventurer continued, stating his shame as an explorer for his actions, offering a sincere apology to them both. He presented the payment, about 30 people's worth, totaling 1.5 million mesos, with extra thanks, but Elpum insisted there was no need. The adventurer insisted they had only agreed to take 1.5 million mesos. Taking a swig from his tankard, Elpum figured he'd save this whole show of thanks. All he was saying was not to get that mixed up. Far from the bar, a man with an eye patch stood with Lord Rockin, discussing the unfolding situation. Muttering under his breath, the eye patch-wearing man deemed the price excessive, realizing he'd be the one counting the cost. Back at the bar, Iburu was questioned about his own role, the pirate's intentions. The man with the eye patch then inquired if he could work for the proposed payment. He exclaimed they mustn't, explaining that 10 million mesos was a sum reserved for third or fourth circle explorers. Lord Rockin conceded his excellence among candidates, yet warned that agreeing to his conditions would only spoil him. He likely proposed that price as a negotiation, suggesting they recall him to adjust the terms. The man with the eye patch pondered if that assessment truly held water. He mused it wouldn't be strange for the man to double the price, but what then? Turning the scroll over in his hands, Iburu began to read its contents. Elsewhere, Rockin read aloud, we, the Gaper merchants, will only be sending Elpum's party for this subjugation. His brow furrowed. He wondered what the two of them could possibly accomplish. The man's expression hardened, unable to believe the text. It would be troublesome if false, having paid a hefty sum for this intelligence. The document bore the signature, from Dark Lord Jean, confirming its authenticity. A hand slammed down on a desk, its owner determined not to be caught off guard. He declared, with grim resolve, that the war had already begun. Far above the impending battlefield, the sky remained eerily clear. Below, a massive, pulsating red structure ominously loomed over the scarred landscape. Dominating the horizon, the structure cast a sinister shadow over the encampment's tents below. Around a flickering campfire, soldiers discussed the grim situation. One man expressed surprise, having doubted their acceptance of the offer. Trying to maintain his focus, Elpum was advised not to jitter nervously. A close-up revealed a badge, emblazoned with the symbol of scales. The group continued their determined advance. Surveying the scene, the knight noted unfamiliar faces, asking if the two were from the Gaper merchants. With a smile, Shuden introduced himself as an E-rank explorer from the Jenny's Trade Union. Elpum was identified as a C-rank explorer. Surprised, Shuden questioned why Elpum was only C-rank, given the gate entry restrictions. The knight then asked them to step aside. She stated having a prior appointment with him. The knight stood in full view. Growing suspicious, Shuden asked if they were in cahoots with that sorry lot, deeming it a waste of time. Elpum wondered why he should comply. As he listened to the upcoming operations details, Elpum's expression hardened. The room, sparsely decorated, featured a prominent banner on its wall. Beneath the Gaper merchant's emblem, several figures stood in silent attendance, their forms mere silhouettes. Elsewhere, a squadron of knights stood poised, their polished armor gleaming brightly. Back in the meeting room, Lord Rockin was curtly instructed to cease his complaints and simply obey, as they would be collaborating with the Cygnus Knights for this gate. The Cygnus Knights, the most powerful military force serving Empress Cygnus, symbolized public order, their interest clearly focused on subjugating this gate. He explained that since the gate's mobilized group already comprised explorers from various merchant factions, cooperation became their chosen path. He continued, noting that even a single training knight would elevate their subjugation chances, adding that such extensive intervention surely held a deeper motive. Acknowledging their reasonable offer, Lord Rockin instructed his subordinate to cooperate with the newcomers. He mused inwardly that this wouldn't be easy. Those newcomers were indeed a strange lot. A woman's voice cut through the air, declaring, "I am Captain Kyrie, leader of the Cygnus Training Knights." She continued, warning them against challenging her authority despite their trade, preferring not to waste time. They were to obey her orders, avoiding any mess, prompting Elpum to silently wonder at her audacity. She then wondered if this was the Gaper merchant's full offering, to which he confirmed it appeared so. A scoff escaped her lips, remarking that the Gaper merchants had clearly given up entirely. A heavy footstep echoed, signaling a dramatic shift in the unfolding scene. The Dig merchants' Crocus party now arrived, their presence swelling the growing. Next, the Mardia Assembly's Cubal party arrived, further swelling the ranks of those gathered. With each group's elite members present, the very air suddenly crackled with tension. The various merchant groups converged, their collective arrival marking a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The Golo Ritchie trade union's three Natasha sisters made their entrance, their formidable reputation preceding them. A close-up revealed a badge, symbolizing the authority and affiliation of one powerful group. Captain Kyrie observed the scene, finding such overt arrogance distasteful. A gruff voice boomed, noting that everyone now seemed to be present. The appointed guard stepped forward, introducing himself as Ronco, and welcoming all. Speaking with a calm, measured tone, the guard explained his role, assisting their return from the gate. Continuing, he acknowledged that they might have already heard the rules from their respective groups. However, he insisted on reiterating them as a final warning before entering the gate. A shimmering display of magical items appeared, highlighting the rule: legendary finds within the gate would not become private property. A close-up revealed a stern expression, hinting at dire consequences for anyone caught stealing such items. The scene widened, revealing a group of individuals, presumably those tempted to break the rules. The guard continued, emphasizing they would face the B-rank explorers stationed within. A character with intricate tattoos on their arm reacted, exclaiming in disbelief, "Fifth circle?" The tattooed arm clenched into a fist, as he questioned if they referred to all of them. A group of adventurers stood silhouetted against the sky, ready to face whatever awaited them within the gate. With a final declaration, the announcement was officially concluded. The crowd was urged forward, everyone ordered to enter the gate immediately. With a determined look, Captain Kyrie declared she would lead the subjugation herself. Captain Kieran's expression was a mask of intense, unwavering focus. Watching her depart, one of the figures wondered at her intensity, questioning if they truly had to work with that woman. Iburu reflected, all his past efforts culminated here. He must succeed, despite never breaching this gate in his previous life. Ronco, wielding a massive axe, charged forward, declaring he'd help no one, regardless of their future pleas. Reports flooded in, each grimly confirming the explorer's annihilation. The grim finality was undeniable. The subjugation had utterly failed. With a determined look, Captain Kieran urged the group to follow her. Gazing up at the towering grass, the brown-haired man remarked on its unusual size. Looking ahead, she urged them to hurry. The group continued through the tall grass, but the brown-haired man began to fall behind, prompting her to ask if he was all right. As he struggled to keep up, the green-haired follower noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from beneath the ground, catching his attention. With a roar, monstrous figures began to emerge from the earth. A grotesque, pig-like face revealed itself as the monster rose. The adventurers found themselves surrounded by what appeared to be over 1,000 of the creatures. Captain Kieran barked orders, urging everyone to spread out and draw the monster's attention, as some parties had yet to enter the fray. Clicking his tongue, the brown-haired man grumbled about the unspoken rule of entering parties not immediately getting involved. Shouting over the din, he called out to the El Nido merchants, directing them to head in a specific direction. The ground trembled as the monsters crashed through the tall grass, scattering adventurers and merchants alike. The monsters' assault intensified, leaving a trail of fallen adventurers in their wake. Continuing towards the forest, Captain Kieran ordered her group to hunt the monsters there, as one of her subordinates reported a problem. Her eyes widening, she was shocked to hear they'd lost sight of the Gaper merchants' members. Someone sighed in relief, finding the air refreshing. The brown-haired man remarked they could relax, but the green-haired man wondered how he knew the ribbon pigs would be charging in. Based on his experience, he explained that many monsters moved in clusters across vast plains like this. The ribbon pig, a ferocious monster averaging 2 meters, typically moved in herds ranging from hundreds to thousands. He stated they might be tough, but defeating them wasn't impossible, a truth that should hold for other merchant groups. They wouldn't want to waste unnecessary stamina from the start, so they'd likely try to lose them amongst each other. This couldn't possibly be the end of it. Recalling Sleepywood's 100-man gate subjugation in his previous life, which had ended in failure with the deaths of all the explorers, Shuden asked Elpum what had him so deep in thought, knowing not what monsters would appear next. A footstep near a rope, a question mark hanging in the air. His eyes widened, a sense of dread washing over him. Yua, what is that? Someone shouted as a trap sprung. The ground trembled, a massive log trap triggered. Spotting the danger, Shuden exclaimed, a T-trap. Elpum wondered who would put something like that there. The trap swung down with deadly force. The log hurtled towards its target. As they ventured deeper, the air crackled with unseen danger. A sudden snap echoed through the trees, a silent testament to the traps that lay in wait. The veteran hunter remained vigilant, his every sense on high alert. Having disarmed the last trap, Shuden spoke with grim satisfaction. Babel received a stern warning, don't drop your guard. From the encroaching shadows, a voice whispered a single name, Crocus. The traps, though simple, proved deadly, and the monsters were far from ordinary. They'd even copied human hunting methods, a disturbing sign of their intelligence. These troublesome monsters were akin to the boss creatures found within the Red Gate. Shuden assessed the high-difficulty gate, boasting that only an explorer of his caliber could survive such a challenge. Preparing for what lay ahead, he declared he'd make the best of it, urging Elpum to follow. A masked figure cautioned, "Boy, careful. Don't lose your..." Suddenly, he was struck. He immediately went on the defensive, as Crocus unleashed a brutal assault. The masked figure could only think, "What in the..." The onslaught continued, leaving him reeling from the force of each blow. Staggering, the masked figure struggled to maintain his footing. He was sent flying, collapsing to the ground. From a distance, Shuden observed the scene, annoyance crossing his face. He muttered, "Idiot, talking as if you're a know-it-all." The ribbon pig herd had been used to shift attention at the entrance, a clever distraction. Shuden reflected, "I don't know whose idea it was, but my job just got easier. I should get working now." He thought to himself, annoying. Shuden sighed, but, "I'm running out of time. That can't be helped. Shall I?" Nearby, two figures stood, their expressions unreadable. A hand clenched, fingers digging into the parched earth. "Trying to move is pointless," a voice informed the figure. "It's that kind of magic. At least for 30 minutes. A strained voice asked why such a thing was done. Natasha remarked on the impressive feat of speaking in that state. As expected, he decided to kill the masked figure, deeming him dangerous. The masked figure continued to struggle, desperate to break free. Terror gripped him, his eyes wide with fear. Natasha wondered, "Why am I doing this?" Such a tough question. Natasha exclaimed, would it be easier to understand if I explained it like this? Something like, all shall be done for the black mage." Magic crackled around his hand, forming a deadly arrow of pure fire. The words fire arrow appeared as the magic intensified. The fire arrow unleashed, hurtling towards its target. The aftermath of the battle was clear, debris scattered across the field. Surveying the scene, William stands amidst the destruction. He sighs, acknowledging the endless nature of the conflict. There's just no end to them. Weariness creeping in, he admits to himself, "I really want to take a break right about now." Elsewhere, in a room overlooking a city, another figure stands, listening intently. "William." The figure acknowledges the message, confirming that he's listening. For ages, they've waited for this very day. His expression hardening, the figure reveals their long-term strategy. A sinister plan coming to fruition, he declares, "Now, it's time to bear the fruit." Back in the room, the figure assures William, "Yes, I will not disappoint you." Presenting a gift, he explains, "Take it. This is a gift bestowed by him." William reflects on the situation, wondering if he should be cutting corners with this. Deciding that it can't be helped, he resolves to try a bit harder. The figure continues his journey, each step rustling through the tall grass. A monstrous roar echoed through the forest, its guttural sound sending shivers down the spine. The source of the noise became clear, revealing a horde of grotesque figures swarming the fortress walls. Each one looked more menacing than the last, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Turning to his companion, the swordsman's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed, his voice laced with panic, "What the hell are those?" Mark replied, "Only one is a boss monster. I already explained this earlier." The monsters were not only numerous, but each possessed incredible strength and health, having also looted items from dead explorers, making them even more annoying to deal with. To make matters worse, some could even use looted items to activate skills. The swordsman, shocked, questioned if they truly expected just the two of them to clear such a pack. Mark responded, praising his quick learning. He questioned the impossibility of their task, suggesting they rejoin Kieran. Mark retorted, asking if he hadn't wanted to split up. He conceded, admitting ignorance of these monsters, then trailed off. The forest stood silent, save for the sounds of approaching footsteps. The ground trembled as hulking figures emerged from the shadows. Their eyes glowed with malice, surveying the scene. The orcs advanced, their heavy footsteps echoing through the trees. A flash of yellow light erupted as the unknown swordsman struck first, his blade aimed true. His face contorted in frustration. He couldn't help but think, ugh, honestly, he's doing that on purpose, right? Before he could react, a massive fist slammed into him, sending blood spraying. I didn't mean I wanted to go alone, he thought. The ground exploded as the blow's force sent him reeling. Recovering quickly, he spun, his blade a blur of motion. Dodging another attack, he prepared to strike again. His blade found its mark, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Barely dodging the descending axe, he narrowly avoided a crushing blow. Reacting in a heartbeat, the swordsman slashed at the hulking orc. The blade found its mark, leaving a gash across the monster's thick hide. But before he could press the advantage, the orc retaliated, slamming its massive fist into his side. Spittle flew as the orc bellowed, "Pipe down, you bastard." Ignoring the pain, he retaliated with a furious flurry of strikes. The orc staggered back, momentarily stunned by the assault. Its grip tightened on its axe, ready to deliver a final, decisive blow. The orc roared, "You're finished." But the swordsman was far from defeated, planting a brutal kick into the orc's gut. Following through with blinding speed, he drove his sword deep into the orc's chest. With a final, guttural groan, the monstrous foe collapsed. The ground trembled as a monstrous fist slammed into the earth. An axe descended with brutal force, meeting the swordsman's desperate block. The weight of the blow was immense, threatening to shatter his defenses. He gritted his teeth, knowing there was no easy way out of this. A guttural roar echoed, as another orc prepared to strike. Dodging a wild swing, the swordsman narrowly avoided a fatal blow. The axe continued its arc, a blur of deadly intent. Another attack came crashing down, testing his resolve. A direct hit sent him reeling. The onslaught continued, each blow a thunderous challenge. The orc's rage was palpable, a primal scream of war. Another axe swung, threatening to end the fight. Still surrounded, the unknown swordsman found himself on the defensive as one orc lunged with razor-sharp claws. Managing to evade the worst of the blow, he narrowly avoided being slashed. But another orc was already bearing down on him, swinging a crude axe wreathed in flames. The flaming axe connected, sending a jolt of pain through him as he cried out. One of the orcs lay defeated, blood pooling around it. Nearby, Iburu scoffed, "TCH, I didn't realize you truly had no intention of helping me." He retorted, "You seemed quite capable. Doesn't this experience leave you more confident now?" The veteran hunter, however, felt only distrust, realizing if this place teemed with such monsters then. A bloodstained sword lay abandoned on the ground. Looking down at the grim scene, he murmured, "What's all this?" A blood-soaked leg lay nearby. The unknown swordsman lay on the ground, his face a mask of confusion, wondering, just what could have happened here? Lying in his own blood, the swordsman's face contorted in pain. Spotting him amidst the carnage, Iburu exclaimed, "There." Approaching the wounded man, he wondered if this was a survivor. Standing over him, the hunter pressed, "What happened? Were you defeated by Hob?" Through gritted teeth, the swordsman insisted it was nothing of the sort. Elsewhere, a man exhaled, contemplating the grim situation. He muttered, "Makes sense." He continued, explaining how some attack explorers entering together, exploiting the gate's inability to reveal its interior. The man explained this was a competition without a winner, an ideal place for crime, as any escapees would see the gate and evidence vanish. He added that members inside must now subjugate the high-difficulty gate with fewer people, exhausting their power. Even if one succeeded and brought out a unique item, they couldn't escape outside suspicions. Dismissing other merchant groups, he believed that wasn't reason enough. Such an act risked war if caught, a dangerous gamble no merchant group would consider. The swordsman considered the possibility. Could a greater mastermind orchestrate this? Iburu looked around, seeing no sign of the woman. A fist slammed down, leaving a crater in the ground. The man knelt, lamenting his error in suspecting an enemy among them. Why would Captain Kirin do such a thing? The swordsman admitted he couldn't fathom why that woman, a Cygnus knight, would commit such an act. Iburu reflected, finding it hard to believe, almost unreal. Yet, considering it now, he saw the reason behind the order she gave at the gate's entrance. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled Lady Kyrie's own words, spoken just before the situation ended. A title card appeared, a follower of the Black Mage. A flashback revealed Lady Kyrie. Two men exclaimed, "Black Mage?" The text explained, as a transcendent, the Black Mage threatened Maple World 800 years ago with countless followers. It continued, 6 heroes rose to stop him, changing the war's tide once the Black Mage and heroes were sealed together. The Allied forces launched a counterattack, pushing back against the chaos. Their efforts led to the complete disappearance of the Black Mage's followers. Iburu and the unknown swordsman stood amidst the aftermath, the swordsman remarking any Maple World citizen would recall this. He realized this wasn't the time for monster hunting. They needed to find that woman first. The swordsman asked if Iburu would join him, adding he should prepare to clash swords once they found Kyrie. He responded that was precisely his intention. Footsteps approached. The footsteps grew closer. Kyrie's eyes widened with anticipation. She heard a voice declare they'd been waiting. Crocus stood with a white-haired figure, calling out to Lady Kyrie. Crocus revealed she ordered the ribbon pigs dealt with. Everyone splitting made the plan easier, now nearing its finishing stage. Someone asked what the other thought of their present. The blonde-haired warrior demanded to know their identities. A figure in the forest thanked someone, insisting they'd be fine, despite the slow, painful pace, especially since the antagonist boss went ahead. One man reassured another not to worry, saying the boss was skilled at finding things, and soon, he'd meet that woman. The man being carried expressed relief, understanding the situation. The sun, a fiery orb, ascended over a desolate, unforgiving landscape. Across the barren ground, heavy footsteps echoed, breaking the morning's silence. Suddenly, the unknown fighter clashed swords with the unknown swordsman, sparks flying as their blades met. A disembodied voice mused, finding the display impressive, adding it was expected of the Cygnus Knight's leader. The fierce battle raged on, its duration an uncertain, brutal question. The unknown fighter prepared a powerful attack, a technique known as Rising Sun. The unknown swordsman shouted, questioning what his opponent was posing for. The clash of steel continued, their blows shaking the very air around them. The unknown swordsman cried out, caught off guard by the attack's intensity. A hand, now glowing with immense power, prepared to strike. The unknown fighter unleashed Solar Slash, a devastating blow sending the swordsman reeling. Panting heavily, the adventurer struggled, desperately trying to catch his breath. His eyes burning with determination, Elpum declared they reveal their purpose or face death. From the sidelines, a stern voice demanded haste, ordering the others to finish her off immediately. With a blood-curdling scream, one figure charged forward, intent on ending the fight. Unfazed, the last explorer battled the encroaching horde, his blade a blur of motion. As the wind whispered through tall grass, the brutal battle raged on. Each swing of his sword, a testament to skill, cut down any who dared approach. The Order Giver's eyes widened, shocked by the explorer's fierce resilience. Her face contorted with fury, Elpum vowed to make them pay dearly. Standing amidst the swaying field, a lone figure watched the unfolding conflict. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw steel. Deep within the forest, the unknown swordsman assured someone their boss would find the woman. His blade pulsed with dark energy, and a voice sighed in relief. The unknown swordsman struck, his blade aimed directly at Elpum. The swordsman's attack landed, ordering him to send Kyrie his regards. The fight intensified, the unknown swordsman pressing his advantage against him. The swordsman paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Below, a figure cried out, a shocked what? Escaping his lips. Elpum screamed in agony, clutching his injured hand. The unknown fighter looked up, wounded and bewildered, questioning what was happening. The unknown swordsman looked down at him, expressing his disappointment. He lay defeated, apologizing for his failure. His face contorted in pain. Elpum thought he never trusted people anyway. As flames engulfed the scene, a memory of past betrayal flashed before his eyes. Elsewhere, in a field of tall grass, two figures stood before a man and a blonde-haired woman. To think an uninvited guest would dare come here. The woman identified the blue-haired man as William, a gaper merchant, noting his survival meant. Piton, that coward unable to kill himself, must have failed. She mused on the mistake of losing Lady Kyrie, wondering if her compassion was wasted. Since you two look skilled, she declared, we have no choice but to send our elites. She began, I already. She continued, just when I gave him a chance. Perverts, right? I know. What are you? She declared. Now let's wrap this up. The battle raged on, a blonde warrior assuring her brown-haired companion she'd handle the rest. With a savage blow, the brown-haired fighter swung his axe. The axe continued its brutal descent. Suddenly, he was struck, a grunt escaping his lips. He smirked, claiming it was nothing much. He grunted, clearly feeling the impact. Captain Kieran continued her relentless assault, her blade a blur of motion. He realized, with a jolt, that he had gravely underestimated his opponents. Charging upward, he retaliated with a furious, desperate counterattack. The attack connected, striking with a resounding, bone-jarring crash. Clicking his tongue, he acknowledged the sting of a fresh, shallow nick. He declared, his voice grim, that his opponent would soon find rest. With a surge of power, Elpum, the last explorer, leaped, preparing to strike. Before he could complete his attack, the unknown swordsman intercepted him, delivering a fierce downward strike. Chestnut Head, what are you doing? A voice bellowed. Pressing his advantage, the swordsman drove him further down, a grim determination etched upon his face. A close-up revealed the sheer, brutal force of the blow impacting his face. The impact sent blood flying, yet a voice echoed, I'm just playing along. Seizing the opportunity, Elpum retaliated with a powerful upward slash, orange energy crackling around his weapon. The blade found its mark, and the unknown swordsman cried out, you son of a bitch. Continuing his assault, the last explorer unleashed a flurry of slashes, each strike carrying immense force. The momentum built, each slash pushing his opponent further back. With a final, devastating blow, Elpum sent his opponent hurtling through the air. The unknown swordsman crashed to the ground, a voice filled with disbelief exclaiming, shit, what kind of strength? Standing over his fallen foe, Elpum delivered a single, cutting word, disappointing. He landed a solid blow, sending the swordsman reeling backwards. Looking down, Captain Kieran scoffed, questioning if this was truly their opponent's best. Elsewhere, Hitman, a dagger-wielding figure, cursed their enemies under his breath. His face contorted in rage. He declared he simply wouldn't allow this. Holding a staff crackling with fiery energy, my fire arrow announced this was the end of their disruptions, having wasted enough time. A nearby soldier shouted in disbelief, questioning if it was truly a fire arrow. The fiery projectile streaked through the air, leaving a searing trail of heat. His eyes widening in shock, the soldier exclaimed in disbelief at its speed, far surpassing the boss's attack. The fire arrow detonated in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. A confident smirk played on my fire arrow's lips as he declared his fire arrow was on a different level, even knowing they couldn't dodge it. Amidst the smoke and debris, he mused it seemed over, and they should proceed with the gate's subjugation. His eyes darting in panic, the soldier could only stare in stunned silence. Flames still licking at his heels, Elpham found himself side by side with the unknown swordsman, both surrounded by inferno. His eyes narrowed, focusing on something just beyond the raging blaze. A voice cried out, "Who are you?" A hand pointed, energy crackling ominously around it. The figure declared, "Of your guests coming." With a surge of power, a blast of blue energy erupted. But before the energy could strike, a monstrous roar echoed as a massive beast descended upon them. The creature's sudden appearance elicited pure terror from the onlookers. Its gaping maw and razor-sharp teeth promised nothing but death. The gruesome aftermath of battle lay before them, the ground littered with monstrous remains. Blood and debris scattered everywhere, a grim testament to the fight's ferocity. Utter devastation reigned, the air thick with the stench of death. Antagonist Rockin gritted his teeth, finding the situation increasingly difficult. He muttered, wondering how they could unleash such monsters and then flee. William, a subordinate called out. William, the man addressed, offered his apologies to him. Surveying the crimson-stained ground, it was clear their work here was also finished. A discarded sword lay, a silent witness to the carnage. His expression hardening, he declared they had no time to reorganize, demanding immediate pursuit. A gate pulsed with fiery energy, implying that escape through it would complicate matters further. He acknowledged the potential trouble, adding that the escaped individual was an unpleasant man. Discovering footprints, the order was given. If they encountered the caped man first, they were to hold him, for he would face him personally. Pacing, antagonist Rockin didn't believe he needed to face the enemy alone. But the masked figure suggested their earlier opponent was no small fry. Who worried him so? A memory surfaced, his face contorted in rage, recalling the words, "Me in this gate." His hand clenched, a fiery aura emanating from his palm. In the distance, a figure stood before a gate, radiating power. The antagonist boss asked if they saw their faces, wondering if they'd be trampled by those pigs. Captain Kieran assured him they wouldn't die so easily, reminding him to watch for traps. He confirmed he hadn't forgotten, questioning why the boss hadn't finished them. The boss retorted he could have just aimed for an opening. Shocked, he asked what he meant. He recalled, the fire arrow back then. A blazing arrow streaked through the air, leaving a fiery trail. The words echoed, "Fire arrow." The arrow exploded on impact, engulfing everything in flames. The blast's force sent someone flying backward, a desperate cry escaping. Wielding his staff amidst the chaos, Elpham stood firm, surrounded by swirling orange energy. The air crackled with power, a vortex of raw energy unleashed. His eyes widened, a flicker of memory crossing his face. He recalled his fire arrow's limitations. It could only shift trajectory, unlike the one he faced. Bruised and bloodied, the antagonist boss laughed, mocking the idea of anyone being stronger than him. The scene shifted to a distant forest, where Elpham questioned why someone would run, receiving a simple affirmative. Back in the present, a companion looked on, a question forming in their mind. Examining his own circle, he noted it seemed thickened to its limit, wondering what was wrong. He reflected on circles, their thickness affecting spell speed and power. He should have been equal or stronger, given his peak in the second circle. The flashback intensified, showing a staff-wielding figure amidst fiery chaos, a force of power beyond logic. It was clear he entered the red gate, confirming his second circle status, perhaps reinforcing skills through unknown means. Just how? Antagonist Rockin noted their opponent was likely the strongest explorer in this gate. The others pondered their next move, suggesting a return to their previous tactic of using a Hobbs. The masked figure explained Hobbs differed from ribbon pigs, capable of discerning their connection to the enemy, thus turning it against them. He questioned if they truly grasped the gravity of their situation. Captain Kieran declared this a grave matter, the fate of the entire Maple world resting squarely upon their shoulders. They needed to abandon this place, and quickly. Someone suggested abandoning their efforts to subjugate this gate entirely. Bother, antagonist Rockin growled, demanding clarification. The captain scoffed, asking if they still lusted after mere subjugation rewards. The masked figure warned that merely escaping and reporting would not suffice. He questioned if they truly believed that would eliminate the threat, urging them not to underestimate their foes. Announcing their return would only prompt the enemy to vanish, digging deeper. Should they hide, they'd become an unseen blight, gnawing at Maple World from unmonitored shadows. She gritted her teeth, a wave of frustration washing over her. As the group debated, one, frustrated by the lack of concrete plans, demanded to know what the others proposed. Driven by desperation, the captain insisted they were pursued, needing to escape before capture. With cold resolve, a pursuer believed they simply needed to teach them a lesson. Annoyed, another wondered who this group thought they were. Deeper in the forest, the relentless hunt intensified. Each step deliberate, the pursuers advanced, closing in. Eyes narrowed, one of them meticulously scanned the surroundings. Urgency in his voice, he commanded the others to find them swiftly. Driven by a thirst for blood, a pursuer declared their lives forfeit if they escaped. A twisted grin spreading across his face, one of them taunted, "What's up?" With a swift motion, a blade found its mark. Certain of victory, the pursuer proclaimed they had stumbled into their own grave. A voice boomed out, filled with murderous intent, declaring, promising to end it all. "I'll kill you this time." Antagonist Rockin lunged, weapon raised. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Captain Kieran remained vigilant, her expression unreadable. Spinning his staff with practiced ease, the unknown swordsman taunted. Before he could strike, "Got time to look around." A blinding flash of yellow energy erupted as the swordsman intercepted. But the veteran hunter was too quick, retorting with a snarl, "Die," as he countered with a blade wreathed in purple light. Eyes narrowed, he prepared for the next brutal exchange. Closing the distance with terrifying speed, he unleashed a furious assault on the hunter. Staff blurring, the swordsman's attacks became a relentless storm. Blood splattering across his face, the hunter reeled from the brutal onslaught. The staff, a simple weapon, became a deadly extension of the swordsman's will. Each strike carrying the force of a battering ram, he continued his relentless assault, leaving the hunter battered and bleeding. Continuing his relentless assault, the unknown swordsman slashed at Rockin, the force of the blow sending splinters flying. The blade bit deep, blood erupting from the wound. Another strike landed, his face contorting in agony as blood sprayed from the impact. Seeing the dire situation, Captain Kieran raised her crossbow, preparing to fire a bolt at the swordsman. Staggering back, he could barely choke out, What's going on?" Ignoring the archer, the unknown swordsman pressed his advantage, another slash aimed at the defenseless lord. The blade found its mark once more, causing him to cry out in agony. Golden energy crackled, the sword cutting deeper still. Relentless, he continued his assault, showing no mercy. Another blow landed, the golden light intensifying as the lord's agony deepened. With cold disdain, the unknown swordsman thought, "Focus on the battle, you trash." The final strike landed, his vision blurring as he thought, "I already dislike this situation." The forest fell quiet, save for the rustling of leaves. Elpum observed the scene, noting that everyone seemed to have already started. His voice echoed through the trees, asking if someone was waiting for him. The man stood ready, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A sinister chuckle escaped him, deciding to get started as well. Magic crackled around him, energy building rapidly. The words "fire arrow" appeared, signaling his lethal intent. He prepared to unleash the attack, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A sudden, intense burst of flames erupted. The inferno continued its furious rage. Amidst the chaos, the masked figure stood, his dark cloak billowing around him. His eye narrowed, a flicker of grim determination igniting within his gaze. As the words "fire arrow" materialized, a dangerous attack was signaled. The cloaked figure remained, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. A twisted grin spread across the antagonist's face, a voice purring, "How superb." The fire intensified further. Wielding a staff, the antagonist unleashed a devastating torrent of flames. Elpum gritted his teeth, his form already bloodied and battered. The scene culminated in a massive explosion of fire. A monstrous wave of fire hurtled toward him, threatening to consume everything in its path. Engulfed in the inferno, he was struck by the full force of the blast. Amidst the chaos, a jagged rock struck him. The words "fire arrow" appeared, clearly signifying the attack's nature. The source of the flames was revealed, a staff crackling with raw magical energy. The fire raged on, its intensity seemingly insurmountable. The inferno roared, its power threatening to obliterate everything. Yet, against all odds, the adventurer stood unscathed, the raging fire seemingly nullified. From the shadows, the masked figure pondered, did he just nullify that attack? A sinister grin spread across his face, musing, that's certainly unexpected. He lacks the firepower to block that, so how? He wondered if this was all he could do. The masked figure mused that Elpum wasn't the talkative sort, realizing they couldn't chat mid-fight. He thought, a wry smile touching his lips, I'll figure it out myself then. His eyes narrowed, keenly observing the fight. Fire arrows launched, imbued with the potent skill known as revolver. He gasped, this is? The masked figure noted the attacker spun his fire arrow with psychokinesis, chipping down Elpum's spell like a drill. He thought, I've never heard of such a thing. The fire arrows continued their relentless assault. The fire arrows exploded, engulfing the entire area. Elpum realized it was truly impossible, the skill reinforced by psychokinesis. He'd figured it out now. Observing the unfolding battle from a distance, he noted his target was one of those so-called geniuses. A twisted grin spread across the attacker's face, revealing Elpum was the type he happened to hate most. With sadistic glee, the attacker wondered why they didn't enjoy this occasion more, launching a volley of fire arrows. Channeling his power, the the antagonist boss demanded Elpum reveal more of his true capabilities. Reacting instantly, he used psychokinesis, summoning a massive rock barrier to shield himself from the fiery onslaught. But the fire arrows, reinforced with psychokinetic energy, shattered the barrier into 1,000 pieces. The explosion sent him staggering backward, the attacker mockingly asking what he was doing. From his vantage point, the masked figure observed that hiding was the best the young man had managed. The attacker, eyes blazing with manic energy, couldn't believe Elpum was still standing. Focusing his mind, he prepared to unleash another wave of psychokinetic power. The fire arrow struck, and he cried out in pain. Despite the pain, he steeled himself, ready to turn the tide of battle. The onslaught continued, the swordsman unleashing a barrage of fire magic against his foe. Declaring playtime over, the swordsman intensified his fiery assault. The antagonist boss shouted, "Revolver," unleashing another wave of fire magic. The flames swirled and intensified, engulfing him in a vortex of fire. The fire magic exploded, completely consuming its target. A sinister laugh echoed as the masked figure relished the moment, his plan finally coming to fruition. Elsewhere, an unknown fighter prepared a spell, a green orb of magic forming in his hands. He declared, "Poison breath," unleashing the spell. The poisonous gas spread rapidly, engulfing the surrounding area. The green mist continued to expand, consuming everything in its path. The poison seeped into the very trees, corrupting the forest. The once vibrant forest now withered, succumbing to the deadly poison. Acknowledging his technique's power, he knew poison breath left him vulnerable while casting. Musing his elements were psychokinesis and fire. Realizing he needed to act fast, he thought baiting out fire arrows' cooldown would stop their attacks. Meanwhile, the masked figure believed his opponent should now be immobilized for 30 minutes. Suddenly, he was struck by an unseen force. Grasping his situation, the unknown fighter realized his fire arrow was also on cooldown, vowing to finish them with just a dagger. Elsewhere, the shadowy figure declared it was his favorite time, unable to contain his curiosity. His face contorted in glee, he wondered what face of despair his opponent was making, asking if he was trembling or crying. Without warning, he was struck again. The assault continued, and he was hit once more. Focused intently, the shadowy observer watched with anticipation. Again, he was struck. The onslaught continued, and he was hit yet again. The onslaught continued, an unseen force pummeling the unknown fighter, sending blood flying. His expression hardening, he gritted his teeth, determined to withstand the barrage. Another brutal blow landed, sending Elpum skidding backward across the ground. Meanwhile, in a distant tavern, a patron wondered how the other man achieved such feats. Leaning closer, the man with the red bandana demanded to know how the fighter had overcome the mad poison mushroom, reminding his companion their boss wasn't present. The storyteller chuckled, offering to cover their drinks if he simply revealed his secret. He laughed, dismissing the request, explaining that such a unique skill couldn't simply be replicated by mere observation. The storyteller elaborated, describing a psychokinetic skill that absorbed and trapped air. He believed Elpum dead from the mushroom's poison, yet he'd drawn in all the widespread toxins. The red bandana man pressed, asking if it resembled kinesis's law of gravity. The storyteller, shrugging, replied it was nothing special, adding the tab was on him for the revelation, then wondered aloud what was truly broken. He laughed, agreeing, adding that his boss was simply far too overpowered. Back in the fray, the fighter was struck repeatedly by his unseen assailant. Each blow landed with brutal force, causing blood to erupt from his wounds. The unseen assault continued, forcing him to cough up blood, the impact nearly staggering him. Each strike landed with brutal efficiency, driving him further back. His unseen assailant prepared another attack, summoning glowing orbs of raw energy. But this time, Elpum was ready, meeting the onslaught with a blast of his own. A surge of purple energy erupted, signaling the immense power he was about to unleash. With a surge of will, he called forth a staff, its surface shimmering with a cool, blue light. Swinging the staff, he made the air itself crack under the force of the blow. Orange energy flared around him as he continued his assault, the staff a blur of motion. A cry of pain echoed, the unseen attacker finally struck by his relentless assault. His eye narrowed, focus burning with intense concentration. The staff continued its relentless barrage, each strike infused with searing orange energy. The air crackled, as the staff continued its relentless barrage. Moving with blinding speed, a cloaked figure launched a spinning blade attack directly at Lord Rockin. The attack connected, its force sending ripples of purple energy outwards. Following up, the unknown swordsman pressed his advantage, his sword now crackling with blue energy. The impact sent blood flying, causing him to reel from the blow's force. Not giving him a moment to recover, the unknown swordsman continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of orange energy. His hand glowing with intense heat, he prepared another devastating strike. His eye wide with pain and disbelief, he could only watch as the attack hurtled towards him. The orange energy intensified, the assailant's attack continuing to pummel his foe. Each blow carrying the force of a battering ram, the onslaught showed no sign of stopping. His hand radiating terrifying power, the unknown swordsman prepared to deliver the final blow. Staggering backward, Lord Rockin was left vulnerable, the attack's full force about to crash down. With a guttural cry, he unleashed a torrent of green energy from his outstretched hand. Focusing the energy through his staff, he fired a concentrated blast towards his opponent. The green energy surged, rapidly expanding to fill the entire room with an ominous glow. The spell took hold, manifesting a strange, ethereal room. But it was all a ruse, a feint to mask his true intentions. Realizing the deception, Lord Rockin gritted his teeth, preparing to turn the tables. Now show yourself. Gathering his own power, he channeled fierce orange energy, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack, vowing to end his foe. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of searing orange energy. Caught completely off guard, the unknown swordsman could only widen his eyes in disbelief as the attack hurtled towards him. The orange energy slammed into him, creating a cataclysmic explosion that threatened to tear the room apart. The fiery blast expanded rapidly, engulfing everything in its path. His face contorted with rage, he vowed vengeance, promising to tear his foe's limbs apart and scorch them. The forest burned around him, blood trickling from his lips. The unknown swordsman gritted his teeth against the pain. Staggering to his feet, he admitted to himself that he had grown careless. Elsewhere, a figure mused on the hidden power of the flame orb. The flame orb crackled with energy. As the orb hurtled towards him, the unknown swordsman realized he was slacking off. The orb exploded with devastating force. A gravely wounded man was supported by another, who called out, "Boss." A blade of pure energy slashed through the air. The unknown swordsman was struck, the blow's force staggering him. His vision blurred as the blade found its mark. A woman shouted, protesting that Elpum couldn't fight alone and demanding to stop being ordered around. The battle took a grim turn, blood splattering across the chaotic scene. A fatal blow landed, the unknown swordsman impaled by a piercing arrow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, monstrous feet approached with heavy thuds. A horde of green hobs appeared, armed and ready for a brutal fight. One of the creatures prepared to fire its crossbow. Seeing the approaching monsters, Elpum wondered aloud why they hadn't appeared sooner. Captain Kieran, recognizing them as green hobs, urged focus. "We'll clean them up here," she declared, warning against underestimation. The green hobs proved even more menacing than their appearance suggested. One of them easily shattered a wooden structure. A voice observed, noting a particularly creepy one among them. A close-up revealed the menacing face of a green hob. In a fiery landscape, heavy panting echoed. Confident of victory, Crocus strode from the battlefield, wondering if his damned scoundrel foe was finally dead. But the fight wasn't over. Blood trickled down his face, a clear sign of damage taken. A sudden, brutal attack left him reeling, impaled and gasping for air. Despite the searing pain, he acknowledged Elpum wasn't half bad, regretting not learning his name before the final blow. Far from defeated, Elpum stood ready, eyes burning. Ignoring the pain, Crocus continued his retreat. Frustration boiled over, as he refused to believe what was happening. Planting his foot, he prepared for another attack. With a sinister grin, he declared Elpum would never hear another name in his life. But his bravado crumbled, calling Elpum a cockroach, admitting he had given up. Despite his injuries, Elpum's eyes burned with fierce determination. Ready to turn the tide, he prepared to use a magic stone, realizing defeating Crocus would be tough in his current circle. The antagonist coughed, mocking Elpum as an absolute madman for trying to circle up by absorbing a magic stone. He continued his taunt, believing true knowledge came from countless experiences, not mere stones. But Elpum simply replied, a quiet yeah. The antagonist was shocked, barely uttering huh, as he realized something was amiss. Elpum assured him not to worry, stating he had plenty of what his opponent needed. Focusing his energy, he prepared to unleash the magic stone's raw power. Crocus, now visibly alarmed, questioned who Elpum was trying to scare with such mere trickery. With a fierce yell, Elpum launched his attack, screaming a vow of lethal intent. The attack's force sent him reeling, his expression contorted in pain and disbelief. Elpum's eyes narrowed, the words "fire arrow" echoing in the air. The fire arrow struck the antagonist with devastating force, engulfing him in flames. Channeling his power, energy gathered in Elpum's fist, a promise of destruction. Forming into a fiery projectile, the attack stood ready to be unleashed. With incredible speed, the fire arrow hurtled toward its unsuspecting target. The fire arrow found its mark, engulfing Crocus in a devastating explosion of flames, causing him to cry out in pain. His hands still glowing with residual energy, Elpum watched the inferno he had unleashed. The flames raged, consuming everything in their path. Through the fire, his eye reflected the sheer agony of the moment. Trapped in a vortex of fire, he struggled against the overwhelming heat. The fire arrow burned with blinding intensity, a beacon of destruction. His back turned, Crocus was left smoking and severely injured. A close-up revealed the extent of the damage, his face contorted in unimaginable pain. The sound of impact echoed, a testament to the attack's raw force. The fire arrow connected, unleashing a maelstrom of pure destruction. The force of the blast rippled outwards, a shockwave of heat and energy. Consuming everything in its path, the landscape became a sea of roaring flames. His face streaked with soot, Elpum surveyed the devastation he had wrought. A strangled gasp escaped Crocus, as he lay broken amidst the inferno. Engulfed in flames, he could barely think, one thought surfacing. he never learned his opponent's name. A massive, reptilian foot slammed down, shaking the very earth with its monstrous weight. Nearby, a hulking orc warrior raised his axe, poised to strike. The ancient forest stood silent, its trees awaiting the coming, inevitable battle. The masked figure stood ready, his gleaming armor reflecting the dim light. Holding his wounded companion, Elpum, close, he realized the situation had gone terribly awry. The blonde-haired warrior raised a fiery axe, his face contorted in a fierce battle cry. Swinging the blazing weapon, he bellowed a defiant challenge. 16, 17. Blocking an orc's attack, Elpum wondered how his companion defeated such monsters so easily. His eyes glowing with power, the warrior declared it simple, reading their attack patterns like an open book. The monstrous orc was struck down, defeated by an unseen, devastating force. Raising his staff high, another hulking orc prepared to unleash a devastating spell. With a guttural shout of 18, the creature channeled raw, volatile magical energy. The very air crackled with power as the destructive spell began to take form. The raw energy intensified, building to a terrifying crescendo of destructive force. The spell erupted, sending powerful shockwaves through the surrounding forest. His eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, the orc watched as his devastating magic unfolded. The staff glowed with unholy light as the creature prepared to deliver the final, crushing blow. He wondered how such a monster was able to cast such a powerful spell. Clutching his wounded side, Elpum realized the situation had gone terribly awry. Hoping his companion was still alive, the warrior knew he must hide, then join him. The blast's force sent him flying backward, slamming the warrior against a sturdy tree. A guttural roar tore through the air as a hulking orc charged forward, its weapon raised high. Swarming from all sides, the blonde-haired warrior found himself beset by the green-skinned horde. Overwhelmed by attackers, he was sent flying backward, crashing hard to the unforgiving ground. Springing back to his feet, the masked figure retaliated with a blinding flash, his blade arcing through the air. Catching his breath, he gritted his teeth, knowing a one-on-one fight was doable, but the pain was overwhelming. With a defiant yell, the warrior unleashed a torrent of energy, a devastating blast erupting from his very being. Another orc bellowed, raising a massive fist as if to challenge the warrior's might. The warrior was engulfed in a sea of fire, thinking, if only that monster wasn't here. The flames licked at his armor, but he stood firm, ready to face whatever came next. Charging forward once more, he cut down the remaining orcs with swift, decisive strikes. The battlefield was consumed by a final, earth-shattering explosion, leaving only scorched earth in its wake. From the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes gleamed, and a chilling laugh echoed through the smoke. Amidst the fiery, ravaged landscape, a silent question hung in the air. Wounded but resolute, Elpum stood ready, his gaze unwavering. A woman in gleaming armor watched, her voice rising in an exclamation about someone's remarkably bushy hair. Elpum's brow furrowed deeply, preparing himself for the inevitable onslaught of the next attack. With a guttural yell, he unleashed a powerful, spinning strike. The horde of orcs, a surging green tide, roared as it pressed forward. Facing the green menace head-on, he stood his ground resolutely. Charging ahead fearlessly, he swiftly closed the distance. His weapon crackled with yellow energy, cleaving through the first orc with brutal force. The relentless attack continued, a crimson arc cutting through the air. Striking with brutal force, he felled yet another foe. But then, a chilling sight emerged, an orc with eyes burning a malevolent red. The last adventurer, Elpum, unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating the orcs in a blazing inferno. Caught in the chaos, the female knight was sent flying backward from the blast's immense force. Observing the carnage, an orc in a red hood wondered if this display was truly from a first circle mage. With eyes glowing with fierce determination, he prepared to strike again, his staff crackling with fiery energy. The flames engulfed another orc, its face contorted in a silent, agonizing scream. The adventurer's fire magic continued its relentless assault, leaving nothing but ashes in its destructive wake. The female knight was sent hurtling through the air, a helpless victim of the battle's brutal intensity. Spinning wildly through the air, she struggled desperately to regain her footing. Another orc was consumed by the flames, its agonizing cries lost in the deafening roar of the inferno. The orc in the red hood stumbled back, blood trickling from its wounds as it recoiled from the heat. The flames rose higher, engulfing the orc in the red hood in a final, searing embrace. Turning to the fallen knight, Elpum commanded her to stand back, declaring he would face the remaining enemies alone. With the knight still reeling from the previous attack, the brutal battle raged on. A guttural cry echoed as a massive wave of fire erupted. The flames billowed, consuming everything relentlessly in their destructive path. The inferno crashed into the knight, engulfing her in a blinding explosion. A pained groan escaped as the hooded figure was caught in the fiery blast. At the heart of the inferno, a swirling vortex of fire intensified dramatically. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant blue energy pierced through the flames, cutting through the inferno. The blue energy slammed into Elpum, sending him hurtling backward with immense force. Staggering, he cried out in pain, his face streaked with dirt and fresh blood. A hand glowed with an eerie blue light, crackling with raw, untamed power. The figure clutched a staff wreathed in fire, blue energy swirling around his hand. Landing amidst the chaos, the masked figure declared, "Looks like I'm not late." A monstrous roar ripped through the ancient forest, its chilling echo reverberating. 3 days without word. The situation was growing increasingly dire, a palpable tension settling. He had thought taking it easy would be a good idea for once, yet this ordeal left him uneasy, base-guarding quests never suiting his restless spirit. Something was happening, causing him to wonder what all the commotion could possibly be about. Suddenly, a terrifying red portal tore open the very fabric of the sky. Stunned by the sight, he could only utter a single, disbelieving word. What? From its crimson depths, monstrous figures began to emerge. The looming threat was undeniable, a palpable terror. The situation had become critical, prompting someone to shout for a bishop to be brought immediately. Kite was ordered to report immediately, while Ronko learned of survivors and the gate's destruction, realizing the subjugation must have failed. Survivors? He wondered, a flicker of hope. Then, a sudden, disorienting jolt. Finding himself in an unfamiliar place, he heard a voice murmur, "You're finally awake. This place is..." His voice booming, a man with a scarred face declared, "Listen up. From now on, answer my questions. In this gate subjugation, composed of only the aces of each merchant group, only you 3 from the Gaper merchants survived." His expression pained. Elpam asked, "Just what happened inside the gate?" "We were the only ones." The scarred man responded, "I had my doubts, but as I thought, everyone did die. Answer properly, unless you want to lose that life you barely regained." His eyes widening in disbelief, he exclaimed, "A demon?" A voice then requested, "Could I borrow a pen and paper? Let me draw it for you." The distinct sound of scratching filled the tense silence. The scarred man remained silent, his gaze unreadable. His gaze narrowed, a silent intensity in his eyes. The news of the gate's catastrophic events had spread like wildfire, eliciting a reaction of utter disbelief. The scale of the disaster was hard to fathom. 100 elites from each merchant group, all wiped out. The murmurs grew louder, as the assembled representatives struggled to accept such a force could be defeated in a red gate. Representative of the Sky Trade Union, Toriel, clenched his fist, revealing his own cousin had been among the fallen party. Someone then presented a detailed drawing of a grotesque green hob. The talk turned to the monster's nature, specifically green hobs, and their rumored use of items and high intelligence. The implications were clear. 100 men should have been more than enough, yet it certainly wasn't easy. The news proved too much for him. He refused to accept such a devastating outcome. Representative of the Gold Ritchie Trade Union, Franco, raised a gloved hand, doubting Natasha could be defeated by such creatures. Someone asked what he was trying to say, wondering if he was truly that clueless. His expression darkened, insisting it made no sense unless a backstabber had emerged from the inside. The conversation turned to suspicion, considering a change of heart or premeditated act, noting the 3 survivors shared the same affiliation. The man with the eye patch cut off the rising tension, stating, "There's enough nonsense." Another member, with a neatly trimmed mustache, retorted, asking if he suggested their trade union's explorers were worse than gapers. The blond man laughed, claiming they were up and coming, and ranks would change, so they'd better grip their position. A close-up revealed a man's face, his expression dark, silently pleading for the argument to just end. Clearing his throat, the blond man asked, seeing their heated words, if they possessed some sort of proof. The man with the eye patch scoffed, stating no items were looted from the gate, thus offering no motive behind them. A red-haired man spoke up, announcing they'd be heading back, thanking them for their healing. Another figure responded simply, a curt, "Yeah," escaping his lips. Looking at the departing group, Ronko wondered if it was truly fine to send them off like this. The red-haired man replied, asking if everything was now concluded. The forest path stretched ahead, silent and still, beckoning them onward. The group continued their journey, leaving the dense forest behind them. The blonde adventurer was asked what he was waiting for. The scene shifted to a flashback, revealing the battle's aftermath. The Black Mage's followers and the Green Hob colony wiped out. Someone wondered if they should just discard all obtained items, injure each other, and leave the gate. The scene shifted once again, abruptly. Someone recalled saying they should defeat the boss and drop the item, but the item he possessed was a phoenix feather. This feather, unlike other artifacts, not only boosted fire spell destructiveness by 30%, but its potent effects also uniquely stacked. The blonde adventurer, Elpom, was sharply reminded of his own suggestion to discard such items, knowing that leaving the gate with undeclared artifacts would invite accusations of trolling. He pondered why explorers in his past life had been annihilated within this very gate, despite discovering the escape route. Finally understanding the reason, he recognized this as an unexpected boon, resolving to secure it at all costs, abandoning petty greed to adhere to their original plan. A simple, bewildered inquiry hung heavy in the air between them. The snail pet, unlike its monstrous kin, was non-aggressive, possessing a peculiar habit of sniffing out and collecting various items. Its unique characteristic was a shell that expanded proportionally with the number of items it absorbed. Holding the snail pet, Elpom recalled this creature's discovery only after the gates opened in his previous life. The small creature emitted a soft, curious sound. Within its grasp, the snail pet held a phoenix feather. A voice broke the silence, marveling at how the feather was smuggled out. "How did you master that, snail?" She continued, a hint of impatience in her tone. I followed your instructions precisely. What's next? Don't worry. The scene shifted to a hushed forest, where two figures walked, their hushed discussions centered on infiltrating the Cygnus Knights with utmost caution. Elpam glanced down at the peculiar snail pet. A voice murmured that their allies should have arrived, suggesting they simply wait and observe. Grim news arrived. The Jinnies Trade Union, Mardia Assembly, and Dig Merchants were annihilated, including Gold Richie, El Nido, and Sky. The subjugation had failed. The subjugation failed, annihilated by the boss monster, with only 3 Gaper merchants barely escaping the carnage. Though suspicions of trolling arose, they focused on those merchants, who were ultimately cleared due to insufficient evidence, leaving him and his group untouched. Despite the mission's failure, he was granted permission to prepare for the next operation. Despite lingering suspicions, he was assured they remained undetected. A voice uttered a bewildered, pardon? Their strategy involved eliminating all other parties before the boss raid. If so, the 3 survivors must have met William, yet Elpam's testimony made no mention of it. Why would group members hide? Unless he realized the mastermind wasn't a mere merchant group, but rather the followers of a far more sinister power. What if their true intention was to reveal the return of the Black Mage's followers, the only party aware? Impossible. If true, the situation is dire. They must extract all infiltrated members from other merchant groups before further exposure, perceiving this as an invitation. A chilling chuckle echoed. Is this truly their invitation? The masked figure mused. How interesting. Very well. I shall accept, but the stage must change. As lightning crackled across the sky, a voice whispered of a dark invitation, promising they might become the 101st guest. The storm raged on, illuminating a colossal, grotesque form, writhing with an unholy, palpable energy. Living in absolute poverty, where a life worthy of a human was considered an unattainable luxury. Powerless, he could only watch his younger sister suffer daily from the black blood disease, even missing the death of his only family. For him, this place had always been a living hell. A voice cut through the silence. So, someone was still around, huh? It offered. You look like you need help. Want some? He spat a bitter curse, telling them to simply fuck off. That was his first encounter with Aaron. A guttural roar echoed, shattering the quiet. The battle's aftermath was a gruesome sight, bodies strewn across blood-soaked ground. A triumphant voice rang out. All right, I'm first place. Surrounded by comrades, Devo was met with playful mockery. Only if you were 30 seconds faster. Looks like our dishwashers decided. Devo, you're too flashy. Captain Kieran, a woman with braided white hair, observed the scene. Everything's settled. Great work. Shall we get going? Standing atop a mountain of corpses, Elpam gazed into the distance. Reflecting on the past, he mused. 1 year. That was enough time to completely change my sense of values. He recalled, and naturally, helping her became my sole goal. Devo retorted, that's because my condition isn't at its best, you know? Yeah, the almighty Devo can't be this weak. A comrade replied, because you're the self-proclaimed disciple of Aaron. But shouldn't you work harder if you want her acknowledgement? Shannon, a woman with long black hair, asked, is this the right way? Captain Kieran responded, judging from my brother's mark, this looks correct. The group entered a cavernous area, the atmosphere shifting. So this sort of place existed under the El Nath Mountains. A desperate plea echoed through the empty room. Aaron explained the dead mine's deeper areas were too dangerous for her alone, and no one else would join her. She needed strength to find her brother, but the white-haired woman stated she was barking up the wrong tree, not taking individual requests. She continued, arguing that taking her along was inefficient. She'd be a nuisance with only third-circle skills. The captain added there was no guarantee her brother lived, suggesting another explorer. Apologizing, the girl insisted they were her last hope. Iburu, a man with a scarred cheek, declared his intent to help, taking responsibility for the child's safety, asking the captain to reconsider. A sword lay on the ground, surrounded by an ominous red glow. The scene shifted to a cave entrance, spears sticking from the ground. The cave entrance was bathed in a fiery red light. Looking down at the corpse, Aaron confirmed it was not her big brother. A flashback began. It's a relief for now. A voice mused, wondering how he died here. The wounds weren't monstrous, and he'd been dead a week. If he remembered correctly, this person was. The battle intensified, a shockwave of raw force erupting outwards. Caught in the blast, the hooded swordsman was sent flying, struggling to maintain his footing. The monstrous form of Zakum loomed large, its glowing green eyes piercing the chaos. Another figure hurtled through the air, a testament to its raw power. With a devastating strike, the creature sent the swordsman crashing down, the impact shaking the very ground. Summoning his strength, the swordsman erected a shimmering blue barrier, hoping to withstand the onslaught. But its assault was relentless, a torrent of blue energy slamming against the fragile defense. Spotting an opening, Devo shouted, "We'll be attacking from the left." Gathering magical energy, a figure prepared to unleash a counterattack, a swirling vortex of purple power forming. With a determined grin, Iburu charged forward, weapon raised high. Let's quickly finish this. Skidding across the battlefield, the swordsman narrowly avoided another crushing blow, the ground tearing beneath him. The monstrous Zakum towered over them, ready to unleash another wave of destruction. Watching the battle unfold, Captain Kirin's expression was one of concern. The air crackled with residual energy. Catching his breath, Iburu couldn't believe what had just happened. The unknown swordsman observed the scene, acknowledging its immense strength. A muffled gasp escaped someone's lips, followed by a chilling discovery. Iburu was beside himself, exclaiming Shannon shouldn't have gone in alone, wondering why she moved by herself. Devo urged everyone to stay alert, sensing an even more powerful energy from inside. Someone questioned if something else was inside, though they couldn't tell from here. They sensed a powerful, dangerous being. Devo vowed to retrieve her, reminding the others of his responsibility for her safety, and ordering them to guard their position. Captain Kirin urged him to calm, recalling Aaron's instruction to wait. Iburu's eyes widened, declaring he would accompany him, regardless of the entity within. He asserted it posed a threat to the Maple world, a danger he was bound to prevent. A voice then questioned their agreement, urging all to hasten and depart. Deep within fiery depths, the air crackled with heat, and the very ground trembled. The landscape unfolded as a hellscape, painted in stark shades of orange and red. An ominous, dark presence lingered, a palpable sense of dread hanging heavy in the air. Chains bound a gnarled tree, its branches reaching skyward like skeletal, grasping fingers. At the tree's base, a figure sat motionless. Scanning the scene, a voice cried out, "Over there, that's Shannon." She knelt beside a body, sorrow etched upon her face. "Wait, a corpse? Yes, this is my big brother." A wave of emotion washed over him, his eyes reflecting determination and despair. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Of all things. Shannon, stay there, I'll come get you." A sinister smile spread across Shannon's face. "So you followed me, Devo? I knew you'd come." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Because, you're kind. But I can't go back." "What?" A voice echoed, "Damn it. You know the meaning of Zakam? It means Tree of the Demon." Many believed the moving statue was Zakam, yet it was merely an object possessed. The true Zakam was this massive tree. Devo, enraged, shouted, "Shannon, what are you saying? You all still must fight the real one." Shannon replied, "Thank you for telling us. To think it had a different true form." Devo, determined, vowed to chop down that demonic tree, assuring her not to worry. She calmly replied, "For now, it's best you leave. It's dangerous. You might be crushed by the falling tree. Or is there something you aren't done with?" A close-up of her eye revealed a sinister glint, implying her own brother was the sacrifice. Her expression shifted to manic glee. "You still haven't understood what I've said, right? It's already started." Her hand glowed with malevolent red energy, as a voice boomed, "The moment you all stepped foot in here." Devo looked on in horror, realizing Zakam was a possessing entity, its control extending beyond mere statues. Shannon's expression hardened with pure malice, as the ritual intensified. Dark energy swirled around her, the ritual reaching its terrifying peak. The energy coalesced, bringing Shannon's dark plan to fruition. The ground trembled, and a guttural sound echoed through the chamber. Staggering back, Iburu could only choke out a single name, wondering what had just happened. Her eyes burning with rage, Shannon's voice echoed a chilling promise, vengeance for her fallen friends. A manic laugh escaped her lips, declaring him a mere target for their vengeance. Her expression hardening, she announced it was time for the finale. Power gathered around her, the air crackling with fiery energy. The energy coalesced, forming a massive, imposing figure. The figure towered over the battlefield, ready to unleash its full might. A sinister smile spread across her face, as Shannon proclaimed all would be done for the Black Mage. Her hand outstretched, the ritual neared its completion. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. His face contorted in worry, Devo wondered if she had been possessed by Zakam. Urgency lacing her voice, Captain Kyrie shouted at him to act less helpless, to finish her quickly, insisting this was no longer the Miria he knew. The air thrummed with palpable tension. Adrenaline surged through their veins. A powerful swing was about to be unleashed. This attack, Aaron's basic strike, initiated her devastating combo techniques. Sweat beading on his brow, Devo cursed under his breath. The air shimmering, he realized his own grave mistake. Her eyes wide with pain and determination, Captain Kyrie declared this was her fault for gathering them here. With a ferocious cry, he prepared to strike. The unknown swordsman lay injured, blood dripping from his mouth, believing himself responsible for this plight. As the masked figure continued his assault, he whispered an apology to Miria. The wounded swordsman reeled in shock. The masked assailant pressed his attack. Still, the swordsman remained in disbelief. With a sinister grin, the masked figure declared he would leave Aaron to him. Aaron retaliated with a powerful strike. Unleashing her true power, she questioned if this was his real form. A monstrous entity suddenly appeared. She immediately attacked the monster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Aaron was shocked. With a surge of power, Aaron rocketed forward, a crimson aura blazing around her. The impact's force sent shockwaves rippling outwards, a testament to her raw strength. The monster reeled, its armored hide cracking under the relentless assault. Her voice ringing with determination, she declared her intent to destroy it. Unleashing another devastating blow, Aaron pressed the attack relentlessly. A primal scream tearing from her throat, she channeled every ounce of her being into the fight. Her power surged, a torrent of energy focused on a single, devastating point. The monster was bombarded with strikes, its defenses crumbling under the sheer force. Each hit landed with earth-shattering force, the ground trembling beneath the onslaught. Watching the display of power, a figure gritted his teeth, muttering about the need for a perfect show. Drawing her blade, Eren prepared to deliver the final blow. With a final, decisive strike, her sword pierced through the monster's defenses. Still locked in combat, Eren stood firm, ready for what came next. The statue observed, noting that it seemed only he remained. The monster reeled, blood splattering across the ground. Despite the damage, it would not go down without a fight. A pained cry escaped, as someone called to Devo, wondering if it was him, urging Eren to hurry. The figure snarled, demanding to be killed before he could do something worse. Grip tightening on his sword, he apologized to Devo. A twisted smile spread across his face, deciding this was the only way. Reflecting on his actions, he believed this was the price for his idiocy, for everyone. Urgency rising, Eren was told to do it now. Eyes wide with determination, the figure stood ready. A gasp escaped, as Dinev's name was uttered, followed by a desperate question of why. The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield, where the fallen form of someone familiar lay amidst the destruction. Weakly, she wondered, my sister? What's happening? Who did this to Dinev? A voice, filled with fury, echoed through the carnage. His face contorted in rage, Shuden gritted his teeth. How dare you kill my sister? An all-consuming, unforgivable rage boiled within him. The ground trembled violently, a massive force descending from above. Shuden was struck, reeling from the devastating blow. A storm of attacks erupted around him, a whirlwind of pure destruction. His eyes burning with fury, he prepared to unleash his vengeance. The air crackled with raw energy, as he channeled his burning rage. His face a mask of fury, Shuden spat, cursing their stupidly good sense. The battle intensified, a symphony of clashing steel and raw, unleashed power. Fueled by rage, Eren leaped into the air, her axe crackling with blue energy. The weapon pulsed, ready to deliver a devastating blow, a silent, however, echoing. With a mighty swing, she unleashed a crescent of pure, destructive energy. The arc hurtled forward, slamming into the colossal stone behemoth. A primal scream tore from her throat, as she continued her relentless assault. Her eyes burned with fury, a crimson fire reflecting the intensity of Eren's attack. The axe connected, and a cataclysmic explosion of ice erupted from the point of impact. The force of the blow lifted the stone giant, sending it spiraling into the air. Not giving it a chance to recover, she unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Each strike chipped away at the monster's rocky hide, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Gathering the last of her strength, Eren prepared to deliver the final blow, a fierce, let's end this, escaping her lips. With a final, earth-shattering strike, the stone monster shattered into a million pieces. Eren unleashed a powerful skill, the air crackling with blue energy and ancient runes. The force of the blast slammed into Devo with brutal force, catching him in its wake. Sent flying backwards, he was thrown violently through the air. Gritting his teeth, Devo cursed himself, knowing this was his only chance to keep going. Her voice laced with regret, Eren apologized to him. Magical energy swirling around her, she continued her relentless assault. Chains of light bound the air around her, intensifying her magic's power. Struggling to his feet, Devo wondered what had just happened, and about Zakkum. A grim smile spread across his face. He was finally up, a profound relief. He thought he'd be leaving without a proper farewell. Someone cried out for Eren, begging her not to leave him. His hand outstretched, her voice echoed disbelief, questioning why he was struck down. Standing over him, Devo reminded him they had failed once before, 8 centuries ago. He insisted he was no longer needed to stop the Black Mage, claiming his talent now surpassed his own. Tears welling, he cried out, denying he could ever become like her, even if it took his life. With a faint smile, Eren entrusted Maple World to him. She was sure he would do great. Since that moment, Devo heard voices, remembering he was her only disciple, urging him to get a hold of himself. And so she died. He had to tell her friends, the heroes, this devastating news. Thus, he set off again, for there was no place for him in this world without Eren. It was hell. He failed to protect the newfound purpose he had finally regained. Standing amidst the flames, he couldn't atone for the sins he'd committed. The scene burned around him, a constant reminder that this place was always engulfing. He couldn't even fulfill the request made by Eren. The flames continued to rise, consuming everything in their path. The inferno raged, a searing symbol of his failure. A sharp intake of breath, and he was awake. Lying in bed, he tried to shake off the lingering tendrils of a nightmare. A concerned voice called out, asking if he was finally awake. The speaker had worried when he wouldn't stir, despite no injuries, wondering if he'd been having a nightmare. Sitting up in bed, he wondered if the unsettling experience had been merely a dream, unable to recall any specifics. From outside the door, another voice called, questioning the unexpected visitor's identity. The speaker then urged him to come out, announcing a guest had arrived. Getting out of bed, he pondered who could possibly be here for him. Hearing the plan was moving forward, and that he needed to hurry, Jean was then asked if he ever took a day off, having just rested. Deciding to forget it, someone then inquired about changes to their plan, adding a request to borrow roughly 200,000 mesos. The request met with immediate refusal. A silent question hung heavy in the air between them. Elpham learned grim details. The masked figure's thoughts, however, betrayed a deeper scheme, his true intentions veiled. Pressing the explorer for intel, he reminded him payment hinged on information, then asked if Elpham needed mesos. Reaching into his pocket, he prepared to settle his debts. A stack of bills appeared, as he insisted on repaying his debts first. The masked figure's eyes narrowed, hearing 2 million mesos would cover everything owed. Surprised by the sum, he wondered how Elpham amassed such wealth, realizing a hidden income source. He mused if Elpham sought top price for intel, then congratulated him on becoming a free explorer. Clasping his hands, the masked figure suggested a new contract was only right. Elpham then proposed a staggering 50 million mesos for the contract. The masked figure reacted instantly, disbelieving the sum. 50 million? He thought Elpham insane. Then, he tapped his fingers, considering the audacious offer. Looking down, the figure appeared to be calculating. The scene shifted, a voice inquiring about the outcome. The masked figure explained his refusal, having heard the contract's price, then asked Elpham's demand. The other figure, shocked, questioned the boss's sanity, but he simply replied, nope. Someone commented on his impulsive nature, wondering why they were suddenly here. The scene shifted again, revealing the grim slum ground. A voice narrated its past glory as Lith Harbor's thriving heart, now just old talk. Now, it served as a criminal haven, likely Victoria Island's worst place. A figure plummeted through the air. Chaos erupted, several figures clashing in a flurry of motion within the dim light. A swift kick blurred past, hinting at a rapid, brutal exchange. One combatant was sent flying, the blow's impact evident in their trajectory. Observing the brawl, antagonist Devo remarked, unfazed, that this place never changed. His face contorted in anguish, another man cried out, begging his dear brothers for support against accusations. Desperation etched on his face, he pleaded for help. His voice rising in disbelief, he questioned his accuser's sanity, scoffing at such a transparent ploy. As his foot came down, he remarked on the good timing, questioning if his accuser truly believed him. His face a mask of fury, antagonist Devo accused a younger brother of stealing and selling his item. Hand outstretched, demanding payment. He declared he'd free the thief if they paid him 3 million mesos. His voice dripping with sarcasm, he questioned if they saw him steal it, accusing them of targeting innocents. His rage boiling, he threatened the accuser, suggesting they harbored a death wish. The hulking figure scoffed, unimpressed. 3 million mesos? He repeated, questioning the amount. Cutting him off, Elpham declared he would pay the debt, ordering the man to scram. The other man stared, shocked, wondering at such an unexpected gesture. Narrowing his eyes, he remained resolute. The man with the top not considered the situation, then gestured for him to follow. He asked if he was there to recruit him, questioning the mesos. Elpham replied he had none for now. That was all he possessed earlier. The man inquired if he belonged to any merchant groups, but he confirmed he did not. Clearly annoyed, the man demanded the 3 million mesos, asking who had authorized him to pay. Elpham retorted that they had paid themselves, leaving the man in disbelief. He explained that, seeing how far they had come, they should grasp his capabilities, thus warranting a fitting price. The man then suggested a special discount, joining his party for the small price of 3 million mesos. A voice shouted, demanding to be led at this fucker. A new figure appeared, introducing himself as Beiju of the Kania merchants, asking for Sir Elpham. The last explorer's gaze intensified. A voice cut through the silence. Kania merchants? I am Elpham. Beiju bowed slightly, explaining, I'd hoped to pay proper respects, but time was short. Forgive my rudeness. Continuing without pause, he stated, as such, I'll get straight to the point. We wish to scout your party. A sinister smile spread across his face as he elaborated. Of course, a formal test awaits, subjugating a gate. His expression expectant, he asked, would you like to join? A subtle smirk played on Elpham's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the offer. Beiju stated, the subjugation begins at midnight, 3 days from now. I wish you good luck. He presented a stack of documents, prompting a subordinate to exclaim, we lucked out, boss. The documents floated in the air, seemingly weightless. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he held the documents, his expression one of pure glee. He explained, here's the contract payment. It lasts 1 year, and I'll give you 7 million mesos if we subjugate the gate. A man in the background blurted, huh? What? W8 boss? Demanding to know if he was mad, someone questioned spending 10 million mesos on such scum, wondering what remained. Telling them to shut it. Another declared they were merely upholding their promise. As lightning flashed, a voice remarked on the wonderful weather for entering the gate. Mentioning 5 parties totaling 50 members, someone asked if that was enough to clear it. Grumbling about the ragtag bunches, someone noted less profit for them. As everyone knew, the gate was revealed to be orange grade. Believing its difficulty sufficient, it was noted that a maximum of 50 members with 3 scars were allowed. He reflected on the situation, expecting the Kania merchants to reach out, but never hear. Observing the surroundings, he noted this place had been used before. With a determined gaze, he decided there would be no changes to the plan. A party member reminded everyone to signal for reassembly once the second gate was found. A diagram illustrated gates composed of multiple configurations by color, each representing a different gate within. Aaron explained an orange gate had 2 compositions, meaning 2 explorations. The second gate's interior differed completely in regions and monsters from the first. Devo voiced his concern, deeming Elpum a mere greenhorn. Elpum, however, sharply cut him off, making it clear he would not be underestimated. He retorted, arguing that while recruitment was one thing, it didn't dictate their hierarchy, suggesting skill should determine their leader. A sinister smile spread across his face, sizing up the greedy sort before him. He decided the party leader would be determined by contribution to this gate's subjugation. Devo smirked, believing he had outmaneuvered him, already anticipating his rise as party leader. Standing before the gate, Aaron and he exchanged glances, sensing things were about to become very interesting. Then, with a final nod, the voice wished them all luck. Standing before a massive, pulsating gate, the group prepared to face the unknown, one of them remarking that the ordeal was finally beginning. Scoffing, he wondered if they mistook this for a picnic, declaring he wouldn't tolerate any greenhorns, and demanding they bring forth the challenge. Another voice questioned the obvious outcome, stating his refusal to engage in any endeavor that yielded no profit. A third voice grumbled, questioning the boss's choice in recruiting such a man. Another remarked, the tension in the air now thick and suffocating, thanks to the preceding exchange. Suddenly, a cyclopean monster overwhelmed an adventurer, striking them down as they cried out for aid. Amidst the chaos, a voice shouted, urging everyone to focus and maintain formations, warning of certain defeat should they scatter. A desperate warning cry echoed, "Run, it's the evil eyes." The monster's massive foot came crashing down, slamming into the adventurer with brutal, bone-shattering force. Caught completely off guard, he could only stare up at the towering creature, shock and disbelief etched across his face. What the hell is this? Its maw opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, a deafening roar tearing through the very air itself. But before the monster could press its advantage, Aaron intervened, her blade crackling with golden energy, unleashing a furious assault. The monster recoiled, yet the relentless barrage continued, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap. Watching the fight unfold, one adventurer struggled to remain calm, the dire situation prompting a panicked thought. The gate entrance is at the pack's center? The monster's enraged shriek echoed through the forest, flames erupting around it, adding to the escalating chaos. Dodging the flames, Aaron continued her assault, her mind racing with questions. No, the evil eyes didn't swarm the entrance like this before. This pattern is different from my previous life. Gathering her energy, she prepared to unleash a truly devastating attack. With a mighty roar, she struck again, her blade a blur of furious motion. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, the monster reeling from the impact. Seeing her chance, Aaron prepared to strike the final blow, whispering, "Again." Dodging the grotesque beast's snapping jaws, she realized its movements were utterly impossible to predict. Another monster lunged, forcing her to evade its snapping, cavernous maw. A third monster joined the fray, its claws tearing through the air, aiming for the night. Purple energy crackled around the monsters, as they unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. With a burst of speed, Aaron countered, her blade glowing with fierce, orange energy. The monsters were driven back, yet they continued their relentless, furious assault. Her sword flashed, becoming a whirlwind of steel against the encroaching horde. Orange energy flared, as she cleaved through yet another monster. The monster's attacks grew more frantic, but Aaron stood firm. With a final surge of power, she unleashed a truly devastating blow. A bloodied figure watched the battle unfold, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. 2 outs for the greenhorn, and 1 for the tight ass. Krokta, the man now identified, raised a hand wreathed in blue energy, a sinister grin spreading across his scarred face. Thrilling as always. No need to thank me. Keeping up appearances, he seemed content to remain lurking in the shadows. Taking a beating, she gritted her teeth, admitting this third circle was proving a different beast altogether. The monster roars, its lethal intent echoing across the battlefield. Each blow landed with devastating force, the impact sending shockwaves through the very ground. The air crackled with raw energy, the creature unleashing another furious barrage of attacks. Its movements seemed erratic, yet Krokta noted that was the extent of its cunning. Turning his attention back, the observer remarked the 2 greenhorns were finished, leaving only one. Elpum's fire arrow and psychokinesis had certainly captured the Cania merchant's keen attention. The monster continued its assault, prompting him to muse that its speed far surpassed hers. The monster's attack intensified, its raw power growing more potent with each strike. Taking the full brunt of the assault, Aaron struggled desperately to remain on her feet. Witnessing the scene, he found it immensely useful. 50 million mesos was no small sum. Given the merchant's attitude, he mused, they might even offer him more later. A glint in his eye, Krokta watched the chaotic battle unfold. Holding a glowing gem, he envisioned himself swimming in riches once this was done. Coins and gems piled up, a glittering reward for his calculated efforts. Meanwhile, Aaron was struck by an unseen force, the monster seemingly reveling in its power. A dark purple energy slammed into her, violently knocking her backward. A monstrous figure loomed, its voice booming. "This is exhilarating." Coughing blood, she was struck by a spiky object. What was this new attack? Before the monster could press its advantage, a masked figure intervened, delivering a swift kick. The masked figure wondered at the underhanded attack, challenging the monster. Are you picking a fight? Crocta watched, thinking, no need to thank him. What kind of nonsense? Blue energy beams rained down, striking the spiky monster relentlessly. Continuing his assault, he unleashed another devastating blow. Following the initial strike, a barrage of arrows rained down, seeking to overwhelm the enemy. Adding to the chaos, a surge of blue energy erupted, promising further destruction. Eyes glowing with power, he channeled the potent energy, directing it with deadly precision. His gaze hardening, he wondered if the true enemy lurked nearby. Before the masked figure could react, the monsters launched a swift counterattack, catching him off guard. The blow's force sent streaks of blue energy flying, as the monsters pressed their advantage. The monster's attack connected with brutal force, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Eyes narrowing, he was clearly displeased by this sudden turn of events. From the shadows, Elpum took aim, a flaming arrow notched and ready to fly. The archer released the fiery projectile, sending it hurtling towards its unsuspecting target. The arrow found its mark, exploding in a searing burst of flames. Having blocked the assault with an evil eye, the masked figure retaliated with a genius idea and bold execution. But then, a sudden, chilling realization dawned upon Elpum. It was coming from the other side, a barrage of blue energy arrows hurtling directly toward him. The energy exploded around him, its concussive force threatening to overwhelm his very being. The brutal impact drove him back, a savage force tearing at him. Struggling to maintain his footing, Elpum wondered if his own attack had truly landed. His face contorted in pain and disbelief, he could only manage a strangled gasp. Even more attacks suddenly erupted from behind him, blue energy arcing through the air. Hearing the warning, he wondered where he could possibly run. Blue energy crackled, a menacing hum filling the air. Panic seized the group, one man shouting for everyone to run. But for some, it was too late. The blue energy found its mark, eliciting a pained cry. Another man's scream echoed, caught in the devastating blast. A surge of determination coursed through Captain Kirin, preparing her to strike back. Unleashing a powerful attack, she cried, "Solar Slash." Racing forward, she urged others to the forest if they wished to survive. Knowing they had no choice, the others prepared to flee. But the path wasn't clear. One lamented how they'd get through, crammed with evil eyes. Another was struck, his scream cut short by the impact. Stumbling forward, he could only think of one thing: the path. As the situation intensified, a voice declared something had opened, another responding they'd head in first. With fierce determination, a figure shouted there was no time for hesitation. They needed to move. Driven by urgency, a figure propelled themselves forward. With a determined step, a foot came down, surrounded by crackling blue energy. The energy surged, unleashing a powerful burst of blue light. Panic rising, a character cried out to their boss, warning that at this rate, everyone would die. Unleashing a torrent of power, a figure moved with incredible speed, surrounded by vibrant orange energy. The orange energy intensified, burning with incredible heat. Reaching a critical point, the energy erupted in a devastating explosion. Amidst the chaos, a voice called out to antagonist Devo, urging him to listen up. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. He instantly figured out his location. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, the masked figure attacked with blinding speed. Understanding the gravity, he realized why antagonist Ivok was so concerned. Apologizing to Elpum, he bid farewell. Moving with incredible agility, he left trails of shimmering energy in his wake. The blue energy beams continued to streak through the air, a relentless barrage. Each blast of energy was a testament to his power, a force to be reckoned with. Stunned by the sheer speed, someone wondered what kind of magician was that fast. Recognizing the weapon, Devo noted his opponent used a polearm. Switching tactics, the masked figure now prepared a fire-based attack. Unleashing a wave of fiery energy, the attack exploded with devastating force. His hand glowed with intense heat, channeling the inferno. Having unleashed a torrent of fire, he confirmed the attack landed. With a confident smirk, he declared the attack a success. A figure with a staff chuckled, crediting himself for dragging the masked assailant out. Suddenly, a blue energy attack struck, blood spraying as antagonist Devo was hit. The force of the blow sent him reeling, crying out as he fell. His eyes widened in disbelief, unsure of what just happened. The masked figure prepared another attack, blue energy crackling around him. The energy blast streaked through the air, seeking their targets. One of the fighters cried out in pain, struck by the blue energy. Captain Kirin was also hit, yelling at someone to run properly. The attack continued, further assaulting her. Grit and determination etched on her face, she braced for the impact. Unleashing a barrage of blue energy, the masked figure continued his relentless assault, targeting the unknown fighter with pinpoint accuracy. Grit and determination etched on his face, Devo spat out a retort, claiming he wasn't planning to act like a dad. Streaking through the forest, he gave chase, confident no one could escape his sight. Energy crackling around his fingertips, he prepared to unleash another devastating attack. Eyes widening in disbelief, the group beheld a second gate looming before them. Confused and frustrated, Devo demanded to know the plan that led them here, adding he didn't know either, and they should just shut up and obey the boss. Pushing through dense undergrowth, the group continued their desperate flight. The situation growing increasingly dire, panic etched itself onto the group's faces. A collective gasp escaped them as the second gate filled their vision. Staring at the gate, Devo found it impossible, wondering if Elpum knew its location. Gritting his teeth, he calculated they were 100 meters from the enemy, believing he could reach the gate before arrows struck. Erin voiced her concern, questioning his intent to enter the gate without the boss. He retorted it was likely Elpum's plan. As battle raged, a blast of blue energy hurtled toward him. The energy exploded, engulfing him in a shower of sparks and debris. Gasping for air, Devo lay battered and bruised upon the ground. Elsewhere, Rockin was caught off guard, an attack slamming into him from the front. Staggering back, the Lord clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. Another blast of blue energy streaked through the air, zeroing in on him once more. The impact sent him reeling, a look of disbelief etched across his face. A polearm descended, poised to deliver a crushing blow. Just as the weapon connected, Devo realized something vital. His eyes widened in horror, a muttered curse escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Rockin cried out, another strike landing squarely on his body. Surrounded by enemies, he braced himself for the inevitable onslaught. A surge of blue energy erupted, crackling through the air. In stark contrast, a blinding flash of orange light exploded outward. Deep within the forest, a glowing portal shimmered, casting an eerie light on the masked figure observing it. His eyes widened in disbelief, a muttered curse escaping his lips. The ancient forest stood silent, its towering trees reaching high into the sky. The profound quiet broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves. Suddenly, an antagonist monster materialized, unleashing a devastating torrent of blue energy. The attack slammed into its unseen target, sending debris flying everywhere. A masked figure observed the scene, muttering about evil eyes once more. From the deeper shadows, an antagonist black mage watched, dismissing the display as foolish. A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, challenging. Very well, Elpum, struggle as I play along with your scheme. The scene shifted to a flashback, revealing Elpum with long white hair. The flashback continued, showing him standing in the rain amidst a brutal bloodbath. Not one of them found him, even in death, earning him the title Ghost from Lord Ivok. A piercing green eye narrowed. The masked figure focused on an unseen threat. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, he retaliated fiercely. But the attack proved fruitless, another frustrating miss. Forcing him to evade a counter, dodging a searing orange beam. The barrage continued, forcing him into another desperate dodge against a wave of yellow. Refusing to be pinned down, the masked figure fired another blast of blue energy. Evading the incoming strike, he smirked, acknowledging the challenge. Perched precariously on a tree branch, he prepared for the next assault. Unleashing a volley of blue energy beams, the figure declared his opponent's location now revealed. The beams tore through the forest, obliterating the ground below. But before he could capitalize, another attack forced him to evade once more. As an explosion rocked the area, the masked figure exclaimed, wondering if psychokinesis hit his foe. Resorting to useless schemes, he scoffed, unimpressed by the incoming assault. A barrage of arrows streaked toward him. TCH. One arrow struck the ground nearby. Reacting instantly, the masked figure raised a shimmering blue shield. The arrows deflected harmlessly away. Elpum leaped into view, loosing a volley of arrows that exploded on impact. His vision obscured, the archer's eyes widened as the blast blinded him. Damn it, he was caught in the fiery explosion. The explosion engulfed the entire area. The archer was thrown back by the blast's immense force. Elpum. His face contorted in pain and frustration. It was indeed Elpum. A massive, armored fist of the antagonist monster clenched, ready to strike. The dust settled, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The forest stood in an unnatural stillness, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves. A sudden, unsettling quiet had fallen. Had he truly decided to hide? Elpum mused, finding the situation bothersome, realizing the man could conceal his presence entirely. In his past life, no one within this gate possessed such skill. This must be an assassin from Kania, he concluded, wondering if the future had truly shifted since entering the 100-man gate. From the other side, he called out, come forward. Don't you know this already? Elpum pressed. Let's not waste time. Hiding like a coward won't help you. I've heard rumors of your fearless antics, he continued. But are you merely a coward? It's him, he realized. What's happening? He wondered. It's impossible to cross this distance silently. Could it be teleportation? Then it must be blink shot. Zeroing in on his target, the masked figure's eyes glowed with eerie green light, activating blink shot to teleport instantly. With a burst of blue energy, he vanished. Watching him disappear, Elpum's expression shifted to one of profound surprise. Meanwhile, a distant mountain range lay blanketed in pristine snow. Suddenly, a blinding orange explosion erupted across the peaks. Caught in the blast, Devo and Erin were sent flying. Spitting blood, he cursed, realizing they'd left the boss behind after all that trouble. Looking at his hand, he wondered how the punk could fight alone, questioning if he had a secret plan. Struggling to his feet, he looked around in utter confusion. All around him, countless skulls littered the ground. Erin, equally stunned, gasped, "What are these?" She wondered why a three-scar gate held a mountain of corpses. A voice echoed, revealing over 100 parties had been here, not just their small group. Realizing the truth, Elpum cursed the Kania bastards, finally understanding this was all a setup. The pieces clicked into place. The sudden recruitment, the trolling at the first gate, and the excessive corpses all pointed to a sinister plot. The revelation hit hard. Kania were followers of the Black Mage. Could Kania really be? He wondered. As Devo explained, they lured explorers who hindered them, even sending an assassin, proving his suspicions. A gruff voice interrupted, apologizing for cutting into their talk, but promising to save the conversation for later. The newcomer's words hung in the air, noting the master of this house looked quite displeased. Suddenly, a monstrous presence loomed, causing Elpum to stammer. What in the world? Is that the boss monster here? A sinister grin spread across his scarred face, the figure muttering. Looks like I have to pay the rent this time. Holding up a glowing object, he continued. Count yourselves lucky. This isn't something I show just anyone. Ralph, as a person, could be defined thus. To call him a complete. Well, you know, Aaron chimed in, calling him a lousy douchebag and a money grubber. Yet, if Ralph were truly an explorer, his usefulness would be undeniable. That bastard, he's likely up to something. A healer of the third circle, a golden symbol now glowing brightly. Green energy enveloped the party, their wounds swiftly mending under its restorative touch. Devo stared, his wounds instantly cured. This is incredible. He realized the healer wasn't a buccaneer, but a true bishop. Kyrie mused, realizing the healing had occurred without even a declared skill. She commanded, if you're all healed, then prepare yourselves. Ralph's eyes narrowed, glowing with an intense, fierce blue light. He roared, now, show me what you can truly do. With a ground-shaking roar, he lunged, a massive claw aimed directly at Elpum. Barely dodging the swipe, he leaped back, muttering about the beast's ferocity. The monstrous beast continued its relentless assault, attempting to crush the adventurer against jagged rocks. A primal fury burned in Ralph's glowing blue eyes, promising only destruction. Another swipe, faster than sight, forced him to evade once more. The pressure mounted, the beast giving him no room to breathe. Seizing a momentary opening, Elpum retaliated, his blade a golden streak against the monster's hide. The blade found its mark, a searing strike against the massive beast. The blow's force echoed, yet Ralph barely seemed to notice its impact. With a backhand capable of shattering mountains, he sent Elpum hurtling through the air. The sheer power behind the blow was evident, even from the beast's massive arm. Spinning wildly, he crashed to the ground, the fight far from over. With a ferocious snarl, he lunged, claws extended, ready to tear into his opponent. The beast's attack continued, a blur of motion and deadly intent. Ralph's claws connected, and a pained cry echoed through the air. But before the dust settled, a surge of green energy washed over the battlefield as Kyrie cried, heal. Her healing magic flowed, mending wounds and restoring vitality. Mark observed, realizing the healer wasn't merely supporting from the rear, but fighting on the front lines with impeccable timing. He continued, surprised he'd forgotten to mention the first healing was free. His voice boomed, but from here on, you better pay up. The healer prepared to cast, chanting, bless. Kyrie declared, this is incredible. The healer exclaimed, I feel power rising. That'll be 100 mesos per use. Someone shouted, I don't need it. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. A monstrous visage fills the cavern, its sheer size a terrifying testament to the danger ahead. Silhouetted figures descend into the cavernous depths, their forms hinting at a desperate, impending struggle. A sinister smile plays on the masked figure's lips as he holds a small, struggling form, dismissing the threat as merely The beast unleashes a deafening roar, its maw a gateway to oblivion, while a voice wonders aloud about payment. Bandaged and weary, he vows to dispatch his foes swiftly, his resolve unyielding. A blinding flash of raw energy erupts, illuminating the cavern with its untamed, destructive power. Facing the monstrous foe, the adventurer steels himself, determined not to be dictated by its might. The monster's teeth gleam menacingly, a chilling promise of imminent destruction. Towering above, the colossal beast prepares to unleash its devastating strike. Another surge of raw energy explodes, signaling the battle's desperate, escalating climax. Something hurtles towards him, moving so fast the adventurer cannot discern its origin. Blue energy pierces the air, striking him relentlessly, again and again. More attacks rain down upon him, each one finding its painful mark. He stumbles, blood now dripping freely from his fresh wounds. These relentless attacks, he realizes, stem from a teleportation skill, a blink shot. This skill allows its user to instantly return to a previously marked position. A taunting voice mocks him, deeming the blink shot useless and slow. Suddenly, a massive orange energy ball hurtles toward him, another devastating attack. The energy explodes violently, engulfing the immediate area in searing flames. An unseen archer is revealed, already readying another deadly shot. The adventurer's face is visible, blood trickling from his mouth as he grits his teeth in pain. Struck from an unseen angle, Elpum is sent flying backwards through the air. The force of the blast throws him through the air, leaving him disoriented and reeling. Gasping for breath, he realizes he cannot fight an enemy he cannot even perceive. Knowing he's on the verge of mana shock, he steels himself for a desperate move. Crashing to the ground, he coughs up blood, his body screaming in protest. He knows there's no time to think. He must act now. If that's the case, he'll have to gamble everything. Summoning a searing flame orb. The unseen archer taunts. Kiki. Fool. Confident in his victory. But the orb is already hurtling towards the attacker, engulfing him in searing flames. The archer's eyes widen in shock, revealing a glimpse of emerald green. The explosion rocks the forest, leaving the immediate outcome uncertain. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 6 streaks of light pierce the air, hurtling toward him with deadly speed. Recognizing the attack pattern, Elpum realized his assailant could unleash a third circle spell amidst a mana shock. Is he planning on self-destructing? The thought flashed through his mind. The projectiles found their mark, a pained grunt escaping him as he was struck. If he was right about the attacker's secret, he would forcibly drag it out. With a surge of power, he unleashed a flame orb, creating a devastating mana shock. The unseen attacker fired indiscriminately, unaware of his location. The veteran hunter thought the crazy bastard had lost his mind. Though wounded, he gritted his teeth, declaring it wasn't over yet. The mana shock ripped through the area, leaving Elpum reeling, gritting his teeth, trying to hold on. Blood dripped from his face, yet he refused to yield, demanding more. A voice, dripping with arrogance, cut through the chaos. The masked figure scoffed, asking if he truly thought such a pathetic attack would work. The figure declared his fate sealed, his body destined to writhe in agony from the mana shock. Staggering, Elpum struggled to keep his footing, blood pooling around his boots. The mana shock continued to tear through the environment, splintering trees and scorching earth under its power. Reaching out, his face contorted in pain as the mana burned through him. The shockwave intensified, consuming everything in its path. Flames engulfed him, yet he remained standing, defiant even amidst utter destruction. The mana shock reached its zenith, a blinding inferno of raw power. Standing amidst the chaos, the masked figure loomed over Elpum, his silhouette framed by the raging fire. His eye widened in disbelief, the full weight of his situation crashing down on him. A bewildered gasp escaped the figure as the flames licked closer. The heat intensified. He realized this whole area was ablaze. He couldn't believe the other lunatic planned this. Knowing he'd burned to death, he spotted an opening, the open fields. He thought, there's no way an open space just conveniently appeared. A sudden realization hit him. It was a trap. Go back. It's a trap, he shouted. But it was too late. He was already committed to the escape. A voice rang out. Big brother? What do you mean? Before he could react, something slammed into him with incredible force. The masked figure cried out as another blow landed, sending him reeling. Staggering, he cursed as another attack hit. The force of the unseen assault lifted him off his feet, sending him flying. Flames erupted around him. The figure cried out in agony. His vision blurring, the words rang out. Another one falls. The dust settled, revealing a white-haired figure with a mask, observing the aftermath. A blade flashed, poised to strike. But before he could react, a crushing blow landed, sending him reeling. Staggering, Elpum gritted his teeth against the searing pain. His unseen assailant pressed the attack, swinging a heavy axe. Another strike landed, forcing a pained grunt from him. The axe descended again, aiming to cleave him in two. His eyes narrowed, desperation etched upon his face. Reaching out, Elpum tried to grab hold of something, anything. But the attack connected, slamming into him with brutal force. The blade continued its relentless assault, leaving him vulnerable. His breath ragged, the adventurer knew he didn't have much time to finish this fight quickly. The axe wielder continued his relentless assault, each strike a burst of blue energy aimed to overwhelm the adventurer. Staggering back, Elpum struggled to maintain his footing against the onslaught. Leaping forward, the attacker pressed his advantage, intent on ending the battle. Another blow landed, sending him crashing to the ground. Gasping in pain, the adventurer tried to rise, but his body screamed in protest. Raising a clawed hand crackling with blue energy, the attacker prepared to deliver the final strike. Get up, near, a voice shouted, urging the attacker onward. His face contorted in pain, Elpum heard his opponent could no longer use offensive spells. Finish him, another voice commanded, as the assailant prepared to strike. The final blow descended, a concentrated blast of blue energy aimed at the downed adventurer. Closing in with blinding speed, Near hurled a dagger, forcing the adventurer to react. Was he planning to use psychokinesis, since it used less mana? Before Elpum could fully gather his thoughts, the assailant was already upon him, another dagger aimed at his heart. A flurry of attacks descended, each strike carrying the weight of desperation. Deflecting the incoming daggers with a surge of psychokinetic energy, the adventurer heard Nir's taunt. Enough with your petty tricks. The clash of metal and magic rang out, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. But the assailant was relentless, pressing the attack with unwavering ferocity. The daggers struck with brutal force, each impact a testament to his determination. Staggering back, Elpum heard his assailant's incredulous cry. What kind of magician goes for close combat? Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth, vowing not to give them any openings. Focusing his remaining strength, he unleashed another wave of psychokinetic force, hoping to turn the tide. With a barrage of attacks, Nir sent a series of projectiles hurtling toward the adventurer. each one a deadly threat. Another projectile sped toward him. The onslaught continued. Another projectile flew through the air. Unrelenting, another projectile closed in. Taking a hit, Elpum cried out as one of the projectiles struck him. Preparing for a final strike, Nier lunged forward with a spear. The spear pierced through, striking him. But in a sudden reversal, the adventurer landed a blow on his assailant, who exclaimed, "Nice. You're the best, big brother." The blade found its mark, striking him. His weapon now useless, the spear fell to the ground. A close-up revealed the deadly edge of the blade. With a final strike, Elpum delivered a decisive blow to Nier. With a cold look in his eyes, the adventurer pressed his advantage, asking what his opponent could do with just one arm. His blade flashed, striking true. The attack landed, and he could only express his shock. Blood splattered as he cursed. The blade pierced, and Elpum declared he had him. A pained scream escaped as he reeled from the blow. Mark's face contorted in agony, revealing the severity of his wound. Elpum's voice dripped with menace, asking if Mark desired more wounds. Orange energy flared around him, the assailant preparing to strike again. Desperation and anger mixed on Mark's face, as he cursed Elpum, begging him to wait. With a desperate plea, he urged someone to run. But it was too late. The assailant unleashed another devastating attack on him. The world around them became nothing but fire and debris. Continuing his assault, he sent his foe flying through the air. Crashing down, he hit the ground hard. Gasping for air, he struggled, unable to breathe. Coughing, he struggled to his knees, realizing his dire situation. Looking up, he was surprised by what he saw, questioning its nature. A massive, glowing sphere loomed in the distance. He was silhouetted against its light. Coughing again, his vision blurred, wondering where his big brother was. Falling, he lost his footing. Crashing once more, he hit the ground. He was left broken on the ground. The blow's force sent him reeling, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring everything. A voice filled with malice echoed, promising only death. The unseen attacker continued his assault, sending him flying backwards through the air. The word hung in the air, a chilling promise. The air crackled with energy, a testament to the power unleashed. The magical energy surrounding him began to dissipate, leaving him vulnerable. Engulfed in the fiery aura, he could only brace for the inevitable. His eyes widened in disbelief, realizing his dire situation. Broken and defeated, he lay prone on the scorched earth. A voice cut through the chaos, urging him to find his strength. The urgency was palpable, as figures discussed retrieving the phoenix feather before it was too late. His arm bore the attack's brunt, a stark reminder of the power he faced. A sudden, brutal, unseen strike made him cry out in shock. The blow's force sent him reeling, his vision blurring as pain exploded across his face. Another impact, a crushing weight, drove the air from his lungs. A searing pain, a blade's cold kiss, tore through his flesh. His grip loosened, his weapon clattering uselessly to the ground. Each breath was a ragged gasp, a desperate struggle for air. He fell, tumbling through a haze of fire and ash. The world spun, a vortex of pain and confusion. Through the haze, he gritted his teeth, utterly fed up with these archers. The beast unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the icy landscape. A sickening crack echoes as the last adventurer Elpum is sent reeling from the force of the blow. Another brutal strike lands, sending him sprawling across the frozen ground. The impact lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. His face contorted in pain, the adventurer grits his teeth against the agony. With a final, crushing blow, the monster sends him crashing back down to earth. Barely dodging the beast's claws, Elpum leaps back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The ice beast roars, its massive form lunging forward with terrifying speed. But he's too quick, dodging the attack with ease. Unleashing a blinding flash of golden energy, the adventurer counters with a solar slash. The beast recoils, clearly surprised by the sudden shift in momentum, grunting in disbelief at its opponent's resilience. The force of the blow sends it staggering backwards, ice shards flying from its armored hide. A pained grunt escapes it, the beast clearly feeling the attack's effects, roaring in frustrated defiance. Pressing his advantage, Elpum continues his assault, the golden light intensifying with each strike. A deafening roar echoes through the cavern, as the beast is struck again. The beast's armored body shows the damage inflicted by the solar slash, its icy hide cracking. The beast cries out, its icy armor cracking under the strain. Landing squarely on the beast's back, the adventurer declares his first payment delivered. Still clinging to the beast's back, he continues his relentless assault. Each of his strikes aimed with deadly precision. The beast roars, its pain echoing through the icy landscape. The adventurer's attack lands, further weakening the creature. Knowing he needs to stay in the fight, he casts a healing spell. Recovering his strength, he prepares to strike at the monster's weak point. Below, Devo shouts, wondering how to defeat the beast and ordering someone to fall back. The beast recoils, clearly feeling the effects of the adventurer's relentless attacks. He yells, demanding clear information on the beast's size and ordering its attention be drawn immediately. He thinks, hoping to get as close to its weak point as possible. Focusing his energy, Elpum prepares for one final, decisive blow. Continuing his assault, he brings his weapon down on the ice beast with a shout. Pressing the attack, he continues to strike at the creature. But the beast is ready, preparing to retaliate with a devastating counter. The ice beast roars, slamming into the adventurer with incredible force. The force of the blow sends him flying, a look of disbelief on his face. The impact continues to buffet him, sending him tumbling backwards. The air crackles with energy as the full force of the attack washes over him. He crashes to the ground, defeated for the moment. Seeing his comrade fall, Devo shouts, urging Ralph to quickly heal him. The ice beast prepares to strike again, its eyes glowing with menacing intent. A terrifying close-up reveals the beast's savage teeth and glowing eyes. Seeing the opportunity, Aaron declares she can use 4 heals, urging them to dodge as much as possible. Seeing his chance, and waiting for an opening, the assailant prepares to strike the downed adventurer. The attack lands with brutal force, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The icy blast continues to spread, engulfing everything in its path. The sheer power of the strike is evident, as the ice expands further. Roaring in triumph, the assailant stands over his fallen opponent, his blue eyes glowing with icy energy. Caught in the blast, Elpum can only scream in agony. Just as she attempts to heal him, the assailant interrupts the spell with a burst of red energy. Casting a healing spell, she is caught off guard by the sudden attack. Ralph's attack sends her flying, the assailant thinking his skill was wasted on her. Lying broken on the ground, Elpum was utterly helpless against the relentless onslaught. Severely injured and bleeding, the last adventurer barely clung to consciousness. Devo watched the scene unfold, a grim expression settling upon his face. Cashin sat across from Ralph, explaining he already possessed enough experience to reach the second circle. Continuing, he questioned if such a feat occurred as easily as his mentor claimed. Sipping his cup, the dark-haired man explained that even his understanding wouldn't truly aid Ralph. He was then prompted to find his fitting keyword, perhaps an understanding of mana or a quest for knowledge. Suddenly, he found himself encased in a prison of biting ice. His eyes glowed yellow, struggling fiercely against the frigid confines of his icy prison. The ice began to crack, a clear sign of his burgeoning power. With a powerful burst of energy, he shattered the ice around him. He wondered, bewildered, what had just transpired. A figure moved with incredible speed, slicing through the very air itself. The attack landed, leaving Ralph to wonder if that brat had just circled up. Out of nowhere, a blinding golden light crashed into him. The beastfolk was instantly encased in a prison of jagged, biting ice. With a defiant roar, he shattered the icy cage, breaking free. But before he could even catch his breath, another golden blast slammed into him. The impact's force was utterly devastating. His face contorted in agony. Ralph could only grit his teeth. Once again, ice began to creep across his battered form. Each crystal, a tiny dagger, bit deep into his fur. Blood mixed with the ice, painting a gruesome, chilling picture. A voice boomed out, "Nice work, kid." The beastfolk's body, battered and broken, barely clung to consciousness. A surge of green energy washed over him, a desperate plea to rise and heal. Suddenly, an unseen force struck Ralph with immense power, shattering the ground with golden energy. Before he could react, the beast was completely encased in solid ice. The unseen attacker didn't relent, striking him with a spear of pure, concentrated force. The spear found its mark, causing a massive, shattering explosion of ice. The impact was devastating, blood splattering as his face contorted in agony. But just as quickly as the assault began, a soothing green aura enveloped him, beginning to heal his wounds. The green light intensified, bathing his battered form in its restorative glow. He screamed, the healing process proving as agonizing as the initial attack. Elsewhere, Elpum clenched his fist, a green aura radiating from his hand, muttering, "You dumb fuck." The green aura intensified, flowing purposefully towards the wounded beast. The healing energy surged, repairing the grievous damage inflicted upon him. The green aura continued to mend, restoring him to his former, powerful state. A monstrous visage filled the view, its yellow eyes burning with savage, primal intent. Then, a figure was caught in a blinding flash, surrounded by ice shards and a torrent of golden energy. The ice spread, encasing another monstrous form, its features twisted in a silent, frozen roar. Finally, the title card dramatically appeared. A figure raised a staff, green energy crackling around them, surging with raw power. The air grew frigid, a massive, icy hammer materializing with a chilling, ominous presence. A blinding flash erupted, striking the figure with a devastating blast of ice and raw, untamed power. From the frozen depths, a monstrous roar echoed, promising utter destruction to all who stood in its path. But the encroaching ice was met with fire, crimson energy streaking across the battlefield in defiance. The clash of opposing elements culminated in a cataclysmic explosion, orange energy erupting violently in all directions. A gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, awaited its next unsuspecting victim. Staggering back, blood dripping from his wounds, Elpum gritted his teeth, fighting against the searing pain. The beast unleashed another earth-shattering roar, its icy spikes glistening menacingly in the dim light. The snow fell, blanketing the ravaged battlefield in a silent, chilling shroud. Catching his breath, a look of disbelief crossing his face, the last adventurer could only mutter a stunned, "What?" Seeing the dire state of his companion, Elpum could only ask what was truly happening. Before he could answer, the monstrous ice creature roared again. As icy shards flew, Ralph was caught directly in the devastating blast. Another monster roared, closing in on the wounded man. The attack landed, and Ralph cried out, a sharp gasp of pain. The monster lunged forward, ready to strike him again. Another blow landed, causing the beast folk to scream in agony. More ice shards exploded, further injuring him with their brutal impact. The monster's attack connected, sending Ralph flying through the air. The ice monster loomed, ready to finish its brutal work. Ralph lay defeated, utterly unable to move. Seeing his friend down, Elpum prepared to finally act. His eyes fluttered open slowly. Finding himself pinned, he saw Ralph draped over him, unconscious. Ralph stirred, his voice weak. You're still alive? What happened to that monster? The beast folk groaned, complaining about the weather, deciding a break was essential. Ralph continued, noting his companion's poor state, suggesting he would scout once the snowstorm settled, leaving him to rest. Outside the cave, the snowstorm raged relentlessly. The wind howled mournfully. Venturing out into the blizzard, Elpum began his perilous scouting mission. His face marred with blood and dirt, he pressed on determinedly. He thought to himself, a day already passed, wondering about Boss, his mind racing with troubling thoughts. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, he sensed something massive approaching. A massive, icy monster appeared, and the adventurer thought, Tsich, why am I even surprised by this? As the ominous cold eye loomed, Elpum braced himself, ready to fight. The cavern air grew frigid, a chilling harbinger of the dangers ahead. Crawling back towards the campfire, Aaron pondered the elusive exit. Struggling to his blood-soaked feet, he insisted, I'm fine. Her eyes wide with concern, she pleaded with him to stay together. Ignoring her pleas, he mused that someone had to protect this dying punk, now that they were comrades. She insisted it was her turn, no reason for him to bear this burden alone. Dismissing her concerns, he told her to forget it. One person was better to avoid scouting the same place. She, however, resolved to conserve her strength. Lying on the ground, he thought her a fool, enough with the act. Such strain would surely lead to. Suddenly, a monstrous roar ripped through the silence. Charging into battle, Elpum faced a relentless horde of creatures. The cavern echoed with the cacophony of battle. The desperate fight continued, a horde of beasts closing in. Taking a brutal hit, he gritted his teeth against the stinging cold. Yet he didn't relent, charging towards the crystalline beast. The creature's shriek echoed through the frozen landscape as his attack landed. Blue energy flared as the adventurer continued his relentless assault. The beast's defenses shattered, leaving it utterly vulnerable. Breathing heavily, he muttered, that was close, thought I'd kick the bucket. Catching his breath, Elpum noticed something nearby, another person. Approaching cautiously, he realized it was merely a corpse. Examining the body, he mused, not long dead. What's this? A will. Picking up the document, he found a letter, addressed to its finder. The letter promised gloves and the warrior mastery skill as a reward for any warrior class adventurer. Its author's comrades had been wiped out by the snow yet. The only good news was the discovery of an escape gate. The exit, located on the letter's back, only worked once the boss was defeated. He hoped for strength. And a final plea, deliver the letter in his stead. A lone sword stood sentinel over the snowy landscape. A memory flickered, or perhaps a haunting vision. Footprints in the snow led onward, somewhere. Elpum reached out to touch the cold stone. Elsewhere, Erin stood ready, her expression determined. A portal of light shimmered as Ralph stood beside her. Together, they stood, ready for what came next. His boots crunched in the snow, each deliberate step echoing the silence. Suddenly, a blinding flash of orange light erupted, bathing the entire area in its intense, searing glow. As the light subsided, the escape gate shimmered, a swirling vortex of raw energy beckoning them forward. Standing near the gate, Aaron wondered what they should do now. A figure shrouded in dark robes observed them, expressing skepticism about their chances of success. Looking down at the group, the cloaked figure seemed to be blocking their path to the gate. Elpum gritted his teeth, recognizing the approaching enemies as the persistent bastards from Kania, knowing their situation was dangerous. He declared, promising to finish them off before they could even blink. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, claws extended. He shouted, ordering Aaron to stand back as the assailant unleashed a flurry of attacks. Taking the brunt of the assault, he cried out in pain. Seeing her comrade in danger, she yelled out, calling for Captain Kieran. Once again, the area was engulfed in a blinding orange light. The blast ripped through him, sending him reeling from the force. More strikes followed, each one driving him further into the abyss. Watching the brutal assault, she could only gasp in horror. His scream echoed, a testament to the agony he was enduring. Another blow landed, and he choked on his own blood. His body fell limp, another casualty in this desperate battle. Despite the beating he'd taken, a twisted smile crept across his face. He hated to say it, but a chilling question hung in the air as the masked figure loomed over him. What? About how you miss me? Wiping blood from his mouth, Elpum managed a weak grin. Let's just call it that. Under the watchful eye of the moon, a promise was made. But first, the tab was on him for being late. The last adventurer. Despite the blood and bruises marring his face, he couldn't help but grin. Beside him, Aaron shared the same battered smile, a silent testament to their shared ordeal. The massive beast snarled, its bared fangs a silent, deadly threat. Perched atop the purple monster, a white-haired figure surveyed the scene with cold, calculating eyes. Such skill had suddenly appeared, making him wonder who could be backing this formidable opponent. The white-haired figure contemplated, knowing he might have to risk starting a significant commotion. Lord Ivok received news. Elpham had returned. What should be done about the suggested offer? His red eyes narrowed, the white-haired figure's expression hardening with resolve. The chilling order rang out. Kill him. A voice gasped. Pardon. This was no time for public opinion. He was surpassing all expectations. Could he truly have done it alone? Just give it a proper reason later. He's not. His eye twitched. What? A figure stepped forward, his commanding presence drawing all attention. As the scene opened, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed. But before a word could be uttered, the title card flashed across the screen. Examining the food before him, the man found it utterly bland. His voice rising in anger, Diva warned against criticizing his sister's cooking, demanding they eat without complaint, though another suggested she'd skimped on salt. Offering the simple meal, Aaron expressed her gratitude. Clearly frustrated, he explained why he hadn't wanted to bring them here, anticipating this very outcome. She interjected, mentioning that news must have reached Kania, making splitting up pointless, and that this place was perfect for her sister's sake. As a door creaked open, a figure wondered aloud if they'd be caught trying to hide. Standing near a window, the black-haired man inquired about everyone's condition, dismissing the warning not to go out as mere business. The other man retorted, stating that since business was mentioned, he should start calculating his pay. He suggested holding off on discussing the party leader, as their contributions were similar, then demanded his promised 7 million mesos, only to be asked if he was mad to seek payment in Kania now. The injured man exploded, reminding them he'd defeated the Snow Yeti alone, while they slept as he searched for the escape gate. It seemed Elpham had dealt with twin assassins before. The man's face contorted in a furious grimace. He shouted, "Why, you punk bastard?" Another voice asked the next plan, adding Kania would soon move, and not just against them. An impatient woman demanded, "Oi, how long will you keep me waiting outside?" She wondered who the person was. A man reacted with surprise, realizing who stood before him. Someone demanded, "Can you tell the big jerk who just entered to hurry up?" The man cursed the unfolding mess. He thought the Kania merchants would have reached Elpham, who had subjugated a gate before he could act. He wondered if he should have held on to him, no matter the cost. The man realized he was a goner at this rate. He seemed lost in thought. Another man remarked how unexpectedly the negotiation with the Kania merchants had gone awry. With the gate subjugation complete, only the contract remained, the fighter thought, his gaze intense. Still the ever-so-annoying brat, Ralph mused, a cup resting on the table beside. If you've got nothing else to say, the fighter thought, his expression hardening. Phew, fine, it's my loss, he conceded, a hint of resignation in his voice. They'll pay me 60 million mesos for subjugating the gate, the fighter recalled, his one visible eye narrowed. If you've got nothing else to say, he mused, a sinister smile creeping across his face. So, now that we've become official partners, the fighter thought, watching the contract being signed. The culprit behind the trolling was Kania, the fighter realized, his eyes widening slightly. This is a huge discovery, he thought, his expression intense. Kiki, Kania, Ralph thought, a dark determination in his eyes. With this, I'll empty out even their souls. How about an honest talk between us? The fighter asked, arms crossed. Are you satisfied with just that? Wouldn't it be useless if they denied the allegations? He mused, his gaze unwavering. They'll obviously deny them, but that should be enough to form public opinions. Continuing his train of thought, he believed other merchant groups needed to find out who caused the 100-man gate's failure. Across from him, the fighter listened intently as his companion declared that as long as Kania cowered from negative sentiment, they could crush them. His one good eye narrowed. He clarified his intent went beyond merely dragging them from the second rank of merchant groups. He spoke of wiping them from the Maple World, but the fighter interrupted, demanding he reveal all he knew, hiding nothing. Elsewhere, the Black Mage's followers had begun to make their moves. In another location, Sir Eves was asked his purpose, to which he replied, "I'm here to make an apology." Back with Ralph and the fighter, the merchant apologized, assuming the young man's visit was a fit of temper. Raising a hand, he clarified that Elpham was an official Gaper merchant's partner, apologizing if it seemed they were snatching him away. The merchant continued, stating this incident had reaffirmed the preciousness of talent, prompting him to ensure proper treatment for excellent individuals like the fighter. Turning away, the fighter wondered about this proper treatment. Ralph's inner beast roared with anticipation. Considering the adventurer's safety, he planned to assign skilled guards to watch over him and Elpham's entire party around the clock, protecting them from all danger. A sinister chuckle escaped Sir Eves, considering the implications. His eyes gleaming with predatory light, he declared anyone harming Elpham's party would face the full might of the Gaper merchants. A bead of sweat trickled down his face, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Eyes wide with disbelief, the man could barely choke out the sum, 60 million mesos. One of the men wondered what magic had secured them such a lucrative guard assignment. Gaper paying them this much. Beaming, a companion exclaimed, "Elpham is amazing, a true genius in trade." Another man, dismissing the fuss, reminded him of their party's value, adding that shedding useless members would be ideal. Annoyed, he muttered, "Ugh, that douchebag." He assured his companion there was no bishop like him in all of Maple World. He continued, boasting of his ability to heal and fight on the front lines, an all-rounder if they wished. Looking furious, Elpham demanded to know what the other person had called him. Confused, he wondered just what this monstrous entity truly was. Someone remarked that not only had he recovered after being knocked out, but he'd also defeated the boss monster alone, adding there was something. Captain Kieran mused, realizing there was something about him inexplicable by mere circles. He'd rampaged unconscious against the Hobbs. What was he? Forgetting his identity, or whatever he might have been, Elpham couldn't recall any of it. In his mind's eye, an unknown girl appeared, battling alongside him. All he could recall was a dream, yet after waking, he strangely couldn't remember her face. He only remembered her wielding a polearm. Was it merely a dream? In his previous life, Devo and Aaron were inseparable. If the woman in his dream was Aaron, could fragments of his past powers be leaking out while unconscious? How could this be? Something must have distorted after his return, altering the past. Someone called him an idiot, claiming Elpham was just like him. He was not only unbelievably fast to circle up, but possessed insight and experience despite his short time in this field. Kieran understood why the Gaper merchants were desperate for her, but as for herself, what then? Realizing it as well, someone noted her refined basic skills and sound decision-making, especially for a former leader of the Cygnus Knights training, not bad for a second circle. Someone sneered that she possessed nothing special. Acting as bait, they had paid the price. Their job now was to willingly enter Kania's traps, undertaking the insane task of finding evidence of their followers, doing whatever was asked for payment. The masked figure stated he wouldn't be happy sharing his mesos with someone who would clearly be a burden. His tone shifted, adding he'd be happy if she returned to the Cygnus Knights immediately. The masked figure continued, remarking he'd heard she'd endured much this time. A new figure appeared, stating he thought she'd died at the 100-man gate, having not seen her in a while. Kieran responded to sarcasm, confirming she was indeed heading to Master. Chasm mentioned rumors of Kieran joining an explorer party, adding that she truly was a pain. Chasm smirked, thinking perhaps it might just fit her skill level. Chasm continued, stating that quitting might be her way to preserve the Knights and Master's honor. The scene shifted, revealing the building's exterior. The masked figure asked if she intended to quit the Knights. The masked figure questioned what was wrong, wondering if he'd misjudged her. Kieran apologized, finding it difficult to explain now, but promised to someday. The masked figure sat at a desk, quill in hand, pondering what the future might hold. Turning to Kyrie, he told her, "I'll consider your joining an explorer party part of your secret mission. Return every 3 weeks and report directly to me." Chasm reminded Kyrie, his voice firm, "Remember, you remain my disciple." The masked figure continued to write, sealing the document with a final, solemn declaration, "And the night of our Cygnus Knights forever." She admitted, a hint of shame in her tone, "I know I'm shameless, but with a follower hiding among the Knights, I cannot return to my master until I bring decisive proof of their demise." Clenching her fist, she thought, "I'll overcome my lack of skills if you just grant me time. Please." A scarred man scoffed, "Huh? You've no idea how the world truly runs. Don't you understand I'm telling you to buzz off? Are you truly confident?" "Yelp 'em," a younger man exclaimed, as the scarred man turned to her, snapping, "Boy, what in blazes are you?" A green-haired man thought, "Nothing good will come of this for us either, if she goes off alone, searching for followers with that attitude." The scarred man then added, "Allow me to add one more thing." The green-haired man continued his thoughts. "You seem confident in your skills, but you're not the only one disappointed in the party members." A flashback revealed the party struggling in a dungeon, one member stating, "But you told me you would have died without Devo, right?" Thinking back, Elpham scoffed at the idea of the monster being a mere snow yeti, remembering he had hunted that very creature. From behind him, Devo spoke, recalling he had faced the monster entirely alone before. His eyes widening, Devo questioned if he was serious, finding the idea utterly nonsensical. He thought to himself, that was in his previous life, and had plans gone right, he would have faced it again. Reflecting, Elpham realized the assassins Kania sent were far stronger than expected, leaving him no choice but to alter his plans. Remembering the battle, he knew they were still insufficient, his party and himself. Devo cut in, questioning how he'd manage, having been a slave until recently. Staring intensely, Elpham suggested that if Devo couldn't believe him, perhaps he should confirm it himself. Thinking aloud, Devo saw no reason to do so, asking if this meant he, too, was no longer needed. With a determined look, Elpham remained silent. Turning to his companions, he stated simply, they just had to grow stronger. Knowing they had roughly a month until the next subjugation, Elpham thought, no pain, no gain. Looking down, he was resolute. The problem had spiraled into a bigger mess. Clashing with the Gaper merchants would only draw more attention. How much did they truly know? Was their negotiation break-off a mere charade? He wasn't certain, having heard nothing from his informant, but higher officials might hold more. Merchants, he mused, they shouldn't pose an issue. Once that day arrived, removing them would be simple, for their true enemy was the Maple Alliance. Yes, it had been the same even 8 centuries ago. The Maple Alliance, formed by the Cygnus Knights under Empress Cygnus, the Resistance, Explorer Alliance, Novas, and others. After the 6 heroes were sealed with him, they remained the sole threats. If it was merely conflict between merchant groups, it should be resolvable without higher-up intervention, yet something felt amiss. Had he orchestrated all this, trusting only the Gaper? Gather information first, he commanded. Everything you can about the Gaper merchants. Yes, Elpum. I pray you aren't a boring opponent. The forest stood silent, only the rustling of leaves disturbing the quiet. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying, crashing violently through the undergrowth. The fighter lay prone, his attacker looming over him. What's the matter? Elsewhere in the forest, Elpum stood calmly, a silent sentinel amidst the trees. A sinister grin spread across his face, challenging his opponent to land a single blow. His opponent was sent flying again, the hunter's challenge echoing. We're done for today if you land one hit. The unknown fighter desperately tried to escape, his voice raw with fear. Gee, get away from me. His face contorted in pain and frustration, he thought. Honestly, I can't concentrate with all these loud noises. Pinned to the ground, the fighter grumbled internally. TCH. I'd rather be moving, but why am I the only one? Nearby, Elpum instructed another figure. Try drawing out the mysterious power that only activates once you're unconscious. A sly smile played on his lips. Honestly, I don't know if that's possible, but if you succeed, things will get interesting. Back in the forest, the unknown fighter begged. Quaff. Go easy on me, please. He sat, wondering if he could truly grow stronger through such brutal training. The name Elpum hung heavy in the air. Despite his battered face, the man couldn't help but laugh, questioning if this was truly training. Facing the man, Elpum retorted that he'd merely followed his circle's dictates, yet the man's intent seemed far more serious. Captain Kieran then spoke, concerned about leaving the girl alone, but the man assured her a guard was assigned, preventing any issues. The man then exclaimed he had a question for Elpum, addressing him as boss. Examining the letter, he noted it was a keepsake from the previous gate, which had helped them appease the situation. Looking at the ring, he recognized it as the cross ring, asking if they knew what to do with it. Its metals progressed, from bronze to silver, gold, then platinum. The man watched with concern as he continued to examine the ring. He felt a growing hunch. Still clutching the ring, Elpum decided to retire early for the day. One man informed another that he would be joining them, starting tomorrow. The scene shifted, revealing a winding forest path. The path continued, winding deeper into the dense forest. A blonde-haired knight swung their sword, unleashing a fierce battle cry. The knight recoiled sharply, struck by an unseen attack. A smiling face appeared, declaring the knight utterly devoid of talent. The knight gritted their teeth, struggling against the unseen foe. A gloved hand tightened its grip on a sword hilt. The knights swung their sword again, letting out a defiant yell. The sword gleamed, poised and ready to strike. Elpum walked through a quiet town. A heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a shadowed interior beyond. With a firm grip, he pulled the door further. Standing outside, his expression remained unreadable. Peering through the crack, he quipped that he was merely the mailman. His fingers toyed with a sealed letter, its wax glinting in the dim light. A realization dawned on him, understanding the true culprit behind the incident. Considering their motive, he stepped through the doorway. With the door fully open, Elpum stood silhouetted against the light. Inside, a figure awaited, prompting him to demand an explanation within 5 seconds. In the deeper shadows, a gathering took place, their eyes burning with an eerie red glow. From the depths, a chilling declaration echoed. The Silent Crusade. This secret organization, it was revealed, understood the gates were traps, orchestrating their destruction through noble, unnamed sacrifices throughout history. However, this time, the figure prepared for what was to come. A weighty question hung in the tense air. Elpum declared his purpose, to return what was lost, though they seemed disinclined to reward him. The mysterious figure remained utterly silent. He continued, explaining their lost appearance had prompted his arrival, offering a shortcut to save everyone's time. He clarified his inability to reveal his knowledge of the place, adding a chilling caveat. If you kill me. Edelstein, a region under the tyrannical sway of the Black Wings, harbored a secret resistance among its citizens, plotting revolt against the Black Mage's followers. Elpum then revealed a crucial detail. Bastille, their leader's location, would be exposed. A mysterious, unsettling presence loomed. A foot slammed down, a voice ringing out, demanding to know what he truly was. The question hung heavy, Starling's red eyes narrowing with fierce determination. A silent pause ensued, a single tear streaking down her unwavering face. A memory surfaced, a bond forged with him long ago, when she and he were comrades, before his return. A warm embrace, a shared history, a fleeting moment of levity amidst the chaos. The narrative recounted Starling's past, her joining the resistance after the Silent Crusade, and their countless shared battles. Devastation lay before them, a world scarred by conflict, a stark reminder of past sacrifices. With a resolute smile, she urged him to go, promising to follow soon after. The words echoed, a haunting reminder of a past sacrifice. His gaze firm, Elpum declared his intention to repay his debt first, promising straightforwardness. A sharp order rang out, Starling commanding the Kerning City branch's withdrawal, its exposure now a liability. And one more thing, he revealed, holding aloft a newly acquired object, its purpose yet unknown. Inside a box, resting on a red cushion, sat a severed hand, seemingly imbued with strange power. Turning to Elpham, Starling questioned, "What do you mean?" Holding his hand out, a strange mark visible on his palm, he channeled an unknown energy. The mark on his hand glowed, revealing the ominous brand of the follower. Elsewhere, cloaked figures discussed the mark, one confirming, "That's the brand of the follower." Starling retorted, "If you taunt us, you'll regret it. See for yourself." Facing her, Elpham demanded, "What do you want? Don't speak of good deeds." He responded, "Information." His expression hardening, he stated, "I need information." The door creaked open, revealing a dark interior. Starling cautioned, "You don't believe all his words, do you?" "I certainly don't. He remains highly suspicious." She continued, pondering his actions and his sudden, opportune appearance. Considering the information he possessed, it might be a follower's trap, but for now, he would proceed. Perhaps, they would allow him to fool them. Elpham mused, having unexpectedly gained something, along with the information he needed. A chilling thought struck Fur. Kania, already targeted. Were their plans shifting with the altered future? At this rate, she would. Her course was now irrevocably set. Her next destination, she realized, had to be the Nautilus. The Nautilus, a sprawling ship town for explorer pirates, was led by Captain Kieran. A sudden gasp escaped him. One of the men, wondering if a month's wait was the cause, felt his body already tingling. Presented with the choice, one of the men made his selection. The Go Man, they speculated, could be found in the Six-Path Crossway or Alinea Treeman Gate, drawing Kania's interest. He pondered, what could this mean? Having already made his decision, Elpham declared their destination, Eagle-Eye's Tomb. Though no specific names bore that title, it hinted at an ancient bow archer skill. The eye-patch-wearing man recoiled, demanding, "Eagle-Eye's Tomb? Do you know what kind of place that is?" This was Captain Kieran, the formidable leader of Nautilus, commanding countless pirates. She once had a first disciple, Eagle-Eye Rhea. The Eagle-Eye Gate, where her disciple fell, became a tomb in her honor. The subordinate listened intently, his master explaining the bounty for that place was impossible to subjugate. Before all this, where had he acquired such knowledge? A chibi version of the subordinate panicked at the approaching figure, as Lord Rockin inquired about his presence. He explained his intention to offer a gift, given the subordinate's imminent departure. Sweat beaded on the subordinate's face, learning it was a special item prepared by the gaper. Holding out his hand, the Lord presented not one, but 2 phoenix feathers. He anticipated nothing less than a favorable outcome. The subordinate realized the implied task, now possessing 4 phoenix feathers, an unexpected boon. He then questioned why Rockin wouldn't enter himself. Elsewhere, a voice noted another presence still approaching. It has been a while. A man named Iburu registered his surprise. He was told that adding delivery to his tasks was excessive, yet urged to try them on. He exclaimed the new weapon felt free and nice. The blonde-haired adventurer watched as he learned the item felt far lighter than expected, almost as if he wore nothing. Examining the item, he exclaimed it was crafted from snow yeti leather. Elsewhere, a green-haired man accepted a staff. A booming voice declared it normal for him to possess the skills to clear a 100-man gate. Back with Iburu, he wondered how he could be ignorant of an item so clearly difficult to obtain. The green-haired man was simply told, "That's yours." He questioned its purpose, believing he'd have no particular use for it. He was informed time was short, urged to hurry and change. Looking up, he declared it utterly boring. The scene shifted to reveal a majestic floating island. Beneath the island, a massive airship became visible. On the beach, 2 figures stood waiting, announcing her imminent arrival. The crew celebrated, thanking Lady Minor for her exceptional work. One of the men sighed in relief, grateful for the refreshing sea breeze. Inside, the crowd erupted in cheers, announcing Lady Minor's triumphant return. She had cleared the orange-grade 200-man gate, a feat that would undoubtedly reshape all future gate subjugation expectations. Yet, a stark flag declared a resounding no. A voice from the crowd cried out, questioning why, even after clearing a 200-man gate, a mere 74-man gate should be. Her eyes blazing with defiance, Minor shouted that no one had any right to stop her. A booming voice challenged her, demanding if she dared talk back to her captain, if she would disobey. Tears welling in her eyes, she despaired, wondering how she could possibly avenge her big sister Rhea. The unseen figure continued, reminding her of the immense effort invested. Then, as her captain, reiterated the command. The unseen figure's voice cut through the air. "Go back." Her face contorted in anguish. She was clearly in profound distress. Inside the tavern, patrons murmured, the palpable tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Iburu watched a patron contemplating ignoring Minor and claiming the bounty himself, yet he considered her far too overprotective. Heavy footsteps echoed, drawing all attention to their source. Patrons shouted for everyone to come outside, revealing the bounty for Eagle-Eye's Tomb had already been claimed. Hearing the news, her face contorted in a mask of pure fury. He questioned who these landlubbers were, as a crew member confirmed those whelps had indeed taken the bounty. A group of figures strode through the tavern, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in their wake. One tavern patron felt the sudden shift in mood, sensing something was gravely amiss. A blonde woman warned them this was their zone, demanding they shut their mouths, questioning the rules. The unspoken rules were clear. The first to claim a bounty held priority in gate subjugation. implying one never took a bounty another had already set their eyes upon. The group who took the bounty was confronted, challenged with a furious demand. "Who are you?" Minor's eyes burned with rage, declaring the bounty unequivocally hers. Continuing the heated exchange, Elpham retorted they should have claimed the bounty first, as he had been waiting, permission not yet granted. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man declared his obligation, explaining Captain Kieran was his instructor. Dismissing the idea, Kieran stated it wouldn't work. They seemed unaware of the rules. Nautilus bounties, she explained, existed solely for pirates. Doubling down, another man insisted non-pirates couldn't claim them, adding that not a single gate fell under Nautilus ownership. Laughing triumphantly, she exclaimed he finally understood, then addressed someone as boss. Confused, Elpham simply stated he didn't want to. Spitting, a man declared, "We are the Iburu pirates." Chuckling, the man continued to laugh. Laughing triumphantly, Minor declared she had finally grasped the solution. A look of confusion crossing his face, Iburu questioned what was truly unfolding. With a dramatic flourish, he introduced his crew, proudly naming them the Iburu pirates. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she insisted she hadn't meant such a preposterous, fake notion. Sounding genuinely hurt, he claimed that calling them fake wounded his pride, as they were all true pirates. A wide grin spreading across his face, he chuckled softly. Looking down at Minor, Iburu asserted his authenticity, questioning if the others couldn't discern it by their presence on the Nautilus. If a gathering led by a pirate isn't a pirate party, then what, indeed, could it be? From the shadows, a figure challenged, asking if his words implied the others weren't pirates, then demanding to know who dared speak. Her eyes widening in surprise, she gasped, "He's here." "Muirhat," the man called out, demanding the reason for such a commotion. The unknown swordsman mused, having never encountered him even in his past life, wondering if any rules had been broken. Iburu retorted that Kieran herself had devised the rules, making it her decision, then challenged them, asking where their full crew was. The swordsman scoffed, deeming them insane to speak thus, knowing it was a 74-man gate, wondering how he even faced them. Hearing Elpham's name, Minor appeared surprised, wondering if they truly knew the young man. The swordsman recalled him as the sole survivor of the 100-man Red Grade Gate, where most explorers perished. Iburu simply asked, "So what?" Someone scoffed, arguing survival didn't equate to subjugation, dismissing it as unskilled cowardice, then questioned their anger. Minor declared she'd cleared a 200-man Orange Grade Gate by skill alone, an obvious victory, adding she'd warned them not to fuss, yet conceded their point. He nodded, realizing they were the rumored ones. The unknown swordsman proposed a compromise. Having secured the bounty, they prioritized subjugation, filling the remaining 69 spots with other parties. The swordsman simply responded, "Fine." He made it clear, only 10 spots would be sold per person. Someone questioned the decision, asking if he truly intended to accept it. The woman with red hair spoke, warning that choosing mere survival through escape meant utter defeat. Another man asked, "What about her permission?" The woman's eyes narrowed. She would make no compromises regarding that place, for anyone. A man questioned, "What is your intention?" Everything was proceeding smoothly. Someone interjected, "You're only opening 10 spots from all of that." A woman with blonde hair warned that selling spots would lead to them outnumbering them 14-fold. Someone declared, "Who cares about them? If anything, we'll simply crush them." The true plan was revealed, assassinating Kieran's second disciple, Minor. This assassination would occur within the very gate where her first disciple, Eagle Eye Rhea, had perished. She would fall into profound shock, Minor dying within the same cursed gate. The Nautilus pirates would be thrown into disarray, their internal schemes shattering their ranks, an event meant for 2 years hence, but the timeline had shifted. Elpham, having obtained intel from the Silent Crusade, now knew Kania had moved their funds to the Nautilus, signaling an acceleration of their plans. He had to stay one step ahead, limiting party members to ensure her protection. He couldn't afford to repeat past errors, thus minimizing his mana usage became paramount. A subordinate exclaimed the boss had planned everything, yet he still wondered why he was even present. Far out at sea, a lone ship sailed under the pale moonlight. A sharp knock echoed through the room, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Gathering mana in his hand, Elpham wondered who could be at the door. His eyes narrowed, anticipating the identity of the visitor. Turning towards the door, he called out, inviting them to enter. Elsewhere, Captain Kieran stood with a companion. A woman named Muirhat stood beside her. The captain inquired what brought her so late, Muirhat responding she had something to confirm, adding it was best she did. Looking intently at him, Muirhat asked if he was a follower of the Black Mage. Caught off guard, he seemed surprised by her question. He wondered, how did Kieran know about the followers? His mind raced, questioning if the future had changed, or if it was always this way, and why Kieran acted differently. Looking down, the pirate captain noted he seemed quite restless. He responded, stating he wasn't a follower, merely surprised she'd used that word. Pressing the issue, Muirhat asked if he wasn't questioning their existence, stating no need to beat around the bush, demanding proof he wasn't one. Looking down, Elpham admitted he didn't particularly have proof. She thought, wondering who the followers were and his relation to them, noting he'd have answered with a bullet, not a question. She continued, asking if it was the Silent Crusade, implying he already had a connection. Revealing her hand, she stated the Kania merchants were the followers, and he was their enemy. Looking at him intently, Murhat declared this didn't mean he was her ally. Believing they could work together, Elpam assumed that's why she'd come. But he cut to the chase, demanding to know what Murhat wanted from him. She explained the situation was dire. Murhat admitted she only trusted herself and a few trustworthy mates. Hearing this, Elpam realized things had already reached that point. Murhat thought everything progressed faster than she'd imagined. They were likely after Minor now. She continued, noting that with Rhea gone, that child, the ship's icon, was now in grave danger. Murhat knew even she couldn't handle the repercussions. Elpam realized this was it then. Murhat thought that in return, they'd receive an item from the Nautilus treasury. With a determined look, Murhat declared they would head in first. She told them to take their time. With a determined glint in her eyes, Captain Kieran braced herself for the unknown path ahead. A surge of raw energy emanated, signaling her entry into the perilous unknown. The very air crackled with anticipation as she stepped into a new, ominous realm. Her boots crunched on the unfamiliar ground, the weight of her mission heavy upon her shoulders. The blonde woman scoffed. "Do you think this is a picnic? Stay on your toes." Iburu muttered under his breath. "TCH, we only sold 10 spots." A strange noise echoed through the cavern, making him wonder. "Keek?" His eyes narrowed, preparing for a fight. "Just hold still. I'll finish you instantly." From the shadows, a monstrous creature emerged, drawing his gaze. Its jaws opened wide, releasing a deafening, guttural screech. Iburu raised his weapon, poised and ready to strike. Deep within the cavern, the air hung thick with anticipation. The silence shattered as a gunshot rang out, echoing through the stone. Another shot followed, Captain Kieran shouting, urging them not to stop, but to aim for only one target each time. Mark yelled, warning that the constant gunshots were attracting more foes, yet urging them not to fear, for they could easily. He continued, rallying his comrades to face the measly drakes without fear, reminding them they had overcome far greater challenges. More shots were fired, lighting up the darkness. The barrage found its mark, a monstrous roar piercing the air as the creature fell. The man from before affirmed Geo's words, then commanded them to line up for battle. The red-haired woman declared her intent to clear the cavern herself. Focusing on her weapon, it began to glow with an inner power. Another monster cried out, as the battle raged on. As the battle raged, Murhat and a companion found themselves cornered, one exclaiming about the relentless stream of enemies. Frustration etched on his face. One adventurer lamented a teammate's sudden disappearance. Facing the cavern wall, he cursed under his breath. Caught off guard, Elpam cried out, struck by a monster's brutal attack. With a deafening roar, the monster prepared for another assault. Once again, he was caught in the monster's sights, bracing for impact. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, rallying the troops to bring it on. Delivering a harsh critique, a figure observed their combat styles were chaotic, inefficient for solo efforts. Addressing the group, he declared they must now fight as a team, emphasizing their newfound bond as a family. Taken aback, one of the adventurers exclaimed in surprise. The monster unleashed another earth-shattering roar. Advising a tactical shift, the figure urged them to dive into enemy lines and stir things up. Determined to win, he knew he must focus on wounding. Fueled by rage, a monster roared, ready to tear through anything, no matter what. The battle raged on, with blood splattering everywhere. Channeling his power, Elpam prepared to strike, remembering his promise to protect. Ready to unleash his attack, he yelled for the others to silence themselves. In a darkened room, Ralph was told he was Devo's shield. He was reminded to abandon his selfish combat style, and from now on, fight only for him. Looking determined, he was ordered to protect Devo at all costs. Back in the cavern, a monster lunged forward, ready to strike. With a fierce expression, Elpam prepared to strike, steeling his resolve for the fight. Unleashing a combined assault, yellow and green energy struck the monster. The battle continued, with the monster taking another hit of green energy. With a roar, Cold Eye brought his weapon down on Ralph. The force of the blow sent him reeling, blood flying from the impact. But before he could press his advantage, Ralph turned to Rockin, latching onto him with a savage bite, causing Rockin to cry out in anguish. The beast folk's jaws clamped down, drawing more blood from the Lord. His face contorted in rage, Rockin shouted for the attack to cease. Elsewhere, a figure watched the battle unfold, thinking of Kyrie's crucial role. The monster continued to struggle. With a flash of light, Kyrie unleashed a devastating solar slash. Power crackled around her arm, as a voice declared her true identity. With their last foe dispatched, the blonde adventurer smirked, finding this skirmish easier than anticipated. But a new threat emerged, a hulking, rhino-like monster roaring, ready to clean up the intruders. Each step shook the very ground, a testament to the creature's immense size and power. Elsewhere, two figures stood silhouetted, framed by the radiant glow of a mysterious portal. Nearby, a man in a red bandana seemed taken aback by what he saw. A white-haired figure questioned the unexpected guest's arrival, wondering why they were here when all expected party members had already arrived. Panic seized Elpam, the white-haired man, as he insisted they move, declaring an emergency and the immediate need to inform Minor of the dire situation. The monstrous maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a terrifying harbinger of the danger that lay ahead. Waving dismissively, the red-haired pirate suggested they move on, deeming the previous encounter nothing of consequence. Her eyes widened with excitement, Minor exclaiming they'd hit the jackpot, marveling at the magic stone's immense size. Elsewhere, Captain Kieran, bandaged and determined, prepared for a fight. Fiery energy crackled around her, ready to be unleashed. Her eyes widened, a sudden, sharp intake of breath escaping her lips as an unseen force slammed into her, blood spraying from her mouth as she struggled to comprehend the sudden assault. A surge of energy crackled, a ghostly hand materializing in the air as the relentless attack continued. The others shouted a warning, barely reacting to the sudden, brutal assault. A voice cried out, "TCH. Minor." The energy coalesced into a fiery projectile, hurtling towards its target with terrifying speed. The attack intensified, the air shimmering with heat and raw power. The red-haired woman shouted, "Over there." The attacker unleashed a rapid blast. The ground erupted, torn apart by the sheer force of the barrage. Minor, her face marred with scars, snarled, "Go on. Explain yourself." Cashin, a figure with glowing red eyes, stood amidst the chaos, a burning sword held ready. A voice echoed out, stating they were merely doing cleanup, as flames danced around him. A command rang out, ordering the group to hold still, as they found themselves surrounded by a cage of golden energy. Everyone's forgetting about him. His voice booming with frustration, realizing they'd forgotten him entirely. Rockin roared, his fury echoing through the tunnel. How could Devo abandon him after promising belief, after bringing him here at all? He realized he would have died, were it not for this ant tunnel. His eyes widened, realizing they were meant to stay hidden. If everyone else escaped, he would truly be. Silence filled the tunnel, broken only by the echo of his desperate thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he swore, asserting his status as a second circle explorer. He vowed not to die so easily in this forsaken place. Then, he noticed something, a second gate. Standing before the glowing portal, he wondered whether to wait or act. His eyes widened in shock, a scream tearing from his throat. Turning to his side, Rockin was met by a strange sight. A snail-like creature, a flower blooming from its head. Catching his breath, he wondered how he'd arrived, his heart still pounding. A whirling sound filled the air, causing him to cry out in disbelief. The snail-like creature looked on, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Tilting its head, the creature repeated the name. Q. A surge of energy erupted, illuminating the entire scene. A figure with glowing red eyes commanded them to hold still. Beams of light struck the ground, engulfing a group of people. A red-haired woman shouted, demanding an explanation, her voice sharp. The figure with glowing red eyes prepared another attack, energy crackling around them. A devastating explosion ripped through the area, engulfing the group in flames. Fortunately, Kedril wasn't late, yet he wondered how they'd arrived. As the group gave chase, they shouted that he was still alive. Meanwhile, someone commented that Elpum had done the same in the 100-man gate. It seemed Captain Kieran had sent them, having figured out his identity. The red-haired woman wondered, Kieran did this? Aiming his cannon-like weapon, Kedril prepared to fire. The blast hit its mark, sending the target reeling back in pain. Gasping for air, the target cried out, questioning their actions. The cannon roared, unleashing a swift fire attack. With a determined look, he declared his target secured. The flames engulfed the target, leaving them screaming in agony. Consumed by the inferno, the target's screams echoed through the forest. A massive explosion rocked the area. Observing the widespread destruction, the man realized more enemies had breached their defenses than anticipated. Bracing himself, he gritted his teeth, a streak of crimson energy searing past him. Her eyes blazing with determination, Minor vowed she would not lose sight of her target. Another deafening explosion erupted, sending jagged debris flying in all directions. The very ground trembled, as yet another explosion tore violently through the ravaged landscape. Eyes widening in horror, the man from before muttered, "That's it." A man with white hair shouted for all to get down, as another questioned the chaos. Gathering raw energy in his outstretched hand, a shadowy figure prepared to unleash a devastating magical attack. Unleashing the magic, a potent wave of brilliant blue energy surged forward. A spiky, violent explosion erupted, sending razor-sharp shards scattering in all directions. The final, cataclysmic explosion detonated, leaving a wide trail of utter destruction in its wake. As the dust slowly settled, the scene revealed nothing but utter devastation. Amidst the chaos, Minor's name was called out in alarm, as yet another explosion violently rocked the area. A frantic voice shouted, "Come here, quick," as a massive rock formation crumbled perilously nearby. Coughing, she struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Focusing her eyes, she finally saw the source of the disturbance. The unknown swordsman stood ready, his weapon now glowing with an ominous, pulsating energy. Suddenly, a powerful surge of blue energy erupted, engulfing both him and Minor completely. Her face contorted with rage, she demanded to know what the bastard was doing, and to reveal his plans instantly. Elsewhere, a lone figure watched the unfolding events with growing concern. He gripped his weapon tightly, wondering if he was prepared for what was coming. A voice cried out in disbelief, "What did you just do?" Minor was swept in there too. Another man looked on, stammering, "I was just..." The sheer force of the blast sent debris flying, engulfing the entire area in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. The powerful shockwave rattled the ground, sending massive chunks of rock tumbling down. Caught in the heart of the explosion, the unknown swordsman was violently thrown back by the sheer, raw power. Nearby, a man watched the chaotic scene unfold, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. The raw energy continued to surge, slamming into the unknown swordsman with brutal, relentless force. Battered and bruised, he struggled to comprehend what had just happened, barely choking out a single word. Why? Standing amidst the chaos, Minor calmly surveyed the devastated scene. The man from before shouted, "Minor, what did you?" She replied, questioning the outcome, having wasted mana due to his useless stubbornness, just as she'd thought. A voice narrated, observing that all the new members had now arrived. In the distance, a large group of people stood, silently observing the devastating aftermath. A sinister smile spread across Minor's face, her eyes gleaming with cold, undeniable satisfaction. Captain Kieran, her expression stern, addressed her crew, her voice unwavering. Minor's expression remained cold, declaring these to be the captain's unwavering order. The ancient amulet began to glow, its latent power resonating deeply. A blinding, searing light erupted from it, consuming everything in its destructive path. Staggering back, the unknown swordsman struggled to maintain his balance, struck by an unseen, powerful force. Catching his breath, he realized he had accidentally entered, now forced to wait for the others. Looking deeper into the cave, he wondered if this was the second gate, and if the others were already inside. Startled, he suddenly realized another presence was nearby. A small creature called out, its voice trembling with palpable concern. A distant figure spoke, explaining their separation and requesting to join the swordsman. Bracing himself, the unknown swordsman prepared for whatever came next. Scolding him, the creature demanded to know his foolish actions, warning of being roasted without Elpham's presence. Still reeling from his previous injury, the swordsman found himself on the ground, struggling to rise. A sudden, unseen force struck him, eliciting a pained groan from his lips. The attack intensified, a scream of agony tearing from him as the monster's assault continued. With fierce determination, Minor, the red-haired pirate, barked orders, urging her companions to flee. A figure stepped forward, declaring these were Captain Kieran's direct orders. A glint of recognition sparked in her eyes. That's... From the shadows, a voice mused, wondering what intricate plan was unfolding. Minor stood defiant, her weapon raised, ready for battle. A chilling question hung in the air. Do you know of Eagle Eye Rhea's death? A sharp gasp escaped her lips. What? As someone shouted to silence them. The truth hit her hard, a voice accusing. It's you. Her eyes widened in disbelief, the red-haired pirate reeling from the accusation. Minor's realization dawned. Wait, what is he saying? Followers within the Nautilus? And my mates, they killed Rhea? A necklace was presented. Captain Kieran asked me to deliver this. Is that? I'm certain. It's her necklace. Still holding the necklace, she considered the implications. Kieran wouldn't have given this proof to just anyone. The implications were clear. She knew everything, sending him to protect her. The people she killed earlier were. The man with the eye patch wondered, but how? What method is he using to identify these followers? Looking concerned, Starling admitted this wasn't right. No matter how much she thought, it made no sense. They couldn't trust him. The see-through eye patch allowed sight of mana flow, an excellent means to discern the black mage's followers. However, it greatly consumed the user's mana. She continued, no one here could use that after Chorus died, right? Doesn't Minor know that item? He mused. It only activates if compatible with the user's element? He wondered how a magician could use the see-through eye patch. Looking thoughtful, she admitted her distrust, but for now, their shared purpose aligned them. The man with the eye patch considered it a trap, unsure who was behind him. Yet, having lent it, he resolved not to frown. Starling concluded, if his mana isn't fit, he'll die before using it. Let's see how things turn out. A distant group traversed the barren landscape, wondering what answers they would bring. Focusing on him, it was revealed that, save for the 3 leaders, the rest were followers. The camera zoomed in on a red-haired man. Another man scoffed, follower? What nonsense. Lady Minor, you couldn't believe that baseless. A red target appeared in close-up. Facing these followers, even before my return, was a painful ordeal. Their brand, appearing only with imbued mana, could be anywhere. A glowing figure appeared, a follower. However, it's only invisible to the eye. It definitely came with a brand, the narration confirmed. A white-haired man came into view. The man with the eye patch questioned, isn't it too laid back to be this brazen? A man with a forehead brand appeared, the text exclaiming, the Black Mage's brand? It can't be. A man's face contorted in shock. The air crackled with energy, as sudden gunfire erupted. Screaming over the din of battle, a man ordered everyone killed. Amidst the swirling chaos, a lone figure wondered aloud, questioning the unfolding events. A cannon blaster roared to life, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy into the fray. Eyes narrowed, face set with grim resolve, Fur prepared herself for the coming fight. A pained cry escaped, as an unseen force struck someone down. A man with glasses, Iburu, realized he'd expended too much mana, leaving them vulnerable. With the second gate nearby, a voice urged them to seek immediate cover. Her face contorted with rage, Fur shouted, demanding absolute silence from her allies. Clutching the cannon, she vowed to personally kill every last one of them. A voice yelled for others to stand back, warning they'd be swept away. A dark figure, the Black Mage, declared, "It's time to hunt." Dark energy crackled around Kedril as he prepared to unleash a devastating attack on Minor. Suddenly, she was struck by an unseen force, spiraling into a dark abyss, her mind reeling. The air crackled, a surge of potent purple energy exploding outwards from the impact. Gasping, Minor coughed up blood, the blow's force leaving her disoriented and gravely wounded. A sinister grin spread across Kedril's face. He mused she shouldn't see anything, yet admitted he was impressed, warning her that her luck ended here. Panic rising, she cried out that she couldn't see, believing herself to be hallucinating. Holding up a golden spyglass, he declared he'd send her to join her dearly adored Eagle Eye. Another blast of energy erupted, as he mockingly sent his regards. The sound of impact echoed, the attack connecting with brutal force. Multiple beams of purple energy slammed into Minor, further compounding the damage. His eyes wide with disbelief, Kedril wondered what was happening, how she could do this. Holding the injured Minor, he demanded to know how she was able to see. Two spectral figures stood guard, as a smaller figure in the center gathered potent energy. Someone shouted to fire at the foe, realizing something was amiss with that bastard, as purple projectiles launched. A hand glowed, crackling with raw power. The purple projectile struck, causing a violent explosion. A fire attack launched, eliciting a pained cry from someone. The fiery assault intensified, growing stronger. Someone shouted, questioning the mere fire arrow, as the attack transformed into a cannon spike. The fire attack exploded violently on impact. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, struck by the devastating fire attack. Questioning if it was merely a fire arrow, someone shouted to stop him, as more purple projectiles launched. The purple projectiles struck their target. The fire attack then took the form of a revolver, clashing with the purple projectiles. A blinding explosion of fire energy engulfed the entire area. Stunned by the display, one fighter could hardly believe such force could spin a fire arrow. Without warning, a figure was struck by a dark, piercing energy attack, drawing a pained groan. The force of the blow sent them reeling, a guttural cry escaping their lips as blood splattered. Another combatant was caught in a massive energy blast, its sheer power threatening to overwhelm them. Amidst the chaos, a voice cried out, declaring its freedom. Gasping, another fighter muttered a curse. Suddenly, a searing energy attack slammed into someone's chest, radiating intense heat. The battlefield erupted with a series of smaller explosions, each striking with pinpoint accuracy. A devastating explosion ripped through the scene, consuming everything in its path. Caught in the blast, a figure was sent hurtling through the air, screaming in pain and terror. Pushing past their limits, a desperate thought echoed in their mind, calling out for help. Knowing he was running out of time, he had to reach the second gate before his mana depleted. Meanwhile, Minor was struck by a devastating blow, crying out. Frustrated by the situation, the unknown swordsman cursed. Suddenly, he was caught in a fiery explosion. The force of the blast sent debris flying, engulfing the area in flames. The battlefield was now a chaotic landscape, scarred by the intense conflict. Gasping for air, Minor struggled to her feet, clearly injured. The scene was a maelstrom of fire and destruction, a testament to the battle's ferocity. The gate, the narrator declared, was now within reach. Before them, the gate stood, a towering maw wreathed in raging, hungry flames. One voice questioned if Elpum and the others were lost, but another quickly dismissed the concern, assuring them the gate would soon be restored, their true purpose now within reach. Roa snarled, a vow of lethal intent escaping his lips. Unleashing a devastating attack, he drove a corkscrew blow into his unsuspecting target. The attack failed, leaving him to wonder if his opponent concealed their skill. Laughing maniacally, he scornfully declared his foe utterly weak. The weapon stood ready. Blue energy crackled, launching yet another fierce attack. He looked utterly surprised. Taking the full force of the blow, he cried out, racked with searing pain. Purple energy enveloped him, leaving him defeated and broken upon the ground. The onslaught continued. Pedro struck hard, reeling from the devastating force of the blow. Purple energy crackled around him, another strike landing, pushing him further back. Blood splattered as the unseen assailant continued his brutal assault, each hit taking a heavy toll. A fiery blast erupted, engulfing him in searing flames. Another blow connected, sending him staggering. A blade flashed, drawing a fresh, crimson wound. A guttural scream escaped him, the agony etched deep across his contorted face. The relentless assault showed no sign of stopping, another strike landing with brutal, crushing force. Gasping for breath, covered in blood and dirt, Pedro knew his time was rapidly running out. Elsewhere, a lone figure stared in disbelief, questioning the sheer, impossible number of gates before him. The blonde-haired girl noticed even more gates, wondering if they could all be secondary portals. They must connect to a different area in the second region. Once enough members pass, the gate will close, forcing them to use another. A pirate paused, realizing their unknown destinations, wondering how to rejoin the boss. Another retorted they had no choice, forced to trust luck and enter now. 3 seemed enough to pass, so they decided to watch their surroundings, assuming Elpum would cross another gate, requiring them to join him swiftly. A pirate wondered what approached, speculating if it could be the boss. Clawing at Pedro, a pirate screamed desperately for rescue. urging his comrades to save him. Another pirate shouted a warning, declaring the Iburu pirates lived by honor, vowing they wouldn't escape. He then wondered where the boss was. A pirate stood shocked, thinking this couldn't be real. A zombie pirate screamed, "It's mouth agape." Another pirate realized these weren't ordinary monsters. They wore their own pirate outfits. A pirate wondered if they were human, but dismissed it. These things wouldn't die, still moving after headshots, and his bullets were almost gone. A pirate cursed, realizing he'd never encountered anything like this before. They discovered no core, no weak points. These monsters wouldn't fall. Were they zombified corpses? What was happening? This was far too different from his past life. He had to find it, no matter the cost. How far does this connect? Beyond that wall, something more must surely lie. His thoughts drifted to Devo. Had everyone passed the second gate? He was at his limit, his mana failing to sustain the skill any longer. A guttural scream tore from Elpum's throat, the zombie pirates setting upon him with savage intent. Then, a blinding flash of orange light erupted, engulfing the entire cavern. Stunned by the sudden explosion, the shaved man could only manage a bewildered, "What the hell?" A figure with long red hair, mere hat, descended, her blade already drawn. The shaved man shouted, his voice urgent, "Minor." More explosions detonated, sending powerful shockwaves through the cavern. The zombie pirates converged, tearing into Elpum with savage, relentless fury. Iburu, a man in a white shirt and green apron, rushed forward, asking with relief, "Are you injured anywhere?" A blinding light erupted, accompanied by a stern warning to retreat or face dire consequences. A bewildered expression crossed the face of one of the figures present. Two figures were caught in the radiant blast, their forms silhouetted against the intense light. Another explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying in all directions. His face contorted in pain, the world seemed to spin around him. Blood trickled down his face, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A lone figure stood before a gaping, ominous tunnel, the air thick with smoke and danger. Staggering back, Elpum gasped, "Minor, I almost died." Glancing up, he noted with dismay, "Tisich, still so many of them?" Nearby, Mirhat asked, "What should we do?" "We're running out of ammo." Her companion replied, "I can fire once more, using all my mana." She cut him off, urging him to wait. Looking over at Elpum, Mirhat called out, "Elpum, wait a bit longer. We'll need that skill." Mirhat questioned his resolve. "What are you saying, looking like death? We have no time. Devo is a kilometer away. There's no time left to think." Clenching his fist, Elpum pleaded, 5 minutes. "No, buy me 3. Someone questioned, "What? What can you possibly do in 3 minutes?" Focusing his energy, Elpum held 2 glowing orbs, ready to unleash their power. But before he could act, Iburu was caught off guard by the monster's sudden assault, exclaiming in shock. The monster roared, its massive claws tearing through the air, continuing its relentless attack on Iburu. The veteran hunter gritted his teeth, realizing these zombie bastards wouldn't fall easily, even headless. Taking the full force of the blow, he cried out in pain, sent flying backwards. Seeing her comrade fall, Mirhat leaped into action, launching a counterattack against the monstrous foe. Unleashing a torrent of green energy, she shouted at Iburu to stop complaining and focus on knocking out one more. The monster roared in defiance, but Mirhat's relentless assault continued, pushing it back. Seizing the opportunity, Elpum unleashed a devastating attack, his power surging through the battlefield. The monster reeled, its grotesque form battered by the onslaught of energy. Clearing his throat, Elpum tried to downplay the moment's intensity, acting as if nothing happened. With a final surge of power, Elpum stood triumphant, his sword raised high above the defeated monster. A monstrous strike descended with incredible force, its impact shaking the very foundations of the cavern. His eyes wide with disbelief, Iburu shouted, questioning the sanity of awakening such a creature. Towering above them, the grotesque form of the awakened monster filled the chamber. Staring up at the monstrosity, Elpum could only wonder why anyone would deliberately rouse such a thing. A voice filled with dark humor broke the tension, Salty Dog remarking with a wry smile, "Fuck, and you just said nice shot earlier." A monstrous roar echoed through the chamber, shaking its very foundations. The battle raged on, allies holding the line against the encroaching darkness, refusing to yield. But for Elpum, the relentless strain was becoming unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he cursed the necessity of pushing himself so hard again, yet saw no other choice. Energy crackling around him, he knew it was far too early to attempt to circle up. Realizing it would only hinder him already, he knew only one desperate option remained. He recalled facing such situations since his regression, powerful monsters against his limited mana and attack, having reached his 6th circle's limit. He remembered needing new, risky ways to deal with them, a desperate gamble. He pondered the magic stone, a concentrated monster essence. If he ingested its core, could it substitute for mana, fueling his circle-ups? Believing this could restore his mana, he now faced only the rampant waves of energy. Steeling himself, he considered coursing it through his heart, along his bloodstream, if his body could endure. With a fierce cry, Pirate Minor unleashed a devastating sword attack. A booming voice congratulated her, praising her skill. The attack exploded, engulfing the entire area in searing flames. The inferno raged, consuming everything in its destructive path. Preparing her next move, Minor gathered swirling blue energy in her hands. A voice commanded, urging her to prepare that earlier skill. Appearing suddenly, a white-haired figure with piercing blue eyes stood ready. Elsewhere, a new, desperate battle was just beginning. The unknown swordsman unleashed a barrage of energy beams, targeting a grotesque mushroom monster. With a final, desperate strike, the grotesque monster finally fell. Having defeated another foe, he stood tall amidst the carnage. A green aura emanated, accompanied by a chilling warning. Beware the tentacle. Towering above, a monstrous creature with pulsating green orbs and menacing tentacles now loomed. His eyes widening, he gritted his teeth, realizing who pulled the strings. So that thing was behind all this. Sensing the shift in momentum, Captain Kieran warned, everyone's getting sluggish. Desperation creeping into his voice, he urged, at this rate, we'll be wiped out. Leave this to me, get away. His brow furrowed, he steeled himself. What? Wait, I need to do this. With a burst of speed, the unknown swordsman unleashed a crimson slash, cutting through the air. The attack connected, sending golden ichor splattering across the battlefield. A blur of motion, a tentacle lashed out with blinding speed. A sickening thud echoed, someone crying out in raw agony. With renewed resolve, the unknown swordsman prepared another strike, vengeance etched on his face. Dark energy swirled, a malevolent force gathering deep within the cavern. A blonde-haired figure raised their sword, ready to strike against the encroaching darkness. Looking up, a brown-haired figure braces for the coming onslaught. The cavern wall, etched with glowing cracks, seems to pulse with an ominous energy. Deeper within the cavern, the wall looms, a silent challenge to those who dare approach. The red-haired figure stands firm, issuing a command. Focus on maintaining your skill. Leave the aiming to me. The cavern wall seems to echo with a silent threat, as a voice declares, your target is this wall. Amidst the chaos of battle, a figure holding a cannon-like weapon states grimly, we only have one chance. Gathering power, the blue-haired figure focuses, their hands glowing with intense blue energy. Eyes narrowed in concentration, the red-haired figure takes aim, preparing to unleash a devastating blast. Plummeting towards a red energy circle, Blackboot Bill's name appears, marking his descent into the fray. With a deafening roar, the cavern wall explodes, sending debris flying in all directions. As the cavern trembles, the unknown swordsman unleashes a torrent of energy. The blue energy expands, cracking the very earth around him. Focusing his power, he pushes himself, demanding even greater speed. With a final surge, the unknown swordsman unleashes the revolver. Straining against the immense pressure, he knows it's not enough. He has to add more momentum. His voice rings out, hold on, maintain it till the end. Meanwhile, Elpham counters with a fire arrow. The flames erupt, mixing with the blue energy in a chaotic display. The fire intensifies, swirling with unstoppable force. Suddenly, Kedril shouts in dismay, shit, I'm out of ammo. In a desperate plea, Mirhat yells, run, Minor. But before she can react, Cold Eye strikes, sneering, kid. His face contorted in a grimace, the battle takes a turn. The realization dawns, these are monsters without a core. The truth revealed, the puppets before him had been clouding his judgment. The threads of mana, they all connect to a single point. The master of the core, it was something else entirely. What they needed to fight was unleashing a torrent of fire. The unknown swordsman strikes. Taking the hit, Cold Eye spits out, you. Following up, Elpham launches a rocket attack. The momentum building, he follows through with a smash. The attacks converge, opening a swirling vortex. The combined force erupts, engulfing everything in a blinding explosion. The battle rages on, the veteran hunter's face contorted with a mix of fear and determination as the monstrous horde closes in. Surrounded on all sides, escape seemed impossible as the grotesque figures pressed their relentless advantage. A flash of crimson, a cascade of red hair whipping through the air, signaled the chaos intensifying. The clash of steel and sickening splatter of blood painted a grim picture of the brutal, ongoing struggle. Each desperate strike, each parry, brought them closer to the brink. A wave of relief washed over a nearby combatant, his eyes flickering with hope as he cried out, believing himself saved. But the fight was far from over, another figure falling victim to the relentless onslaught. Her face etched with worry, Fur gritted her teeth, knowing the stakes were higher than ever. A surge of power coursed through Elpham, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as the word clear materialized, signaling a turning point. In a haunting flashback, a younger self recalled the parents who had so cruelly abandoned them. He thought of the horrible adults, remembering the one who protected the orphans from such people. A hand reached out, a voice calling him Big Sis with gentle affection. He remembered Rhea, his hero, her memory a guiding light. Standing on a rooftop, overlooking a sunset, he recalled 10 years since their instructor took them in, time passing like a flash. A blonde-haired girl told him he was the genius Captain Kieran acknowledged, but insisted every day must be fun. He felt anxiety rising, fearing he couldn't catch up to her, especially if the captain. The blonde-haired girl told him not to be disheartened, asking why he lacked confidence when he possessed so much. She quietly reminded him not to do that, asserting her right as his big sis, and assuring him he could take it slow. The blonde-haired girl smiled, promising him she would always remain by his side. Wondering if she was truly all right, Captain Kieran was met with a sharp retort, the blonde insisting she was fine thanks to new equipment and luck. Blaming himself for their predicament, Iburu spotted something ominous in the distance. Straining to see through the haze, the group made out several distant figures. As they drew closer, the grim sight became clear, a body bound tightly with thick rope. A closer look revealed the horrifying, tortured state of the captive. A desperate cry escaped someone's lips, the name Rhea hanging heavy in the air. Stunned by the sight, Captain Kieran wondered if the captive had bound herself to prevent a monstrous transformation. Nearby, a tattered, discarded document lay half-buried in the dirt. The message was clear: the sinister followers of the Black Mage had returned. Desperate to help, Rhea knew she must return, but her current, weakened condition made it difficult. The name echoed, a chilling whisper, Minor. The revelation hit hard. Half the party were followers, and the man couldn't fathom how many more were hidden within. Clutching a bloodied wound, a final, desperate warning was issued. Trust no one. It's already over. Tears welling in her eyes, Rhea apologized for failing to keep her promise to her little sister. Her voice choked with raw emotion, the crushing weight of her failure palpable. In a new flashback, figures cloaked in shadow stood amidst tropical foliage, their intentions utterly unclear. It was revealed Kedril took the night fragment. Even if it was Minor's party, under darkness, they couldn't. A masked figure loomed, his gaze intense, unsettling, and utterly menacing. Chaos erupted as an ambush decimated their ranks. It's an ambush, someone cried, but it was already too late. Holding a smoking gun, Rhea coldly asked how it felt to be shot in the back. The scene was one of carnage, members shot dead, a stark reminder to stand by at each position. The situation was deemed too much. Someone questioned if that was why he had been sent along with her. If Minor didn't return, she thought, she would never be able to forgive herself. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring everything. Footsteps echoed, drawing steadily closer through the gloom. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, a rhythmic thudding. Captain Kieran's face, stained with tears and blood, called out a name. Her expression, a mix of relief and sorrow, turned towards the returning figures. A grizzled pirate squinted, his face deeply weathered by the relentless sea. Tears welling in her eyes, she heard the words, "I've brought Big Sis back with us." A welcoming voice greeted them. "Welcome back, you two." The water's surface reflected the light, shimmering eerily in the surrounding darkness. A torch burned brightly, casting long, dancing shadows. Boats approached a massive structure, their flickering torches illuminating the dark way. Looking out at the approaching ships, the observer noted the large number of arrivals, commenting that all major Nautilus crewmates must be present. As the ships drew closer, one in particular was revealed, engulfed in raging flames. A woman looked up, her expression a stark mix of shock and deep concern. Someone asked, wondering if the antagonist boss had gone this time. The ships continued their approach, their forms growing larger against the distant horizon. Inside a dimly lit room, a hand rested possessively on a treasure chest. Kedril poured a shimmering liquid into a glass, extending it as an unspoken offer. Walking along a winding forest path, Iburu insisted on their dire need for supplies, while a disembodied voice urged the preparation of many mana potions. Standing before Murhat, Captain Kieran was pressed on the exorbitant cost of each potion, given their lost materials. She affirmed her awareness, explaining it was precisely why she sought her aid. Considering Nautilus's vast wealth, Kedril suggested their prior deal might be concluded, yet acknowledged this new request was a separate matter entirely. He pressed on, questioning her insistence on further aid, given their deal's completion. Though grateful for Minor's protection, he couldn't trust her, proposing this as a new arrangement, 2 treasury items instead of the promised one. In exchange, he vowed to locate every follower hidden within the Nautilus. A frustrated voice echoed, lamenting this second life was proving far less easygoing than anticipated. A gentle voice inquired, "What troubles your thoughts so deeply?" Iburu dismissed Captain Kieran's concern, claiming many thoughts weighed on him. He thought to himself, a silent plea. "Go, Minor." She questioned him, quickly assuring she hadn't intended to eavesdrop on his private thoughts. He revealed his knowledge of Elpham's offer for her to join his party. He continued, acknowledging Elpham's efforts, but stressed that Rhea's killers, the followers, remained at large. Iburu clenched his fist, affirming the sentiment was equally true for him. Elsewhere, a masked figure, cloaked in shadow, vowed to protect the sacred ground. Returning to Kieran and him, he warned that joining Elpham would place her on the front lines against the followers, urging her to trust her big brother's judgment. A woman with fiery red hair whispered a single name, Geo. As a whale-shaped ship cut through the night, a voice declared distrust for a weak companion. Another protested the timing, while a third conceded, perhaps it's fine, with Captain Kieran present? A final voice simply sighed, seriously. The river winds its way through a lush, green landscape. As the boat glides along the water, Elpham and Murhat continue their journey. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair observes, his expression unreadable. The river opens up, revealing a massive structure in the distance. Through a pair of binoculars, someone watches the boat approach. Water swirls and churns. Murhat stands ready, her weapon at the ready. The pirate's gaze is intense. The boat passes through a massive gateway, entering a new area. The dark-haired man's eyes widen in shock, realizing, so this is Kiran's treasury. Standing amidst the treasure, Murhat wonders if he could explain the items to her, but she's met with a sharp retort. Looking at the staff and pendant, Elpam thinks this goes beyond his expectations. Examining the ring, he wonders if it could be the Dawn Guardian Angel ring, knowing he can only take 2 items and must find the strongest ones. A sudden memory flashes before him, leaving him stunned. Murhat asks, did he decide? He's certain that this is what he wore. In the aftermath, the followers began leading the charge. He recalls the betrayer of humanity, Leek. He remembers how Leek hid himself all the way to the upper echelons of the Alliance, betraying everyone in the critical moment and leaving devastating blows to the Alliance. And this was the symbol of fear that he used, as he lost so many of his comrades to that bastard, who took it from here after the Nautilus went down in ruins. Back in the present, Elpam declares he'll choose this as his first item. But something about Elpam's choices has Murhat on edge. He seems to have an eye for things, at least, but what element could he be? His footsteps echo, the sound bouncing off the gold. The light glints off the treasure, illuminating Elpam's face as he surveys the hoard. His eyes land on a ring, one he's never seen before, but he doesn't feel anything coming from it. Is it just an ordinary ring? He reaches out, finding it strange that an ordinary ring would be in this place. But as he touches it, he cries out in surprise. From afar, Murhat watches, wondering just what is going on. The ring suddenly equips itself, before he can even touch it. Murhat's eyes widen, realizing something is amiss. She thinks to herself, apologizing that the ring is something temporarily in her care, so she can't give it to him. She sees, understanding the situation, but wonders what she should do. Elpam looks at his hand, asking if she can see it. A pair of hands fidgets nervously. The report comes in. The Gold Ritchie case has been concluded successfully, and the recipient acknowledges the good work. The question is posed, what about Elpam? The response is that it should be about time, followed by an apology. Someone admits they have failed. The failure is met with fury. How dare they utter such words, even though they used the knife fragment? This can't be the extent of the merchant group they raised. A final warning echoes, last chance. If you fail this as well. A menacing figure declares they'll have them pay with their life. Someone sighs in relief, saying all right. A figure walks through a doorway. A close-up reveals a weapon. Out on the water, someone asks if they're going now. Another responds that they'll come back once the opportunity comes, noting the booze here is great. A third voice says they better improve their skills by then. Back inside, someone exclaims thanks for the gains, as the numbers +4 million and -4 million are displayed. Another calls them a crazy gambling bastard. Aboard the ship, one of the men asks, boss. The other man leaps off the ship, shouting, wait. His eyes widen, a look of shock washing over his face. The man from the ship yells, don't tell me. A woman with fiery red hair stands her ground, a determined look in her eyes. Panting heavily, he struggles to catch his breath. A desperate cry pierces the air, as a figure is struck by a blade of green energy. Falling, he urges himself, shit, run faster. His face contorted in fear and desperation, he shouts, stop looking behind us, and keep your eyes on the front already. Gasping for air, he thinks, no, we're going to die at this rate. Something please. A glimmer of hope. There. As one figure shouts for another to hurry and get inside. Promising to activate something, a second voice cackles with glee, believing they've achieved a victory. But it seems premature, as the first speaker realizes he might not be dying just yet. The words turn into a strangled cry, as Gukran is struck with immense force. Meanwhile, another figure begins to cast, drawing upon some unknown power. Gukran, now lying injured, desperately urges someone to get up and run. But of all people, it seems, this is the very last person anyone would want to see. A palpable tension filled the air, thick and suffocating. Demanding an explanation, the man questioned Rakan's confident demeanor, despite his empty hands. Rakan explained the dire situation, claiming it a miracle he survived the cave's collapse. Slamming his fist on the table, the man retorted that merely returning alive wasn't enough, not after his earlier boasts. Considering his options, he mused, perhaps he would suggest raising the stakes in return. He assured the man that since they wouldn't sit still, they'd reveal themselves more clearly next time. The man with dark green hair wondered how long he was expected to play along, unable to reveal all to Gaper just yet. The stakes were high. A full-out war could erupt, fueled by a twisted justification to take down Kania. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes lurked in shadows, thinking it difficult to expect more if they weren't scapegoats. Otherwise, they'd never reach the follower's route, and Gaper's patience would soon run out. Closing his eyes, the man with dark green hair mused that it wouldn't take long. Another man questioned how the party size increased without their knowledge, now splitting the pay even further. As discussion continued among Rakan's subordinates, one noted more skilled people were good, but another questioned why he, as leader, sought their input. Setting down his cup, he dismissed their concerns, stating he didn't care. Any complaints should be voiced with their skill. His piercing gaze suggested that problems always arose. The subordinate, clearly taken aback, gritted his teeth in frustration. Slamming his fist on a nearby surface, another subordinate lamented his mesos, questioning the decision made without him, calling someone a greedy idiot. Another subordinate asked, where are you going now, boss? Rockin replied he had somewhere to be, calling off today's training as two figures split from the group. Observing the scene, a subordinate expressed frustration, wondering why they acted so individually, as if they had multiple lives, wishing for consideration for those protecting them. As the two figures walked away, one suggested splitting up to take care of someone. The figures' footsteps echoed as they headed towards their destination. The pirate captain examined the ring on her finger, frustrated it wouldn't come off, questioning if the item was choosing its owner. Another woman reacted to the news, finding the situation troublesome, wondering about the ring's true owner. A figure fell into a room, seemingly needing permission from the ring's owner. A woman with glowing red eyes was confronted by two figures who questioned her miraculous return. Someone asked if he was the ring's owner. The man holding the ring explained it attached itself, refusing to come off, considering simply claiming ownership. The woman with glowing red eyes was shocked, realizing the ring's true nature. She looked concerned, a hooded figure standing silently behind her. He was told he couldn't have it now, the owner absent, and was asked if they could be called. He was told he'd come at the right time, yet he pressed for an explanation about the ring. The woman with glowing red eyes stated this was a request for Elpum, the ring's owner. A figure was revealed, known as the hero pursuer. A figure lay prone, hinting at a recent, brutal struggle. As the words "last day" appeared, a monstrous entity loomed, its presence heavy with dread. Driven to desperation, humanity's hope rested on figures standing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. A new champion emerged, his gaze resolute, preparing for the battles ahead. Evan, successor of Archmage Freud, stood ready to inherit a legacy of power. Luminous, the adversary of destiny, prepared to face his fate. Phantom, the phantom thief, and Mercedes, queen of the elves, stood side by side, ready to fight. Aaron, hero of Polearm, and Shade, hero of Mystic, prepared for battle. The return of the six heroes signaled a turning point against the encroaching darkness. A surge of power emanated from a figure, a blue aura crackling with energy. A monstrous entity unleashed a terrifying roar, its presence shaking reality's very foundations. As the world descended into chaos, a witness could only look on in horror. Their overwhelming powers were needed in this world as well, and the miracles they performed. We began hoping once again that they would save the world, unaware the six heroes' powers, awakened from the seal, were incomplete. 800 years ago, battling the Black Mage, the heroes lost their items into time's rifts for unknown reasons. These crucial items, appearing across the current gates, left the fractured alliance unable to buy the heroes time to reclaim their strength. This time, things must change. The heroes needed a formidable shield, not only to repel the followers but also to serve as bait, luring them into the open. Every faction across Maple World had to unite, forging an unbreakable alliance. A lone figure stood poised, a weapon glowing faintly in their grasp. A message materialized, its words whispering of history's inevitable change. Below, a man grinned, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The vast landscape unfolded, a breathtaking expanse of floating islands suspended in the sky. Scanning his surroundings, Shade muttered, "It should be around here somewhere." A voice commanded him to wear it, leaving him to wonder what it truly was. Examining the mysterious object, he hummed thoughtfully to himself. The item pulsed with raw power, its surface covered in arcane, glowing symbols. Suddenly, a shimmering gate materialized, causing him to exclaim in utter shock. The gate shimmered with potent energy, a clear portal to an unknown destination. He wondered what this was, as the gate had appeared from nowhere. Someone remarked they'd never have found it without prior knowledge, referring to Shade as the hero pursuer. Fur had discovered a method to track the hero's items, and now, he realized this was one. With unwavering resolve, a voice declared, "We will definitely save you." Meanwhile, Evan strode purposefully forward, prepared for whatever lay ahead. Within the dungeon's depths, strange symbols pulsed with an eerie glow against the metallic walls. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, searing the air. Emerging from the gate, the group celebrated their swift victory, having cleared the first challenge in mere hours. Though the monsters proved no match, Muirhat was reminded to wipe away the lingering burn marks. The red-haired woman found it surprising that Elpum had been a first circle so recently, but he merely brushed it off, claiming genius. Another party member challenged him, asking if he was scared. He cautioned against rushing, explaining that a swift circle advancement wasn't always beneficial. He continued, detailing the need to balance physical ability with enlightenment, lest one face a roadblock in their growth. Admitting he'd had no choice, he heard the other man observe that he spoke as if advancement was a matter of will. Reflecting on his past, he acknowledged his inability to surpass the seventh circle's wall. Knowing the future, Elpum resolved not to halt at the sixth circle, determined to advance at the ideal moment. Starling wondered if they'd reached the second gate too soon, reminding the group their true purpose was finding someone, not just clearing. Reassuring her, he confirmed they hadn't missed their target, having checked everything thoroughly. Iburu questioned if the eye patch truly allowed him to locate the person, assuming they were still alive. Preparing himself, he focused his power. Suddenly, they were coming. A look of shock washed over his face, staring in disbelief. Someone shouted in alarm, questioning the nature of the approaching horrors. The skeletons, their eyes glowing green, advanced. A voice yelled for everyone to run, noting their overwhelming numbers. Cursing, Mirhat realized they were skeletons, and bullets proved utterly ineffective. As the skeletons closed in, he wondered if this was their new reality. First zombies, now mere piles of bones. TCH, he gritted his teeth, accepting that it couldn't be helped, given the turn of events. He yelled for everyone to get down. Spears rained down, forcing them to take cover. He braced himself, ready to defend against the onslaught. He managed to block a blow with his shield, yet the skeletons kept coming. The skeletons continued their relentless assault, their numbers endless. Another skeleton attacked, but he was quick to defend. One skeleton lunged forward, its glowing green eyes fixed on its target. The skeleton's attack was swift and brutal, a terrifying display of undead aggression. From a distance, Mirhat wondered if the figure with the see-through eye patch might be the Silent Crusade. The eye patch-clad figure sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped, then urged them to hurry. Gasping in pain, Elpum clutched his stomach. Falling to the ground, he landed hard. Elpum, holding up a glowing blue tablet, mused on his many tricks, confident in his infiltration skill. Fur, however, faced a dire predicament. Her food ran out 5 days ago, and no monsters remained to hunt. On the verge of starvation, Starling had one desperate request, finally speaking up. Stuffing his face with a sandwich, he was simply told to continue eating. Looking relieved, Mirhat declared it a good thing he was still alive. Having found the escape gate, he suggested they simply return, avoiding unnecessary strain from fighting the boss. Sweating profusely, he appeared utterly exhausted. But before they could leave, he had a request, prompting her confused inquiry. Desperation lacing his voice, he pleaded for a guard, just for 3 days. Looking concerned, she explained that leaving now would mean failing her fallen comrades. She admitted a desire to investigate further, but fighting wasn't her strength, making solo exploration impossible. Standing nearby, he listened intently to their conversation. Looking determined, he believed this time would be different, having avoided the most dangerous areas until now. He had a strong hunch about a particular location. A mysterious figure declared he would accomplish nothing this time. It then questioned if someone was truly certain. It demanded to know who was present. A booming voice expressed profound disappointment in Ivok. The voice continued, having believed him useful, yet he failed to eliminate a single greenhorn explorer. High above, suspended by strands of darkness, a monstrous spider-like entity observed the unfolding events. Below, the Sea Commander knelt, a figure of abject submission. Humbled, he declared, accepting any punishment, I have no excuse. The creature responded, the plan to kill him is in progress. Grant me this chance to erase my dishonor. A disembodied voice echoed. So, you'll take responsibility? Tell me then. It continued, pressing him. What is your trump card? Meanwhile, a looming structure stood silhouetted against the night sky. Deep within its depths, skeletal figures began to stir. Their eyes glowing with eerie green light, they prepared for battle. Overseeing the undead legion, a figure with long white hair appeared to be in command. With a surge of power, they unleashed a wave of energy. The energy intensified, poised to strike. As the undead advanced, their eyes burned with eerie green, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Their onslaught continued, each strike carrying the weight of the grave. One lunged forward, its blade poised to strike. It paused, its glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target. A surge of raw energy crackled, illuminating the chamber with an ominous, pulsing blue light. A voice, thick with dark satisfaction, echoed. This is truly great. Another voice chimed in, gloating. This will be easy, their path now blocked. There's no time to. Within a chamber of diverging paths, a disembodied voice explained the mechanisms were structurally impossible to fully seal. Closing one path inevitably opened another, ensuring their foes would soon realize this and find them. A figure's foot stepped forward, a voice taunting. You'll just have to find it within the time, won't you? A heavily armored figure loomed, suggesting. How about we take a closer look? The armored figure continued. At the item of that so-called legendary hero, 2 figures stood before a massive sword, prepared to face whatever trials lay ahead. A colossal armored figure stood guard, its silent presence a chilling warning to any who dared approach. Scanning the desolate area, Elpum admitted no items were visible, causing Aaron to question if they were even in the right place. Examining the floor, she noted this location felt distinct from others, suggesting they needed to keep searching for something hidden. Looking around, he wondered who built this place, while she hoped nothing would suddenly spring to life against them. Examining a weathered stone tablet, Elpum admitted he couldn't decipher its ancient script. Aaron then spotted a riddle, written in an ancient tongue, believing it hinted at the item's true location. The riddle read, when you hear the musicians, behind deep, dark curtains, a shining actor looks down upon us always. Those with meaning, follow. Spotting a door adorned with intricate designs, she wondered if it held any significance. Looking at the door, Elpum noticed cryptic drawings etched upon it. Further exploration revealed more drawings, leading Aaron to believe these were the key to solving the riddle. Examining the drawings, he believed each symbolized something, noting some were straightforward, while others proved harder to decipher. Following the clue from the previous room, Elpum recited the riddle, pondering its deeper meaning. With a flourish, she demonstrated what she believed was the answer, and the door rumbled open. A look of surprise crossed her face, Aaron remarking on the unexpected simplicity of it all. Their brief celebration was cut short, however, as a fiery explosion erupted violently from the doorway. Caught in the blast, Elpum was sent reeling back, his face blackened and stinging with soot. She burst into laughter, declaring the explorer was done for, though he seemed remarkably unconcerned. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a dawning realization spreading across his soot-stained face. The answer wasn't the sun, it was the moon. As if on cue, a large rock plummeted from the ceiling, narrowly missing them both. Determined to get it right this time, he steeled himself, ready to face the next challenge head-on. And so, the group pressed deeper into the dungeon, ready for whatever new dangers awaited them. It seemed a trap, related to the symbol, would activate if they chose incorrectly. She understood, but the problem remained. They couldn't solve this complex riddle. He mused that one symbol must be a boulder, unsure of the X mark's meaning. The others were confusing too. The lightning symbol, he guessed, also related to light. Elpum asked why he didn't just press it, but Aaron hesitated, knowing the consequences of a wrong choice. Perhaps they were misinterpreting the symbols, she suggested, proposing they solve the riddle first, then find the fitting answer. He didn't believe his earlier interpretation of the riddle was entirely wrong. Thinking deep, dark curtains referred to the night sky. The musicians, he assumed, were crickets, and looking down on us could mean the moon or stars. Since they were meant to follow the light, it had to be the stars, not the moon. The moon changed with its cycle, stars moved, yet never disappeared. Therefore, the symbol must be. Realizing the true answer, he pressed the star symbol with conviction. She exclaimed, "So it's a star, not an X." Aaron wondered if their deduction was finally correct. With a deep rumble, the massive door slowly opened. The adventurers began their descent into the echoing depths. Letting out a sigh of relief, he remarked that their hunch had been correct. Addressing the group, Aaron declared it was time to move, suggesting they head down the newly revealed path. But before they could take another step, a monstrous claw tore through the air, aimed directly at her. His eyes widening in alarm, he realized they would have to deal with this immediate threat before moving on. The monster continued its relentless assault, driving Aaron back with a furious flurry of blows. Reacting with blinding speed, the swordsman countered with a precise slash, a surge of blue energy crackling around his blade's edge. Her eyes flashing with surprise, she couldn't believe the monstrous creature was still standing. With a guttural roar, the beast retaliated, its massive claws arcing violently through the air. The monster's relentless attack continued, each strike carrying the devastating force of a battering ram. Seeing his comrade in danger, he leaped into the fray, his blade wreathed in searing flames, shouting a warning to the swordsman. The fiery blade connected, promising to turn the tide of the desperate battle. An orange energy attack suddenly erupted, aimed directly at him. With a burst of purple energy, the attacker vanished, teleporting away immediately after the strike. Stunned by the sudden attack, he realized it had been a teleportation skill. A figure appeared, standing tall and confident, introducing himself as Beiju. Caught off guard, the swordsman could only curse, a low growl rumbling beneath his breath. Suddenly, a group of shadowy figures rushed forward, their intentions shrouded in menacing mystery. One of them raised a weapon, poised to unleash a devastating strike. The weapon fired, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon them. Observing the chaos, Aaron, a woman with white hair, wondered if they had waited too long, lamenting the hero's item. A sinister smile spread across her face, deciding to resolve this situation one way or another. Confused, Elpum and the swordsman discussed the situation, baffled by how their location was discovered despite the illusion charm. Beiju mocked their confusion, suggesting they simply ask the person standing right behind them. Caught completely off guard, he could only utter a single, stunned word. A dark shape descended with terrifying speed, the unknown swordsman unleashing a devastating, brutal strike. The blow's immense force sent shockwaves rippling through the air, the very ground trembling from its impact. Blood splattered as the attack connected, Elpum crying out in searing pain. Staggering, he was struck again. A bloodied hand, knuckles adorned with spiked rings, clenched into a menacing fist. A sinister grin spread across the scarred face of the attacker, declaring he was earning his money now. The building stood silent, a dark silhouette against the moonlit night. Inside, Iburu grinned, clearly pleased with his latest earnings. Grinning widely, he declared his devotion to his patrons. Suddenly, a thunderous knock reverberated through the quiet room. The air filled with the sound of scraping and sliding, as something heavy dragged across the floor. The man paused, his head snapping up in sudden surprise. Two figures stood silhouetted in the doorway, one demanding to know why they weren't on night watch. Iburu's expression hardening, he reached for something hidden. He retorted sharply, dismissing them as unwelcome visitors and questioning their authority to dictate his movements. From the doorway, a voice coolly replied that he was there personally. A sinister smile spread across the newcomer's face, revealing their Kania Merchant Union affiliation, then suggesting a talk. A gleam in his eye said it all. Iburu was in his element, counting the spoils of his latest venture. His hand, stained with dungeon grime, clutched each coin, a testament to his skill and daring. Elsewhere, a voice dripped with venom, addressing Ralph with a cutting, unseen insult. The unseen speaker's words hung heavy, leaving him visibly shaken. Back with him, the mood shifted abruptly, as accusations of betrayal were hurled his way. He scoffed at the notion, questioning their perception and the value they placed on his life. The stakes rose dramatically, revealing a staggering 100 million mesos bounty on Elpum's head. A manic grin spread across his face, as he openly wondered who could refuse such an offer. But before he could revel, golden blades of energy struck, sending him reeling. A masked figure descended, their voice cold and final, declaring that enough was enough. With a chilling command, the figure ordered the attack to begin. The battle began, with Kairi, the silver-haired warrior, and her ally standing ready, a swirling orange aura crackling around them. Deflecting a blow with practiced ease, she barely acknowledged the attack, preparing her counter. One attacker gritted his teeth, clearly frustrated that things weren't going their way. A confident smirk played on her lips. She declared things were proceeding exactly as planned, exclaiming her own certainty. With a burst of speed, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, her blade a blur of motion. Analyzing her opponent's moves, Kairi realized dodging their attacks was child's play, confident in her ability to read their patterns. Observing the fight, an enemy noted Devo excelled in one-on-one combat, yet his weaknesses became glaringly obvious against multiple foes. Her eyes gleaming, she knew every move her opponents would make, telling them to simply accept their fate. Suddenly, a cannon blast erupted, an enemy shouting a furious dismissal at the followers. Another enemy smirked, acknowledging she lived up to her reputation as Captain Kieran's disciple. A wave of dark energy surged forward, aiming directly at her. The dark energy slammed into her, and Kairi cried out in pain, struck by the blast. As the dark energy surged around her, Rhea heard her attacker's words. She was facing the wrong opponent. The unknown swordsman continued his relentless assault, leaving Rhea gasping for breath. His eyes burning with intensity, he wondered if she truly believed fighting him would be easy. Clenching his fist, cold-eyed mused his opponent couldn't last, having broken a rib during their first ambush. Staggering back from the blow, Iburu cried out in agony. As he continued his relentless assault, Iburu cursed under his breath. A masked figure watched the battle unfold, seemingly surprised by the unfolding chaos. An eerie blue light pulsed from a weapon. Rhea called out, drawing her enemy's attention. "Over here, you idiots." Determined, Iburu asked if they wanted to know what this was, believing he had an idea. A mysterious symbol pulsed with raw power. The hooded figures stood their ground, a silent question hanging in the air. Gears ground and chains rattled, the unknown swordsman unable to believe what he was seeing. Cold Eye's expression shifted to worry, a bad feeling creeping into his mind. Caught off guard, he was sent flying through the air. From above, the battle raged on, he muttered in disbelief. A sudden blow sent him reeling, Cold Eye crying out in pain. The unknown swordsman regained his footing, preparing for another attack. Looking up in surprise, Iburu realized what was happening. Seeing Minoru in danger, Iburu shouted, urging her to hold on. He was sent flying once more, crashing hard into the ground. His face contorted in effort, he yelled for her to hold on tight. A weapon glowed with intense energy, ready to strike. Screaming, Rhea came in for a kick, aiming to take the unknown swordsman down. But before she could land a hit, he was struck by an unseen force. His grip tightened, ready to retaliate. With a grunt, he threw Rhea off of him. Spinning through the air, she had no control over her descent. Down she went, closer and closer to the ground. A shield appeared, its owner unclear. Still falling, Rhea braced for impact. Her body twisted, unable to stop the inevitable. Finally, she landed near the unknown swordsman, both catching their breath. Gasping, she struggled to get back on her feet. Nearby, the gears continued to turn. Given the numerous forks in the path, this labyrinthine area likely connects to many other hidden places. Indeed, with multiple entrances riddling the cliff face, a connection seems highly probable. While hoping to encounter Elpum, their luck might instead lead them to the followers, a far more probable and dangerous outcome. The dungeon stretched on, its depths ever unfolding. Relentlessly, the group pressed deeper into its oppressive embrace. Ultimately, their path culminated in a grim prison cell. A voice, laced with dread, whispered, "We're screwed, right?" Another cursed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Shit, what the hell is this?" A desperate cry erupted. "Devo, you idiot!" "It wasn't me." With a groan, the ancient gears began to turn. Trapped within the cell, Iburu watched the walls begin to close in. Outside, Captain Kieran and Elpum stood ready, but the situation looked dire. Determined to break through, the unknown swordsman unleashed a solar slash, hoping to cleave through the cell's bar. The blade met the bars, yet they held firm, stubbornly resisting the attack. Cursing the unyielding bars, Kairi prepared her own attack, ready to blast them apart with strange energy. With a shout, she unleashed Bullet Smash, a concentrated burst of power aimed at the cell's barrier. The bars glowed red, absorbing the impact, yet they remained stubbornly unbroken. Frustrated, the unknown swordsman attacked again, his sword a furious blur of motion. The bars continued to resist, glowing orange with each strike, refusing to yield. He coughed, realizing his relentless attacks were proving futile. The walls were closing in, rendering their situation increasingly desperate. Cursing under her breath, Kairi realized the walls had already closed in too far. The situation grew dire as the walls continued to close, Elpum cursing under his breath. His armored hand slammed against the energy barrier, yet it held firm. Trapped inside, Iburu let out a desperate cry, his face contorted in fear. His eyes widened, realizing the true gravity of their predicament. The unknown swordsman continued his assault, his axe meeting the unyielding barrier with a resounding thud. He struck again and again, but the energy field refused to yield. Iburu's breathing became ragged, his face slick with sweat as he stared down the inevitable. Kairi cried out, "We can't die like this. Kiri, do something." Elpum gritted his teeth, knowing time was short. "I don't want to see Leah yet," he thought, while the trap man wondered what they could possibly do. This was clearly failing. Inside the cell, he thought back. "I've never forgotten the time you tried to die in my stead. I don't like being indebted." Kairi plummeted, remembering his words. "So I was going to save you next time, but damn it. You still remember?" His expression a mix of desperation and hope. He thought, "I'll hand this over to you. Can you save me one more time?" Despite the dire situation, he couldn't help but crack a smile, earning him a sharp rebuke. Focusing on the task, the unknown swordsman gripped his sword tightly, ready for a fight. Meanwhile, Kairi called out, urging everyone to hold on just a bit longer. Explaining the situation, she revealed the machine was mana-powered and aura-protected, requiring her to find and destroy its source. Back in the cell, Iburu heard her voice echoing, reminding him not to even think of dying before repaying his debt. Elsewhere, the unknown swordsman continued his assault, his blade a blur of motion. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, he carved through the enemy ranks. His movements were swift and deadly, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The scene shifted to a display of summoning arts, revealing a flying nimbus technique, leaving onlookers in awe and disbelief at the sheer power unleashed. Meanwhile, Elpum found himself at a dead end, his path blocked. Summoning a swirling vortex of cerulean energy, one figure shouted, questioning if this was the right place. Surrounded on all sides, the unknown swordsman found himself in a desperate situation as a figure called for a timeout. Blades flashed, and the hooded figure was beset on all sides. Catching his breath, the warrior gritted his teeth, preparing for the next onslaught. A dark-haired figure sneered, declaring the swordsman done for, even if they. Unleashing a torrent of fire, another foe aimed to incinerate the cloaked warrior. The fiery blast hurtled forward, engulfing everything in its destructive path. The inferno exploded, engulfing the unknown swordsman in a maelstrom of searing heat and raw force. Closing in, the dark-haired figure and his allies prepared to deliver the final, crushing blow. With a cruel grin, one of the figures taunted him, promising a slow, agonizing death after their victory. Activating a shimmering blue barrier, another enemy cried out, deploying a protective charm against the assault. Finally, a hail of shurikens launched, adding to the relentless, overwhelming assault. Blue energy crackled around Elpum, who cried out as the relentless attack found its mark. His neck snapped back, a strangled gasp escaping him as the blow's force sent him reeling. But before he could recover, the unknown swordsman unleashed a torrent of purple energy, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The air shimmered with raw power, the purple energy intensifying around them. The swordsman's attack connected, sending Elpum flying backwards through the air. The relentless assault continued, each devastating blow threatening to overwhelm him. With a desperate surge of strength, the last adventurer countered, unleashing a blazing inferno of fire. The flames engulfed the unknown swordsman, a direct hit promising to turn the tide of battle. The fire exploded outwards, consuming everything in its devastating path. The blast's force tore through the swordsman, leaving him battered and bleeding profusely. A primal scream ripped from his throat, as the searing pain became unbearable. The swordsman was left reeling, his body scorched and broken, the brutal fight far from over. Staring down at the one who dealt the blow, the unknown swordsman could only think one thing: monster. Falling through the air, Roa took in the chaotic scene below. A colossal structure hummed with power, crackling with raw, untamed mana. Catching her breath, she smirked, realizing they had finally found it. Knowing there was no turning back, she steeled herself for the inevitable. Landing gracefully, she braced herself for what was to come. An enormous amount of mana concentrated there. This had to be it. Destroying it, she could save Devo and Minoru. A crazed grin spread across her face, determination burning in her eyes. Unleashing her power, she initiated the Dawn Moon Flow fifth form. The attack intensified, followed by the devastating, void-shattering flash. The clash of energy and steel echoed as she fought with everything she had. A chilling voice cut through the chaos, declaring that if they killed her, those too would die as well. The taunts continued, dripping with arrogance and malice. Despite the dire situation, a twisted smile played on his lips. This was working out just as he planned. A voice cut through the chaos, dismissing Elpum as a mere follower, demanding he move aside. But the blonde-haired fighter refused, reminding the speaker he had a name. A new voice entered the fray, suggesting a parley with a sinister smile. Surrounded by a swirling inferno, he prepared for the onslaught. The air crackled with energy as tempest downpour descended, a storm of crimson blades. Each blade a razor-sharp, deadly threat. Caught in the whirlwind, he was stunned, questioning the sudden appearance of these deadly swords. A chilling revelation struck him: some blades were mere illusions. The tempest continued to rage. Wounded and overwhelmed, Elpum struggled to discern real blades from phantoms, knowing this was dire. Another massive blade hurtled toward him, barely sidestepping the crimson arc. Another came from the opposite direction, forcing him to contort, avoiding being sliced in half. The blades danced around him, each strike a hair's breadth from ending his adventure. He realized something was off. The attack's trajectory wasn't natural. Could it be telekinesis? The situation was becoming increasingly irritating, he thought. A blade streaked past, leaving a trail of red in its wake. A fleeting glimpse of a figure, a puppeteer shrouded in shadow, controlling the deadly dance. A searing pain blossomed across his cheek, a testament to the razor's edge he'd been dancing with. It wasn't telekinesis, he realized. She was controlling her weapons with invisible strings. In other words, a grin spread across his bloodied face. He could fling them right back at her. The words were barely out of his mouth when a sudden, unseen force slammed into Elpham, sending him staggering back. A title card flashed, announcing the sword-drawing art. Blades rained down, each strike finding its mark with brutal precision. A chilling technique, the 100-slaying flash, was unleashed. The assault continued, a dawn moon flow, sixth form, unleashed with deadly precision. Blades swirled around Elpham, a beautiful sadness cutting through the air. Gasping in pain, he could barely keep his feet. His opponent stood poised, ready to deliver the final, crushing blow. The figure taunted him, suggesting he try running away. The voice continued, questioning if his ego would allow such a retreat. The unseen figure mocked his privileged birth, wondering if his family had spoiled him, sending their precious daughter to such a dangerous place. Tears streamed down Elpham's face as he cried out, denying the tormentor's claims of knowing him. A sinister grin spread across the unseen tormentor's face, mocking him for creating wrinkles. The unseen character continued, revealing a disturbing truth. Opportunities weren't given to those born into unfortunate situations. The voice dripped with disdain, questioning the fairness of privilege based solely on birthright. The unseen character's gaze pierced through Elpham, asserting he wasn't even talented. A flashback showed one of his party members, battered and bruised. The unseen character's words echoed in her mind, commanding her never to show herself again. The unseen character's voice resonated, accusing another party member of being present only due to nepotism. The unseen character continued to taunt, observing the party was full of talented people, save for one. The unseen character's monologue continued, asserting he lacked Ralph's experience, Minoru's combat sense, Deebwa's talent, or even Elpham's mysteriousness. A close-up of his face revealed a flicker of doubt as the words sank in. Another figure knelt, head bowed, acknowledging their weakness and inability to meet their master's expectations. The unseen character's words continued to haunt as another party member appeared, bloodied and bruised, seemingly failing their parents and party mates. Taking a battle stance, Murhat declared that his strength didn't mean he was stronger than her. Looking down at her, Roa told her to come at him, claiming he had no time for this. Continuing his taunt, he called her garbage, telling her she needed to know her place. Without hesitation, Murhat launched a series of rapid strikes, each crackling with energy. The attacks connected, the force of each blow sending shockwaves through the air. Her eyes burning with determination, she focused her power. Unleashing her skill, Murhat called out, Falling Moon Lunar Divide. The attack materialized, forming a massive, crystalline structure shimmering with blue energy. Caught off guard, Roa wondered about the skill, realizing it wasn't in his data. Retaliating, he declared, My strings. Countering her attack, he unleashed sword-drawing art. As red energy intensified, Roa prepared to unleash 100-slaying flash. The man with slicked-back blonde hair wondered if that was truly what they wanted. A figure mused, Some simply cannot perceive the true worth of treasure. His hand clenched, the internal monologue deepening its conviction. The voice urged him to defy others' standards, never choosing limits for himself. The blonde man continued, asserting that self-trust would make one stronger than anyone. Roa's eyes narrowed, questioning how she could possibly match his incredible speed. He unleashed a furious flurry of attacks, each strike carrying immense force. Gritting his teeth, he declared, void-shattering flash. Yet, somehow, she managed to dodge it. Kiri, your power doesn't merely burn your opponent, the power within you. The voice continued, It is like the vast universe itself. Solar time. A blinding orange light erupted as she unleashed a devastating attack. Swirling with raw power, the energy intensified, threatening to consume everything in its path. The attacker stood firm, her expression unwavering as she channeled the immense force. The air crackled with energy, a deafening roar echoing across the battlefield. A surge of power brought the attack to its peak, a blinding flash promising utter destruction. Bracing herself, Kiri prepared for the inevitable impact, the world around her distorted by the blast's sheer force. But still, Master, I think I finally understand what you meant. I realize the me I want isn't one that restricts myself, but perhaps. I realized too late. I'm going to believe in. Inside the prison cell, a figure slumped against the wall, while a guard stood weapon in hand, as the blonde man took center stage. Grinning through the pain, he declared, My friends. Bloodied but unbowed, he finished, and myself. The masked figure, his gaze sharp, noted the presence of the little rats. A voice barked orders to find them, a magical artifact glowing blue in response. Iburu wondered how much longer his clever trick could stall their pursuers. Looking down at the bloodied Elpham, He murmured. Are you all right? The masked figure declared. Those bastards have nowhere to go, ordering his men to seize them. He continued his relentless pursuit, closing the distance rapidly. Another voice questioned their inaction, urging them to engage the enemies, noting the kids' poor combat skills. A defiant shout rang out. Do not underestimate us. Elpum, the one who shouted, bristled at being called terrible at combat. Driven to the edge, he screamed, underestimate me. I beg you. With a desperate lunge, he swung his weapon, hoping to catch his foe off guard. The air crackled with magical energy, him channeling his power into the desperate attack. But before the blow could land, the masked figure effortlessly intercepted it. A cruel smirk spread across his face, observing the boy's utter exhaustion. With lightning speed, he unleashed a devastating counterattack. The blow's force sent him reeling, causing him to cry out in agony. His eyes cold and merciless, he prepared to deliver the final, crushing strike. The attack connected with brutal force, sending the young man flying backwards. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He scoffed, you're just dragging this out. Stunned and defeated, he could only stare in disbelief at his opponent's overwhelming power. As the dust settled, the spot where he once stood was empty. He had vanished without a trace. Watching the scene unfold, Rockin expressed annoyance, believing the escape was due to underestimation, but the masked figure assured him everything proceeded as planned. A dark aura surrounded him, the swordsman standing with a sinister smile. Nearby, a fresh splatter of blood stained the ground. He was seen tending to the young man, asking if he was all right. His eyes wide with shock, he stared at something with utter disbelief. Elsewhere, Rockin, accompanied by another figure, rushed forward, stating Elpum had little time left, perhaps 40 minutes at most. He was surrounded by a swirling blue aura, revealing a lethal poison that would steal life with immense pain. His face grim, he ordered his men to split up and find the boy. Two figures ran through the corridors, determined to fulfill his urgent command. Gasping for air, the injured Elpum regretted ever asking for help. A close-up revealed his face, a mix of pain and fierce determination. Despite his injuries, he remained resolute, knowing failure here meant a sooner death than later. Before them, a teleportation device hummed with power, yet this time, it was no trick. The masked figure gazed at the device, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Iburu's eyes widened, recognizing the device. This is it, he exclaimed. Above them, the massive ceiling loomed, a silent threat. Supporting Elpum, he explained the device's purpose, to open the ceiling above. Studying the intricate puzzle, he realized solving it would channel mana, activating the device. Determined, he urged him to wait, vowing to solve it swiftly. With a steady hand, Iburu touched the intricate puzzle. Looking down, Elpum told him to take his time, yet a red energy circle began forming around him. As the puzzle yielded, a shimmering blue energy structure began to materialize. With a final surge, the ethereal structure solidified. Surrounded by shadows, antagonist Rockin snarled, forbidding anyone to interfere once their target was found. From the shadows, a masked figure retorted, vowing to end it, while another questioned their orders. A blinding light erupted, causing the fur-collared man to cry out. Staggered by the unseen assault, he could only stammer in utter disbelief. The light intensified, bathing the entire area in an eerie, pulsing glow. Rockin was struck by an unseen force, his body contorting in agony, screaming about the invisible attack. His eyes widened in sudden realization, wondering if this was the penetration monocle's work. Elsewhere, a voice speculated, questioning if someone was sniping everyone with those devices. Stumbling forward, the wounded man found himself in a hallway, the orange light still burning. His face contorted in pain and confusion, he struggled to comprehend the attack's source. The hallway stretched before him, leading to a distant archway, littered with debris and mysterious energy. Strange blue grid patterns pulsed with an unknown, arcane energy. With a triumphant grin, she declared the mana should now be flowing. But something had gone terribly wrong. Elpum lay covered in blood, Iburu desperately trying to rouse him. Whatever channeled the mana shattered into countless pieces. He stared in disbelief. Something had gone terribly wrong. A bloody hand reached out, as if the mana flow had been severed. His face contorted with rage and worry, he looked down at Elpum. A strange sound echoed through the dungeon, causing the group to pause, wondering if they were truly alone. Turning, they saw a long corridor stretching before them, the noise's source still a mystery. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the silence, signaling imminent danger. Iburu cried out, caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. The blast's force threw Elpum back, leaving him disoriented, struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. A scream ripped through the air, Starling engulfed by the searing blue energy. The energy surged forward, filling the corridor with its ominous glow. At the tunnel's end, a shadowy figure emerged from the light, the devastating attack's true source. An unsettling sound echoed through the chamber, Roa wondering what that fool Ralph was doing. He was told to quit complaining, as the place would soon be submerged. The figure, carrying a body over his shoulder, remarked he had the skills to back his attitude. He was asked about his assigned members, but Cashin wondered what if he'd killed Elpum, ignoring their deed. Roa was told not to speak of camaraderie. They were all dead, having served their purpose. The figure was told to pay the reward. He'd hand over Elpum once it was done. Roa noted he was still breathing, from the looks of it. Cashin's attitude left much to be desired, yet that made him trustworthy. He was presented with the promised 100 million mesos. Chuckling, he was told it was all his, a pleasure doing business. Looking down, Roa thought this a boring end for all the trouble caused Kenya. Confident in his victory, he believed all would be done for the Black Mage. But before he could celebrate, a pained gasp escaped him. A voice boomed out, declaring, "This is for my master, Lord Ivok." The attack continued, leaving Roa reeling. His eyes widened, thinking this was finally over. A new voice cut through the air, asking what this was, followed by a taunting surprise. The attacker's face was revealed, a sinister grin spreading across Ralph's features. Spitting venom, Roa cursed Ralph, calling him a son of a bitch. The assault intensified, each blow carrying betrayal's weight. Gasping for breath, Ralph lamented he knew he shouldn't have trusted him. The final strike landed, sealing Roa's fate. Continuing his relentless assault, Ralph unleashed a flurry of blows against him. His dark energy crackling, he decided to join Elpum, wondering how the fallen man dared toy with Kenya. Enough time having passed for the poison to spread, he resolved to check his corpse. Spotting him, Ralph thanked the dying man for saving him the trouble, crawling out near dead. His attacks relentless, the beast folk continued to pummel him. Each strike, infused with fiery energy, intensified the relentless assault. Barely able to stand, Roa clung to consciousness, his resolve faltering. The fiery attacks continued, each blow threatening to extinguish his last spark of defiance. The devastating impact of each strike echoed, reverberating across the ravaged battlefield. Preparing the final blow, Ralph cautioned his opponent, urging him to yield. With a final, devastating strike, he brought the brutal fight to an end. As flames danced around him, he stared down at his defeated opponent. A voice echoed, acknowledging, "You're tougher than I thought." The man's face contorted in a sneer, questioning his opponent's past mercenary ways. "If your side wins," he challenged, "wouldn't the world be over?" The scene shifted to a memory, a dilapidated building. His voice continued, explaining that if the world ended, all his hard-earned mesos would be useless. "Why would I help with that?" Back in the present, the man's eyes glowed red. He declared this had been his and Elpum's plan from the start. Another flashback revealed him with his accomplice, the voice explaining that Elpum had anticipated Kenya's desperate assassins. "So obvious, huh?" Wielding a glowing sword, he asserted, "The moment you laid eyes on me, this outcome became inevitable." The flashback continued, showing Elpum's injuries. The man then questioned, "The damage you inflicted on Elpum, was that merely a trick to deceive me?" "Huh?" Ralph, his face contorted in anger, demanded, "Do you know who you're talking to?" "The best healer in Maple World. Such wounds mean nothing to me." Clenching his fist, green energy crackled around him, poised to strike. The man smirked, musing, "If I'd attacked seriously, even Elpum would have." "Haha, I'll cut the explanation short." "Ahem, ahem." His face shone in close-up, he declared, "Thanks to you, I secured my 100 million mesos." Baring his teeth in a predatory grin, Lord Ivok declared his target was now utterly alone. With a flourish of dark energy, the antagonist descended, chains swirling around him. The air crackled with ominous power, a voice promising someone would deeply regret their decision. A figure was sent spiraling downwards, engulfed in a torrent of blue energy. The scene shifted to a close-up, a gloved hand drifting in a murky, underwater environment. Eyes snapped open, a blonde woman's face contorted in shock, finding herself submerged. Coughing and sputtering, she struggled to stay afloat, a dark figure looming behind her. Panic rising, she wondered what in the world had just occurred. Nearby, Elpum surfaced, gasping for air, observing that whatever was happening, it wasn't good. Water poured in from all sides, threatening to completely submerge the area within 30 minutes. Her expression grim, Murhat cursed their rapidly dwindling time. Looking up at the ceiling, he realized escape was impossible without opening the roof. The two found themselves in a large, flooded chamber, its architecture hinting at a civilization lost to the depths. Looking around, Elpum wondered where they had been taken. Suddenly, he was struck by something unseen, a blow sending him reeling. Murhat looked on in concern as he questioned what was happening. Emerging from the shadows, a hulking figure revealed itself. Still dripping with seawater, the monster registered a flicker of surprise, seeing the adventurer could yet move. Raising a massive axe, the creature coiled, preparing to unleash a lethal blow. With a sickening crunch, Batul brought his foot down upon the adventurer. The flames rose higher, consuming everything in their path. Pressing down with merciless force, he declared that even hell itself was too good for his kind. Spitting blood, Elpum heard the chilling pronouncement. The fate of those who taint their hands in blood could be no better than hell. As flames licked his broken body, he coldly declared that it was finally over. Looking up through the inferno, he heard the chilling words, "Your life is now mine." But the scene shifted abruptly, the fiery landscape replaced by a chilling blue. Surrounded by shadowy figures, he appeared, promising swift revenge. As the shadowy figures closed in, he scoffed, unimpressed by their clone arts. Observing the illusions, Batul acknowledged that while no real threat, they persisted with this nonsense. The swordsman found himself in a precarious situation, surrounded by a multitude of illusions, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the fake, as the true threats were mixed among them. Meanwhile, Elpum was beset on all sides, forced to contend with a relentless barrage, realizing he needed to quickly end this. The swordsman unleashed a torrent of fire, each blast carrying the weight of his determination. The force of the fiery assault sent him reeling, his body battered and bruised as he hurtled backwards. Staggering to his feet, the adventurer found himself face to face with his opponent, who pressed his advantage, realizing he was done for. Batul's eyes narrowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Is that what you thought? Pushing through the pain, he mustered a counterattack, catching his opponent off guard, boasting they'd never tell them apart. The swordsman stumbled back, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as Elpum taunted him about his lost confidence. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a devastating blow, channeling his energy into a powerful strike. The swordsman cried out, his face contorted in pain as the attack sent him reeling. But the respite was short-lived, as he retaliated with a swift and brutal counterattack. The blow landed with sickening force, leaving him gasping for air. Still reeling from the previous blow, Batul struck again, this time binding him with ethereal chains. Unleashing a flurry of blows, the swordsman pressed his advantage, his blade a blur of motion. Despite the onslaught, he landed a desperate counterattack, drawing a cry of pain from his opponent. Recovering quickly, the swordsman leaped back into the fray, snarling his intent to finish Elpum first. His assault intensified, each strike carrying the force of a raging storm, causing Elpum to cry out in agony. His attacks grew more savage, as he unleashed a claw-like weapon, tearing at Elpum's defenses. Staggering back, barely able to keep his feet, the adventurer gritted his teeth, cursing his foes. Batul's attacks became a whirlwind of destruction, each strike aimed with deadly precision, making Elpum think they were all monsters. Focusing his energy, he prepared to deliver a final, decisive blow. His weapons a blur of motion, the swordsman unleashed a barrage of attacks, each threatening to overwhelm Elpum's defenses. His assault continued, relentless attacks pushing him to the brink. Gathering his power, he prepared to unleash a final, devastating attack, a dark flare erupting around him. Batul pressed his advantage, his dagger finding its mark as Elpum cried out in pain. Blood splattered as the relentless assault continued, the swordsman showing no mercy, landing blow after blow. The adventurer, his voice strained with pain and fury, swore he would kill them all. The city loomed in the background, a silent witness to the brutal exchange. His eyes widened, the swordsman's expression hardening as he prepared another attack. A wave of energy crashed into him, forcing another cry of agony. Staggering backward, the adventurer could barely keep his feet, gasping and struggling to maintain composure. The swordsman glanced down at his opponent, a cold calculation in his eyes, muttering that time was up, preparing to end the fight. He unleashed a final, devastating attack, his movements a blur of lethal intent. Blood streamed from the adventurer's wounds, his face contorted in pain as he struggled to stay conscious. Clinging to life, Elpum vowed revenge, promising death to all of them. The final blow landed with brutal force, its impact echoing through the desolate landscape. Defeated and broken, he lay prone, his body a testament to the swordsman's overwhelming power. A dark force gathered, swirling with ominous energy. His face contorted in pain and fear, Ralph cried out. The unknown swordsman unleashes a relentless barrage, his blades blurring through the water, aiming to overwhelm Elpum. Pressing his advantage, the swordsman strikes from above, hoping to catch the explorer off guard. Each strike carries the weight of his intent, threatening to break through the explorer's defenses. Amidst the chaos, Elpum lands a blow, sending the swordsman recoiling, a choked gasp escaping him as he realizes the poison's grip. Seizing the opportunity, the explorer strikes at the swordsman's hand, aiming to disarm him. The explorer's assault continues, his next blow aimed squarely at the swordsman's face. The poison courses through his veins, contorting the swordsman's face in agony as its effects take hold. Golden light erupts, a holy aura washing over the scene. The light intensifies, becoming a beacon in the murky depths. Confused, the unknown swordsman wonders, what is this? Realizing what's happening, he shouts, dispel, a heal that purifies poison. As I thought, Elpum must have. Meanwhile, the explorer prepares his next move. Gathering energy, he focuses his power. The unknown swordsman struggles against the magic shell, gasping, a barrier. His face contorts in frustration, unable to break through. Elpum clenches his fist, ready to strike. The swordsman thinks, that hand movement, don't tell me. A smirk plays on his lips as he says, don't you think it's harder for me to ignore it when you boast so generously? With a final surge of power, Elpum activates the item, declaring, your teleport item. Enclosed in shimmering energy, the unknown swordsman declares it's time to end this. Bringing his hand down with incredible force, the swordsman's attack crashes into Elpum. Clenching his fist, the swordsman scoffs, questioning if Elpum can't tell his efforts are futile. Unleashing another blast of energy, his assault intensifies. Staggered by the relentless barrage, Elpum can only think, what? As the swordsman reiterates his efforts are useless. The force of the blows taking their toll, blood splatters from the explorer's face. Continuing his assault, the unknown swordsman mocks Elpum, noting he always appears behind him, asking who he thinks he is, adding it was fun for a short while. Focusing his energy, the swordsman tells Elpum not to joke. The swordsman unleashes a devastating attack, engulfing Elpum in a vortex of purple energy. Coughing up blood, the explorer struggles to withstand the onslaught. Towering over his battered opponent, the unknown swordsman taunts Elpum, telling him not to make him laugh. With a final, crushing blow, the swordsman delivers what appears to be the finishing strike. The unknown swordsman's assault continues without pause, a wave of raw power slamming into Elpum. His blade crackling with azure energy, the unknown swordsman prepares another devastating blow, shouting Elpum's name. A predatory grin spreads across his face. The unknown swordsman wonders where Elpum is looking. The next strike lands with brutal force, sending blood flying as the explorer cries out in pain. The sheer force of the impact shatters the very ground around. Gasping for air, Elpum is hurled backward, the swordsman's power overwhelming him. Coughing up blood, Elpum curses, feeling himself succumbing to the darkness. He realizes he won't fulfill Lord Ivok's orders. Desperation flares in his eyes. The explorer steels himself, resolving to fight back. Gathering what little strength he has left, Elpum prepares a desperate counterattack, vowing to take his opponent down with him. Unleashing a torrent of fiery energy, the explorer throws everything he has into this final, desperate gamble. The swordsman's attack slams into Elpum, a maelstrom of raw power threatening to overwhelm him completely. Each strike a calculated blow, the relentless assault continues, pushing Elpum further and further back. His face contorted in grim determination, the unknown swordsman vows he won't let Elpum leave alive. The next strike lands with earth-shattering force, the swordsman declaring that no matter what, he will prevail. The force of the blow sends him reeling, his body flying through the air like a ragdoll. His defenses shattered, his resolve tested. The swordsman's onslaught shows no sign of stopping. Even if his own body were to crumble, the unknown swordsman's resolve remains unshaken. Fueled by loyalty, the swordsman prepares another devastating attack for Lord Ivok. His eye narrowed. A spark of defiance ignites as Elpum realizes he still has one last chance. Gathering his strength, Elpum declared he had but one final shot remaining. Channeling every ounce of his remaining power, he prepared to unleash his final attack. With a surge of energy, he launched his last, desperate counterattack. The swordsman's attack descended with terrifying force, a vortex of fire and steel aimed directly at him. Engulfed in the inferno, there was no escape from the sheer power unleashed. The attack left its mark, blood streaking across his face, a testament to the brutal onslaught. A figure emerged from the shadows, Lord Ivok, his expression a mix of satisfaction and amusement. Pleased with the results, he declared, "You've done well." Gasping for breath, Elpum struggled to rise, the pain almost unbearable. Reaching out a trembling hand, he cried out, "Lord Ivok." His voice cracking with desperation, he begged, "Please forgive me." The fiery energy crackled around him, a symbol of his utter defeat. Below, a chilling frost began to spread, a stark contrast to the inferno above. The ice crept further, a silent promise of a new, colder threat. Gathering power, the unknown swordsman began to form a shimmering sphere of water. His eyes glowing with an eerie green light, he prepared to unleash his attack. With a shout, he launched the Bullet Smash, a devastating torrent of water aimed directly at Elpum. Taking the full force of the blow, he cried out in pain, barely registering the impact. The sheer power of the attack sent him flying backwards, the world blurring around him. The water exploded on impact, sending debris and particles in every direction. Despite the immense force, the adventurer regained his footing, exclaiming he'd taken that attack perfectly. But the swordsman was relentless, closing the distance with terrifying speed, ready to strike again. Caught off guard, Elpum could only manage a surprised gasp. The unknown swordsman's attack bore down, leaving little room to maneuver. The water was about to crash down, engulfing the adventurer in its destructive embrace. Cutting through the water, a red axe sliced through the current. Held securely in Elpum's arms, Starling managed a weak, thanks. Beneath the surface, a massive rock formation loomed. As the title card flashed, the adventure continued. Glowing blue text illuminated the scene, hinting at the power at play. Focusing his energy, the unknown swordsman unleashed a torrent of water. Bracing himself, he prepared for the next phase of the plan. Her expression determined, Starling insisted, defeating him isn't what's important. Looking up, the team realized their best chance lay in finding a new energy source to break through. Gathering his strength, the unknown swordsman declared, "All right, I've got it." With focused intensity, he fired a concentrated blast of energy. The energy surged upward, finally cracking the ceiling above. The team focused their energy, attempting to break through the monster's defenses. But the armor held, deflecting the concentrated blasts. They needed to find the weak point, the chink in its otherwise impenetrable shell. Suddenly, the ground trembled as the armored behemoth slammed a fist into the earth. He struggled to keep his balance, cursing under his breath as the monster's power became clear. Its glowing eyes pierced the gloom, a silent promise of destruction. A massive hand descended, reaching for the swordsman. The grip tightened, and he gritted his teeth, wondering at its strength. "Watch out, Devo," Starling shouted, fear etched on her face. The monster's foot came down, threatening to crush him completely. The unknown swordsman couldn't believe it. He was actually being overpowered. But then, a surge of energy erupted from within him. The armored enemy prepared to deliver the final blow, but could the swordsman escape? His face contorted with rage, the unknown swordsman spat a single, venomous word. Traitor. Towering over him, the armored figure retorted, warning him not to speak so to his father. With a flick of his wrist, Cold Eye unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards. Orange energy crackling around his gauntlet, the armored behemoth prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Unleashing a fiery blast, Cold Eye roared, "Fire, arrow!" Confident in his victory, the armored behemoth declared he knew the unknown swordsman would be alive. Seeing her ally in danger, Starling cried out, "Boss!" But as she moved to intervene, a crimson light flared in the unknown swordsman's eye, power surging within. Blue energy crackled around the polearm, the weapon beginning to tremble with a life of its own. Grasping the weapon, the unknown swordsman gritted his teeth, warning Devo to hold on tight. Panic rising in their voices, Cold Eye subordinates screamed the polearm moved on its own, threatening a crash. With blinding speed, the polearm struck out, aimed directly at Cold Eye. Seeing an opening, Starling shouted, "I see." "Great." Caught in the blast, the unknown swordsman exclaimed, "What?" As a blonde-haired figure yelled, "Go, idiot." Gritting his teeth, Cold Eye thought, "Am I the main character?" Then declared, "Leave it to me." Slashing through the explosion, the unknown swordsman continued his assault. Continuing his attack, he moved forward. Preparing his own attack, Cold Eye shouted, "Found it." Closing in on his target, the unknown swordsman was ready to strike. The attack landed with tremendous force. Shattering under the impact, a large armored figure began to crumble. A sinister grin spreading across his face, Cold Eye muttered, "Sun taste." Done digesting, Cold Eye sent the unknown swordsman flying with a single blow. He would spit him back out, continuing his assault, slamming the swordsman down. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the area. Debris rained down as the ground cracked under the pressure. The armored figure was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The sound of the impact echoed through the battlefield. Cold Eye unleashed another attack on the unknown swordsman, who struggled to keep up. Meanwhile, Elpum prepared a counterattack, declaring one less problem to worry about. The armored figure lay defeated on the ground. Its massive fist remained clenched, showing the battle's strain. The armored figure's body was surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, signaling its defeat. The water continued its relentless ascent, engulfing everything in its path. Panic seized them as a desperate cry echoed, the water rising faster, already licking at the ceiling. Attempting to reassure them, he urged them to hold on, promising they would be all right. The relentless surge of water continued, a silent, suffocating threat. The pressure mounted, the immense weight of the water pressing down. He struggled against the current, desperately seeking an escape route. Time was running out, barely 3 minutes left. He prayed he wouldn't be too late. A glimmer of hope appeared. The device, already set, awaited power to open instantly. Knowing there was no time to think, he focused on the urgent task at hand. Driven by urgency, he knew he needed to find the shortest route to them. A path illuminated, a beacon piercing the encroaching darkness. As the water continued to rise, a monstrous shape loomed, a silent threat within the murky depth. Gasping for air, Elpum realized the water was rising faster than anticipated. Knowing time was running out, Captain Kieran called out, urging everyone to hold their breaths. Counting down, she prepared for the inevitable plunge. The water continued to creep higher, forcing them deeper into the abyss. But it was already too late. Captain Kieran steeled herself, knowing only one solution remained, requiring 5 more minutes along the path. Determined to survive, Elpum resolved to forge his own path. Before them, a strange structure sat silently in the depths. Focusing his energy, he prepared to unleash his power. With a surge of determination, his eyes glowed with electric blue energy, preparing to forge a new destiny. Knowing he had only one shot, Elpum gathered his power, creating a swirling vortex of water. Preparing to unleash a devastating flame orb. The orb exploded, shattering the rock in a burst of fire and debris. Bubbles and fragments floated in the water, illuminating the path ahead. A new path opened, revealing a tunnel bathed in light. Focusing his energy, he launched a stream of water. The water surged forward, flowing through the narrow passage. The stream hit a barrier, creating a swirling vortex of resistance. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, signaling impending collapse. Unleashing a powerful blast, Elpum sent a surge of energy tearing through the water. Channeling his power, he formed a cube of pure energy. The cube slammed into the remaining barrier, obliterating it in a final burst of light. Deep within the underwater tunnel, a glowing symbol pulsed with arcane energy, crackling with electrical discharge. Further along, massive gears and chains churned, hinting at an ancient mechanism at work. Deeper still, a group of figures swam towards a distant light, their silhouettes barely visible in the murky water. Bubbles rose, a silent testament to the crushing depths they traversed. Struggling against the current, the unknown swordsman cried out in exertion. Catching her breath, the blonde companion admitted she thought she was a goner. Emerging into a flooded chamber, a red-haired figure stood before a towering statue, declaring her utter weariness of this place. Her eyes fixed on the armored giant, she wondered if it would move, admitting ignorance of such a machine. Back in the tunnel, The warrior grimaced, his thoughts turning to the boss. The water swirled, a silent promise of dangers yet to come. A close-up revealed a bloodied face, a grim reminder of the stakes. Further ahead, a lone figure swam upwards towards a distant light, a glimmer of hope in the oppressive darkness. His vision blurring, lungs burning, the unknown swordsman continued to sink into the cold abyss. Reaching out, his hand grasped for anything, any sign of salvation. His eyes widened in desperation, the pressure building, the darkness closing in. Further and further he fell, becoming a distant silhouette against the faint light above. But then, a figure emerged from the crushing depths, embracing the unknown swordsman in the suffocating darkness. A hand clasped his arm, offering a desperate lifeline in the suffocating water. A voice murmured, "Pushing yourself too hard again." The air crackled with tension, a silent group standing amidst the shadowed forest. Gazing down at the fallen form, a figure among them spoke. The unknown swordsman's body lay still, unmoving on the forest floor. A sinister smile spread across the red-haired figure's face, offering a chilling invitation. "You can rest if it gets too hard, you know." Fur's voice echoed, tinged with mockery, advising him not to push himself too hard. The scene shifted to a past memory, where he heard words of praise for a job well done. The memory continued, and he recalled, "Back then, I also said." He remembered, "I made that promise with." The scene snapped back to the present, where the unknown swordsman lay in a flooded room. His eyes snapped open, confusion clouding his gaze. Coughing violently, he struggled to sit up, finding himself supported by Starling. Gasping for air, he questioned what had happened, asking if he was saved. Elpum, a man with a scarred face, expressed his relief, having worried he was taking too long to wake. The unknown swordsman acknowledged it was all thanks to someone's healing skill, before trailing off. Entering a new chamber, the group pressed deeper into the dungeon's oppressive embrace. Looking down at his own feet, Elpum wondered if this perilous journey was truly part of the grand design. A voice rang out, revealing the bitter truth. Lord Rockin admitted the latter half was improvisation, but the betrayal itself had always been his intention. Thinking to himself, the adventurer wondered if his mistake had been letting his emotions show. There was no time for talk now, they had to hurry. Gaffer's promise must be kept, he knew there was a use for it. Realizing the imminent danger, Elpum gasped, a sharp intake of breath. Suddenly attacked, the adventurer cried out, wondering what had gone so terribly wrong. In the distance, he exclaimed that he had found it. A mysterious object glowed with an inner light, its true purpose yet unknown. Looking back, the adventurer was utterly shocked by the sight before him. There it was, bathed in an ethereal glow, the rumored hero's legendary item. The group stared at the artifact, wondering if it could truly be real. A voice broke the silence, identifying the item as Phantom's long-lost storage key. The speaker continued, recalling tales of the storage's contents, said to be filled with all kinds of amazing things. The group thanked Elpum, but something was clearly amiss. Suddenly, he was startled by a violent tremor shaking the very ground. The ground began to shake violently, sending debris raining down around them from above. The unknown swordsman called out, his voice sharp, demanding that they wait. Stunned, Elpum could only utter a single, choked word in response. Starling shouted, his voice raw, urging everyone to run for their lives. He stammered an apology, having impulsively grabbed the item without thinking. The group decided they needed to head for the tower, hoping the exit remained open. His face contorted in disbelief, he simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Cursing under his breath, he realized he had completely forgotten about these skeletal foes. Readying himself, Elpum declared it was his turn to strike back against the relentless skeletons. A radiant, winged figure of pure light appeared, ready to smite the encroaching undead. The light intensified, emblazoned with the single, powerful word, Angel. Engulfed in holy fire, a skeletal foe was instantly reduced to mere ash. One party member demanded why they hadn't used that skill earlier, only to be reminded it drained ridiculous mana, costing 500 mesos per person. Surrounded by a swirling blue aura, another figure prepared to unleash a devastating attack. The blue energy crackled with raw power, ready to be unleashed upon their foes. Another party member questioned what was happening, while someone else yelled at Ralph to use his ability again. Fighting alongside the others, he retorted, telling them to shut up and run, complaining this was his only chance, and he was no help. With a resounding crunch, a heavy foot crushed a rock underfoot. Letting out a frustrated yell, Rhea suddenly found herself completely surrounded. The water churned violently, monsters advancing and closing in from all sides. From the depths, a surge of power emanated, a clear sign of their aquatic advantage. Blasted back by the force, the group heard one of them remark on the last-ditch effort's effectiveness. Enveloped in a swirling blue vortex, the creature continued its relentless assault. A cry erupted, the speaker barely believing what they witnessed. Submerged beneath the surface, the beast proved its effortless aquatic prowess. Responding to the dire situation, a voice declared a plan, preparing a powerful attack. Shouting with determination, the group hoped their combined efforts would keep the creatures at bay. The monster roared, its massive maw gaping wide. Her eyes blazing with fury, Fur prepared to unleash her own attack. Gathering her energy, she screamed a furious command for silence. The air crackled with raw power, an unseen force slamming into the group. Another energy blast erupted, illuminating the cavern with an eerie blue glow. The onslaught continued, each impact threatening to overwhelm them. His face contorted with desperation, Elpum shouted a warning. Knowing time was short, he steeled himself, ready to unleash everything. The ground trembled, another explosion rocking the tower. The group, battered, barely held on against the relentless assault. Panic rising, a voice cried out, warning of the tower's imminent collapse. Elsewhere, a desperate search bore fruit, a figure exclaiming they had found it. Urgency filled the air, a shout declaring no time to stop, ordering everyone to jump on signal. The signal given, the final command rang out. With no other choice, they leaped forward into the unknown. They fell into the unknown. The air rushed past them. Belju's energy was no longer felt. Another failure, it seemed. There was no excuse. Yes, responsibility. He could take their lives any time he wished. But before that, he would show them something. The more the audience, the better, after all. It was time to switch players. There was still hope. The young master must still be alive, the gate remaining active, surely awaiting rescue. Determined to act, Elpum declared he would assemble a rescue team with the best people. Elsewhere, Elpum, a man with a large mustache and a red hat, leaned close, murmuring, Jack. The gears of intrigue began to turn, someone mentioning Jack Ritchie's name, wondering about his fate. At the very least, they lacked the power to even touch the #1 merchant group. Something felt amiss, as expected. It might be best to try contacting Gold Ritchie. For thought no visitors should be here, recalling her earlier refusal. Wondering if the other even understood, she resolved not to let this slide, as an echoing voice made her question, could it be? Honestly, why refuse to return her ring? It wasn't that she wouldn't, but couldn't, having been told countless times. She was certain it was definitely Fur. No, give me back my ring, you thief. The cloaked figure announced they'd brought the idiot as promised, as Fur demanded her ring back, immediately. Hear ye, hear ye. The group poured over the document, trying to grasp the situation. Jack Ritchie lost in a gate. That wasn't the issue. The document stated Ritchie was on a rescue party. 1.5 billion mesos were offered for his rescue. The news had spread far and wide, becoming the talk of the town. Elpum's healer instincts boiled, yet he couldn't ignore the money. Why had they come to the slum ground? While the market once teemed with stores, this area wasn't boss designated. He had it all sorted. Approaching the door, he stated they'd know once inside. With a low creak, the door swung open. Inside, a figure relaxed, feet propped up. Coughing, he questioned the dusty burrow, asking if this was truly the right place. It had been ages. A voice called out, Oi, Jerry, how long will you sleep with customers waiting? Elpum wondered if that was his friend, thinking they could at least buy cheap. Jerry greeted them, exclaiming it had been ages, thinking they were dead. Getting in Jerry's face, Elpum accused him of running off after a scam. Sweating nervously, he wondered if he truly did that. He claimed past circumstances, promising this time would be different. Changing the subject, Jerry asked about the money he'd brought. Looking down at him, Elpum called him a punk. Jerry stammered, agreeing he was the same sort. Behind the counter, Jerry asked what Elpum sought, claiming he had everything, save for what he didn't. With a wide grin, he presented an enhancement scroll. He stated, of course, he wouldn't claim to lack one. Elpum wondered about the scrolls, thinking the man lacked an eye for items. Jerry sighed, explaining he was his guardian for this reason. How could he know, never having used one? He explained it was an item raising another's power with a chance, especially the 100% success rate version, invaluable in a gate filled with dangers. A hand gripped fabric tightly. Elpum's grip tightened, demanding to know if Jerry was already trying to swindle him, declaring he hadn't come for such nonsense. Explaining the scroll's value, he dismissed his concern, stating that a lower success rate meant greater enhancing power, thus requiring a scroll with a lower chance for potent effects. Pondering the obvious scam, he mentally branded the merchant a lousy swindler, wishing he could sell such items himself, yet lacking the means. Things had changed, however. Higher-grade items were now categorized as military provisions, subject to strict regulation. A shame, he thought, realizing his journey here had been pointless. Elpum desperately needed them. What now? If only someone would sell, he'd buy 50, 1 billion mesos worth, wouldn't he? Another hand gripped the fabric, a silent gesture. His grip tightening once more, he was ready to hear Jerry out completely. Archmage Freud, Dragon Master, Draconic Mage. Though countless titles referred to him, the most special was Master of Time Magic. Yet, he never appeared on that final day. While time stopped for the cursed heroes, he alone remained unsealed, save by the sacrifice of a Freen, the dragon he'd packed bound. As the sole hero, he roamed the world, tirelessly seeking ways to break his comrades' seals. Archmage Freud eventually vanished, unable to find a solution. Or so everyone believed, yet he must have had a plan. The ring he now held was the very trace left by the hero Freud. Elpum's lingering question, why had he regressed? Captain Kieran, seeing him chosen by Freud, declared she wouldn't doubt him. Yet, she pressed, he must clarify, why oppose the followers? She couldn't elaborate, she explained, for reasons she couldn't disclose. By whatever means necessary. The followers were determined to achieve their goals. The hem of a dark cloak brushed the ground, its wearer unseen. Echoes of battle rang through the forest, the sounds of combat lingering in the air. A flash of steel cut through the trees. Fur, a blonde warrior, swinging her blade with practiced ease. But even as she fought, a flicker of pain crossed her face, a silent scream trapped in her throat. Back in the present, Captain Kieran looked up at Elpham, asking if he wasn't tired of this daily routine. He wondered where she'd been that morning. She explained meeting her master briefly, delivering something to him. He wondered what brought her here, pausing before answering. Looking up at him, a serious expression on her face, she stated she had something to ask. She began to ask, but the question hung in the air, unsaid. Elpham looked back at her, asking if she wanted to go somewhere with him tomorrow. The clock tower loomed, its hands ticking slowly, as Jerry, his gaze fixed, wondered if Dinev had arrived yet. Perhaps he had arrived too early, but she offered an apology, explaining she had just gotten there. Her voice echoed, explaining her tardiness. Minor had clung to her, refusing to let go. Despite telling Minor she disliked such things, she had still come. Tilting her head, she asked why he stared, wondering if she looked odd. He assured her it was completely fine, suggesting they head out now. She nodded in agreement. As they walked through town, a hidden voice declared their target was on the move, adding, "This is tiresome." Hidden in the bushes, one grumbled, asking why they cared about the brat's love life, only to be snapped at to pipe down. He grinned, asserting a party member's mental care was essential. Hearing that, the red-haired observer was shocked. She continued, asking what was on her mind. The red-haired woman scoffed, asking if he was mad, and why he needed her help picking a present. Realizing the seriousness, Captain Kieran's demeanor turned serious. "Shut your mouth. This looks quite effective too." Looking at the weapon, she asked Jerry if he thought Dinev could protect herself with it. Looking at the sword, he remarked it seemed quite fine for a beginner. Seeing this was her first time, Captain Kieran thought it was easier than expected. She recalled entering the Knights at a young age, constantly training without a break. Jerry suggested they look around the arms dealer over there. As they walked through the market, Jerry agreed with her. Watching them from afar, one observer couldn't believe what he saw, wondering what the man was doing. Another observer wondered if they weren't watching them secretly. One observer noted the two seemed to like each other, but made no progress. The red-haired observer agreed, affirming what the other was saying. Another observer remarked it was no wonder they called him an idiot. One observer asked if he knew the place, as it was Devos. She thought to herself, wishing her big brother wouldn't come home today. Back in the present, one observer commented those two made a great couple. Another observer remarked they certainly possessed that youthful innocence. A flashback began, as he wondered if he had been like that back then. The flashback showed her and him, once. The man's words, harsh and angry, declared he didn't care about her past, adding she hadn't even started yet. He scoffed, calling it a waste of time, but Kyrie retorted he had no interest in such things, though he admitted he wasn't completely uninterested. Looking up at him, she simply asked, "Huh?" He explained there were circumstances, and he'd been in a relationship or two himself. She asked what his circumstances were, while in the present, Jerry thought this was definitely discrimination. He stated that in any case, she wasn't even alive now. He thought to himself, wondering if she should be alive now. He stated it didn't matter at this point, but Kyrie insisted it did, demanding he tell her now, as observers noted their proximity. Alone in the city, she thought to herself that she felt lonely, thanking him for today. The man said it was a relief he was able to help. She announced she'd be taking her leave, but then paused, wondering, huh? Wait. He said never mind, it was nothing, just thanks, suggesting they do their best in tomorrow's training. With a bright smile, Kyrie told him that if he ever planned on picking presents again, he should feel free to ask. Elsewhere, Devo returned to his city, announcing his return and asking if his brother was there. Back in the present, Jerry looked around, wondering why everyone was here. Humming, she guessed he had failed. Amidst the chaos, a figure cried out in pain, struck down. The scene filled with cries for help, as multiple figures were injured. A voice cried out, demanding the monstrous creature halt its destructive rampage. Red energy crackled around the black mage, his eyes glowing with an ominous, surging power. Nearby, a large, serpentine creature loomed, its imposing presence casting a chilling shadow. Finally, he reached for a mystical stone resting upon an ancient pedestal. At last, he had obtained it, the seal stone of Archmage Freud, containing the very power of time. Deep within a forgotten chamber, this relic of immense power now hummed with potent, latent energy. As the artifact pulsed, glowing brightly, the grand designs of the black mage were about to unfold. Suddenly, a profound disturbance rippled through the time stream, making everything feel terribly wrong. A wave of disbelief washed over him, as he wondered who dared to defy him so. His power began to wane, feeling it slip away like sand through his fingers. The realization hit him like a physical blow, confirming someone had already turned back time. His eyes burned with fury, knowing he must find the culprit. Consumed by a burning rage, he would stop at nothing to find the one who dared defy him. The air crackled with anticipation, candidates standing ready, awaiting results in just 30 minutes. Captain Kieran challenged her opponent, suggesting a concession, pointing out the stark difference in their skills. A scoff echoed, telling them to cease their nonsense, asking if they should settle the ranks then and there. A man with a grand mustache declared this the third circle's level, vowing no one would leave unharmed. Someone murmured, urging them to choose carefully. A figure was noticed, its identity suddenly clear. The scene shifted to Gold Ritchie, owner of the Gold Ritchie Trade Union. Known as Maple World's wealthiest, he reportedly possessed riches rivaling an entire country. A man in a crimson coat strode away. The doors swung open, revealing a familiar face, Elpham. Standing before a fountain, he surveyed the scene. A gruff voice questioned, "Was it you?" "The Gaper explorer seeking me," a dark-haired figure remarked. "You seem to have taken us very lightly." Elpham announced, "Meet you. I am Elpham." He continued, "The reason I've come here today is—" Someone responded, "I'm sorry, but I didn't come as a Gaper representative today." A furry companion asked, "Have you gone mad?" Suddenly, Elpham attacked, eliciting a cry of pain. The victim lay defeated on a table, revealed to be B. Benyu. A mustached man questioned, "Why is a Kania executive? Do you realize what you've done?" The dark-haired figure stated, "The Gold Ritchie Trade Union will have to join that war." Interrupting the tension, a voice spoke, "What nonsense. I'll explain from here." The speaker continued, "Since this relates to your matter at hand as well." A close-up revealed a man's face contorted in distress, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. A blonde-haired woman asked, "Are you certain?" An armored man clenched his fist, disbelieving. "I can't believe it." The followers. The scene shifted to an overhead view of a meeting room, where he was told, "They've survived until now? Not just survived, but spread across Maple World, even rooting within the Cygnus Knights." Tears welled in a character's eyes as they were asked, "Can you take responsibility for what you've just said?" Another responded, "I don't care. That's why I asked Captain Kieran to arrange this meeting. What do you want?" 3 days from now, a fiery landscape appeared, a monstrous figure looming as a voice declared, "I am going to erase Kania from this world." The armored man mused, "This isn't a Cygnus Knight's matter anymore. It's war against the followers. Over there, Mahal." A hand emitting blue energy appeared, a voice gasping, "Elpham?" A B brand. 2 figures stood, one explaining, "This is the followers' brand, marking those who serve their commanders." Beiju was a follower? In that case. Now he seemed lost in thought. With a hearty cheers, a mug was raised high. Captain Kieran wondered, "Is this wise? A single day off wouldn't matter. Items were enhanced, training complete. A break before the fight was wise, but what were they whispering? All this lovey-dovey stuff. Could it be workplace romance? Someone wondered. Then, a master of romance would. Cuck. Ralph was told not to stick too close. Couldn't he make a joke? He only eased the air. For the love of, never mind. Reeking of sweat, he should wash. He'd come to ask why he volunteered for Jack Ritchie's rescue, despite calling it a trap. Wouldn't Kania raids be better? Seeking something, he obtained a map to Archmage Freud's legacy, initially disbelieving rumors due to scant evidence. But the followers' move on him proved the rumors true. Knowing he left his most important possession, he couldn't surrender the map. Elpham. Approximately 2 months ago, he suddenly awakened with a circle. A second followed in 2 days, then a third after 2 weeks. Go. Everything lies in your hands. Standing together, the swordsman suggested a quick warm-up before they joined the others. The beast folk, however, questioned if such a brief warm-up would truly suffice. The swordsman, a smirk playing on his lips, assured him he had a plan, sparing his companion any strain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar ripped through the air, shaking the very ground. He noted the monster's surprising courtesy, appreciating its timely, if aggressive, sentiment. The beast folk declared he would return the favor with something equally interesting. A question mark seemed to hang in the air as the monster lunged. The swordsman, surprised, found the monster's ability fascinating, a sight he'd never witnessed firsthand. He mused it was for later, promising a far more interesting spectacle then. A close-up of the monster's eye revealed its intense, predatory focus. A woman with red hair stated, "As expected, those rats from Kania infiltrated here." She continued, considering it a clever move, one she hadn't anticipated, making things interesting. Yet, the unsettling quiet suggested no direct attack. The situation felt strange. A disembodied voice noted the unsettling quiet was the true problem. The voice continued, observing no life forms, not even monsters or followers, at the first gate. "What's going on?" it demanded. A teal-haired man wondered aloud. What could they be plotting? The scene shifted, revealing the bustling Kania merchants district. Within, a formidable group of knights stood ready. Inside, a woman inquired, "What brings the esteemed Cygnus Knights here?" A light blue-haired knight responded, "Do you have an appointment?" "My apologies for barging in, but by chance." The knight held out his hand, revealing a red mark. "I was wondering if you lost this," he stated. A brown-haired woman looked shocked, exclaiming, "What? What is that?" A sword pressed against a neck as a voice commanded, "Stay still. Move, and I'll consider you a follower." "Got it." The light blue-haired knight merely smirked. Someone was stabbed, crying out in raw pain. Cuck. Ow. The blow's force sent him reeling, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he was struck. Chaos erupted, clashing steel and desperate cries filling the air as the battle intensified. His voice laced with disbelief, he demanded, "What do you mean, you lost him?" Bound and seemingly defeated, he offered a simple, "My apologies." Eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within, his gaze pierced through the unfolding events. The scene was a gruesome tableau, blood staining the floor as a voice echoed, "Yes, sir." A sinister presence loomed, the voice declaring, "I gave you enough chances." Fear palpable in his tone, he stammered, "See, certainly not." A dark ritual seemed underway, the figure proclaiming, It's my honor to offer it to the Black Mage. The town lay under siege, its docks completely overrun, consumed by the chaos. Giving orders to his men, the commander insisted remaining forces be sent to the three-way crossing. The town burned, consumed by the attack's relentless chaos. Looming ominously, the dungeon's entrance offered a dark gateway to the unknown. Its depths awaited, promising both danger and profound mystery. With a deafening roar, Cold Eye unleashed its fury. Its massive claws descended, tearing through anything in their path. The onslaught continued, leaving a trail of utter destruction in its wake. But before the beast could continue its rampage, the unknown swordsman intervened, his blade glowing with power as he struck. Observing the carnage, Starling stood alongside another figure. She realized, each and every one of them possessed considerable power. Surveying the scene, Elpum noted the casualties, realizing these monsters were strangely powerful. A sense of unease washed over him. Something about this situation felt profoundly wrong. He couldn't shake the feeling this facility was far too large to be left completely unattended. Barely given a moment to think, he steeled himself for the fight ahead. The monsters closed in, their roars echoing through the chamber. A deafening roar filled the air, signaling the start of another wave of attacks. Elsewhere, Ralph wondered where these monsters came from, lamenting the sacrifice of his guards. Overcome with fear, he desperately clung to life. A cold voice cut through his pleas, remarking his sniveling could be heard from afar. Panic rising, he demanded to know his attacker's identity. With a sickening sound, the unknown swordsman's blade found its mark. Gritting his teeth, he noted the foe's energy. A man with slick-back hair told the others to stay calm, calling the red-haired woman Jack Ritchie. A figure in the shadows announced they were the rescue party, sent to save them. Elpum's eyes widened, recognizing his father's necklace. He asked if it was just the three of them, wondering if they shouldn't be more thankful for their rescue. He realized this wasn't the kind of place three people could handle. A mysterious figure wondered if he was hiding something. Surrounded by blue energy, a figure thought there was no brand, wondering if he overinterpreted it. The man with slick-back hair declared their target secured. It was time to leave. Blue energy surrounded the group. The group found itself enveloped in blue energy. Someone spoke of their lack of manners, complaining they almost got hurt. The figure in the foreground, brandishing a wicked axe, declared, "There you are, Kania." A heavy boot descended, a voice dripping with sarcasm asking, "Manners?" Seated and observing, a figure reacted with surprise as the events unfolded. Focusing intently, a character with a glowing red eye wondered, "Who is that?" Surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, another figure questioned, "Just what is with his mana?" Looking up from below, the seated figure remarked on the speaker's ease, noting they weren't a small fry after all. Enveloped in a purple aura, a white-haired individual declared his intent to confirm Commander Will's concerns. As a web of red energy spread, a booming voice commanded them to begin. Suddenly, an explosion of orange energy ripped through the scene. Caught off guard, two figures exclaimed in unison, wondering what was happening so suddenly, especially after their group's arrival. The explosions intensified, engulfing the area in fiery destruction. Finally, a pool of ominous red energy spread across the ground. As red energy swirled around him, a voice cried out in disbelief, recognizing Sir Mihail. His face contorted in a mask of fear, someone shouted a warning for everyone to stay back. The red energy intensified, engulfing the figure at its center. In the darkness, streaks of red light pierced the void. Looking around in confusion, he wondered aloud, "Where am I?" Below, someone looked up, demanding to know who was there. Lost in thought, he questioned his own identity. Standing tall in gleaming armor, the figure declared, "Shouldn't you be familiar with this face?" A close-up revealed the intricate details of the imposing armor. With a mighty blow, a fist crashed down, its force eliciting a cry of "impossible." At a table, the man with the scar reported the annihilation of 3 squads and the disappearance of Chief Knight Mihail. Growing agitated, the other man demanded proper confirmation, questioning the unfolding chaos. A tense atmosphere hung heavy as word spread, revealing a grave problem. Additional forces from the followers had been spotted. His face contorted in frustration. He couldn't believe they were constantly moving one step ahead. Studying the map, it became clear, a rat lurked within their ranks. His voice booming with authority, he barked out orders to change the plan, shifting from Squad 5 to 1 to 6. A figure approached, weapon drawn, demanding to know their identity and ordering them to stand back. Chaos erupted, someone crying out, wondering what was happening outside. Turning away from the chaos, he remained focused on the bigger picture. His expression grim, he assured someone not to worry. A chilling sight, a hand covered in blood. Staring in disbelief, the man questioned if it was Mark. The clash of steel rang out, a desperate defense against the encroaching darkness. Yet the enemy's assault proved relentless, leaving one warrior wounded and vulnerable. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of survival against overwhelming odds. Cutting down the monsters, Captain Kieran shouted for the civilians to follow her. Ordering everyone to leave the city at once, she knew Gaper's reinforcements would arrive soon. Deflecting another blow, she barely had time to think. Ralph growled, calling the attackers damned scoundrels. Clutching his wound, the injured man wondered how they could bait young kids too. His eyes narrowed, realizing that was the essence of a fanatic, consumed by blind faith. Even during their persuasion, they promised to make his deepest wish come true. If he helped free the Black Mage's seal, even if it meant going back in time. Elpham considered the implications of time travel. If someone could truly go back, wouldn't that make them no different than a god? The question hung in the air. How could the world bend to his will? If he was so great, why was he sealed? It was obvious nonsense, he thought, yet they preyed on the frailty of humans. A grizzled man considered the same question. Who wouldn't wish to go back in time? A desperate cry rang out as Mark shouted, questioning his actions. His face contorted in anguish. He demanded, "Why are you doing this?" Elsewhere, a figure knelt before a coffin, lamenting his poor daughter, lost too soon to an unfortunate accident. He vowed to do anything. They promised to help him get her back, if he could see that child once more. Mark urged others to get behind him, ready to face whatever threat approached. With a final, desperate command, he told them to run. Cashin struck, sending him crashing to the ground, as he apologized to Evis. Someone demanded to know why the others stood by, allowing their enemies to escape so easily. A blinding flash of purple energy struck the swordsman with a swift attack. The barrage continued, an octopunch pummeling him relentlessly. A man with a mustache and glasses surveyed the scene, addressing the cultists before him. An unseen figure declared his opponent seemed to underestimate him. A man with a beard and a scar above his eye stood confidently, his hand raised. The ground trembled, dust and debris flying everywhere. Someone observed that, judging by his manners, the speaker seemed quite at ease. A white-haired man, dark aura surrounding his hand, stated he would confirm Commander Will's concerns. A man with an eye patch scoffed, questioning if he should be scared by such a bluff from a mere subordinate. Apologizing for not being clear, he began to explain. Allowing himself to formally introduce himself, the figure stepped forward. The cloaked figure declared, "I am Martyr Mudria." Recognizing the name, someone shouted in disbelief, "Martyr?" His identity thoroughly hidden under a veil, the figure stood chained. Having made quite the commotion lately, even those far beyond their reach had taken an interest in him. Looking up at the assembled crowd, someone muttered, "What's he yapping about?" A figure shouted, "Quit talking and come at us." "Whoa, whoa, no need to be hasty," someone said. "Haven't they thought on the way here?" "Here," Martyr Mudria would introduce them. Someone exclaimed, what is that?" A surge of power emanated, ready to be unleashed. Martyr Mudria, face contorted in disbelief, questioned the sudden onslaught, wondering if he was hallucinating. The air crackled with ominous energy, as swirling masses of blue light materialized around him. Elsewhere, a cry of alarm rang out as Ralph was struck by an unseen force. His body now moved against his will, controlled by an unknown power. Gathering energy, he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. The green energy surged forward, striking Evis with brutal force, as a voice cried out in shock, "Devo?" The controlled beast folk readied itself, preparing to strike once more. Under an unknown influence, Ralph prepared a devastating attack, leaving Elpham to grit his teeth, wondering what he could possibly do. He unleashed a torrent of fire, the crackling flames alive with destructive energy. A manic glint in his eyes, he declared his intent to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The fire intensified, its raging inferno engulfing everything in its path. The flames raged, a swirling, chaotic inferno of pure destruction. The fire magic coalesced, forming a vortex, a chaotic display of raw power. It became clear the fire was being manipulated, controlled by psychokinesis. The fire continued to swirl, now imbued with potent psychokinetic energy. Starling shouted a warning, urging Elpham to be careful as the flames drew ever closer. The fire magic formed a massive ring, a symbol of the immense power being wielded. Realizing the nature of the attack, he murmured, "So that's..." The fire magic skill was combined with psychokinesis, a deadly fusion of elemental force and mental control. Ralph found the situation quite fascinating, just as he'd heard. Continuing his assault, he unleashed a swirling vortex of fire and psychokinetic energy. Caught in the blast, Elpham coughed up blood. Staggering back, he could hardly believe what was happening. He wondered why his attack hadn't worked. Surrounded by cloaked figures, Ralph remained unfazed. He scoffed, questioning if they truly expected him to stand still and take it. A sinister smile spread across his face, declaring it was still too soon, urging Elpham to struggle more. Witnessing the raw display of power, another was visibly shaken. Realization dawned. It was psychokinesis. The psychokinetic attack scale was immense, towering over the battlefield. Ralph watched with cold amusement. Gathering power in his hand, he declared the real fight was about to begin. The front line crumbled, prompting one soldier to urge retreat, while another insisted they must hold, if only for a moment longer. A secret operation, unknown even to Mark, had been set in motion. When Elpham first suggested it, Mark had dismissed it as mere fuss. Yet, if they could only hold for an hour. No, even just 30 minutes. A frustrated curse escaped his lips. The rear lines fared no better. One soldier questioned the plan, but the other vehemently refused. What use was the plan if they were all to die? The brutal battle raged on, unrelenting. A booming voice cut through the din. "Golly, what a coincidence, lords. Who's there?" A lone soldier stood ready, sword drawn. His eyes widened, unable to comprehend the sight before him. An order rang out. "Only 2 of them. Kill them." Closing the distance, the unknown swordsman delivered a swift kick to Ralph. Following up, he slashed at the beastfolk with his blade. With a flick of his wrist, the swordsman sent a volley of blades flying. Pressing the attack, the swordsman continued his relentless assault on Ralph. But in a sudden reversal, he managed to counter the swordsman's attack. A new, formidable presence made itself known, Equinox. A booming voice declared. He remembered them. These bastards. The attack landed, prompting a thought. Are they Elpums? Gathering power, Equinox unleashed a devastating blast of energy. With a cold stare, he prepared for the next attack. The unknown swordsman continued his relentless assault, his blade a blur against Ralph's hulking form. Watching the fight unfold, Gold Richie remarked, "Since this is an emergency with seconds on the line, I've decided to give my service as deferred payment." The swordsman's attack intensified, unleashing a fiery explosion that engulfed him. Amidst the chaos, a voice wondered, what was that? There's still someone left. The swordsman's ominous presence loomed, his voice echoing. How unfortunate. Did only the lackeys show up? Equinox gritted his teeth, ready to strike. Ralph, battered and bruised, thought to himself, what a shame. A figure emerged from the shadows, declaring, Elpum, myself. The dark figure strode forward, intent on vengeance. The air crackled with raw energy as the battle intensified. A surge of power emanated, ready to be unleashed. Ralph cried out, struck by an unseen force. The unseen force continued its relentless assault, engulfing him in a blinding explosion. The blast force sent him hurtling backwards, scattering debris in its wake. The relentless onslaught continued, the veteran hunter enduring blow after blow. Each sickening blow landed, sending blood spraying from his mouth. A monstrous maw opened wide, poised to devour him whole. The hunter cried out, the merciless assault continuing without pause. The unknown swordsman scoffed, his blade wreathed in flames, preparing another strike. The blade shifted, now crackling with ominous purple energy. The purple blade descended, another blow aimed with deadly precision. Another explosion erupted, engulfing Ralph once more. Pondering, Elpum seemed to be nearing a crucial conclusion. He seemed to have found his answer. With a sinister question hanging, the unknown swordsman brought his blade down on the beastfolk with terrifying force. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outwards, its raw power evident in the shattered stone. The attack's force lifted the beastfolk off his feet, sending him hurtling through the air amidst dust and debris. Coughing, Captain Kieran gritted her teeth against the pain. The swordsman, pressing his advantage, continued his relentless assault on the fallen warrior. With a cold command, he ordered his shadowy minions to finish the job. A gasp escaped her lips as she was struck, blood trickling down her chin. The shadows descended upon her, their dark energy swirling around the injured captain. Surrounded, she found herself completely at the mercy of the encroaching darkness. The air crackled, a prelude to further devastation. The shadows continued their relentless assault, their forms blurring as they struck. Each blow landed with brutal force, the very ground trembling under the onslaught. The unknown swordsman landed a devastating blow, sending the beastfolk crashing through the debris. His body racked with pain, he unleashed a primal roar. Every muscle straining, pain etched across his face. A primal scream tore from Fur's throat, as she was sent hurtling through the air by an unseen force. The world became a blur of fire and debris, her body a ragdoll at the mercy of the attack. Before she could even orient herself, Cashin lashed out with a whip of pure dark energy. The impact slammed her into the ground, each strike carrying the force of a battering ram. The dark energy constricted her further, a vice tightening with every passing moment. Her vision tunneled, a desperate curse escaping her lips as the pressure mounted. But just as the darkness threatened to consume her, Fur exploded with a surge of raw, purple energy. The tables turned in an instant, the swordsman now caught in the blast. His words were cut short, as the purple energy threatened to consume him entirely. The purple energy continued to burn. He struggled against its power as a blonde-haired man watched, questioning why they didn't let the idiot go. Completely consumed, he was helpless against the onslaught. Falling through the air, he was completely at the mercy of Fur's power. Despite the pain, Cashin gritted his teeth, thinking the situation utterly insolent. The purple energy crackled and writhed. A memory surfaced, a vision of a healer standing before a massive stone structure. The healer's power emanated outward, a beacon of hope. The blonde-haired man cursed, calling someone a tight ass. He struggled, barely able to speak, as the healer's memory continued to play out. The healer's power shone brightly, a testament to their importance. His power waning, he realized his buff was fading. Eyes wide with alarm, Starling watched as the purple energy continued to consume Cashin. Elsewhere, a man in a red coat slammed his fist, frustrated the plan wasn't proceeding, fearing they'd all die. Glowering, he muttered it wasn't yet time, just a bit more. Struggling to stay standing, Cashin heard Starling ask what was going on. Nearby, the red-coated man stood with another, both observing the situation. Gasping, he was clearly in immense pain. Grimacing, he spat out blood, cursing his situation. Supporting him, Starling asked if he could move, and he weakly thanked her. Meanwhile, a voice declared the healer wasn't able to fulfill his duty. Towering above, a figure stated this must certainly be his last. As the purple energy intensified, Cashin was overwhelmed. He was caught in a whirlwind of dark energy, Starling watching, her expression a mix of concern and helplessness. A surge of power slammed into him, the blow's force visible in the distorted air around him. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer power unleashed against him. The raw energy continued its assault, threatening to tear him apart from within. I shouldn't greet you like this on our first meeting, but a chilling farewell echoed in his mind, the encroaching darkness threatening to consume him. The relentless onslaught continued, each searing blast of energy pushing him closer to the brink. Starling's eyes reflected the chaos, desperation etched upon her face. What in the world is going? She whispered, horrified. Another wave of raw energy crashed into the unknown swordsman, leaving him reeling from the impact. From the shadows, a figure watched, a sinister smile playing on his lips. My, I was trying to send you off painlessly. My apologies. Blood trickled down his face, his vision blurring as he heard the mocking words. You, a mere dog of the Empress. An unseen force pierced through him, the excruciating pain tearing through his very being. He collapsed to the ground, defeated and utterly broken by the relentless assault. Staggering back, blood trickling down her face, the blonde-haired woman couldn't believe he was here. Narrowing his eyes, Chasm stared intently at the unfolding scene. With a stern look, he stood ready, prepared for whatever came next. Below, two figures observed the scene, one noting he was a top-ranking Cygnus Knight. He declared his intent to escort the merchant group, stating he would join them as well. Confused, the blonde-haired woman questioned his unexpected decision. He explained his master had instructed him to join forces with Sir Chasm if anything happened, so he would join them. His green eyes gleaming, he wondered who could be like him, promising to put everyone to death. Straining, the blonde-haired woman gritted her teeth as he looked on impassively. Chasm struggled to stand, wondering how he was able to after receiving such a devastating attack. A dark, ominous force suddenly manifested, casting a chilling shadow over the entire scene. The ominous force declared it was time for everyone to fall to hell, its presence looming large. As the hourglass loomed, Sir Chasm stood defiant, bracing himself against the encroaching, suffocating darkness. Suddenly, an unseen force slammed into him, sending him hurtling backwards with brutal impact. A chilling voice echoed, "You're too late." The darkness surged, engulfing him in a swirling vortex of red and black energy. Offering himself as a sacrifice, Chasm cried out, "I offer you my worthless flesh." The entity responded, its voice dripping with malice. "Please, consider it yours." The voice boomed, "So it shall be." His eye widened in terror, reflecting the encroaching, inevitable doom. A guttural scream tore from his throat, the darkness consuming him utterly. Blood splattered, a grim testament to his agonizing suffering. A final, agonized groan escaped him, his body succumbing to the overwhelming, malevolent force. Watching from a distance, Starling whispered in disbelief, "Titch, this is?" His face contorted in agony. Sir Chasm could only utter a single, desperate word. His body began to warp and twist, the dark force consuming him from the inside out. Witnessing the horrifying transformation, Starling could only whisper, her voice choked with disbelief. The grotesque change continued, his form twisting into a monstrous parody of the noble knight he once was. Frozen in terror, she could only watch as Sir Chasm was utterly lost to the encroaching darkness. A surge of raw purple energy erupted, obliterating everything in its path. The raw power slammed into the earth, its devastating force shaking the very ground. Rock and debris exploded outwards, a testament to the sheer destructive capability unleashed. Coughing, the unknown swordsman struggled to his feet amidst the destruction, finding himself at the blast's epicenter. Suddenly, a spray of crimson blood painted the scene. Clutching his fist, he gritted his teeth, barely able to catch his breath. Looking up, he cursed under his breath, seeing hooded figures closing in. Before he could react, one figure struck, sending him reeling. The blow's force served as a brutal reminder of the odds stacked against him. But even as he was struck, a figure with auburn hair prepared to strike back, a blade wreathed in fire. The ambush continued, the unknown swordsman barraged by a flurry of attacks from all sides, defiantly questioning their assumption of an easy victory. An explosion of raw power erupted, engulfing the area in a blinding light. Emerging from the smoke, the swordsman clicked his tongue in annoyance. A voice echoed, mockingly asking how long he intended to continue this ruckus. Another blow landed, sending the swordsman reeling back with a pained curse. Focusing his mind, the unknown swordsman attempted to unleash his psychokinetic abilities, only to hear a voice mockingly ask him to hold still. A calm voice interjected, simply suggesting they converse like gentlemen. Struggling to his feet, the swordsman gritted his teeth, cursing his predicament, a once-renowned psychokinetic magician. Planting his feet, he prepared to retaliate, vowing not to go down so easily. Gathering his energy, he declared, accepting the challenge. The unknown swordsman's hair shifted, becoming stark white as he prepared for his next move. His eyes burning with intensity, he heard the newcomer mock his repeated, useless acts. Despite the surge of power, the flames erupting around the unknown swordsman proved useless. His attack having failed, he gritted his teeth, preparing for another assault. His eyes burning with intensity, he channeled his energy once more. But this attack, too, was easily brushed aside. Switching tactics, he focused his energy into a concentrated blast of purple power. But again, the attack fizzled out, accomplishing nothing. Appearing unfazed by the display, the new arrival stated the obvious: it was useless. The purple energy continued to dissipate, leaving the unknown swordsman vulnerable. A look of shock crossed his face as the newcomer spoke. With a knowing smirk, the man questioned if he hadn't existed in the future the swordsman knew. The unknown swordsman's eyes widened in disbelief, a close-up revealing his shock. Leaning in, the man stated he had something private to discuss with him. Surrounded by cloaked figures, the unknown swordsman seemed utterly taken aback. A pool of viscous green liquid suddenly erupted, its noxious fumes filling the air, a condescending voice echoing from its depths. As the creeping toxin spread, the unknown swordsman coughed, a chilling realization of the danger dawning upon him. The toxin flooded the floor, causing him to cry out in searing agony. Writhing in pain, he could barely choke out a desperate question. Submerged in the noxious substance, he struggled, trying to comprehend the sudden betrayal. A hand reached out from the depths, as the unknown swordsman wondered what was truly happening. It's not exactly betrayal, he gasped, fighting desperately for breath. His eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the situation was far beyond his expectations. A crimson aura flared around him, as he suddenly remembered his sacred duty. Anger and confusion warred within the unknown swordsman, struggling to understand if Commander will control him. The new character stepped forward, a purple aura surrounding him, trusting the swordsman now believed his words. A surge of raw power ripped through the air, the brand on his skin seething with malevolent energy. His hand clenching, he felt the searing pain intensify, a burning agony. The brand, he realized, was disappearing. The unknown swordsman thought it was time to return to his original position. Suddenly, a sharp sting pierced his senses, a jolt of pain. A voice echoed, "How dare he, a mere pawn?" Demanding an explanation, he asked if this was a declaration of war. From the shadows, Commander Arcarium emerged, a menacing presence. The monstrous figure loomed, his presence suffocating, crushing. The unknown swordsman realized another brand. Struggling to comprehend, he wondered what he truly was, having never heard of a second brand, even in his past life. A chilling voice declared, "We are all subordinates of the great black mage." How to explain this simply, the new character mused. It's an internal feud. While our purpose to revive the black mage is shared, our methods and opinions differ. That's the simplest explanation. Considering the situation, the silver-haired man wondered if they were both ally and enemy simultaneously, finding it fascinating. An internal conflict, he mused, as Commander Arcarium simply stated, "I see. We were in an uncontrollable state due to differing opinions between commanders, but..." Turning his attention, the silver-haired man asked what the commanders sought, mentioning they were actually looking for an item. The item in question, the seal stone of the hero, Archmage Freud. Commander Arcarium explained that ages ago, Archmage Freud, praised as their hero, created a seal stone to stop the black mage. But it was a stone imbued with immense power, condensed over eons, though created to seal the black mage. Continuing, the commander explained they discovered if that potent power of time were used in reverse instead, it could solely turn back time for the dead, bringing them back to life. So he spent decades in its pursuit, and eventually found it. However, Archmage Freud examined the seal stone, finding it utterly drained, a mere empty husk. Someone had already used its power. His priority became clear: find the one responsible. Though not difficult to track, he knew the culprit would soon reveal themselves. The path ahead, however, was fraught with peril: a 100-man gate, a multi-structure gate, and one hiding a hero's item. Looking up, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this pursuit was foolishness, a profound lack of moderation. Amidst the growing ruckus, pretending ignorance was impossible. Instead, he realized this was the one. He is called Elpum, the One. Yes, Elpum, the regressor. A strange world unfolds before him. Elpum had never heard of this figure, even before his regression. Though his firepower might be lacking due to circles, his psychokinetic control should have been far superior to Elpum's past self at this rank. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective against him. If this wasn't his full power, then the strongest psychokinetic magician was this very man. Facing the mysterious figure, Elpum wondered what he truly was. The swordsman admitted even a future traveler wouldn't know him. But in the near future, he revealed, he would be dead. The swordsman laughed, confessing he sought no consolation. He continued, admitting it felt grim to confirm it himself. But truthfully, he was alive thanks to Elpum. Elpum then asked what he meant. Elsewhere, the Sea Commander explained that while Commander Arcarium sought to recruit him, Commander will focused on eliminating him for the havoc he'd caused, given their strained relations. The swordsman stated that, as a combat member, he had to mediate between the commanders. He revealed his body was deteriorating then. He didn't know if Elpum noticed, but both his eyes were blind. Reflecting, the unknown swordsman admitted he abandoned his former commander for a new opportunity. The Sea Commander wondered if the swordsman's disease was cured, but he knew better, realizing it was temporary, halting the disease with time magic. Commander Arcarium promised that if he served him, his life's clock would stop. Upon the Black Mage's return, he'd receive a new body. Realizing this was why he betrayed his former commander, the Sea Commander thought him dangerous. Though he cited the Black Mage's resurrection, he'd betray anyone for his own life. The Sea Commander admitted it was hard for him to think so deeply. Explaining his role was to save the unknown swordsman from Commander Will's plot, delivering a message. Elsewhere, Elpham's name was spoken. The Sea Commander urged him to join their side. The unknown swordsman asked, "What are you fighting for? Not justice, surely?" The Sea Commander explained that to call his actions just after the 100-man gate and other massacres was absurd. Considering his words, the swordsman suggested the Sea Commander's actions seemed obvious. The Sea Commander responded, suggesting if the swordsman desired something else, he should reconsider. The Black Mage was godlike, far more powerful. He continued, promising that following him would grant anything: immense power, immortality, even resurrection. He then asked if the swordsman knew how 800-year-old commanders remained alive. The Sea Commander explained that the Black Mage had bestowed an unaging body upon all who swore him loyalty. He added, this was merely an example. Whatever his heart desired, the answer might lie in the Dark Lord's resurrection. The Sea Commander stated that, in return, he only needed to do one thing: eliminate all who knew of the Dark Lord's existence and aid in his grand design. Turning away, the unknown swordsman asked, his voice tight, if he was being ordered to kill his own party members. He questioned, his gaze sharp, "Are you telling me to kill my own party members?" The commander responded, stating that the fewer who knew of the Dark Lord, the better. He questioned the necessity of such extreme measures, wondering what the commander was truly scheming. Perhaps even he remained ignorant, merely following Commander Arcarium's orders. The commander concluded, what was certain was that, with his assistance, the Dark Lord would inevitably return. His face bruised and bloodied, the commander's words echoed in his mind. What would he do now? Shouldn't the answer already be clear? The immense weight of the decision pressed down upon him, suffocating. Across the ravaged battlefield, Elpham stood resolute. Images flashed before his eyes, a haunting collage of faces, each a stark reminder of what was at stake. In the depths of his memory, a single question lingered: justice? Another voice whispered, revenge? Yet, some still shone brightly, even in a world utterly ruined. From the swirling chaos, a figure emerged, her presence a beacon of unwavering strength. Those who spoke of hope, yet burdened everything with their ideals. But then, a desperate cry pierced the silence. P. Philip. The scene shifted to a moment of crisis, someone desperately urging another to awaken. A monstrous maw opened wide, ready to devour Jaden. In a desperate struggle, one more precious than the world itself was in peril. The memories flooded back, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. The weight of past failures, a horrible end, everything lost once again. But this time, something felt different. A new party, skilled, yet devoid of personal ties. They were always ready to be replaced by someone new, like pawns, scapegoats meant to be sacrificed in his stead. The swordsman wondered, just what had he become? His eyes narrowed, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. The commander questioned, what is the meaning of this? Was my explanation not enough? Flames engulfed him, a burning determination rising within his soul. Justice, revenge, none of it mattered. He would only protect what he truly desired to protect. He muttered to himself, resigned to the inevitable clash ahead. His voice boomed out, laced with chilling finality. Our talk ends here. Plunging downward with incredible speed, the swordsman was wreathed in crackling orange energy. Gripping his weapon tightly, the energy intensified around his hand, poised to strike. Eyes narrowed, teeth gritted, Elpham braced himself for the impending onslaught. The massive beast lunged forward, its formidable claws extended, poised to tear through anything in its path. Each swipe carried the force of a battering ram, threatening to crush the adventurer beneath its might. The monster's claws descended, leaving trails of displaced air in their violent wake. Closing in, the beast unleashed another devastating strike. With a sudden burst of speed, Elpham narrowly avoided the attack. Dodging the claws, he heard the monster's taunt. You think you can catch me being that slow? You slowpoke? The beast raised its fiery axe, preparing another brutal attack. The axe swung down with incredible force, engulfing the immediate area in searing flames. The fiery weapon hurtled towards him, leaving the adventurer with little room to maneuver. The junior Balrog continued its relentless assault, its massive claw swiping down towards him. Again and again, the monster's claws came down, each strike a desperate attempt to survive. The monster connected, sending him flying backwards with a sickening crunch. Gasping for air, he coughed up blood. He thought, ugh, what kind of tough bastard is that? It's tough enough to deflect my polearm? That wasn't in my calculations. Clutching at his side, Elpham gritted his teeth. Damn it, it can't be helped, even though I don't know how to use this. He clenched his fist, a surge of determination washing over him. But this isn't the time for me to be fussy. A memory surfaced, a golden glow enveloping his hand. The memory sharpened, words echoing in his mind. Teach 300 million mesos? A figure off-screen said, it was a few mesos short anyway, so I borrowed some. Elpham retorted, be borrowed? From where? The figure replied, I think it was Perrin who must have milled it, the cap's merchant always sitting by the door. Cradling the item, he cursed his own recklessness, wondering why he'd spent so much on a single item for the brat. Elsewhere, a green-haired figure smirked, telling himself not to get angry, as everything was proceeding according to his intricate plan. Another figure, spear slung over his shoulder, mused, Don't worry, I'm well aware of that item. It was used by someone who sacrificed much, a warrior stronger than anyone. Trust me on this. Back in the arena, the adventurer stared at the item, knowing he had to handle it. With a desperate yell, he decided it was do or die. But before he could act, the junior Balrog struck with a powerful claw, sending him flying. The beast didn't relent, slamming him into the ground with tremendous force. Struggling to his feet, Elpum wondered what this item was, lamenting its mere shine, and questioning how he was supposed to use it. The monster continued its assault, smashing him into the ground once more. Dazed and battered, he thought he must have gone crazy, wondering what he was doing with bare fists against a monster a polearm couldn't damage, realizing he needed a weapon. Before he could even think, the junior Balrog stomped on him, and he begged for anything to be fine, just please. Taking a defensive stance, the adventurer cursed, raising his shield to block the incoming attack, realizing this wouldn't be easy. The beast roared, declaring that it was over. The monster continued its relentless assault, slamming against the shield with overwhelming force. Straining against the blows, he wondered what was happening. He noticed something strange, a shield symbol appearing on his bracelet. The bracelet glowed brightly, revealing 5 jewels and a mysterious symbol, making him wonder what this item could be. The monster continued its assault, unaware of the sudden change. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted from the bracelet, pushing the monster back. As the dust settled, a new weapon materialized. Grasping the hilt, Elpum saw a sword materialize before him, thinking he'd try this one more time. Ready to strike, he prepared to face the monster once again. Focusing on the bracelet on his wrist, a symbol began to glow with a fierce light. Roaring with fury, Ralph charged forward, teeth bared. It's just as I thought. But before he could reach him, Elpum's new sword flashed out, drawing a line of crimson across the beast's chest. A grin spread across his face, the adventurer realizing the weapon's true potential. Bingo, I got it. It needs a warrior's item. The bracelet continued to pulse with power, a voice echoing in his mind. The symbol activates depending on the weapon used, increasing its attack. Furthermore, staggering back, Ralph clutched at the wound, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Kekua. Pressing his advantage, Elpum unleashed another strike, the blade singing through the air. The sword bites deep, further weakening the monstrous foe. The adventurer felt his strength surge, a voice explaining the item's power. With each blow, shining jewels would multiply, amplifying his abilities. Unleashing a flurry of blows, the sword found its mark again and again. Bloodied and battered, Ralph snarled, a terrifying realization dawning. He could tear apart. The sword continued to cut through, Elpum determined to end the fight, vowing to pierce their tough hides. A familiar golden aura flared to life. Responding with overwhelming force, the monster unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames engulfed the battlefield, casting a menacing silhouette. The fire intensified, revealing a monstrous visage within the inferno. The fiery onslaught crashed into him, sending Elpum reeling. The explosion rocked the area, scattering debris in all directions. Wincing from the impact, he realized he had grown careless. The beast continued his assault, conjuring orbs of pure fire. The flames parted to reveal Ralph's full, monstrous form. A guttural roar tore through the air as he declared his foe was one step too late. But even as the words echoed, Elpum gripped his sword, determination etched on his face. The blade hummed with power, ready to strike. He declared himself in his final form. With a menacing glare, Ralph announced it was time for his opponent to suffer. Unleashing his power, he sent 2 massive fireballs hurtling toward Elpum. Continuing his assault, the beast folk launched another, even larger fireball. The heat intensified as he unleashed a stream of fire, engulfing the area. Bringing his attack to a crescendo, Ralph struck downwards with immense force. Determined to turn the tide, Elpum let out a mighty yell, preparing to counterattack. Focusing his energy, the adventurer prepared to strike, a golden light emanating from the blade. Ready to unleash his power, he gripped his sword tightly, the golden light growing stronger. The sword glowed with intense energy, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Channeling his strength, Elpum prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Charging up his signature move, he prepared a combo attack, ready to strike with full force. As the battle raged on, Ralph continued his assault, his staff crackling with fiery energy as he brought it down on his foe. His arm glowed with power, the beastfolk thinking to himself that this would hurt a lot. Unleashing the built-up energy, he sent a wave of fire hurtling toward his opponent. The flames engulfed him, the force of the impact threatening to overwhelm him. More blasts rained down, each one carrying the weight of Ralph's fury. The fire scorched the earth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake as it slammed into Elpum. The force of the blow sent him flying, tumbling across the battlefield. Sweat poured down his face, a grimace of pain etched into his features. Blood splattered, a testament to the damage he had sustained. The fiery onslaught continued, relentless and unforgiving. Ralph's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with determination. Struggling to his feet, Elpum gritted his teeth, refusing to yield despite the overwhelming odds. The unknown swordsman prepared to strike, purple energy crackling ominously around his blades. Unleashing a flurry of blows, he sent Elpum reeling back, staggering from the impact. Each strike carrying immense force, the swordsman continued his relentless assault. Struggling to defend himself, Elpum was pushed further and further back. The swordsman paused, surprise flickering across his face. His attacks grew even more ferocious, purple energy exploding with each swing. As Elpum fell, Starling shouted, "Oi, scaredy cat! Snap out of it!" She looked determined, her gaze unwavering. The swordsman sneered, "You have to go see your daddy, don't you?" Looking concerned, Starling pleaded, "Wait, we should go together." Preparing to deliver the final blow, he raised his energy-infused blade. Seeing the state of things, Elpum cursed, realizing nothing would be easy. With a burst of speed, the swordsman lunged forward, intent on finishing the job. He saw it, the escape gate, so close he could almost taste freedom. "All right, I'll save," he roared, unleashing a flurry of attacks that sent Elpum reeling back. The swordsman continued his relentless assault, determined to reach the gate. Grasping the object, the unknown swordsman realized what it was. He would appreciate the gesture, but wouldn't need it for the gate. As a party leader, he knew he must prepare for the worst, ensuring their safe return without casualty. That's what a leader is, he thought, grimly. With a pained expression, he realized they were wrong, father. He lacked a leader's qualifications, terrified he might die. Clutching his chest, Elpum thought of his father and inherited abilities. With a burst of speed, the Sea Commander closed in. A massive, blue energy claw descended, slamming into Elpum. Seeing her comrade in danger, Starling prepared a fiery attack, screaming at the Sea Commander, calling him and his allies cockroaches. Unleashing a beam of pure energy, she struck the Sea Commander. But before she could follow up, the Sea Commander retaliated, his massive claw slamming into her. The Sea Commander scoffed, berating them for dawdling, unable to kill one wench. The force of the blow sent Starling flying backwards, crashing through the ruined landscape. Despite the brutal hit, Starling gritted her teeth, summoning a glowing orb of orange energy. She unleashed the attack, slamming it into the Sea Commander. But even as the smoke cleared, she prepared another attack. Before she could unleash it, the Sea Commander countered with a devastating energy blast. The Sea Commander's power reflected, sending Starling crashing back into her own attack. Fur, staggering from the unexpected blow, could barely choke out a bewildered question. The commander chuckled darkly, feigning innocence. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to surprise you." His chains crackled with malevolent energy, preparing for another devastating strike. The chain slammed into her, eliciting a sharp cry of agony. Blood splattered, the blow's force sending her reeling backward. The antagonist continued, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "I must explain myself, given your bewilderment. How does it feel?" He mocked. "To be struck by your own attack?" The commander elaborated, his voice dripping with malice. "Damage reflect. The authority he bestowed upon me. Attack with your life, and all damage returns to you. While this exists, you cannot touch me." He sneered. "Quit being arrogant. Spare me the crap about that skill." Clutching her side, Fur gritted her teeth. "Damn it, of all times, my mana ran out." The antagonist's chains descended again, as he taunted. "Is that all you've got? How boring," for crying out in response. The impact sent a powerful shockwave rippling through the immediate area. Still clutching her side, she struggled to remain on her feet. From the deepening shadows, a cold voice commanded, "Finish her." A blade flashed, drawing a swift line of crimson in its wake. Staggering back, Gold Richie could only utter, "What's this?" Cashin, the swordsman, moved with deadly speed, closing in on Fur. A grunt of pain echoed as he was struck. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Idiot." Sweat beaded on his brow, struggling with his conscience. Who knows? He remained a blur, his deadly purpose clear. Gold Richie clenched his fist, resolving, "If I run now, I'll live the rest of my life as an idiot." Steel sang, as he threw himself into the desperate fray. The swordsman's attack landed, but he stared in disbelief. "What? I definitely attacked your vital." His hooded allies were equally confused, wondering how he remained standing. The swordsman then remembered the extreme gold potion, a draft greatly increasing health and mana for 30 minutes. He recalled its description, a potion for Monster Park. The armored man would possess such a thing. He'd forgotten the immense wealth of the Gold Richie trade union. However, Elpum swiftly countered the attack. The counter landed a devastating blow, sending him flying. His allies were shocked, wondering what transpired. He was more durable, but his skills remained unchanged, right? The swordsman was left bleeding, a treasure wasted on a pig. His ally thought it was an item too good for him. He gritted his teeth, realizing, "That's why I diversified my investment." He unleashed a devastating rapid blast. The swordsman smirked. Well, not bad, young master." Now then, Fur prepared to unleash a devastating attack. Raising her weapon high, she wondered how they could possibly turn the table. Sweating and bleeding, Gold Richie knew he needed to impress her with something. He scoffed, reminding her it was big talk from one nearly dead, warning against carelessness. The attack landed, engulfing him in a blinding, searing light. The blast's raw force shattered the ground around him. The swordsman was sent flying, caught in the very heart of the explosion. Focused and determined, Fur wondered what the plan was, knowing this was worth his life. She asked him if he wasn't selling himself a bit too low. The relentless attack continued, obliterating everything in its destructive path. He cried out, as the blast's full force slammed into him. The explosion reached its peak, consuming Gold Richie in a fiery, all-encompassing inferno. The The flames erupted, consuming him in a blazing inferno. Yet, emerging from the smoke, he scoffed, calling them fools. Despite his bravado, blood trickled down his face, a testament to the attack's ferocity. His voice laced with fury, the swordsman demanded they keep their filthy hands off him. Observing fur and support unknown, Gold Richie found the situation interesting, noting nothing had changed. A surge of blue energy emanated from him, as he declared them still under his thumb. Her response was curt, a simple, defiant fine. Her eyes blazing with determination, she announced it was time to end this. Gripping her weapon tightly, she prepared for the final confrontation. Arcarium swung his chained weapon, green energy crackling ominously around its length. He roared, "Enough of your nonsense." Yet Elpum deftly dodged the attack. Firing a volley of projectiles, the commander continued his relentless assault. He cackled, "Kaha, you fool. Have you still not understood yet?" The projectiles streaked forward, leaving shimmering trails of light in their wake. But Elpum deflected them with surprising ease. Swinging his chained weapon once more, Arcarium prepared another attack. He wondered if his last strike had truly missed its mark. Firing another volley, he considered if Elpum's evasions were on purpose. He exclaimed, "No, that simply can't be." Continuing his assault, Arcarium unleashed a flurry of attacks with his chained weapon, each strike aimed with deadly precision. A sinister grin spread across his face, believing he held the upper hand. But to his utter shock, Elpum reflected the attack right back at him. Staggering back, the commander was caught in the blast radius, debris raining down around him. The reflected energy exploded, sending him reeling from the sheer force. Eyes widening, Elpum realized something crucial about the fight. A plan forming in his mind, Arcarium saw a new path to victory. Again, Elpum deflected the incoming assault. But this time, the commander changed tactics, aiming his attacks at the environment around Elpum. A furious expression contorted Fur's face, as she prepared for the next phase of battle. Arcarium declared, "I'd make sure to surprise you." But before the dust settled, he was already reeling from the reflected blow. Spitting blood, he cursed Elpum as an insignificant cur. Recovering quickly, the commander prepared another attack, asking what Elpum would do. He prepared his next attack, a technique called Black Boot. Unleashing a devastating wave of energy, Arcarium declared the whole place would be a minefield for Elpum. Gasping, Elpum gritted his teeth, vowing to reflect the attack right back. And with a surge of power, he did just that. The reflected energy exploded, engulfing the commander once more. Ignoring the pain, he continued his assault on the surroundings. Each blast sent tremors through the area, and Elpum struggled to maintain his footing. But with a final surge of will, he reflected the damage once again. Looking up, Elpum wondered if Fur was aiming for the ceiling. He declared, "It's over now." The dust settled, revealing the full extent of the damage. From a distance, Arcarium shouted, "You idiot! Hurry up and get away from there." Catching his breath, Elpum's eyes widened in alarm. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area. A glowing red orb, chained and ominous, remained intact amidst the destruction. Huffing, he thought, that wretched man used up so much health again. Looking down into the crater, it seemed they had run away. Arcarium was furious, thinking, "Damn it! How dare they toy with me? I've figured out Fur's tactics, it won't work next time." With renewed determination, he knew it was time to hunt again. Carrying Starling, Elpum was asked if she was okay. Lying prone on the ground, he apologized, taking the blame. Fur, his companion, insisted they had to find another way. She gritted her teeth, utterly determined. A voice boomed out, demanding to know where they were hiding. The unseen enemy continued, insisting it was only a matter of time before they were found. A spiked chain swung menacingly through the air. Following close behind, a beam of searing yellow energy descended from above. The energy intensified, crackling with destructive power, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. As if to mock any hope, a spectral skull of green energy materialized, symbolizing the futility of resistance. The combined assault slammed into Elpum, the sheer force of the impact shaking the very foundations of the area. Staggering back, he could barely believe what was happening, wondering how this could be. Surrounded by the eerie green glow, he declared, insisting that he had attacked first. The chains lashed out again, striking him with brutal, relentless force. More chains followed, each blow landing with sickening, calculated precision. The assault intensified, the relentless chains tearing into his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath, struggling to understand what was happening. Struggling to his feet, he wondered what was wrong, unable to grasp the predicament he was in. Suddenly, a surge of energy began to gather, a golden light illuminating the ravaged battlefield. The energy intensified further, crackling with raw, untamed power. A figure began to materialize within the light. Could it be? Fur raised a hand, preparing to unleash a skill. Scurvy Summons. This rare skill summoned a clone of her crew. To his knowledge, it was the now-dead Eagle Eye's ability, but how? The summoning completed, a burst of energy erupting from her outstretched hand. The summoned attack slammed into him, causing him to realize he could not reflect that damage. Cursing under his breath, Elpum narrowly avoided the incoming barrage. Knowing he couldn't keep this up forever, he gritted his teeth, realizing this wouldn't do. The attacker's strategy became clear. There was no point in focusing on her clone. Dodging another blast, he knew he needed to find an opening. A massive, chained ball hurtled toward him, causing him to wonder where he could possibly hide. The relentless assault continued. Elpum, realizing a skill of that caliber must consume much mana, meaning she was definitely nearby. The attacker remained hidden, but he knew she was somewhere not too far from here. Evading the chained ball once more, he suddenly thought, I got it. A golden aura surrounded him. As the hunter realized the safest place here was... The chained ball swung again, closing in rapidly. The massive weapon hurtled forward, threatening to crush him utterly. Dodging the attack at the last second, Elpum understood. The only place he could use his clone as a shield. From behind the clone, a voice echoed. The attack landed with devastating force. The chained ball continued its relentless assault. Fur's eyes glinted with determination. I caught you, she declared. The attack connected. If he could know ahead where the attack would come from, then even I can stop it, he shouted. That's right. A golden weapon suddenly appeared. Checkmate, Fur stated, a chilling finality in her tone. Cursing, Elpum was engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. The force of the blow sent debris flying, a testament to its sheer power. Blood splattered across the ground, painting a grim picture of his condition. Each drop a stark reminder of the beating he was taking, crimson staining the battlefield. The chains tightened, ensuring there was no escape. Scurvy summons. From what he knew, it should be a simple skill without self-consciousness, and yet, a golden aura began to emanate. Arcarium offered a chilling farewell. See you again, little sis. Fur's fiery gaze pierced through the golden light, burning with defiance. Elpum nodded. Yeah, thanks. He looked up, his voice soft. Big sis. As the ground cracked beneath their feet, the air crackled, signaling the battle's imminent start. A monstrous figure began gathering crimson energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Before it could strike, Elpum, clad in a blue coat, moved with lightning speed, intercepting with a swift sword strike. He gritted his teeth, realizing the creature's hide was far tougher than anticipated. Channeling his mana, he unleashed a powerful blue energy attack, a defiant challenge echoing. How's this? The monster, seemingly unfazed by the blow, prepared to retaliate. Crimson energy crackled around the sea commander, a clear sign of its impending counterattack. The monster's power surged, slamming into Elpum with brutal, unyielding force. His eyes widened in disbelief, a choked cry escaping his lips. And my sword. The monster's attack shattered Elpum's blade, leaving him utterly vulnerable. With a renewed surge of power, the sea commander unleashed a devastating attack, a blade of pure blue energy cutting through the air. The skill, whatever its true nature, seemed to amplify his strength, the very air crackling with raw power. The monstrous form of the sea commander loomed, a terrifying display of might as its attack intensified. A voice called out, explaining his delay was due to evacuating the lords. A figure appeared, blade drawn, ready to assist in the desperate fight. He declared the foe no ordinary opponent, offering his assistance, believing their combined strengths could prevail. The swordsman then leaped into action, bringing his blade down with incredible force. But the attack met overwhelming power. Chasm cried out, struck down, falling amidst debris. Another voice gasped, Sarcasm? A voice filled with anger boomed, forbidding intervention from the privileged child, declaring no need for help. A surge of red energy erupted, the sea commander's attack growing ever more intense, a furious accusation of arrogance. The monstrous form of the sea commander stood tall, a terrifying display of raw power. The attack continued, the energy blade descending with deadly intent. As the onslaught continued, the sea commander commanded Rakan to simply stay still and watch. The sheer force of the attack prompted a chilling question. Had he been devoured by his own power? From the shadows, a voice mused, observing him in a frenzy, clearly beyond any control. The speaker continued, questioning if Rakan truly intended to face the Cygnus Knights with such a meager display. A sinister reply echoed, assuring no worry, as he'd granted him a tiny portion of his powers. The observer commented on the spectacle, calling it an appalling sight, yet noting it should be enough. The figure chuckled, remarking that, as expected, he'd figured it out, but suggested worrying about someone else now. The power surged, a testament to the immense force now at play. Rakan was visibly struggling, caught in the throes of a terrifying transformation. Explosions rocked the area, the battle reaching a fever pitch of destruction. As the dust settled, the unknown figure declared the battle might have concluded just now. As the words left his lips, a memory resurfaced, a setup planned long ago. He wondered if it was a trap, fearing for the others. You seem distracted, he noted. A chilling command echoed. Soul release. Even now, you fret over your disciples? Your hypocrisy shines clear as day. You are a complete hypocrite. Have you so easily forgotten about Aten? Aten, your father, who loved you beyond measure, embodying unconditional love, trust, and the very greatness of fatherhood. Yet, all of it was a carefully crafted lie. Family, unconditional love? What a cruel joke, he mused, staring down at his younger self. Blinded by insatiable greed, he murdered your true father. He was nothing more than a demon, snatching you away. Aten sought to claim you as well, the true successor to the Knight of Light's bloodline. Mihail, the sole, rightful successor of the Knight of Light. Because of the noble blood coursing through your veins, you are eternally fated to live surrounded by a swarm of flies, rotting with greed. Does he still expect truth from them, dreaming of purity like a naive child? There is no escape from your blood, from this crushing burden. It is time, he thought, staring at his bloodied hands. Accept it and become cruel. For you to finally awaken from your dream and become an adult. Ah, you truly do talk too much, what? Already dizzy from the damage, my head now rings from your incessant talk. He understood. Considering the situation, this was a mental space, designed to confuse him and buy time. The words barely registered, as he spat back a defiant, no. Golden light flared around him, and a hollow laugh echoed, finding the very concept of purity laughable. Gazing at the distant figure, he acknowledged that, just as it claimed, he was surrounded by swarms of flies. They used him, and he, in turn, used them. What he received in exchange for fulfilling their greed was far too wrong. The words hung in the air. How to easily forgive those who hate you, how to mend a broken bond, and most importantly, above all, how to protect your loved ones. He knew this was something unobtainable, no matter the cost. The true essence of a human life. A piercing scream echoed through the ravaged battlefield. The force of an unseen blow sent Starling flying through the air. Gasping for air, she spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Summoning her remaining strength, she retaliated with a massive, arcing slash of blue energy. The attack slammed into a shimmering crimson barrier. Yet, the impact threw her backwards once more. From behind the shield, Rockin's voice boomed, accusing her of ignoring his warnings. Despite the pain, Starling struggled to her feet, declaring she could handle this herself. With renewed determination, she unleashed another devastating sword strike. The barrier shattered, and his eyes widened in disbelief, realizing it wasn't strong enough. But a sinister grin spread across his face as he revealed the shocking truth. It was all a bait. Deep within the heart of the monster's lair, a memory stirred. A voice cried out, echoing, sarcasm. The face of the man now known as Chasm was etched with determination. Before the darkness consumed him, there was a time of light. A time of rigorous training, of unwavering purpose. A time when he was not yet lost to the encroaching shadows. A time when hope still burned bright within him. Before he became the figure cloaked in utter darkness. Since joining the Cygnus Knights, he dedicated himself to their cause. Training with all his might, Chasm never gave up, even falling unconscious. He thought of Mihail, realizing he'd done all this just for his acknowledgement. However, on the day Mihail brought her, he instinctively knew that he was abandoned. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Why? Why? He had no choice but to accept, trembling in fear. Why would he care for such unskilled garbage? But what angered him most was the stark difference in talent he had no choice but to accept. What was he to Mihail? Gravel crunched underfoot as a figure struggled to maintain consciousness. Determined to pull him from the brink, Starling vowed to get Chasm out soon. A voice echoed, laced with disdain, telling him to stop the meaningless act and run. The unseen speaker warned that someone would find him. Desperation coloring her tone, Starling refused to abandon him, refusing to tell their master. His voice strained. Chasm would not allow her to give up. Pouring out his heart, he declared himself her goal, revealing his relentless efforts to surpass her. He yearned for her acknowledgement before their masters, still having so much to show her, begging her to rise. Through gritted teeth, she insisted he couldn't. Her voice cracking with emotion, she cried out that he couldn't give up here. Clinging to him, Starling desperately tried to keep Chasm from succumbing. A voice whispered, fool. A memory surfaced, revealing she had always been this way. Ever since Master brought her in, this fool kept. Suddenly, the ground trembled as something massive slammed into the earth. Coughing up blood, Chasm struggled to stay on his feet. Catching his breath, he muttered, I'll buy some time. Sarcasm, you should hurry. But the voice in his head scoffed, calling it nonsense. A voice echoed, what makes you think someone like you could possibly hold out on your own? Don't make me laugh. Standing before a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes, a voice commanded, stay right behind me. Looking up at the figure, Chasm realized, that's an order. His face bruised and bloodied, he looked up with determination. Another tremor shook the ground, as something crashed nearby. The figure responded with a determined, yes, sir, preparing to defend. A massive claw descended from above, threatening to crush them. The onslaught began, a massive, crescent-shaped blade of pure energy hurtling toward Chasm. Weaving through the air, he narrowly avoided a barrage of smaller, blue energy blades. But there was no time to rest, as even more glowing projectiles rained down from above. A voice echoed, warning him to dodge to the right. Too slow, a blade found its mark, eliciting a pained cry. The force of the impact sent Chasm reeling, throwing him backwards through the air. The warnings continued, now urging him to dodge right and above. Another voice shouted, this time telling him to go left. The attacks were relentless, and more blades struck, causing him to scream in agony. The air crackled with energy, as the glowing projectiles continued their deadly dance. In the midst of the chaos, a large, red orb pulsed with ominous power. Unable to withstand the assault, Chasm plummeted to the ground, his scream echoing through the ravaged landscape. Still reeling from the previous blow, he was immediately struck by another wave of purple energy. The force of the blast sent him hurtling through the air, completely at the mercy of his unseen attacker. Each impact felt like a hammer blow, threatening to shatter his bones. Another strike landed, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Falling helplessly, Chasm braced for the inevitable, bone-shattering crash. From somewhere above, a desperate voice cried out, "S sarcasm." Elsewhere, Mark reviewed a document filled with failing grades, realizing he still had a long, arduous way to go. A blonde-haired man, Rockin, stood before another, explaining that to introduce himself as a disciple, he must acknowledge his team's terrible grades. Mihail, the blue-haired character, looked distraught, muttering about the situation. The blonde-haired man looked down at him, questioning if he still hadn't grasped his teachings. His face contorted in anguish, the young man struggled to contain his mounting frustration. Back in the fray, another blast of purple energy slammed into sarcasm, driving him further into the abyss. The relentless onslaught continued, a blast of purple energy hurtling toward him. The unseen attacker, a monstrous entity with multiple red eyes, recoiled from the devastating blast. The destructive energy tore through the environment, leaving ruin in its wake. With incredible speed, he managed to dodge the incoming, lethal attack. The energy, now a vibrant blue, continued its relentless, furious assault. The monstrous entity, still visible through the chaos, seemed utterly unfazed. The barrage of energy showed no sign of relenting. Landing gracefully, sarcasm prepared for the monster's next attack. The monster lunged, its massive claws aimed directly at him. A voice cried out, "Sarcasm." Reacting instantly, Chasm countered with a powerful sword slash, his blade glowing with orange energy. A blonde woman, Fur, shouted, "Use that." As the battle intensified, a surge of raw power erupted. The multi-eyed monster, its gaze intense, prepared for the next onslaught. Energy crackled around Chasm, a storm of immense power gathering. The energy coalesced, building to a blinding, destructive crescendo. From a low angle, the monster loomed, a truly terrifying spectacle. His hand gripped the sword, ready to unleash its devastating might. The sword swung with incredible force, a whirlwind of energy accompanying the blow. Chasm, bloodied but unbowed, gritted his teeth in defiance. Fur's voice boomed, "Now? Watch this." The sword descended, a harbinger of utter destruction. The blade connected, striking the monster with devastating impact. The monster recoiled, a guttural roar escaping its many mouths. The air crackled with the fading echoes of immense power, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Debris rained down, painting a landscape of utter devastation. Amidst the settling dust, Starling stood firm, surveying the ravaged scene. The multi-eyed monster lay defeated, its grotesque form a stark reminder of the battle's brutal intensity. Awe filled the air, as the overwhelming power that had felled the beast was revealed to belong to Sarcasm. Starling remained, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the fallen beast, her presence a stark contrast to the chaos. A grimace twisted her features, admitting to herself that she was still far too inadequate, despite the victory. The ground crumbled beneath her feet, yet she steeled herself, resolve hardening in her gaze. The knight's voice cut through the silence, questioning if she would now act full of herself, given the circumstances. His expression remained unreadable, yet he still doubted her skill, believing it insufficient to truly befit the esteemed knights. Understanding dawned upon Starling, processing his words with a quiet, thoughtful intensity. His gaze softened slightly, instructing her to remain closely behind him, just as she had done throughout the day. Looking up, the new character considered the offer a thoughtful expression. A close-up revealed her determined expression, unwavering and resolute. Standing together before the massive sword, the two appeared ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With a decisive nod, he agreed, stating he would now be in her capable care. With a guttural grunt, Ralph hurled the unknown swordsman through the air. Crashing into the ground, the swordsman skidded violently. Spitting blood, he cursed his dire situation. Observing the scene, Rockin noted his subordinate's impressive resilience. His eyes narrowing, he prepared to finish the fight, uttering a cold farewell. Slamming into the ground once more, the swordsman lay vulnerable. Closing in, Ralph prepared a final, devastating blow. A sinister smile playing on his lips, he watched with anticipation. Ready to strike, he declared his arrival as the problem solver. A green aura enveloping him. The new character healed the unknown swordsman, urging him to rise. His eyes widening, the swordsman was shocked by the sudden healing, realizing the healer surpassed all rumors. Feeling much better, Ralph acknowledged the timing, while Rockin, noting his impressive love for his subordinate, told him to save his thanks. Elsewhere, a hooded figure observed the scene, reporting approximately 30 targets. Back at the fight, he grabbed someone, declaring they should smash their foes before ordering everyone to run. Looking enraged, he prepared to fight. Nearby, Rockin appeared equally displeased. In the distance, two figures fled, one calling the others crazy bastards and urging them to follow. Elsewhere, a spider-like creature with glowing red eyes deemed someone a useless lot. The creature continued, questioning how they dared show such an embarrassing sight to the Cygnus lackey, even after receiving its power. An old man with long white hair responded, suggesting they spoke as if unaware of this outcome. The creature asked if they were taunting it, adding that without the contract, it would have dealt with those fools. The old man mused, believing he'd already stated their need to avoid involvement, as maintaining the spell remained their utmost priority. A hand reached out, wreathed in crimson energy, but it would be a shame to end things thus. The old man's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint in their depths, deciding he would take the loss this time. From the distance, cannons roared to life, shells screaming through the air. A young man stood beside Fur, a glowing blue tablet in his hands, asking, "How's the situation?" The blonde woman's expression hardened. They were almost here. Advancing across the ravaged landscape, a squad approached. The ground trembled as Bastile's squad from the Silent Crusade headquarters arrived. Her eyes widened in alarm. Something was wrong. Looking up, she saw a crimson circle of energy, wondering what it was. Emerging from the light, a cloaked figure appeared. Glowing eyes pierced the darkness as a sinister presence descended. This monster was likely an Oblivion monk trainee from the Temple of Time. From somewhere above, a voice echoed with disdain, uttering a single, contemptuous word. Without warning, the air crackled as crimson, foggy walls erupted from the ground, tearing through the land. Stunned, Fur could only watch as the strange structures rose around them, exclaiming, "These foggy walls sprouted from all around us." The hunter wondered if this could be the cloaked figure's work. Amidst the chaos, the unknown swordsman plummeted through the air, caught in the destructive upheaval. The ground trembled as a colossal, crimson monolith ascended, dominating the skyline. Panic rising in her voice, the hunter cried out, "What's going on? Kieran?" Frustration boiling over, she snapped at the new character, "Get your act together already." Spitting blood, the young master was met with her harsh words, "You idiot. Focus on your own problems first." From the heart of the destruction, a monstrous form began to take shape. Bewildered, the unknown swordsman could only mutter, "Strange. What?" And from within the Crimson Tower, a terrifying entity revealed itself. A monstrous figure loomed, bathed in crimson light, questioning why his enemies still drew breath. Rockin's voice cracked with disbelief, realizing he was running out of mana. The unknown swordsman lunged forward, striking at the new character. A sarcastic retort escaped him, chiding someone for their rudeness, especially towards their savior. Neutral new character dismissed the danger. A subtle smirk revealing their retreat was always part of a larger, calculated plan. Rockin's voice boomed, warning of an imminent, unseen threat. Caught in the sudden surge of crimson energy, he cried out in alarm. A massive wall erupted, sealing off their escape route completely. Surrounded by the encroaching crimson walls, he wondered if this inescapable trap truly marked their end. Rockin acknowledged their dire predicament, yet insisted it was far too early to surrender hope. A sinister grin spread across his face, commending those who had so foolishly pursued them. Neutral new character struck again, as he prepared to unleash a devastating surge of blue energy. Focusing his formidable energy, he gathered a sphere of pure, pulsating blue light in his hands. Witnessing an unbelievable sight, Ralph could only stammer, what in the world?" As figures plummeted from above, the situation grew increasingly dire. The ground rumbled violently, a massive wall erupting suddenly from below. Staring in disbelief, Ralph wondered if this was truly the end. Clutching a glowing blue orb, he was asked its purpose. A crimson aura flared around Cashin, who sneered, "Enjoy the waste of your labor." Seeing the ominous red aura, Ralph could only stammer, "This is?" The blue orb pulsed with raw energy. Unleashing the orb's power, a blast of blue energy slammed into the swordsman. The blue energy surged, engulfing him completely. Cashin was caught in the orb's full force, blue energy crackling around him. The blue orb slammed into him, engulfing Cashin in a blinding flash of light. Surveying the red-tinged landscape, a voice wondered where they had gone. In the distance, 3 figures stood silhouetted against the strange sky. Eyes widening, Cashin reeled from the teleport's jarring force. Gasping, he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. His back turned, the swordsman's tattered clothes showed signs of battle. Disoriented, he wondered where he was, relieved to have survived. Cashin found himself in a new location, a voice explaining the teleportation item allowed movement to any chosen spot, or even a specific person within the same channel and server. That's why he bought time. Elsewhere, the spiky-haired man smirked, having used the expensive item when most needed. It would take ages for them to find this place. He was breathing heavily. Looking at the treasure, the swordsman couldn't believe his eyes. The treasure was vast. The treasure room was tall. Another man yelled, asking the plan. He wondered if they were past the 30-minute mark. Someone thought that was true, but wasn't sure. There must have been a problem. A voice warned, "You should run while you still can." Cashin was shocked, asking if they wanted him to leave these coins. The white-haired man stated he had teleport rocks, enabled to reach those stationed outside. The voice advised them to leave and plan for the future. Atten questioned the white-haired man, wondering if he'd run out of teleport rocks, or why he couldn't join them. Sweat beaded on his brow as he insisted his time hadn't come yet. Before them shimmered a massive, blue-tinged barrier. A grim skull floated within, a voice declaring one person must wait for them. The barrier pulsed with ominous, magical energy. Explosions erupted against the seemingly impenetrable wall, their force barely scratching its surface. Yet, the force of the blasts barely seemed to scratch its surface. More explosions detonated, the barrier holding firm against the relentless onslaught. The red energy crackled, radiating destructive power. The barrier continued to withstand the relentless attacks, unyielding. A figure declared it wouldn't budge, no matter how fiercely they attacked. A subordinate, turning to Sir Bastille, inquired what their next move should be. Gazing at the powerful barrier, He mused that only the commanders could have forged such a thing. Among those commanders, it was likely only one. The massive, serpentine form coiled, a dark omen against the ethereal barrier, menacing. The figure in the top hat declared, "Look for other options. We must enter the area." His expression grim, Elpham urged, "Hold on, Starling." The red barrier loomed, a promise echoing, "We'll definitely save you." A strained sound escaped, betraying the struggle within. Gazing at the strange barrier, a question hung in the air. Is that the one who raised this? The tide of battle shifted, its momentum swinging strongly in their favor. Desperation rising, a voice cried out. Without reinforcements from the main forces, we'll be annihilated. Frustration etched on Fur's face, she muttered, "Damn it, I have 8 bullets left. What can?" Looking down at the scene, Cashin declared, "What an insignificant city. Are those lackeys struggling against mere enemies?" A barrage of energy blasts erupted from the darkness, displaying overwhelming power. His face etched with grim determination, he prepared to unleash more devastation. Focusing his energy, he fired another blast, a concentrated beam of destructive force. But then, with a sharp crack, he was struck by an unseen force, reeling from the impact. Gathering a crimson aura around his hand, Cashin prepared to retaliate, muttering, "Over there." Unleashing a torrent of red energy, he countered with a devastating blast. His expression hardening, he gritted his teeth, thinking, how foolish. Channeling his power, he prepared another attack, sneering, "Useless act." His eyes burning with rage, he focused his energy. His voice dripping with venom, Cashin snarled, "You damned rat." But before he could act, he was struck by a barrage of attacks, each blow carrying immense force. As energy exploded around him, he cried out, "I don't know what tricks you're pulling, but they're meaningless." As the dust settled, the landscape lay scarred by explosions. The ground lay scorched, debris littering the devastated area. Another blast ripped through the remains, further devastating the surroundings. The explosions continued, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Amidst the wreckage, the unknown swordsman surveyed the devastation, his gaze sweeping the scene. Then, a voice, cold and certain, echoed through the ruins, declaring his discovery. As if in answer, a hand gripped a gun, its cold steel gleaming in the dim light. Revealing herself, Fur, a blonde woman, leveled the weapon, a smirk playing on her lips. Dion scanned the ruined landscape, his gaze sharp as he sought his prey. "Where are you hiding, you little rat?" Zooming in through a targeting scope, he pinpointed his elusive target. Unleashing a blast of energy, the attack exploded outward with devastating force. Preparing another attack, his hand crackled with ominous red energy. Charging a sphere of destructive power, he sneered, "It's pointless." The energy sphere hurtled toward its target, detonating in a fiery explosion. Grit and determination etched on Starling's face, she gritted her teeth. "Damn it, he's sturdier than I thought. This is my last magazine." Continuing his relentless pursuit, he unleashed another barrage of energy blasts. "How long do you think you can run from me?" Knowing she was out of options, she steeled herself. "I have no choice. It's all or nothing." Taking aim, she fired a desperate, final shot. The shot connected. Hurried footsteps echoed through the halls, 2 figures desperate to reach their destination, urging each other beyond the door ahead. Cursing under his breath, Franco realized he'd overlooked a critical detail, a teleportation stone. Meanwhile, the 2 figures continued their headlong sprint, their destination still just out of reach. His expression hardening, he declared the game of hide and seek was over. Atop a grand staircase, a figure called out to Gold Richie. A sneer curling across his lips, he expressed disappointment that they only reached the treasure storage. His face contorted with rage, he spat out the word traitor. A sinister smile spreading across his face, he stated he understood, and they could insult him as much as they wished. Standing before a doorway, 2 figures engaged in hushed conversation, one inquiring if the other was alone, the second mocking betrayal. His eyes gleaming with avarice, Franco declared he'd put all this treasure to good use. As footsteps echoed through the halls, a dark figure descended the stairs, seemingly unaware of the chaos they were about to unleash. A voice called out, "Gaffer?" With a resounding crash, the door burst open, revealing a glittering hoard of gold. A collective gasp filled the air, the members of the Gaffer Merchant Union staring in disbelief. The words escaped in a hushed tone, "Take the gold." One of them stammered, "See, could this be?" A grizzled veteran of the Union scoffed, "We're dogs?" He continued, "At least we're not the type that needs a beating for biting the hand that feeds him." A figure in red robes trembled, uttering, "I'm embarrassed, but please." Another Union member declared, "Now, time for the lesson." A scream pierced the air, "Ugh, in my body." The veteran hunter's fist connected with brutal force, roaring, "What? You don't like money?" As chaos erupted, Ralph sent Gold Richie flying with a powerful blow. His fist clenched, the beast folk prepared to follow up his attack. He shouted, "Man, this is exciting." Meanwhile, a cloaked figure joined the fray, their sword gleaming ominously. Adding to the pandemonium, someone stomped down with earth-shattering force. Another combatant unleashed a torrent of purple energy, laughing maniacally. The cloaked figure continued their assault, remarking, "Well, that ain't bad at all. Wanted to make it rain before you die?" Explosions of force erupted, as multiple fighters clashed simultaneously. Buried beneath the avalanche of gold, Franco cried out, "Ugh, I can't get out." A hand reached out, grabbing someone in desperation. Looking down at the man, Ralph sneered, "Oh, our little pup." As the attack landed, the buried man screamed, a voice booming, "Why have you tucked your little tail between your legs?" Still buried beneath the heavy gold coins, he could only listen as his enemies gloated. Considering his next move, Gold Richie wondered what their next plan could possibly be. A cruel smile spreading across his face, he declared they were all going to die here. Meanwhile, at the rendezvous point, an unknown figure confirmed their arrival. A request was made, asking for a premium high-efficiency teleportation stone. Gold Richie, with a dismissive wave, granted his permission. He explained it functioned like a regular teleportation stone, yet allowed travel to much farther, even unknown, destinations. Smirking, he revealed a priceless item had been sent to reinforcements via a trusted contact. He continued, explaining its destination was his current location, forcing him to remain, pondering what reinforcements could possibly achieve. Scoffing, he questioned if they truly believed a few reinforcements could turn the tide. With a sneer, Gold Richie declared the foolishness of believing coin-driven mercenaries could ever halt his progress. Looking down at the buried Franco, he asked if he'd forgotten who stood before him. With a confident smirk, the Goldrich Merchant Union's financial might was unleashed. His eyes gleaming with avarice, he vowed to demonstrate true power. The air crackled with magical energy, enchanted coins levitating around, but suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted, striking the ground with earth-shattering force. From the depths of the ruins, Dion, a figure with long white hair, looked up, uttering a single word, "Grateful." Red energy began to coalesce around his neck and upper chest, a sinister power awakening within him. A wide, unsettling grin spread across his face, acknowledging their unwitting aid in unleashing his power. Far below, two figures struggled to their feet, one urging the other to get it together. "You idiot. Don't push." The white-haired figure's body, now enveloped in swirling purple energy, echoed a dark promise. "Or else you'll be resting forever instead." Scars etched deep into his face, the energy intensified, hardening his gaze with chilling determination. Clenching his fist, Dion whispered, "This is..." As a dark void began to open beneath him. A red aura now surrounded him, beads of sweat rolling down his face. As he gritted his teeth, "Pain?" With a smug look, Gold Richie boasted about his vast fortune. His wealth was so immense, he never needed to consider acquiring more. For him, the answer was already decided. The aftermath of battle lay strewn across the ground, bodies littering the earth. Cashin, an ominous figure, stood amidst the destruction, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. Fur, a wounded warrior, looked on in disbelief, uttering a shocked, "Wow. Is this real?" The landscape, scarred and broken, bore testament to the destructive power unleashed. A skeletal figure emerged from the depths, its presence radiating an aura of dread. The dark voice declared, "I bought the origin of this world's fears." Ominous structures rose from the depths, their unknown purpose unsettling all who beheld them. The voice echoed, "The ocean." The skeletal figure loomed large, its piercing gaze holding an unclear intent. Deep beneath the waves, an ominous, pulsating mass of blue energy loomed. Standing before a vast, watery expanse, a figure awaited instructions. "Captain, your orders." Her gaze hardened, she barked a command, "Cannons." With a mechanical whir, the colossal cannon structure began to align its sights. Energy intensified, the cannon's barrels glowing with searing heat, ready to unleash their payload. A swarm of bizarre, bubble-like projectiles, each containing a miniature world, hurtled toward their unseen target. Beneath the waves, a vessel descends into the inky black. Inside the ship, a gruff voice echoed, "Communication check. Entering mission territory." A woman's voice responded, 3. Followed by another, 1. The vessel plunged deeper, streaking through the water. Red energy crackled around the vessel, a clear sign of the immense power it held. Bubbles rose as the ship continued its descent, surrounded by an ominous red glow. The ship arrived at Lith Harbor, its destination finally reached. A voice called out, "Captain, your orders." Standing tall, Captain Kieran prepared for what was to come, ready to face the challenges ahead. Her command rang out, "Prepare the cannons." Deep beneath the waves, a gleaming blade stood ready, eyes narrowed behind a dark hood. A silent observer watched the unfolding events. Below deck, the ship's massive cannons began to hum, energy building within their intricate mechanisms. The cannons primed, glowing with intense power as they locked onto their targets. With a deafening roar, the ship unleashed a devastating barrage of energy blasts. Standing tall at the helm, Captain Kieran gave the order, "Fire." Each cannon focused its energy, sending concentrated blasts towards the enemy. Streaking through the water, the energy surged towards its destination. The impact was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves through the water and tearing apart the enemy vessel. Undeterred, the ship continued its relentless assault, cannons blazing. But the enemy returned fire, striking the ship with a powerful blast. Another hit rocked the vessel, threatening to breach its defenses. The battle raged on, the pirate ship continuing to take a beat. Each hit rocked the vessel, splintering wood, and sending seawater cascading across the deck. Amidst the chaos, a figure was sent spiraling into the depths below. A deafening explosion erupted, illuminating the water with a blinding flash. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling outwards, further destabilizing the already turbulent waters. Below the surface, Iburu scanned the murky depths, his thoughts racing. Where is she? The figure drifted aimlessly, her body limp and unresponsive. Was she already dead? His eyes narrowed. He prepared a devastating attack. A surge of crimson energy erupted, hurtling towards its unseen target. The attack connected with brutal force, engulfing the area in a fiery inferno. Back on the ship, Captain Kieran confirmed the hit. Target hit. The resulting explosion sent a plume of fire and debris skyward, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. Down in the murky depths, antagonist Arcarium spat a curse, his rage boiling at his target's resilience. These rotten bastards. Preparing for another strike, he barked an order, determined to finish the job since his target still lived. His crimson eye narrowed, focusing intently on the ship above. Below the waves, the attack surged upwards, a torrent of destructive force aimed at the vessel's hull. Above deck, a crew member shouted in alarm, reporting a failed aim and something stuck to the ship's bottom. The situation grew dire as another cried out, reporting the engine stuck, preventing the ship's movement. Panic rising, a sailor alerted Captain Kieran. Captain, something is attacking the ship. Her face contorted with fury, she gritted her teeth, determined to fight back against the assault. Her eyes blazing with rage, she vowed retribution. I'll pay you back for this. Below deck, a sailor was thrown off his feet, slamming against the wall with a pained cry. Damage reports flooded in, each more grim, detailing the right side's attack and severe outer layer damage. Another devastating blow landed, shaking the entire vessel, its bottom taking a relentless beating. The situation grew dire as the pirate ship remained under relentless attack. From his vantage point, antagonist Ivok remarked on the ship's resilience, calling it a sturdy little toy. Below the ship, antagonist Arcarium unleashed a devastating blast of energy. Seeing the attack, Captain Kieran declared she would have to fight him herself. Muirhat, determined, vowed to take care of the dire situation. The energy beam struck the ship. Suddenly, a figure was caught off guard, uttering a confused, double "huh." A blinding light filled the scene. Bathed in the mysterious glow, a figure stood silhouetted against the blinding light. Antagonist Arcarium continued his relentless assault. Antagonist Ivok expressed disbelief that his opponent withstood the attack. Elsewhere, someone experienced intense pain. A voice boomed out, declaring his return. Golden energy streaked through the water. The energy intensified, and a voice cried out, "Who dares to?" The golden energy continued its deadly path. A figure wreathed in golden light appeared to be the attack's source. Someone gasped, This guy is." The golden energy sliced towards the pirate ship. The attack drew ever closer. The golden energy continued its relentless pursuit. The pirate ship lay directly in the path of the oncoming attack. It was antagonist Ivok, his eyes burning with rage. A crew member's frantic shout cut through the din. "We're moving again, Captain. Increase speed, create distance." Having charged enough energy, Lord Ivok prepared to unleash a devastating attack. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, the pirate captain gritted her teeth, ready to meet force with force. Gathering power, a vortex of crimson energy swirled around him. The energy coalesced, ready to be unleashed. But before he could act, she fired a massive cannon. A searing blast of orange energy hurtled toward him, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The cannon fire connected, engulfing Lord Ivok in a violent explosion. Staggered, he couldn't believe what had just happened. Roaring with fury, the pirate captain prepared another shot, determined to obliterate him. Readying the next attack, she vowed not to let him hurt anyone else. Elsewhere, a mechanical figure calculated the trajectory, preparing to assist. With a surge of power, Lord Ivok's energy limit was unlocked. But before he could unleash it, the pirate captain prepared a counterattack. Her hand tensed, ready to strike. A gasp escaped him as he realized the imminent danger. Her attack landed, engulfing him in a blinding explosion. The force of the blast created a wave of pure energy. The energy ripped through the surroundings, leaving a trail of destruction. The very air cracked as the attack intensified. The explosion reached its peak, a cataclysmic display of power. The energy began to dissipate, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The aftermath was clear, the landscape scarred by the immense power. In the distance, a boat struggled against the turbulent waves, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. As the dust settled, a surge of water erupted, signaling the chaos that had just unfolded. Realizing the dire situation, one of the soldiers cried out, knowing things had taken a turn for the worse. Amidst the chaos, a sword lay still, a silent testament to the battle that had just occurred. Close by, the hand gripping the sword showed signs of struggle, a few drops of blood staining the metal. Coughing and struggling to breathe, two figures lay on the ground, the battle's aftermath taking its toll. Looking up at the armored figure, the soldier called out, desperate for his master's attention. His face bruised and battered, he could barely choke out a response. Elsewhere, a new voice called out, addressing someone named Kasim. Lying on the dock, the armored figure remained motionless, the battle having left him vulnerable. On a communicator, Captain Kieran of Nautilus introduced herself, her expression hinting at a hidden agenda. Holding a similar device, the captain was thanked for her help, the situation now resolved. A stern command reached Kasim, ordering him to turn, as the next phase of their intricate plan was about to unfold. Bound tightly by cruel ropes, his face contorted, a grim tableau of fear warring with defiant resolve. Towering over him, the figure in the red hat leaned in, demanding every secret he possessed. The force of the blow sent support unknown reeling, blood spraying from a fresh wound as he was struck by an unseen assailant. Another brutal strike landed, further staggering the swordsman. Staggering back, he realized his foe was merely an afterimage. Unleashing a furious attack, the swordsman retaliated with a burst of purple energy. But as he thought, the attack passed harmlessly through another illusion. Before he could react, another blow landed, sending him staggering once more. Crying out in frustration, support unknown was struck again, his situation growing increasingly dire. The unseen strikes continued to rain down, each blow carrying the force of a battering ram. A gasp escaped him as he felt the impact, blood spraying from his lips. Elpham's voice echoed, taunting. "I'm curious how you deal with this without an arm. Let's see, shall we?" The assault continued, now targeting his very hands. Each hit sent shockwaves rippling through the air, further disorienting him. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, a dawning understanding. The unseen force slammed into him, threatening to shatter his defenses. Another strike landed, forcing a pained grunt from his lips. The attacks were relentless, each one precise and calculated. He struggled to maintain his footing, desperate to understand the nature of the assault. The barrage intensified, pushing him to his absolute limit. Realizing he was out of options, support unknown steeled himself, preparing to gamble everything on a desperate gambit, knowing he had to take a risk. The air crackled with energy as the swordsman unleashed a wave of high-frequency vibrations. Surrounded by a glowing blue aura, Elpham erected a barrier of light. The high-frequency waves collided with objects, mapping out the area around the swordsman. Concentrating, Elpham created a dimensional wall. The high-frequency waves collided with objects, mapping out the area with no blind spots. Realizing the situation, the swordsman prepared to act. Elpham realized the swordsman had blocked his psychokinesis, using the eye patch to uncover his secret. Knowing the dimensional wall would only hinder him, Elpham prepared for the next attack. A burst of red energy erupted as support unknown launched his counterattack. The swordsman, expecting this, reacted with speed far beyond imagination. The red energy surged forward, striking with deadly force. A cold voice echoed, revealing Elpham's arm had been severed. Surrounded by a blue aura, the swordsman seemed to be gathering power. The energy intensified as the swordsman prepared his next move. Suddenly, he appeared from every direction, a whirlwind of motion and intent. The blue aura pulsed, a sign of the immense power he wielded. A purple blade flashed, a deadly strike aimed directly at Elpham. The blade cut through the air, closing in on its target with terrifying speed. A look of shock crossed his face, realizing he'd been struck. The unknown swordsman now stood surrounded by stone dummies, a clever tactic to confuse his opponent. He lunged forward, ready to strike again. A spray of blood erupted, Elpham's hand injured by the blow. A grimace of pain contorted his features, the agony evident in his eyes. A chilling question hung in the air, the unknown swordsman noting his pain from the sound. Purple energy crackling around him, he declared his intent to end this quickly. Focusing his power, he unleashed a concentrated blast of magical energy towards Elpham. The blast slammed into him, sending blood flying as he cried out in pain. The force of the attack lifted him off his feet, hurling him backwards through the air. Meanwhile, the unknown swordsman continued channeling massive purple energy, forming a sphere of destructive power. Crashing to the ground, Elpham struggled to rise, his body battered and bruised. Standing over the fallen adventurer, the swordsman prepared to deliver the final blow. Gasping for air, he could only watch as his opponent loomed, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Observing his weakened state, the unknown swordsman noted he was in mana shock, promising something fascinating. Concentrating his magic with intense psychokinetic control, he remarked on its neatness, declaring it Elpham's parting gift to hell. His eyes widening in disbelief, he could only utter a stunned, "What?" As the magical energy surged, he thanked him for the present, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Staggering backward, Elpham couldn't believe it, outmatched so easily by this crazy bastard. Gasping for air, he wondered where the assailant got such power, realizing he was stealing his spell with psychokinesis. The swordsman remained unfazed, as if this was all part of his plan, stating there was no need to be surprised. A dark aura flared around him, as he extended an invitation. "Come join me in hell." The world turned white, Elpham's vision blurred. Falling through the air, he could only watch as darkness consumed him. The abyss stretched out below, a silent promise of oblivion. A surge of purple energy erupted, a final, mocking display of power. The unknown swordsman stood amidst the chaos, a silhouette against the encroaching darkness. Coughing up blood, Elpham struggled to comprehend his defeat, the taste of iron a bitter reminder of his failure. Weakly, he wondered if this was truly the end. Darkness descended, silencing his questions. Dark energy crackled around him, the unknown swordsman preparing to strike. His eyes glowing with murderous intent, he thought, "I have to kill Elpham right this instant." Believing Commander Arcarium mistaken, He resolved to eliminate him, convinced he would never join their side. Elsewhere, a brilliant golden light suddenly flared. Looking down at the fallen figure, Starling scoffed, finding it absurd to take a passed-out opponent seriously. A new voice, Ralph's, then rang out, inviting them to play. The woman stood beside him, both gazing down at the prone figure. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed, seething with rage. How dare you? You small fry. The red-haired woman and her companions stood ready, poised to unleash their strike. A dark red aura flared around the silver-haired swordsman, his eyes burning with fury. He snarled, daring these small fry to underestimate him. What's with that scary expression? Starling wondered, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Then how about me? A voice challenged, as the attack continued. But before the barrage could hit, the swordsman began to move, blurring into action. Unleashing a torrent of orange energy, he countered with devastating force. The energy ripped through the air, shattering the defenses before Starling. Boss, are you okay? Someone asked, concerned by the aftermath. Mana shock coursed through the silver-haired swordsman. Gritting his teeth, he knew he must act fast, or perish. Purple energy crackled around him. Preparing another attack, he declared they truly didn't understand him. Glowering at his opponents, Arcarium admitted these fighters could truly take a beating. Amidst the cavernous landscape, a tense silence hung in the air. As the situation spiraled, someone realized it couldn't be helped. They could take no more. Holding a glowing orb, Arcarium vowed to tear them all to shreds. Seeing the threat, Starling shouted for the others to circle up. Preparing to unleash his power, Arcarium declared it was too late for them now. From the shadows, a stern voice boomed. Enough, Mio. Eyes glowing with power, Arcarium stood ready to strike. The voice continued, Commander Arcarium. Taking his eyes off the situation, the commander was rebuked for his whims. He apologized, claiming he got carried away. The booming voice declared the plan had failed, ordering a hasty return before the gate was surrounded. It doesn't matter, the fallen commander thought. They were meant to encounter him again. If he was to die here, their choice was wrong, he concluded. Suddenly, something struck the sea commander, leaving him sputtering in disbelief. Seeing Commander Will's subordinate conspiring with Arcarium, someone decided to act. His eyes widening, the sea commander wondered if he'd been betrayed. Well, isn't that quite an interesting turn of events? A voice mused. A figure stood tall, surrounded by crackling energy, asking if this was right. The sea commander was sent flying, unable to comprehend what just happened. A massive surge of purple energy erupted, engulfing the battlefield. Staggering, the sea commander demanded to know what was happening, accusing someone of attacking their own side. Oh dear, the voice replied, wondering if they were too late. The energy intensified, consuming everything in its path. Seeing the chaos unfold, Elpum realized things had just become troublesome. A ghostly skull appeared, bearing the inscription, Martyr. A hulking figure stood amidst the destruction, axe in hand, ready to strike. Unleashing a devastating blow, the figure's attack was met with disbelief. Watching the scene, Elpum prepared himself, knowing he would soon be taking his leave. Frustration evident, another fighter wondered what in the hell was happening this time. As one figure lay defeated, another cautioned their ally to be careful, relaying a message. The offer remained valid. A lone figure walked away, remarking that survival was not guaranteed. A fiery attack engulfed the battlefield, as a voice challenged anyone trying to escape. Observing the unfolding events, Elpum recalled his warning not to waste energy. A blinding light erupted, signaling a powerful clash. Eyes wide with shock, a character exclaimed that Blackboot Bill had been stopped. A figure with silver hair declared, I'll return it to you. With a surge of power, a blast of purple energy erupted. Responding in kind, an opposing force unleashed a fiery orange blast. Caught in the crossfire, Captain Kieran was sent flying backwards with a pained cry. Below, the red-haired woman gritted her teeth, spitting, Ugh, you, bastard. While a man shouted, Minor, watch out. Elsewhere, a swirling vortex of deep blue energy began to coalesce, its ominous purpose yet unknown. Struggling to regain her footing, Captain Kieran stared in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. With a deafening roar, the blue energy detonated, sending shockwaves through the entire area. Amidst the destruction, a figure wielding a weapon crackling with green energy cried out, questioning if it was antagonist Devo. Bloodied and enraged, Iburu could barely believe his eyes, muttering in disbelief that such a thing was impossible. Surveying the devastation, a lone figure wondered aloud if everyone present was. In the shadows, a bloody paw or hand rested ominously. Seized by an unseen force, the monstrous figure's face contorted as a torrent of blue energy began to consume it. Clutching its head in agony, the creature's eyes glowed with unnatural light as the energy intensified its hold. The blue tendrils spread further, engulfing more of its form, leaving only fragmented glimpses of its original shape. Standing amidst the swirling vortex, a figure watched the transformation unfold, their voice a mix of disbelief and fury, questioning if it was immortal or something worse. A surge of blue energy crackled around the unseen attacker, the very air vibrating with its raw power. Focusing this volatile energy, the unseen foe prepared to strike. Unleashing the built-up power, the attacker moved with blinding speed. Taking the full brunt of the assault, the swordsman gritted his teeth, blood splattering as he cried out. This is looking really bad now. The force of the blows sent him flying, tumbling through the air. Straining, he tried to regain his footing. But the enemy proved relentless, pressing the attack with another devastating strike. Pushing through the pain, he roared, "Quit dawdling around and move." Another blow landed, and he cried out in agony. Determined to protect his comrades, even as he fell, he shouted, "I'll handle this. Take them and get out." His face contorted with pain and worry, he whispered, "I'll leave it to you." Held in the swordsman's grasp, Elpum could only apologize. Breathing heavily, the unknown swordsman declared he could finally go wild. A monstrous roar echoed, signaling the arrival of a terrifying beast. The swordsman, engulfed in flames, vowed to end this quickly. Dazed and disoriented, Elpum struggled to understand what happened, wondering where Devo was. Someone demanded Devo's whereabouts, while another insisted on being put down, protesting they couldn't face Captain Kiran if they left him. Despite his injuries, he vowed to never abandon his comrades. Carried away from the battlefield, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Reflecting on his weakness, Elpum apologized, lamenting this was all he could do. His sacrifice must not be in vain. His face bloodied and bruised, the unknown swordsman whispered his own apology. From the shadows, a voice observed someone seemed to be in quite the danger. Elpum's name hung in the air, a stark declaration against the encroaching darkness. Above him, a game of chess unfolded, each piece a silent player in this deadly exchange. The ticking of a clock echoed, each second a hammer blow against his dwindling hope. The unknown swordsman's voice cut through the silence. "Welcome, Elpum, the last explorer. I can finally converse with you." The swordsman's words hung heavy, as he realized his body was slowly dying from mana shock. His vision blurred, the swordsman's glowing eye a piercing reminder that the same fate awaited his comrades. The swordsman continued, explaining the gate had already gone beyond his capabilities. A monstrous figure loomed, the Balrog, revived with martyr's life, rampaging outside, more powerful than before. Elpum's eyes widened, as he realized the gate might have become even more dangerous than a blue grate. A swirling vortex of energy consumed the landscape, a testament to the chaos unleashed upon all left there. The axe fell, a symbol of the impending doom. The final pronouncement echoed, a chilling promise. "We'll die." The game continued, stakes higher than ever, as Elpum sat across from the unknown swordsman. The relentless ticking of the clock served as a constant, chilling reminder that his fight to save everyone might hasten their doom, perhaps even faster than in a previous life. Should this continue, Elpum knew he couldn't stop the last. Sweat beaded on his brow, a chilling realization dawning. He had regressed. Could it truly be? Suddenly, the unknown swordsman loomed, revealing that Elpum was precisely the one he had been awaiting. The swordsman's words hung heavy, leaving him to wonder who truly held the answers. Desperate, he recalled the precise instructions, right at the 23rd pillar, middle path on the three-way route, then straight, turning the corner. His heart pounded, realizing with certainty that this was the place. Staring down into the abyss, he searched for any sign of escape. His eyes widened, recognizing the statue as the escape gate. He couldn't believe his eyes. It had been in one piece upon his arrival. A figure emerged from the shadows, cursing the damned bastard responsible for this. Gritting his teeth, he knew he must destroy it as he had left it. There was no time. Even broken, the exit would reappear nearby. A blinding flash of blue light erupted, engulfing everything in its destructive path. The blast's force sent Elpum hurtling backward, his body ragdolling through the air. Before he could regain his bearings, a swift kick connected, driving him further into the abyss. The world spun as he was launched once more, a helpless projectile against the encroaching darkness. Struggling to his feet, a comrade cried out, "Are you okay? Pull yourself together." Bloodied and battered, he lay prone, a testament to the brutal assault. Gasping for breath, Elpum wondered, what was that just now? From the shadows, the voice echoed, revealing events unfolding outside. "Devo is. Settle down. He's alive, but in that state, he will soon die." Desperation creeping into his voice, he pleaded, "Then help me." His mind raced, connecting the dots. "If you sent me to the past, to stop the last day," his eyes wide with a desperate plea, he cried out, "Help me." The voice responded, tinged with amusement. "Ha, for someone asking for help." Still reeling from the brutal attack, Elpum couldn't believe his ears. "Isn't your attitude a bit too terrible?" Towering over the injured adventurer, the unknown swordsman remained unmoved. The swordsman asked, "Do you perhaps have a way to deal with it?" Clenching his fist, the swordsman declared, "I'll say this. Even if I were to help, I don't care." A surge of power emanated from the swordsman, offering Elpum one last chance. His face contorted in rage, the swordsman shouted, "I said, I don't care." The swordsman's hand hovered over a chess piece, poised to make a move. The scene shifted to a chess game in progress, two figures locked in a silent battle of wits. The swordsman's expression hardened, considering his next move. "Very well." The view panned down, revealing the chess pieces arranged on the board. The swordsman leaned forward, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The clock ticked, each second a heavy weight on the players' minds. Looking down at his own hand, Support Unknown wondered if something had fundamentally shifted within him. As a disembodied hand shifted a chess piece, a voice echoed, warning him not to doubt the minuscule power it had lent, as requested. Standing near the chessboard, he heard the voice command, "Now, it's time for you to wake up from your dream." A hooded figure watched, silently hoping Elpum would succeed in his task. The chess piece moved, intensifying the power transfer between realms. Visual effects surged, accompanied by a stern command to master the surging power. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, a monstrous, clawed foot looming ominously above the inferno. Caught in the blast, Elpum braced for impact, barely able to utter, "I am alive." The explosion continued to rage, consuming everything in its destructive, fiery path. Amidst the chaos, his name was called out, laced with utter disbelief. Back at the chessboard, Support Unknown extended his hand, the power transfer now complete. The fiery explosion continued its relentless, destructive rampage across the landscape. Amidst the battle's grim aftermath, a voice, filled with trepidation, wondered if any still drew breath. The voice, now a mere whisper, struggled to utter Elpum's name. Orange light flared around him, yet he remained steadfastly focused. A shout pierced the air, ordering him to stand back. He noted the events unfolding with alarming speed. A surge of potent blue energy erupted. His expression hardened, eyes narrowing in resolve. A monstrous hand gripped his throat, brutally cutting off his air. Before the monster could crush him, Elpum retaliated with a fierce punch. His hand glowed with raw power, poised to strike again. Unleashing a devastating blow, the Sea Commander's fist ignited with fiery energy. The massive creature continued its assault, its form radiating intense heat. Drawing back its fist, the monstrous foe prepared to strike again, a yellow aura crackling around its hand. The punch flew forward, a concentrated mass of destructive force. Witnessing the sheer power, Ralph could only utter, "Amazing." Its attack slammed into the ground, obliterating the earth beneath. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, an explosion of rock and debris erupting from the epicenter. Her eyes wide with terror, Starling could only gasp, "No." Desperate to save him, she cried out, "Watch out." The Sea Commander descended upon the warrior, its massive claws poised to strike. Its red eye glowing with malevolent intent, the monstrous machine prepared to deliver the final blow. Unleashing its fury, the colossal foe lunged forward. The force of the blow sent him reeling backward. Meanwhile, an unseen observer watched from afar, finding the display impressive despite the small amount of power used. They noted the power was being controlled with perfect precision. With a mighty roar, the devastating attack was countered. The force of the impact sent debris flying everywhere. As the dust settled, it became clear Elpum had countered the attack. He walked away, leaving a crimson trail of blood behind him. Starling couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming he'd defeated that monster in an instant. The group rushed to the fallen figure, deeply concerned. Thankfully, he was still breathing. The group decided to take him to town, confident he'd heal. Someone asked if he was all right. They recalled that upon their arrival, he was already in a dire state. His face a mask of pain and exhaustion, Elpum's eyes darted, trying to take in his surroundings. Supported by Ralph, he leaned heavily on his comrade, the recent battle's weight still pressing down. His voice strained. The warrior barely choked out his friend's name, questioning his actions. Clearly still in shock, he admitted he wasn't ready for whatever was happening. Clinging to his comrade, the wounded man managed to express his relief, glad they were safe. His voice thick with emotion, Elpum confessed he thought he was about to lose all his comrades. Ralph's grip tightened, glad that he was alive. Weakly, he offered a simple word of gratitude. "Mfing." He retorted he had no plans on dying here. Concern etched on his face, Iburu urged him to worry about himself first. Still cradling him, the steadfast comrade remained a steadfast support. Watching over them, Kyrie called out to Elpum, urging him to get a hold of himself, worried by his condition and questioning what was happening. Continuing from the last panel, a voice demanded that he get up, now. The voice continued, more insistent, telling him to wake up. The warrior's name echoed. Meanwhile, someone was signing documents. A low groan escaped the man, the torment driving him to madness. He wondered if this endless task would ever conclude, if he would ever find release. 3 days had already passed. Even with the war against the followers of the Black Mage concluded, Lith Harbor remained chaotic. The revelation that the Kania merchants, a top-tier group, were followers, stunned Maple World, let alone Lith Harbor. Lord Ivok, a key war figure, reportedly fell in battle, yet his body remained missing from Lith Harbor. The traitor Franco was to be interrogated, hoping he would reveal the true mastermind. Persuaded by promises of his daughter's return, he revealed nothing, knowing nothing of the followers. Subsequently, Mihail of the Cygnus Knights and Captain Kirin of Nautilus intensified their pursuit to eradicate the Black Mage's followers. The active participation of these two dependable figures in Maple World brought renewed hope to Lith Harbor's citizens. This became the cornerstone for restoring Lith Harbor to its former peaceful state. Yet, the lurking presence of followers could not be dismissed, necessitating continued rigorous surveillance. A pained groan echoed through the room. "Stop moving," a voice commanded, struggling with the bandages. The patient snapped. "Then do it carefully. You'll reopen my wound." "Quit whining," the woman retorted. "Be grateful for this." "Done," the bandaging woman declared. Another woman sighed. 3 days already. Can't you help him?" Lying in bed, he mused. What could I do? Even my powers fail to affect him. Asterisk. A woman's eyes narrowed. We'll simply have to hope he wakes on his own. A woman smiled, holding a pot. Now, food's all done, she announced. Oh, food, someone exclaimed. Another woman added. We're always indebted. Thank you. Clearing his throat, the dark-haired man asked if the two had already decided. Taken aback, the red-haired woman's expression shifted to surprise. His brow furrowed. The dark-haired man exclaimed, questioning their topic. A playful thought suggested the red-haired woman's constant presence implied love, but she retorted, claiming only comradely concern. Confused, the red-haired woman wondered at their behavior, questioning their worries. While being fed, the dark-haired man asked if she truly believed their boss would fall so easily. Looking at him, the dark-haired man was told it should be obvious. With a confident smirk, the blonde-haired woman stated the man couldn't die even if he wished. Standing, Mirhat declared a misunderstanding. She was no monster. The red-haired woman was asked to worry about someone knocked out, as even he could be hurt. Smiling, the blonde-haired woman asked if she was wrong. Looking directly at someone, the dark-haired man asked if they had saved any for him. The crushing weight of his responsibilities, it was all becoming too much to bear. With no end in sight, antagonist Rockin couldn't help but feel utterly overwhelmed. As if on cue, a sharp knock echoed through the chamber. A subordinate interrupted his spiraling thoughts, urgently begging for his attention. The timing couldn't be worse, yet antagonist Rockin knew he desperately needed help. Before this moment, it had been a long while since he'd seen the man. A voice from the past recalled something quite interesting. The memory remained vivid, etched deeply within the speaker's mind. The name hung in the air, a question and a revelation all in one. Was it Elpham? He simply couldn't recall. As the group surrounded him, Captain Kieran asked if he truly remembered nothing, while Fur told him to stop joking. She reminded him that he'd used a mysterious power to instantly defeat Balrog. The captain added that Jack Ritchie testified the same, wondering if Elpham possessed a hidden power like antagonist Devo. She then realized, if that were truly the case. He insisted he couldn't remember anything at all, unsure what it truly was. The captain snapped at him to quit messing around, asking if he was trying to anger her, while he internally struggled, unable to recall anything. A voice echoed, suggesting Elpham felt he'd met someone back then. Fur informed him that what he needed to know wasn't limited to that alone, leaving him to wonder her meaning. A figure recalled that while he was asleep, they were in this house, believing it easier to protect him while grouped. The figure exclaimed that the bed was uncomfortable. The figure thought he'd suddenly witnessed something, wondering what it was. As Fur tended to him, he groaned, the pain still fresh. Suddenly, a memory flashed. A certain pirate was after him. Captain Kieran tried to lighten the mood, suggesting, "Now, let's wrap this up. He just woke up. Shouldn't you eat?" Still disoriented, he managed a weak, "Why yeah." He looked down at the bowl, wondering where he was. Iburu chuckled, remarking that even knocked out, he was planning everything. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something. Wait a minute. He asked, "By Orient, you mean that kingdom in the Nihal Desert?" Elpham simply replied, "Yeah. Compared to Victoria Island, that place is dangerously different, just from the monsters alone." A woman with long brown hair burst in, exclaiming, "No way. Change your mind. No, I won't go." Her eyes wide with fear, she looked utterly terrified. She glanced back at the doorway, where a group of people stood watching. As the group gathered around the table, a mysterious figure in dark armor loomed behind them, overhearing their conversation. His brow furrowed, Elpham seemed to be listening intently. His voice low and menacing, he warned someone not to reveal any information. The woman with red hair explained that Lord Gaper turned the newborn Gaper merchants into a top 10 group in years, making him their master. Turning to Ralph, Elpham asked if he knew the man. Someone shouted, telling them to watch their mouth, as they spoke of the master of Gaper himself. Someone else exclaimed, in disbelief, that they were discussing the master. The armored figure stated that Elpham's fame preceded him, wanting to get straight to the point. The group decided to go to the Orient Kingdom. Looking shocked, he stuttered, calling someone boss. A close-up of his face revealed a slight smile. The armored figure continued, explaining a story about how Gaper managed to rapidly increase their influence. With a firm handshake, a sponsorship was sealed. The merchant lord hadn't shown up until now because he'd been busy scheduling routes around Lith Harbor and Orient, as their interests were essentially aligned. And so, they made an unrefusable request to the merchant group. The stage was set for the battle for the throne. As a bloodbath loomed upon Orient, it was finally time for Gaper to help them, under their sponsorship. Gaper observes, "You possess quite formidable skills, yes? But all necessary preparations have been made, and he refuses. He doesn't want to go to such a dangerous place like Orient, where a civil war is expected to take place. Refusal is not an option. Lord Gaper has ordered him himself. Take that as an honor for a party affiliated with the group, and prepare yourselves at once." Honor? Then he just needs to wait for volunteers? Everyone must be so eager to apply for such an honorable mission. He's saying that the risk is too great to simply chalk it up to honor alone. It seems he may have misjudged just how dare Lord Gaper. So he's quite the negotiator as well. The hand gestures. "Very well, 5 times. That will be the number of opportunities one will give you to prove your overflowing confidence to me. If you are able to clear 5 gates, I'm going to designate you." The negotiator smirks, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he wonders if his fancy is tickled by the current situation. With unwavering resolve, Gaper swears upon his name to uphold his side of the promise. Hearing this, Elpum acknowledges the statement, taking it as a compliment from the worthy man. In a burst of enthusiasm, someone shouts praise for their boss's nice shot. A disgusted expression crosses his face, as Elpum is asked when they should leave. Sitting at the table, Gaper expresses his satisfaction that they understand quickly. With a splash, a ship sets sail. From the ship, an order rings out, depart at once. Below, the group stands ready to embark. The massive ship cut through the churning waves, its hull a testament to formidable seaworthiness. Watching the distant horizon, Murhat felt a familiar queasiness, recalling how a certain companion was fine on the Nautilus. The man in the dark coat remained stoically silent, prompting Murhat to mutter to herself, urging him to ignore her. She continued, tisk-skiing at the pathetic whimpering caused by a mere few drops of liquor. Suddenly, the man in the dark coat convulsed, a vibrant rainbow of colors erupting from his mouth, no ordinary sickness. Murhat approached him, her voice firm. Come on. The man's face contorted, a mask of pure, unadulterated anger. As the rainbow vomit continued, the man's palpable torment intensified. Ralph's patience snapped, and with a furious yell, he condemned the vomiting man as an ungrateful child. His fist connected with a sickening thud, sending the vomiting man collapsing to the deck. Haha, don't misunderstand, he chuckled. This isn't violence. He just looked tired, so I put him to sleep. Looking down at Elpum, Starling offered to clean him, asking if anyone could lend a hand. Murhat shrugged. I have no idea. Do what you want, just don't get close to me. He'll be fine faster than I thought, so that idiot needs rest too. However, Murhat sensed a strange undercurrent, a definite feeling that something was amiss. Elpum, stirring, asked what she was pondering so deeply, but she dismissed it, telling Ralph to watch himself. Murhat reacted sharply to an unseen stimulus. A voice from the crew called out, Have we arrived? The ship glided closer, approaching a massive, imposing building. A prominent sign, stark against the desert sun, simply read, Jeddah. The city of Jeddah came into full view. The Nihal Desert, a deadly expanse, forced countless harbors to thrive, as crossing it on foot meant certain death. Consequently, the desert's harbors prospered, with Jeddah standing as the most magnificent among them. The harbor reeked of gold, vast as the desert itself. Was this a harbor, or a kingdom in its own right? Turning to his companion, Elpum inquired if Devo felt better, reminding him they weren't here to play, but to focus. A booming voice cut through the air, announcing, You must be the Elpum party. The man, a figure of authority, expressed his relief at not being late. Introducing himself as Caesar, he extended a hand, declaring it a pleasure to meet them. Elpum replied, returning the greeting, complimenting his appearance, which made Caesar blush slightly. Caesar then inquired if they had arrived alone, explaining the Orient branch had few members currently. Offering to guide them, he identified himself as the Gaper Merchants Orient branch dispatch personnel. We've arrived, he announced, gesturing to the Gaper Merchants Orient branch building. The branch, however, fell short of expectations, appearing rather disappointing, a true letdown. Apologizing, Caesar explained the branch's small size, but Elpum insisted, This can't be it. Realizing the oppressive heat, Elpum suggested they quickly enter, wondering if this was indeed the entrance. Behind them, a stern, unmoving figure loomed in the background. Salomon's eyes widened, taking a closer look at the assembled group. This was Suleiman, the Orient branch leader of the Gaper Merchants. Extending his hand, Elpum introduced himself, only for the branch leader to remark on their weak appearance, defying rumors. Despite their looks, he acknowledged Lord Gaper himself had chosen them, suggesting they show some courtesy. Without warning, a blade flashed, narrowly missing the leader and striking the newcomer. Staggering back, he insisted he was fine. Demanding answers, the branch leader realized Lord Gaper seemed unaware, wondering how he'd sent such amateurs. He scoffed, questioning if greenhorns from Victoria Island could achieve anything in Orient. Suleiman questioned why he dealt with Elpum's group, wondering if they sought a demonstration. Demanding an answer, he told them to get to the point. Addressing the group, the leader declared a skill test, promising talk afterward. A yellow grade gate, 3 scars, maximum 28 members. His expression stern, he ordered them to enter and solo clear it. Looking surprised, a member questioned Salomon's demand, pointing out that even for Elpum's party, solo clearing that would be. Cutting him off, the leader snapped, arguing that if they couldn't do that, they'd be a nuisance, not help. He insisted a solo clear was the only. Looking up, the young man asked, Sir Elpum? The leader glared. Facing Suleiman, Elpum asked if solo clear was his only condition. Suleiman, noting his confidence, added one more. Finish it within a week. Visibly annoyed, a woman's voice called it a sudden test, finding his week-long demand rude. Dismissing her, the leader scoffed, calling it a strange way to admit fear. He declared it was now his turn. Looking determined, Elpum thought to himself, 10 million mesos. Suleiman scoffed at being questioned, retorting their reward was subjugation, asking where they dared to barter. Flashing back, a banner with Lord Gaper's insignia hung overhead as he stated they cared not for circumstances, only payment. Turning his gaze downward, Elpum remarked that if they disliked it, they'd quit and return. Gaper wondered who'd bear the brunt if Arian's actions broke relations, adding that Arian's heirs seemed less serious than rumored. Returning to the present, Elpum stated he'd taken note, suggesting they call this off. Suleiman found this interesting, musing they had some nerve to threaten him. He continued, stating he wasn't stupid, but liked their spirit, asking for more service. The leader offered 5 million mesos for each day cleared faster than a week. Clearing it in one day would net them 30 million mesos. A sinister grin spread across his face as he asked how that sounded, if it pleased him. A smirk played on Elpum's lips as he simply told him to lead the way. The relentless heat already sapped their strength, as Murhat and Iburu trudged through the seemingly endless desert, each step a struggle. Their arduous journey continued, the vast, desolate landscape stretching endlessly before them. Complaining about the oppressive heat, she was met with his sharp retort to cease whining and rise. He mused on her cold-blooded nature, questioning if the scorching sun even troubled her. Turning to Captain Kyrie, he inquired, "Hey, are you okay?" She replied, a hint of weariness in her voice. I'm fine if you're talking about that." "Fine. My ass," she retorted, her voice strained. "Your armor must be boiling, but I really am." He commented on her armor, wondering if all Cygnus Knights possessed such resilience, then added, "You really are something." With a sudden surge of power, the captain unleashed her chilling ice magic. It's cool. Actually, it's cold. It's freezing cold," he exclaimed, shivering. She responded, yeah, about that." Covered head to toe, her Cygnus Knight armor was a gift, automatically adjusting to the temperature. Witnessing Kyrie's effortless comfort, Devo couldn't help but complain, demanding why she hadn't shared such a useful item with the rest of the party. Apologizing, she admitted she hadn't meant to keep it a secret, but before she could escape, he lunged, clinging to her tightly. Visibly flustered, she demanded he get off her immediately. Ignoring her protests, he insisted on staying put. Growing increasingly annoyed, she demanded to know his meaning, telling him to shut up. Refusing to release her, he questioned her harshness, wanting to remain like this a little longer. Observing the scene, Murhat remarked on the pair, wondering if Iburu felt jealous, then suggested he do the same to Elpum. His face inches from hers, he remained determined to stay put. Meanwhile, she stood over a defeated man. Stopping the man's yapping, she reminded him of their time limit, urging them to hurry and find the gate. A massive, glowing yellow structure now dominated the desolate landscape. Spotting the object, Roa remarked on their proximity, Murhat confirming they'd been saying that the entire time. Clearing her throat, she urged everyone to get moving, promising a busy day ahead. A heavy foot stomped down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, an unseen force slammed into Murhat, sending her flying backwards. A monstrous roar filled the air as she was violently attacked. An energy blast slammed into the pirate captain. Another monster lunged forward, its claws extended. Watching the ambush unfold, Roa muttered that things wouldn't go this smoothly. Dust and debris exploded outwards from the impact. Observing the monsters, she noted their clear intention. They wouldn't let them enter so easily. The monsters snarled, poised and ready to attack. In a world teeming with untold dangers, a monstrous, lizardman-like creature revealed itself. A figure's voice cut through the chaos, declaring, "Ready yourselves. It's time to hunt." Within a grand hall, Suleiman knelt before a figure draped in shadow, addressing him as Prince. He wondered what had become of the Elpum party. Reflecting, he noted 2 hours had passed since giving directions. They should have reached the gate. He continued, questioning if any pleads lurked near the gate. Suleiman confirmed this, adding that such a presence was expected. The prince was informed they were as notable as rumored. He mused that while they might have rescued Jack Ritchie and defeated Balrog, rumors often exaggerated. He continued, deeming it too early to trust them based solely on Gator's report. Suleiman expressed hope they would live up to expectations. Golden energy erupted as the prince struck with blinding speed. His blade arced through the air, leaving trails of light in its wake. A monstrous roar echoed, but it was already too late. The golden energy continued its assault, cutting through the horde. Each strike was precise, each movement deadly. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening boom. Standing amidst the chaos, the prince remained untouched. The explosion intensified, consuming everything in its path. The monsters were engulfed, their forms dissolving in the inferno. Turning to his companion, Roa stated, "We've yet to begin, Devo." In the distance, a group approached the gate, ready for subjugation. Elpum replied, "Of course, we should hurry. 30 million mesos for clearing it within a day. Don't you agree?" His companion responded, "We're finishing the subjugation within 12 hours. Confusion etched across his face, he seemed lost in thought. Standing before the glowing gate, one of them wondered, "Wait, does that mean we get paid more?" "Let's be sure." With a sigh, Kasim, the man with headphones, remarked, "You and your meso obsession. Seriously, quit that. And boss, if it's a yellow-grade gate, it should have 3 floors. How are we clearing it within 12 hours? He questioned the plan's logic, adding, "Then you can exclude yourself from the cut." A surge of energy emanated from the gate, illuminating the surroundings with brilliant yellow light. Panic rising in his voice, Caesar cried out, "Es Sir Suleiman." Seated, the first man asked, "What is it, boy?" "I'm busy, so be quick." Another urged him to get on with it. Stuttering, he replied, "Heek. Oh, over there." Staff in hand, the elder remained composed, observing the unfolding events. Grasping the boy by the collar, the gray-haired man sneered, "Huh, you're more of a lowlife than I thought, huh?" The staff wielder stood alongside the gray-haired man and another, as the elder questioned, "Don't tell me. Did you give up and return here? You twerps." His face contorted in anger, the elder exclaimed, "Damned bastards. You ran all the way back here after getting scared by mere pleads near the gate's entrance." The staff wielder stood ready, as the gray-haired man confronted the others. Salomon's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind them. What kind of trickery is this now? His gaze fell upon the medal, the yellow gate's subjugation reward, and he scoffed, declaring them the lowest of lowlifes. Solomon gestured wildly, his disbelief palpable. It's only been half a day since they headed for the gate. His face contorted in rage, accusing the other of a half-hearted, blatant lie. His fury intensified, wondering how much of a fool the other thought him to be. Elpum, however, remained perfectly calm, stating simply, 100 million mesos. He proposed a wager. If the claim was false, he'd pay. If true, he'd receive the 100 million mesos. A glint of confidence sparked in his eye as he challenged, "How about it? Would you like to bet?" Salomon's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? 100 million? You damn con artist. He's got a..." The medal was displayed prominently, a medal of honor bestowed upon the royal knights. Kasim suddenly remembered, the medal given to the royal knights advance party, who had led that gate's subjugation. He continued, recalling how none had returned, the memory fading until now. Seeing this medal, Elpum truly must have. Prince Cashin held a golden emblem, its intricate design catching the light. The man before him seemed to possess an unsettling depth of knowledge regarding the kingdom and its intricate dealings, even hinting at the hidden sponsor of the Gaper merchants. This man, it was now clear, was none other than Prince Cashin. The prince scoffed, his gaze sharp, questioning the other man's bold accusations. Grabbing him by the collar, the man declared the prince a lost cause. Kneeling before him, the prince reeled, shocked by the sudden revelation. Though unassuming, he possessed a wealth of hidden knowledge, gathered from various tasks as an errand boy. Acknowledged for his efforts, he now worked here, flattered by the prince's attention, yet it was merely information gleaned as an errand boy. The man then asked if that was truly his chosen path. As the man overpowered him, the prince was asked if he knew what one must never know when deceiving others. The prince, struggling, wondered what kind of magician possessed such immense strength. The man with golden eyes raised an eyebrow, silently questioning the prince's statement. The man with dark green hair explained how a person's hands betray the life they've lived. He continued, adding that forgetting the pristine hand of a certain errand boy was a grave mistake. The man with dark green hair stated things had been odd since his arrival. The older man with gray hair observed that the other's hand wasn't a merchant's, but something far more formidable. The man with dark green hair was told his hand belonged to a soldier, honed by decades of sword training. The man with dark green hair admitted the truth, yet something beyond that detail had truly convinced him. The man with black hair tied back looked utterly shocked. The older man with gray hair recalled their acting had seemed perfectly natural then. The man with black hair was told the key lay elsewhere, for one unaccustomed to such situations. The man with black hair tied back shouted in surprise. The man with black hair was told many reasons existed for that, such as, he wondered if the prince was hand-picking members for the battle for the throne himself. With a determined look, he braced himself for what was to come. The prince looked down at him, his expression utterly unreadable. The prince chuckled, finding Gaper's recommendation interesting, yet admitting he'd expected more after the rumors. The man looked up, surprised by the prince's words, realizing he had surpassed expectations. He thought to himself, that's right. The prince gazed at him, wondering what he truly was. He then asked, Elpum, how long have you known this? Elpum thought back, recalling his doubts since being sent to Ariat. Lord Gaper's involvement suggested a princely sponsor there. Seeing his highness, he suspected Gaper's backer was the handsome prince of Ariat. The prince smirked, hearing his astute deduction. The prince sat, legs crossed, a slight smile playing on his lips, stating his need for explorers like Elpum. He explained the yellow-grade gate's 99-person capacity, adding that Elpum's party would enter with other personally chosen explorers. Continuing, the prince stated they had a week to cooperate, retrieve the will from the gate, and if successful, he'd reward them 60 million mesos. Elpum crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, refusing the generous offer. The prince leaned forward, curious about his unexpected refusal. Elpum explained he presumed the initial test necessary, willing to take it if the reward proved sufficient. The prince tilted his head, wondering what Elpum truly intended to say. The adventurer thought that even clearing the gate could lead to their traceless demise by kingdom forces. He clarified Prince Cashin initially sought to test them, but accepting this mission meant they'd share his fate. The prince raised an eyebrow, asking if Elpum sought more hazard pay. Elpum explained Gaper merchants received the prince's support, not them. There was no reason to join his risky cause. He concluded that without a reward matching the risk, they would not accept the mission. Standing before the prince, the adventurer stated he'd decide after hearing the offer. The prince responded, explaining that upon clearing the gate, he'd distribute items to each party member. The prince thought to himself, Elpum is an insolent bastard. Items were tiered, rare, epic, unique, and legendary, with power differences between them being beyond imagination. The adventurer knew Prince Cashin promised unique tier items, like his phoenix feather and see-through eye patch. Prince Cashin declared his intent to distribute such items to every member, not just one, envisioning them as his primary force. Clenching his fist, Elpham knew it still wasn't enough to risk their lives. The adventurer stated their desperate need for a legendary item. Visibly annoyed, the prince exclaimed, demanding to know why, despite his generosity, a legendary item was still being requested. Relenting with a sigh, he agreed to prepare a single legendary item as well. He thought of what he desired above all else. Cashin made it unequivocally clear they had precisely 1 week. Elpham knew if he didn't act soon, all would be lost. The deliberate march of boots echoed, growing louder with each step. In the prince's chambers, his advisor, a brow furrowed, questioned his trust in the man. Cashin replied, his voice firm, the die has already been cast. Elpham clenched his fist, his orange eyes burning with fierce determination. A thought flashed through him. By that woman. Elsewhere, in a grand hall, a woman observed, a faint smile playing on her lips. This will be interesting. Her lips curled into a knowing smile, thinking, Cashin, I may not know what you're preparing. Her gaze sharpening. But you are already within my grasp. Her heel clicked against the floor. It is a mother's duty to educate her child, she mused. A sinister grin spread across her face. I'll properly educate him, given this opportunity. The name hung heavy in the air, Murat's eyes widening as she repeated, Prince Cashin? Taking a swig from his tankard, Franco cautioned her to keep her voice down, reminding her this information was a secret. The gravity of the situation dawned, one voice questioning the sharing of such secrets, while another assured them they'd see him often. Captain Kieran's expression hardened, wondering if the prince had only paid them 30 million for their last mission. Someone muttered about a Scrooge, as the group learned this time's reward was a unique item for all of them. A determined glint in his eyes, Elpham listened intently. Ralph, fangs bared, exclaimed Prince Cashin was the perfect leader, while Captain Kieran admitted he truly was a prince. The mug's contents sloshed, as someone pondered their true motivations. His gaze unwavering, he declared he would take the legendary item. Murat scoffed, telling him he made it sound like the job was done, while Franco argued it was merely an announcement. A sly grin spreading across his face, he offered to sell his share of the unique item. Promising to make it up to them, Elpham assured his companions they'd be compensated for their efforts. Addressing them directly, he reiterated that everyone would be taken care of. Elsewhere, deep within a palace, a long, echoing hallway stretched into the distance. Guarding the path, 2 turbaned figures stood at rigid attention. Nearby, bottles of potent alcohol sat ready for consumption. One man offered a bottle to another, a silent transaction about to take place. Abdullah VIII, Orient Kingdom's king, held the bottle, his expression suggesting a deal was about to be struck. Before him, a figure knelt respectfully. The king offered a proposition, a dragon's heart in exchange for immortality. Holding the bottle, Abdullah VIII wondered if he could ask for a favor in return. Taking a swig, the king gave his consent. Abdullah VIII then requested permission for the festival. He pondered the festival. The king and queen would manage all festival events while it was ongoing. Pouring a drink, Arita asked what he thought. Abdullah VIII seemed troubled. She giggled, claiming she didn't know. The king felt repaying the ordered item with a festival was excessive, despite its delivery being mere duty. Arita, Orient Kingdom's queen, wondered if there was truly a need to spoil him. Abdullah VIII admitted she made a good point, calling her name. The king had changed after Arita's arrival, now depending on her for everything, a mere shell of his former wise self, and someone sought her downfall. Arita thought she needed to clear that gate, yet Orient had always held festivals for grand events. Moreover, this festival would celebrate the king's longevity. Abdullah VIII questioned if such a celebration was truly warranted. Arita responded, noting he was whining for a festival. She relented, permitting the festival. Though finding him immature, Arita acknowledged Abdullah VIII's loyalty. She declared she would hold a grand festival for a week. Abdullah VIII wondered why she changed her mind, questioning her true plot. Arita stated that Cashin would play along this time. She thought, in the end, he'd still be in her hand. A monstrous creature suddenly appeared. A figure sliced through the monster with ease. The monster fell, defeated. The group continued their journey through the gate. Looking around, one adventurer questioned, weren't we supposed to raid this gate with others? I see no other adventurers. Another replied, we're the last ones in. The others are already inside. Someone questioned, circle up within a week and clear the gate? Is that possible? Another member wondered, wait, are we sharing the reward items with the others? A gruff voice cut through the air, hoping they were all dead. One adventurer observed, noting the presence of only weak mobs here. Another adventurer chimed in, reminding him he was only at his 3rd circle. Right, I forgot to tell you. Jinwoo calmly declared, I already circled up. The scarred adventurer exclaimed, TH the 4th circle? When? He recalled a time, moments after his battle against the follower. A woman with fiery red hair lamented, that's because you're you. I've hit a wall, unable to pass the 3rd circle. She questioned, a wall. A beam of energy shot towards a wall, the red-haired woman watching intently. The energy intensified, a close-up revealing its raw, untamed power. A determined man shouted, B-boss? Don't worry, I'll force you to break through that wall. He stood surrounded by others, all focused on the daunting task at hand. Jinwoo's face remained partially obscured, yet his words cut clear. Otherwise, you'll be the ones dying. The man struggled, crying out, Ralph. Ralph's face contorted in effort, questioning. What's the use in circling up if I might die? He offered a deal. I'll give you 100 million mesos if you hold up 10 minutes against me. He continued to struggle, determined to meet the formidable challenge. His expression hardened, a sinister grin spreading as he asked if they were looking for a fight. Her blonde hair pulled back, the adventurer steeled herself, knowing she must break her limits, promising to give her all. Eyes narrowed, the red-haired warrior prepared for battle, her shield glowing with fiery energy. A figure screamed in frustration, exclaiming that if they didn't circle up, they'd take responsibility. The group stood ready, prepared to face whatever came their way. A hand gripped a staff tightly, its wielder expecting interest on top of that 100 million mesos. A confident smirk played on his lips, assuring them not to worry about it. The adventurer leaped into action, her sword ablaze with golden energy. A figure unleashed a powerful attack, sending a beam of energy towards their opponent. The ground trembles violently, explosions of fire erupting and scattering debris across the ravaged battlefield. A searing stream of fire unleashes, its intense heat distorting the very air around it. The flames engulf a figure, explosions rocking the entire area around them. A sharp crack echoes, Elpam struck by an unseen, devastating force. The blast's force sends Iburu flying, along with another figure, both crying out in agony. Even that monster has but one body. Kairi shouts, urging her comrades to attack as one, to keep up the relentless pressure. Did you truly think that would work? Another warrior is engulfed in flames, the fire consuming everything in its searing path. The flames lick at his face, his expression contorted in agonizing pain. Ack, it's hot. Water. The desperate cries of those engulfed in flames fill the air, pleading for relief. All of you step aside. With a surge of power, Jinwoo declares he'll gun the enemy down with a mighty strike. The attack explodes in a burst of fiery energy. She wonders if that's all they've got. Is this the best their party can muster? A protective barrier shimmers into existence, deflecting the assault. Iburu expresses his disappointment. The red-haired warrior, Kairi, shouts in frustration. Ugh, the same stupid line for 4 days. Nothing works. Close combat is hellfire, and range skills can't break through. How are we supposed to fight? You overpowered bastard. He explains their failure stems from wasted strength. If teamwork meant dividing roles, now they must gather their scattered power into one focused assault. A gruff voice, Jinwoo's, declares, explain that to them. Are we staying at the first gate forever? Not clearing it. What is this? If you don't know that, then it can't be helped. He states they'll just have to get beaten until they do. A blonde warrior shouts, no chance. Forget circling up, run first. Pointing towards the newly formed gate, he declares their way out is right in front of them, a third gate. With a shout, Kairi urges Iburu to hurry and get inside. As they leap through, she shouts it's their last-ditch effort. With a deafening roar, the gate explodes behind them. Looking back at the sky, Jinwoo notes it took them long enough to notice. Even after kindly bringing them here, he thinks that should give him reason enough to be late. Smirking, he wonders how to begin cleaning up this mess. Now in the desert, he walks forward. Huffing, Iburu exclaims they're saved, while Kairi suggests planning their strategy before Elpam arrives, knowing he can't chase them with the gate destroyed. Looking down at him, she calls him a meso-grubber. But even the third gate's a desert. She thinks she's losing it from the heat, wondering about that sound. The giant scorpion's tail comes crashing down, kicking up sand as it slams into the ground. The team is scattered as it continues its relentless assault. Kairi, Iburu, and Jinwoo find themselves face to face with a massive creature, its multiple eyes glaring down. Ah, this is crazy. Kairi mutters. The creature's tail strikes again, sending debris flying. Its massive claw descends, threatening to crush them all. The scorpion swipes its claw, the attack connecting with a resounding crash. He grits his teeth, eyes narrowed in frustration. This bastard. The creature's eyes glow with menacing intensity. It won't even budge. Struggling to stay on his feet, Iburu cries out in pain, the heat and the creature's attacks taking their toll. Gah? Huh. He can't get close. The creature prepares a fiery attack. Don't worry. Preparing to strike from a distance, Jinwoo declares a dimwit like the scorpion has no business here. If he can't get close, he'll attack from afar. A massive burst of fire erupts, engulfing the creature. Continuing his assault, a massive burst of flames erupts from him, engulfing the battlefield in a searing inferno. The intense heat forces the creature to recoil, a piercing shriek tearing through the air as flames lick its armored hide. Completely consumed by the blaze, the creature thrashes wildly, a desperate attempt to escape the inferno. Watching the scene unfold, Kairi grits her teeth, frustrated. They barely escaped, yet the situation hasn't changed at all. A confident smirk spread across Jin's face, flames dancing in his eyes, as he deemed the monstrous scorpion a perfect target for practice. Focusing his energy, he unleashed a concentrated blast of fire, aiming directly at the struggling beast. The fire intensified, a blazing inferno threatening to melt everything in its path. But just as the flames reached their peak, a chilling aura began to emanate from the scorpion, a counterattack brewing. Its red eyes glowing with icy resolve, the scorpion prepared to unleash its own power. With a deafening roar, the scorpion unleashed a barrage of massive ice shards, a chilling counter to the overwhelming fire. Readying her own attack, Captain Kirin prepared to strike, Noting her falling moon technique felt warm compared to Elpham's. The ice shards flew in every direction, a blizzard of frozen destruction aimed at stopping Jin's fiery onslaught. Taking the brunt of the scorpion's icy assault, he gritted his teeth against the biting cold. Watching the battle unfold, antagonist Arita admitted her assessment. Pushing through the pain, he retaliated with a burst of searing flames. Her red eyes narrowed. She observed that even this scorpion, like him, possessed power she couldn't yet break. Drawing a bead on the monster, Jin prepared his next attack. Sweat dripping from his brow, he steeled himself, resolving to focus everything on the foe. Golden light erupting around her, Captain Kirin prepared to unleash her bless ability. The light intensified, ready to strike. Roaring with fury, the scorpion prepared its own devastating attack. Energy crackled, building to a crescendo. The air shimmered as the scorpion unleashed its blast. Red eyes burning with malice, antagonist Ivok prepared to obliterate everything in his path. The blast continued to spread, consuming everything in its path. The energy intensified. The air shimmered with heat, the blast reaching its peak. A pained groan escaped someone caught in the inferno, barely audible over the blast's roar. The force of the attack sent them flying, blood splattering as they were thrown back. Standing amidst the chaos, antagonist Arita watched with cold detachment, urging them to die. Elsewhere, a figure prepared to strike, their eyes narrowed with determination. A voice echoed, reminding them they still needed a practice target. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent hum of power. Having barely defeated the tenacious monster, Captain Kirin sighed in relief, while a nearby voice grumbled about the oppressive heat. Offering a water skin, Mirhat observed, "You must be scorched." Iburu, clutching his own water skin, declared that those willing to help should step forward. His expression hardened. He mused, unsure why the man had been so aloof, perhaps due to the dignity of a third circle explorer. Hearing this, Captain Kirin questioned the fuss, as Mirhat clarified everyone here was fourth circle, save for one greenhorn. As dust rose, she snarled, daring the unseen foe to face her, promising familial discipline. Elpham, she realized, was quite late. Gazing skyward, she observed the gate was well past due. She saw no other explorers, guessing they'd met him at the second gate, wondering what he was doing. Standing over the defeated enemies, the explorer surveyed the scene. Against a crimson backdrop, Jin Wu's gaze pierced the shadows, a storm brewing behind his electric blue eyes. Below, the city sprawled, a tapestry of lights masking the darkness festering beneath. Swirling within the glass, the crimson liquid reflected a disquieting question. Even as festivities continued, something felt off, a discordant note amidst the revelry. He'd expected a queen's ploy, yet nothing happened, even on the last day. Before Dion could fully relax, Ria's voice cut through the silence. But what was this? This sudden, gnawing sense of anxiety. Appearing behind him, she asked what he was doing here. Her tone laced with mockery, she observed the commemoration was for him, wondering why he wasn't enjoying it. With a subtle bow, Dion recognized her presence. Offering her a glass, he offered to pour her a drink himself. His amber eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. A cruel smile played on her lips. She remarked how sad it was seeing them nervous, adding, "People might think I've poured him poison." Considering the implications of befriending an explorer, Dion absorbed her words intently. Expressing concern, she explained they seemed from a different region, so she'd arranged a reception in case they lost their way in a sandstorm. Realizing the gravity, Jean stared in disbelief that the queen knew everything, wondering where the information had leaked. If it was a reception, Arita must have sent them, the assassins who wiped Orient from the map in a day. It was well known among princes that she used unseen assassins to eliminate people. Reflecting, he understood she permitted this festival solely to lure him out. Confirming his suspicions, Arita sent assassins after the explorers, knowing all. Everything was within her grasp from the start. A messenger arrived, and Ria observed he'd come to deliver their news. Interrupting, Dion requested to be excused for a moment. A sinister smile spread across her face as Ria announced word from the reception party. Surveying the scene, a lone figure observed its strangeness. Examining the corpses, he found no hints of resistance, meaning they died before noticing the attack, leaving him to wonder who could do such a thing. A crimson glow emanated from his eye. The Dark Lord Jinwu knew the real problem was just beginning. Surveying the area, he understood he was the only one left standing in the second gate. Looking at the carnage, he surmised the dead must have been trying to sabotage the prince's plan. Amidst the carnage, what could have happened? Could it truly have been some ghost? Suddenly, a figure was struck by a blast of purple energy, the attack coming from an unseen assailant. Though he couldn't see it, Jinwu sensed something before him. Could it be? His eyes widened, senses heightened. Another figure was engulfed in swirling purple energy, the air crackling with unseen power. A low growl escaped him. It wasn't just one, huh? In that case, a figure was consumed by a burst of orange flames, the heat radiating outwards. Eyes narrowing, he'd found them, and he was about to scorch them all. The area erupted in a vortex of orange fire, promising a fiery end to his foes. Unleashing a torrent of fire, Jinwu attempted to incinerate his unseen foes. The flames engulfed the area, leaving nothing but scorched earth in their wake. But to his surprise, the fire seemed to have little effect. A voice echoed from the shadows, speaking of assassins using dark sight to conceal and eliminate opponents. Undeterred, Jinwoo continued his fiery assault, unleashing a torrent of flames. A chilling voice cut through the inferno, revealing his attackers as the Hashishin, Arient's most formidable order of assassins. Another voice chimed in, boasting of their fire resistance items, prepared specifically to counter his potent fire spells. The assassins mocked him, claiming that without their fire resistance, his psychokinesis would possess no lethal potential. Closing in, they taunted him, urging him to struggle until despair claimed his final breath. One of the assassins sneered, a cruel glint in his eye. Had enough fun? Enshrouding themselves in a sphere of green energy, the assassins declared their deadly game of hide-and-seek was over. The assassin then explained their dual advantage, fire resistance coupled with dark sight, a skill ensuring their absolute undetectability. Surrounded, the assassin's taunts ringing in his ears, Jinwoo realized that had this encounter occurred earlier, the fight would have been far tougher. One of the Hashishin sneered, advising him he should have arrived before reaching the fourth circle. With a burst of blue energy, the assassins activated their dark sight, instantly concealing themselves from view. Closing in, the unseen assassins prepared to strike. One of their eyes narrowed, a sinister glint betraying their hidden gaze. But the assassins were not the only ones wielding power, as Jinwoo stood his ground, a vibrant green aura emanating from him. Focusing his power, he prepared to unleash another devastating attack. Elsewhere, the sharp crack of shattering glass signaled a rising tide of anger. Arita's furious voice rang out, demanding to know what had just been uttered. Cashin bowed his head, stammering out a terrified apology. Back in the forest, it was revealed the Hashishin were all explorers, secretly affiliated with the prince. Her face contorted with rage, the woman fumed at the perceived insolence. Two figures approached. Dion inquired, "What's the matter, your majesty?" Another voice, Sales, added, "Ah, my friends have returned?" Arita, holding a glass of red liquid, responded, "To think you'd care for my friends like this. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude, your majesty." The man raised his glass, stating, "As a token of my appreciation, allow me to raise a drink to you." A silent question hung heavy in the air. Had they brought what was asked? Kneeling before Elpum, Iburu presented the requested item, having completed his task with remarkable success, as if divinely guided. Yet, something held him back. He couldn't simply hand it over. A confused expression crossed Elpum's face as he explained, assassins during the gate subjugation carried items specifically targeting him, drawing him into deeper matters than anticipated. Demanding clarity on the situation, he extended a letter. Taking the letter, he confirmed its true nature. The gravity of the situation settled upon him as he watched. Revealing its contents, Elpum showed it to be a will, crafted by the other princes and Iburu. The letter explained that after Queen Arita seized power, she systematically eliminated the children of Abdullah VIII, prompting the remaining brothers to unite against her. This will, created in the past, was a desperate measure to leave evidence should she succeed in killing them. Should the surviving brothers find it, they would use this evidence to depose her from the throne. This will was meant for him to depose Arita, restore the nation, and conceal the truth. Arita herself stated that both she and another needed that letter. Iburu realized she must have sent those assassins, expressing profound relief at his survival. "However, your highness," he stated, "this letter holds no use." Holding the letter, he appeared grim. The young master stood, poised for action. He had discovered something intriguing on the assassins who pursued him. Recognizing it, he murmured, "This is..." If assassins sent by Arita bore this brand, only one conclusion remained: Arita was. She knelt, her fate hanging in the balance. The text declared her a follower of the Black Mage. Her expression tight with displeasure, she admitted Elpum's party, affiliated with Cashin, shouldn't have eliminated the Hashishin. "If it concerns the prince, Commander will begin." His massive form loomed, casting a shadow over the queen. Her eyes narrowed, a hint of irritation flashing within. The commander's face contorted, his expression a mix of desperation and fear. Lord Ivok insisted he possessed a definite way to kill Elpum, begging for another chance. Arita scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain, dismissing his plea as ludicrous, declaring he had already failed. Gritting her teeth, she declared they would salvage this matter together. Commander will express his gratitude, thanking her. His eyes burning with malice, he vowed to finally kill Elpum this time. Lord Ivok clutched a document, disbelieving the queen was a follower of the Black Mage. The document warned of their deep infiltration into Orient. If he used it, he would die, not she. In the past, Cashin died, and though her identity was revealed by the letter, the followers, revealing their true colors, must have then launched a vicious attack upon. Perhaps they should abandon this place, leaving it behind. Having antagonized Arita, who is backed by the Black Mage, Orient was no longer a safe haven. Only death awaited him. It would be wise to forget the letter, securing his own safety. Separating from the throne, she might lose interest. He saw the truth, understanding its grim implications. As he had declared, he would not be using this letter. But he could not allow himself to end this way. Even now, people suffered under her tyranny, yet he could not simply give up. Left unchecked, Orient had no future, even if it meant facing something worse than the followers. He could not forsake this nation, not now. Suleiman. The veteran merchant spoke urgently. You may go back now, from here on. His voice trembled as he continued. Just now, from the royal palace. A prone figure lay bathed in an ominous glow, a heavy sense of foreboding hanging in the air. His eyes widened, disbelief flickering across his face. The grave of the prince? Could it? A memory surfaced, a title echoing in his mind. The legendary explorer, strongest in Orient. The fourth prince Sail. The text elaborated on the prince's legacy, describing him as tirelessly clearing countless gates, earning admiration from many, including the merchant. A monstrous gate loomed, radiating unsettling energy, a stark reminder of the dangers faced. The scene shifted to a desolate, bone-littered landscape, a grim testament to the prince's final resting place. The merchant's expression was grave as he spoke. About. The king's words resonated, heavy with implication. The king said it himself. The prince who clears the gate. A regal crown gleamed, bathed in ethereal light, symbolizing the throne and its power, will be the successor. Realization dawned, a chilling premonition settling in. It's her trap. It was a grim assessment, whispered in power's shadows. Princes daring to compete would be conveniently removed. But even as the words were spoken, a cautious voice cut through, suggesting they step back for now. A flicker of resolve hardened his gaze. He must act, even if it meant playing into her hand. Despite the danger, he offered his aid, a silent promise hanging in the air. The question hung heavy. Would Elpam truly extend a hand? Gratitude poured out, a torrent of thanks, but Jin's thoughts were elsewhere, haunted by a past he yearned to rewrite. A memory surfaced, a dark chapter where the followers exploited the harbor, unleashing monsters upon the land. It was a strategic point, key to the followers' insidious plan. Despite the risks, it was worth coming here, witnessing this unexpected side of Prince Cashin. A plan formed. He would place the prince at the forefront, uprooting all the followers. A chilling smile spread across his face, making a silent promise. The prince's eyes gleamed with ambition. He would make him king. The king addressed his assembled court, declaring. His voice boomed. Splendid, you've all gathered. He continued, revealing that the crown prince would be decided through the grave of the prince, requiring each candidate to enter the gate personally and retrieve the remains of Sail. First Prince Gulshan, with second Prince Makesh at his side, voiced his concern, reminding His Majesty that tradition dictated the crown prince be chosen by popular vote, based on their might and intellect, never through a gate subjugation. Third Prince Cashin, however, interjected, noting that Queen Arita had indeed suggested the kingdom was in need of change. Fifth Prince Sunjay questioned the nullification of tradition by the Queen's word, while another court member pleaded with His Majesty to reconsider, suggesting he could still withdraw his decree. Sixth Prince Arshad observed the proceedings, a clear disturbance etched upon his features. The king, dismissing their concerns with a wave of his hand, declared his word was tradition, setting the clash for the throne a week hence. He warned that giving up meant forfeiting the crown forever, advising them to find allies, before concluding his address. One prince, eager to depart, rushed after him, exclaiming, "My beautiful queen awaits me. Your Majesty, wait for me." Another prince, brow furrowed, wondered, "Arita, what are you plotting this time?" Before the assembled princes, the king's pronouncements hung heavy, a palpable tension in the air. Sweat beaded on his brow as one prince realized Arita was the true enemy, understanding they must not fight amongst themselves. He continued, asserting there was no need for internal strife. They must gather their strength to bring Arita down and reclaim Orient. Another prince, however, refused to listen, declaring he would not be dictated to. Eyes narrowed, Sunjay scoffed, questioning the sudden, fragile show of unity. He mused to himself that he could rule Orient better than anyone, vowing to become crown prince and personally bring Arita down. Frustration evident, one of the princes let out a weary sigh. Reaching out, the elder brothers offered Cashin their strength, pledging their unwavering support. Knowing he had long prepared to face Arita, they saw this as his chance to become king, believing his wisdom and strength would lead the nation to victory against her. With a grateful smile, Cashin thanked everyone for their profound trust in him. One prince offered to introduce him to a strong explorer, but Cashin assured them he had a card up his sleeve. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure declared his intent to hire a group of adventurers for the impending fight for the throne. Having laid out his terms, the cloaked prince awaited their response. The gray-haired man exploded in outrage, finding the conditions utterly preposterous. He insisted a guard would accompany them, but the prince remained unmoved. The red-haired woman noted that if Arita knew Cashin's plans, a traitor surely lurked within the kingdom. The prince, his eyes narrowing, suggested checking if they were a nuisance. Suddenly, a red energy blast erupted, aimed directly at Suleiman. The blast sent him flying, prompting shouts of alarm from the others. A cloaked figure prepared to strike again, his eyes glowing with malicious intent. The prince watched with a calculating gaze as the chaotic situation unfolded. His voice dripping with challenge, he declared that if they could defeat Devo, he would allow them to join his party. The cloaked attacker struck another figure, who cried out in disbelief. The brutal assault continued, leaving the victim reeling. Surveying the scene, the man in the cloak seemed genuinely surprised. Devo scoffed, believing his opponent to be utterly weak. Kiran remarked that they were too strong for the guards, not that the guards were weak, believing Devo would soon realize they were far ahead of him. Suleiman insisted it wasn't over yet, but Elpam assured him they would follow his lead, asking for their next step. Elpam explained that in sudden combat, one must, at the very least, be capable of self-protection. He declared that these individuals would train him. Someone questioned how they could recklessly train a country's prince, begging them to reconsider. Prince Cashin declared his unwavering resolve to reclaim Orient at all costs. He mused that for those watching and his trusting brothers, he must do whatever it takes. Clenching his fist, he resolved to do absolutely anything. Elpam supposed it couldn't be helped, though it would be tougher than actual combat. The sky stretched above, a clear blue canvas for trials ahead. He was ready, eager to proceed with the rigorous training. Swinging his sword with practiced force, Ralph threw himself into the grueling exercise. Straining under the pressure, he gritted his teeth, as Elpam urged him to grip his sword tighter, reminding him of the long road ahead and his reliance on him. His movements became a blur, each swing carrying the immense weight of his determination. Pushing himself to the absolute limit, he steadfastly refused to yield. Suleiman stumbled, the sheer force of his exertion threatening to overwhelm him despite his best efforts. The very air crackled with raw energy, a testament to the intensity of his grueling training. Catching his ragged breath, Ralph steeled himself, silently pleading for the strength to continue. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Elpam acknowledged Ralph's hard work, yet warned him against pushing too far. Unwilling to be a burden, the young man vowed to train harder still. Reassuring him, Elpam explained there was no need to worry, this rigorous training merely preparing them for the worst-case scenario. With a reassuring smile, he confirmed they would always be by his side, reminding him that while Ralph appeared a healer, he was their trusty shield. Even if he faced danger mid-battle, Elpam possessed the power for immediate healing and formidable defense. Acknowledging the talented individuals following him, Elpam lamented his inability to do anything in return. Offering a wrapped object, Sale, the scarred man with white hair, asked for his assent, promising a greater reward once this matter concluded. Kneeling before an unseen figure, a loyal servant vowed to safeguard them with all their might. The red-haired Captain Kieran suggested treating his wounds first, but Elpam found her a real pain. He insisted they go one more time, immediately after her treatment concluded. Discussing the fight for the throne, Cashin, a hooded figure, stated the royal palace had decided to make its move. Another figure, Devo, suggested murdering Abdullah, making his death a proper, chilling example. One figure exclaimed such an act would make them no different than Arita, then sharply commanded silence. Another figure stated their raised voices were meaningless, reminding them they shared but one singular mission. The group resolved to drive out the royal palace's loyal dogs, and thereby purify Orient itself. The fight for the throne had finally begun. Though some forces withdrew, they trusted Sanjay to act effectively on their behalf. Surrounded by his allies, he smirked, utterly confident in their inevitable success. Looking down upon his perceived rivals, he found it laughable that Victoria Island's ragtag forces could pose any real threat. Arshad advised against wasting energy, confident in his victory, having secured Orient's strongest explorers, the Red Scorpions. Judging by their current state, Cashin seemed a lost cause, leaving Sanjay as the sole worthy competitor. The prince's forces stood ready. Sanjay had evidently recruited the kingdom's mightiest warriors, the Karsa clan, suggesting his brother had invested considerable effort. He knew this challenge would be arduous, yet his faith in them was unshaken. You alone shall end Queen Ida's reign, restoring Orient to its rightful glory. You have all waited long enough. Who among you will be the future king, boldly clearing the prince's grave to lead Orient? Amidst this clash for the throne, Abdullah VIII declared the trial officially open. As the declaration echoed, a voice wondered if that man was truly he, remarking on his hectic nature. The map was revealed, believed to guide their path, urging all to display power and wisdom in pursuit of the king's throne. A potent symbol of power, the red flower was displayed. The group wondered if this was a map, and what it could mean, admitting even the well-informed were clueless. Focusing on the symbol, the flower was described as a bleeding figure. Its nature was further elaborated, described as crimson and dark as blood, potentially the fabled red flower. It was noted that the red flower bloomed only in specific Orient areas, the prince's grave lying within the blood-red plains where they flourished. Confident in his abilities, Cashin declared the riddle too simple to test the king's wisdom, urging his companion forward. Looking down on his competition, he considered his big brother his only true trial in this contest. With a determined gaze, a hopeful voice wished him safe passage to the gate. As the trial commenced, another figure declared their own imminent departure. Sanjay spoke into his communicator, inquiring if his boss could hear him. The message was received. Elsewhere, the prince's group located their target, he remarking on their obvious speed. He clenched his fist, vowing to prove himself worthy to his majesty, declaring himself the true heir to the throne. He then instructed his men to swiftly pass through the gate. Suddenly, the unexpected occurred. A blade slashed through the air, finding its mark. The sword continued its descent, burying itself deep within the sand. The prince stood shocked, questioning their actions against their own comrades. An archer named Sejin aimed his bow, stating their goal was Orient's restoration, not indiscriminate slaughter. Another figure, Aleska, stood ready, reminding someone not to forget that crucial detail. Standing amidst the battlefield, the group's strategy was clear. This method would send a potent warning to the royal palace. Yet, a question lingered. How would they differ from Arita if they proceeded? Turning to her companion, she questioned letting them clear the gate, wondering if it was her ploy. He assured her they had already fallen for it. In the distance, a blade arced through the air, a harbinger of impending chaos. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending Prince Cashin flying backward with a pained cry. Witnessing the destruction, he realized it was the gate, she having prepared this in advance, knowing they'd sabotage the subjugation. This trap would eliminate both the prince and the sand bandits. From above, the scale of devastation became clear, a massive crater now scarring the landscape. The blonde-haired figure insisted that instead of infighting, they must first focus on rigging more fake gates with such traps. Realizing the implications, he understood they needed to find the real grave of the prince. Aleska was told to move, as they were taking her along, just in case. Caught off guard, he cried out, insisting he had done nothing wrong. The air crackled, charged with unseen energy. Elsewhere, a figure roared, swinging a sword with deadly intent. But before the blade could fall, Prince Cashin landed a shot, eliminating the enemy with a well-placed strike. Having found the gate entrance, the group paused before the glowing portal, thankful for everyone's efforts. Considering the Mulgar Oasis was the prince's grave, Jinwoo asked how the others interpreted the picture. The picture depicted a black sky, a fallen warrior, and a red flower, which to the uninformed, appeared as simple drawing. However, the black sky signified the day the black mage attacked Ariant. On that day, Ariant's warriors desperately fought him, the fallen warrior representing their struggle, and the red flower, the blood they shed. Combining these truths, the Mulgar Oasis, site of the prince's grave, is precisely where Ariant warriors shed their blood on the day the black mage first appeared. He noted even Jinwoo sometimes relied on luck, adding he was finally starting to look human to him. Before their departure, he hesitated, wanting to speak, but Jinwoo urged him to get going already. He declared that even his own brothers would find no exception the moment they dared set foot within these walls. With a determined look, Jinwoo prepared to step through the shimmering gate. As the group approached the gate, Sejin's nervousness became palpable. A burst of raw energy emanated from the gate, signaling their imminent entry. Stepping into a new, vibrant area, Sejin remarked, believing they were the first to arrive. Aleska questioned his assumption, pointing out that others might have already arrived, given their late start. The prince interjected, suggesting they remain vigilant, for the test itself revolved around the throne. A strange, rhythmic pulse began to echo through the area, its mysterious source yet unknown. The sound intensified, prompting Sejin to question its unsettling origin. The prince recognized the sound, identifying it as the haunting melody of a flute. His expression grim, he noted something massive charging directly towards them. A monstrous mushroom loomed into view, its presence announced by a chilling cry, "Mad poison mushroom." Sejin cursed, recognizing the immediate threat, while Jean instructed the boss to block the poisonous gas. His face hardened, revealing a grim, determined expression. The monstrous mushrooms advanced, their grotesque forms menacingly closing in. A single, massive mushroom dominated the scene, its vibrant red cap promising deadly, virulent poison. A desperate scream pierced the air, signaling the dire turn of events. Surveying the scene, the group realized they were completely surrounded, overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. Shouting over the din, a voice warned them to look ahead, as monsters swarmed from every direction. Panic set in, a desperate voice urging the others to stop standing around and act. Amidst the chaos, a cry went out for Devo. His resolve hardening, Devo declared he no longer cared. The ground trembled, sending rocks and debris falling around them, as the monsters closed in. A monstrous face loomed, revealing rows of sharp teeth and deadly, grasping claws. Eyes blazing with defiance, he prepared to meet the monstrous onslaught head-on. Staring down the monster, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. As the monster lunged, a chilling realization struck. Something was terribly wrong. The monster roared, a deafening sound. The watery portal shimmered, revealing Prince Cashin and his entourage stepping through the gate. As expected, they had likely fallen into a trap, struggling helplessly. A voice whispered, "Just you wait, big brother. That's not the only present I prepared for you," he thought, his eyes glowing with dark intent, determined to prove who truly deserved the crown. Ahead, a shimmering magical barrier flickered into sudden existence, blocking their path. The situation grew dire, the relentless monsters continuing to close in, their numbers seemingly endless. High above in the canopy, a mysterious figure sat cross-legged, a flute held delicately to their lips, its haunting melody seemingly controlling the monstrous horde. Activating his see-through eye patch, Elpum confirmed he was already on the hunt, seeking the very source of that insidious sound. Another barrier flickered into being, yet the monsters, undeterred, showed no sign of slowing their relentless advance. Shouting a warning, one of the group urged them to look ahead, realizing there was no longer any room for escape. Preparing to unleash a fiery blast, the pirate captain scoffed, utterly unimpressed by the shimmering obstacles now blocking their desperate path. As the group pressed forward, Captain Kyrie urged them to trust in her plan, her voice firm. A crimson barrier flared, another shimmering obstacle in their desperate, headlong flight. With no other choice, the group was urged to simply keep running. Suddenly, the pirate captain was struck by an unseen force, crying out in a mix of pain and confusion. One of the grotesque monsters bellowed, its guttural roar questioning their perpetual predicament. The creature's raw rage echoed the unspoken sentiment of the entire beleaguered group. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure lamented having to finish someone off in such a brutal manner. He continued, expressing regret that he wouldn't witness Cashin's demise personally, yet acknowledging the grim necessity. Resigning himself, he declared with chilling finality that this would be their absolute limit. Another monster's roar echoed ominously in the distance. The endless horde began to wear on the group, one member questioning the logic, wondering why the monsters' numbers never seemed to dwindle. The situation seemed hopeless, one of them despairing that only a brilliant, sudden idea could possibly turn the tide. Elpham, standing tall amidst the chaos, remarked that this was precisely as he had expected. Big Sis declared they'd simply have to wipe them all out, frustrated by their endless reappearance whenever that bastard called. The brutal battle raged on, with no discernible end in sight. As the monsters surged forward, a devastating wave of crimson energy washed over the ravaged battlefield. Their monstrous forms contorted in pure rage, a deafening roar echoing through the ravaged, blood-soaked landscape. Deflecting the onslaught with a shimmering green barrier, Kyrie gritted her teeth, realizing the dire truth. TCH, I suppose there's no other way. The monsters' cores glowed ominously, a chilling reminder of their relentless nature. Their cores are in their chests. Finish them in an instant. Unleashing a torrent of emerald energy, she fought with unwavering resolve. There are still more of them. Hold on. High above the chaos, perched amongst the ruins, a figure cloaked in red observed the unfolding battle, murmuring, "We'll definitely get an opportunity if we continue fighting." A sinister glint in their eye, the cloaked figure spoke with chilling calm. "We have to wait until the bastard reveals themselves." Gathering power, the figure prepared to unleash a devastating, unseen attack. Wiping sweat from her brow, Big Sis finally found her target. "Phew, finally found you. You peeping Tom." With a flick of the wrist, the cloaked figure unleashed a wave of crimson energy. "Is it you?" A look of grim determination crossed his face, preparing for what was to come. "The one who's been screwing with us this entire time." His eye narrowed, focusing intently on the approaching, insidious threat. With a burst of speed and power, Devo carved through the remaining monsters, his strikes leaving trails of glowing orange energy in their wake. The monstrous horde was utterly obliterated, leaving him standing amidst the carnage. Catching his breath, Devo declared, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "It's all done. I solved it." A small voice observed his apparent success. Another voice erupted, furious. "You broke it? That was worth a fortune." He retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. "Isn't it obvious?" Grinning still, the group continued their arduous journey. They soon found themselves crossing a narrow, precarious bridge. A determined look hardened on one traveler's face, the scratches on his face hinting at a brutal, unfinished encounter. An eerie tune then filled the air, signaling something wicked approaching. Red energy pulsed outwards, a malevolent force spreading through the forest. The red-haired woman gritted her teeth, sensing the atmospheric shift. His eyes widened in disbelief, the pain almost unbearable as Elpham cried out. Surrounded by a crimson aura, he was assaulted by an unseen force, wondering how he still lived. Orange energy crackled around the weapon, yet the situation made no sense to him. Wiping blood from his brow, Jinwoo steeled himself for another round. The landscape warped and shifted, a cruel reminder of their trap in a loop of undying enemies. His face contorted in a silent scream, the shock still fresh. Standing beside the strange snail creature, he prepared for what was next. It was the snail field boss, Devo, who had arrived. Hacking and slashing, Jinwoo found himself still locked in combat with grotesque monsters. Whether dream or reality, he could not tell. With a final burst of energy, one of the creatures exploded. His eyes widened. Something was clearly amiss. A gasp escaped her lips, Elpham equally shocked. With a soft whoosh, the monsters began to vanish. Swirling into nothingness, they disappeared completely. Holding a glowing staff, the man stated they hadn't existed at all. Confused, Jinwoo demanded an explanation. He realized they'd been easily tricked. The flute-wielding enemies never existed. Even the second gate and the mad poison mushrooms chasing them were mere illusions. Crashing to pieces, the totem was destroyed, revealing it created all the illusions. Captain Kirin, her eyes scanning the ancient text, pondered its true nature. Is it an item? The explanation continued, revealing an installment-type item, poisoning victims with odorless smoke, thereby inducing vivid illusions. Jean realized, with a jolt, that ever since entering the gate, they had been ensnared by the totem's deceptive illusions. The blonde-haired woman pressed forward, her two companions trailing cautiously behind her. The text further revealed their grim predicament. They had been circling aimlessly this entire time. Only Mano, the snail pet, remained unaffected, and using its unique item detection characteristics, it had pinpointed the totem's exact location for him. Thanks to Mano, they escaped the illusions, prompting him to exclaim his profound relief and gratitude to the little creature. Jean admitted he couldn't discern if his brothers or Arita had laid the trap, but he hadn't anticipated such elaborate preparations, lamenting the time lost. The purple-haired woman mused grimly, realizing that at this rate, her brothers would have already. A brilliant yellow light pulsed, illuminating the two figures standing resolutely before it. They would need to push harder, making up for lost ground. Elpum, the white-haired man, affirmed, entrusting the task to Jean, for they could not afford to fall behind, regardless of their foes. The totem lay shattered, its insidious power utterly nullified. Deep within the forest, a group of figures pressed onward, navigating the dense foliage. Arriving at their destination, one figure declared, "This is the third gate. All that remains now is the boss." Another voice cut in, correcting him. "No, there's something else." The first figure, irritation lacing his tone, demanded, "What? What are you suddenly talking about?" The second figure responded, assuring him it wouldn't hinder their progress. "Let us go." Back in the palace, Prince Cashin's eyes narrowed with fury, muttering, "These Karsa clan bastards, acting on their own whims." A figure in a red hood informed him, "Have you heard the rumor? The first and second princes forfeited the fight for the throne." The hooded figure continued, musing, "Forfeit? They crave the throne so desperately then. What happened? Perhaps they simply got cold feet." Alone, the prince sat amidst a scattering of empty bottles. His face contorted with rage, he seethed, "Foolish first and second princes. How could they abandon the throne, blindly trusting Cashin?" But what displeased him most was, Arita extended her hand, asking Sanjay to lend her his strength. He scoffed, thinking she shouldn't make him laugh. Becoming king was something he could never bear to see. She casually remarked he'd catch a cold sitting on that cold floor. He questioned what brought Queen Arita to his room, demanding her departure for entering without permission. She replied, finding him cold, especially as she was ready to encourage him before leaving for the fight. Sanjay questioned if it wasn't time she made proper preparations, wondering what she had just said. A flashback revealed Prince Cashin had brought the album party of Gaypur, country bumpkins from Victoria, yet with a splendid record. She stated it wouldn't be him who became king, but the other prince. Though she supposed he wouldn't, she did not wish for that outcome. Arita continued, telling him she believed he was more suitable for kingship than the other prince. Despite the contempt he faced for his lowly birth, he had silently strived for Arian's sake, proving his sincerity. Her crimson eyes gleaming with ambition, she wondered aloud if he should truly be the sole successor. Her smile widening, she questioned if he needed another puppet, like her father, to control him. Her voice dripped with honeyed invitation, telling him to visit her anytime. Turning away, her gown trailing, Arita mused she might be using Cashin, but could always dispose of him if necessary. His eyes gleaming dangerously, Sanjay declared he'd gladly play along to her tune. Meanwhile, in a verdant forest, her subordinates discussed the Karsa clan, acknowledging their formidable skills and arrogance. Their mission clear, they affirmed it was what their master, Lady Arita, needed. One subordinate, his face contorted in anger, exclaimed it was the same woman who entrusted them all to him. His rage barely contained, he shouted Arita's name, while his companion reflected he had sided with her. With grudging respect, one admitted he had managed to pass through their trap. Acknowledging his cunning, the other subordinate conceded he devised an interesting trick. Without the Elpum party, he would have been done for good. One of her subordinates remarked, "These guys aren't half bad, huh?" She continued, stating it couldn't be helped. 3 would deal with the Elpum party, while the rest sought Lady Arita's item. With a sudden burst of speed, a figure dashed forward. A subordinate questioned their leader, "What's happening, boss?" The boss roared he would pursue them, ordering the others to protect the prince. Arita observed Elpum departing, noting it was for the best, as he was their sole threat. She vowed to make him regret not perishing in the trap. Sanjay, grasping a glowing object, was questioned about his alliance with her. Drawing his sword, he was reminded of the brothers' oath to reclaim Ariat. The tension mounted, focusing on a character's intense gaze. From the darkness, glowing eyes peered out as Cashin declared nothing had changed. One woman declared her intent to reclaim Ariat uniquely, while the other replied she merely needed Arita for her scheme. A determined figure stood ready, their resolve unwavering. Standing over a fallen figure, the character's voice was cold. "Not you." Looking down, she stood ready. Without warning, an unseen blow sent Prince Cashin reeling. The impact threw him back, his body twisting violently midair. A searing golden energy attack slammed into him, intensifying his agony. Watching the brutal assault, Arita remained impassive. The prince was engulfed in a blinding explosion, its force threatening to tear him apart. Sent hurtling through the air, he struggled to regain his bearings. Another strike connected, further compounding his injuries. Finally, the attacker revealed himself, a hulking figure shrouded in a dark hood, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The hooded figure lunged, his massive fist crashing into the prince. Arita cried out, "Prince!" The blow landed with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the ground. The hooded assailant continued his relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain. Staggering back, bloodied and bruised, Cashin gasped at the immense power. With a furious yell, the blonde-haired figure brought their blade down. Meeting the blow head-on, Arita defiantly shouted, "Not gonna happen." The impact's force sent her reeling, making her grunt in pain. Quick to respond, Arita fired her gun, yelling, "Shit, just stay still for once." But the bullets deflected with ease, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief. The blonde-haired figure pressed their advantage, thrusting their weapon down towards the pirate. Arita's eyes widened, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. Towering over her, Lord Ivok smirked, noting she was the last one standing. With a surge of defiance, Arita retaliated with a sword attack of her own. Unleashing a flurry of blows, she fought with renewed determination. A sneer twisting his lips, Jinwoo demanded his opponent surrender, the fight already decided. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, the Dark Lord pressed his advantage, seeking a swift end. His blade a blur of motion, Jinwoo mocked Elpum, reminding him no aid would come, no matter how he stalled. Continuing his relentless assault, the Dark Lord declared, his voice echoing, that it was time to end this. Preparing the final blow, Jinwoo shouted, vowing to end the conflict in that very moment. Before he could strike, Elpum suddenly countered, a swift, unexpected move. With a sudden burst of speed, the adventurer landed a devastating, bone-jarring punch. The blow's force sent Jinwoo reeling, blood splattering from his mouth in a crimson spray. Staggering back, the Dark Lord, caught off guard by Elpum's unorthodox style, questioned his opponent's eccentric movements. Barely comprehending the sudden turn, Jinwoo could only mutter, his voice thick with disbelief. The devastating blow landed, shocking Jinwoo as he recognized the Cashin he once knew. Each strike, carrying the weight of a mountain, left Jinwoo reeling from the relentless onslaught. Sent hurtling through the air, he struggled, desperately trying to regain his footing. Dusting himself off, Jinwoo apologized, admitting he hadn't been truly fighting until now. With a sinister smile, Cashin beckoned him forward, promising to demonstrate an older brother's authority. Planting his feet firmly, he braced himself, anticipating the next attack. Cashin roared, quit acting so arrogant, as he unleashed another devastating, bone-shattering blow. The impact's force sent him staggering backward, barely maintaining his precarious balance. From the shadows, a figure watched with cold calculation, urging patience despite the chilling air. Raising a weapon wreathed in flames, Cashin prepared to deliver what he intended as the final strike. The observer's eye narrowed, remarking that there was no need for such excessive shivering. With a sinister grin, Cashin promised the air would soon grow considerably warmer. A grunt of pain escaped him. The relentless strikes kept coming, unlike anything he'd heard. What manner of monsters were these, defying all known logic? The relentless, brutal assault continued without pause, a storm of blows. Another attack landed, its force devastating, shaking him to his core. This is the end. Sanjay, a whisper from a forgotten past. I don't want to hurt you, a memory whispered. The child from those shared childhood memories wasn't this kind of person, not this monster. Memories? No, don't mess with me, he snarled internally. The memories flooded back, a torrent of pain, fueling his rage. From the day his mother led him to the royal palace, every day had been hell. His peasant blood, a constant mark, meant only avoiding being cast away. No one accepted them. And Cashin, you're exactly the same, he realized. In the depths of Cashin's memories, a painful truth echoed. They were mere toys to those in power. The weight of rejection, a constant companion, reminded him he was never truly accepted. His face contorted in anguish, Cashin cried out, declaring that nothing could change now. Back in the present, Jinwoo unleashed a devastating strike. The force of the blow shattered the very ground beneath them. His attack manifested as a surge of crimson energy, a testament to his overwhelming power. The impact sent tremors through the battlefield, like a violent earthquake. The suddenness of the assault left no room for respite. A monstrous visage of red energy loomed over the scene. The relentless onslaught continued to ravage the surroundings. The sheer terror of the moment was palpable as the attack intensified. The aftermath of the strike left a trail of destruction in its wake. Clinging precariously to the monstrous structure, Cashin heard his brother's voice calling out to him. Refusing his help, he declared he would rather die. A memory surfaced, a plea from the past echoing in his mind. The scene shifted to a younger Sanjay, being asked to care for his son. The memory continued, the younger Cashin questioning Sanjay's actions. Haunted by past scars, he relived the pain that had consumed him. A determined look crossed Sanjay's face, vowing to set him straight. Sanjay recalled never knowing his mother's face, yet always caring for Cashin as if he were his own. Smiling warmly, he declared he would lead Cashin to the right path, as his older brother. Refusing to believe him, Cashin remained held firmly by Sanjay, who vowed never to let him go. Driven by a promise to their mother, his resolve remained unshaken. Reflecting on his past, Cashin wondered if he was blinded by hatred, imposing a yoke upon himself, casting aside his mother's will. But having come too far, Sanjay refused to turn back. He struggled to his feet. He looked up, his eye twitched. I was going to send you off in a single blow. Sanjay gritted his teeth, calling him stubborn. Cashin reached out, calling out Sanjay's name. Stop. Why can't you realize, he reasoned, explaining this was all according to Arita's wishes. I don't care, Cashin shouted, whether it's Arita or whoever else. As long as I can become king and take revenge on this rotten nation that persecuted me, he cried, calling Cashin's name. Cashin wondered what he could do to stop him. Gripping the bloody knife, he remembered his promise to their mother. Was that truly his choice? Would he offer this land to Arita, becoming a king blinded by vengeance? If that's what he truly desired. His face contorted with anguish, Sanjay declared he could not let him be. The name echoed in his mind. Sanjay. If this continued, Sanjay would surely become a mere puppet to Arita. Becoming a tyrant, he would torment many, a monster doing anything to achieve his goals. In that case, he resolved, he would stop him. He pleaded with Prince Kashin, begging him to guide Sanjay to the right path, vowing to stop him. He declared Sanjay was his older brother. Raising the knife, he prepared to strike. Then, blood splattered across the scene. The blood continued to flow, painting a grim, crimson picture. Kashin urged him to run, to flee this instant. His eyes widened in fear, the gravity of the situation crashing down upon him. Turning his back, he declared there was no need for concern. The bloodied figure, resolute, vowed to protect the kingdom and its people. His resolve hardening, he was prepared to spill his brother's blood with his own hands. Tears streamed down his face, yet his grim decision was made. Antagonist Sale dismissed all concern for others, swiftly deciding what must be prioritized above all else. The owner of that prickly mana was detected, and it could only be. Damn it, he muttered. What are they planning? The detection spell had been pointing to it, confirming they'd found their target. The target, a ruler of space, a psychic drain. An item capable of manipulating matter, even distorting space with its powerful psychokinesis. With this, Commander Will's plans would soon be fulfilled. However, it appeared to be sealed. Someone's life must be offered on that altar to deactivate the seal, a simple, yet powerful spell. A sacrifice, they say. This confirms bringing this one was the right decision. How troubling, he mused. You are only martyrs in name. What of other methods? Even if they exist, he continued, must we choose the difficult path instead? A voice echoed, don't feel so wronged. Be thankful you will die for his plan. The cloaked figure stood amidst floating orbs of dark energy, a sinister aura emanating, their purpose unknown. Another cloaked figure appeared, shrouded in purple energy, declaring, I still had some use for you. The masked figure whispered in disbelief, but this couldn't be helped. Recoiling, antagonist Sale questioned, Who? Who are you? Dealt with us in seconds. A mere subordinate of Arita wouldn't. The masked figure responded with chilling calm. Have this much power. You are. Don't feel so wronged. This was inevitable. His grip tightened, but more importantly, he declared with unwavering conviction, Be thankful you will give your lives for my plan instead. A burst of energy erupted, obliterating him in a blinding flash. With the sacrifice complete, he stated, the seal immediately came off the moment I offered it. The masked figure declared, the preparations are now complete. With this, a new opportunity presented itself. That ferocious mana. You're not even trying to hide it now, are you? Why? Did you show yourself again? Mio was being carried. Come on, Prince, a voice urged. Get running a bit faster. You're just a burden, not a prince, he exclaimed. And my apologies, but escorting is your job. The prince's legs couldn't keep up, even if he wanted to. A monstrous plant declared it would leave his highness to Devo. As the plant spoke, a vine whipped out with incredible speed. Someone exclaimed in amazement, while another voice dismissed the need for fuss. The second voice continued, noting the plant's only asset was its size, lacking tough defenses or elemental attacks, making it no match. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Someone gasped, questioning what they were seeing. A desperate plea rang out, as someone cried for help, insisting they were still alive. The monstrous plant loomed, its maw gaping wide as a figure plummeted towards its depths. A gruesome display unfolded, blood splattering across the scene. A character looked on in horror, barely able to utter a sound. The monstrous plant stood tall, a silent predator amidst the chaos. From within its depths, agonized screams echoed, a chilling chorus of terror. TCH, disgusting, a voice spat, get out of my sight. The monster's maw opened wide, revealing a swirling vortex of raw energy. It lunged forward, a terrifying mass of teeth and claws. A desperate shout pierced the air. Minner, a voice cried, as an explosion erupted. A figure murmured thanks, warning them to watch out, noting the monster's changed behavior. The monster unleashed another attack, red energy crackling around its form. A close-up revealed the character's intense, unwavering gaze. An energy blast erupted, tearing through the air. It had mimicked the axe-wielding woman's skill. It could copy the skills of any human it devoured. This is bad, a voice exclaimed. Its behavior pattern just shifted completely. The prince cursed under his breath, realizing something had gone terribly wrong. As the ground trembled, he urged them to hurry and run. Far away, two figures discussed the situation, confirming their departure for the subjugation. Offering an item, the prince urged someone to take it. It's the Phoenix Wand, he explained, a powerful artifact. He'd heard it could cast a hyper heal, recovering any wound, and believed they could wield its power. He wondered if giving such a valuable item was acceptable, but he only offered it because it was them. He told them they must return alive, for as they were, they would become king. A monstrous figure appeared, its voice rumbling, Sale? The figure knelt before the monster, who questioned their inability to rest properly here. The monstrous entity loomed, its voice a guttural echo. Its question hung in the air, as it towered over the prince. With a devastating blow, the towering creature sent him flying. His expression twisted in pain, the prince reached out. Witnessing the brutal attack, shock registered on the faces of onlookers. A close-up revealed the intensity, the sheer will burning in Arita's eyes. A sinister grin spread across her face, a silent promise of retribution. emanating a dark, oppressive aura. Its chilling presence posed an unspoken, dreadful question. A desperate cry tore through the air, someone screaming the prince's name, fueled by terror. The antagonist monster stood triumphant, its colossal form radiating an undeniable, terrifying power. The Dark Lord Jean cursed under his breath, a grim realization dawning that something had gone terribly wrong. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, he sent Prince Cashin flying with a devastating kick. Gazing up from the ground, he wondered if this was truly a losing deal. But before he could dwell on it, he was already back on his feet, launching a fresh assault. From above, a voice screamed Ralph's name. The monstrous entity roared in agony, taking the full brunt of the relentless attack. From the sidelines, Prince Cashin was urged to get a grip, questioned if he truly wished to die here. Grimacing, the prince apologized, blaming himself for Ralph's condition, but was swiftly told not to talk nonsense. Eyes blazing with renewed resolve, the prince declared that Ralph was still alive. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the prince continued his furious assault. A flashback revealed a red-haired figure, noting that unlike when it swallowed others, Ralph's form hadn't appeared. Unwilling to let up, Jean continued his relentless assault, each blow carrying the weight of his determination. His attacks rained down, a furious barrage of strikes leaving trails of orange energy in their wake. Each strike landed with brutal force, the Dark Lord focusing his attacks on the creature's head. A guttural roar tore through the air, Ralph's agony echoing as he endured the relentless onslaught. The assault continued unabated, the hunter's relentless strikes aimed at the same vulnerable point. Another earth-shattering roar erupted, the monster's pain intensifying with each passing moment. Elsewhere, a new player entered the fray. Devo, with fiery red hair, declared, "This is our chance." Determined to rescue their comrade, he prepared to strike, knowing they must cut open the beast's belly, no matter the cost. Back in the thick of it, Jean continued his relentless assault, each blow carrying the weight of his determination. Preparing to strike, Devo aimed at the monstrous creature. With a burst of speed, he launched his attack. As the battle raged on, he continued his assault, his movements now tinged with a strange green energy. The battle raged on, he continued his relentless assault, blood flying with every strike. But something shifted, a strange green energy coalescing around Ralph's severed legs. His eye widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he muttered, This is insane." The green energy intensified, his severed legs now fully restored. A yellow aura flared around him, the monster's power surging as he realized. They've regenerated? The regeneration completed, the wounds vanishing as if they had never existed. Seeing his opponent restored, Jean gritted his teeth, a surge of frustration washing over him. Oh, damn it. His grip tightened on his weapon, the Dark Lord's eyes burning with renewed fury as he snarled, "Stop." But before he could strike again, a blinding flash of energy erupted between them, a voice booming, "I said stop." Devo stood between the two combatants, arms outstretched, halting Jin's advance with a surge of power. Deep within the monster's form, a fist clenched, radiating a destructive energy. The force of whatever was happening inside sent shockwaves through the creature. Confusion set in. The forms of those it had consumed began to surface. Deeper still, whatever it was. The monster's agony intensified. A figure emerged from the depths. Recognition dawned. It was Ralph. He admitted. Now free, he wondered. Emerging from the remains of the creature, Ralph's face was visible, covered in grime and determination. Someone observed the scene, uttering in disbelief, what is this?" Analyzing the situation, another noted, the devoured adventurer and the activated item. A sinister grin spread across a face, as he remarked, "This just got interesting, didn't it?" Holding a glowing orb, someone questioned, "Why is everyone just standing there?" A memory surfaced, a lamenting voice echoing, "Your father returned from work, yet no child welcomed him. This is so sad I could weep." Looking intently, another wondered, could that item belong to Sale? A voice declared with finality, having ripped out all corpses and items, leaving the thing an empty shell, unable to use skills. Standing ready, a figure announced. In other words, break time is over. Preparing for what was to come, another simply stated, "So, then." With a sigh of relief, a weary voice whispered, "I can finally rest a bit, right? Now go win." Offering reassurance, someone simply said, "Don't worry." Having just burst free from the monster's form, Ralph declared he would finish it in an instant. Hoping to rally the others, the white-haired figure pleaded for everyone's help. The monstrous form loomed, a terrifying reminder of the threat they faced. Gathering power, the figure, surrounded by a blue aura, begged for her brother's suffering to end. The monster's maw glowed with an ominous light, ready to unleash its power. Driven by desperation, a voice declared they must end it all. Raising his weapon high, a warrior prepared to strike a decisive blow. Energy exploded outward, a sign of the battle's intensity. The ground trembled as the energy surged, a testament to the power unleashed. A close-up revealed a face contorted with determination, ready to face the challenge ahead. Looking up with concern, the white-haired figure uttered, "My brother." With unwavering loyalty, the white-haired figure whispered, "My king." The monstrous figure loomed large, its presence a stark reminder of the battle ahead. A voice echoed, promising a final rest. The figure with the flaming weapon observed, noting one side of the conflict was finished. A question hung in the air, wondering if it was time to begin on their end. But then, a voice declared that everything had changed. The silver-haired figure stated with conviction that someone needed to die here, naming Elpum. An enraged voice boomed, calling him an insolent fool for daring to try and kill him without permission. The figure questioned if they even understood what they were about to do, adding that he had no intention of helping them. A sharp rebuke cut through the tension, demanding silence and questioning their knowledge. The figure insisted that his will didn't matter, declaring him a necessary vessel. Confusion clouded the silver-haired figure's face as he repeated the word vessel in disbelief. The scene shifted to a cloaked figure, revealing the Black Mage's plan, which he had prepared for 800 years. His voice dripping with malice, he declared there was no helping it. He had no use for a chess piece that wouldn't obey. As a massive hand loomed over him, he could only utter a desperate, "Wait." His face contorted in agony. He screamed that he would do it. Clutching his staff, he begged Lord Arcarium for one more chance, to prove he was more useful than the other. His eyes widening with a manic resolve, he vowed that he would become the vessel. His face a mask of desperation, he gritted his teeth. Holding a glowing orb, he prepared to act. His gaze intense, he thought to himself that he could become a special being. Focusing his power, he declared, "You too." As the energy swirled around him, he questioned who was more suitable to be the vessel. His expression hardening, he declared that he didn't care about anything. His eyes narrowed, he muttered, something like that. A violent eruption of energy tore through the air, the clash of orange and purple hues creating a chaotic spectacle. The energies intensified, converging into a blinding central burst that threatened to consume everything. A swirling vortex of raw energy crackles, radiating immense power. Surveying the field of crude, rocky constructs, Jinwoo wondered if this was all his opponent could muster, questioning the repeated use of such obvious tactics. He taunted, a challenge in his voice. "Don't you ever improve?" But before his words could fully leave his lips, a blinding flash of green energy erupted from the ground. The air shimmered, distorting the very light around the point of its violent origin. The blast's force sent shockwaves rippling outwards, threatening to destabilize the entire arena. His gaze shifting, Jinwoo seemed unconcerned by the sudden display of power. A flicker of amusement danced across his face, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. His hand glowed with an ethereal light, gathering ambient mana into a concentrated sphere. As the energy coalesced, he remarked with a knowing smirk, "Surely you know I wouldn't use such obvious tactics?" Unleashing the pent-up power, a cataclysmic explosion of blue energy engulfed the battlefield. Surveying the aftermath, Jinwoo found the green puddle nothing more than a waste of time. Why not quit testing the waters, he mused. Apologizing, a voice whispered, claiming it wasn't meant to feel that way. He noted the strange sensation, akin to telekinetic powers, feeling himself drawn in just before his attack landed. Something ominous emanated from that ring. Well, Jinwoo decided, he'd check for himself. All right, he thought, time to put on his best show. A guttural grunt escaped him. The air crackled with raw power, purple energy surging from the depths. Surrounded by the ominous aura, Elpum felt the palpable shift in the atmosphere. A voice echoed, laced with disbelief, questioning the impossible. As the energy intensified, the white-haired adventurer declared he wasn't targeting Elpum. A vortex of darkness opened, a psychic drain ready to consume everything. Overwhelmed by the transcendental skill, Elpum struggled against the encroaching darkness. A counterattack brewed as Jinwoo gritted his teeth, acknowledging that telekinesis was still telekinesis. If he used the same telekinetic powers, the Dark Lord intended to counter it. A voice boomed, demanding if they were deaf as a telekinetic barrier shattered. Hadn't he just claimed nothing could be done in this realm? Elpum's expression was one of pure disbelief. To dominate a realm meant to dominate its energy, the mana in the air, even gravity itself. With others' telekinetic powers, Jinwoo had been made complete. The Dark Lord declared himself a special being, one the Black Magician desired. His power surged, cracking the very ground beneath him. A strange eye patch covered one eye, yet his expression remained intense. The dark energy continued to build, threatening to consume everything around him. Antagonist Jin's chilling laugh echoed, proclaiming his triumph. His eyes gleamed with dark intent, declaring himself the new vessel. The Dark Lord stood amidst the chaos, his presence dominating the battlefield. Arcarium, the last explorer, gritted his teeth, conceding he couldn't fight him with his current skills. A surge of chaotic energy erupted, a mix of vibrant green and electric blue. Elpum stood shocked, questioning the attack's nonsensical nature, noting his elements were fire and telekinesis. The Dark Lord unleashed a torrent of green energy, employing poison breath. The last explorer's eyes widened, recalling that mages could only wield two elements, a fundamental rule of their world. With a surge of power, antagonist Jin declared no one could ignore the rules. Unleashing a torrent of fire, he made the landscape erupt in a blazing inferno. Debris rained down as the flame's intensity intensified. The fire burned with unearthly ferocity, consuming everything in its path. Gathering another force, he watched a new energy coalesce. A swirling vortex of fire exploded, engulfing the area in a chaotic dance of destruction. His eyes burning with determination, antagonist Jin muttered, "It doesn't matter." Holding a ball of purple energy, he scoffed, declaring a poison skill alone would change nothing. His gaze intensified, questioning if it was 2 or 3 elements, confident his power was overwhelming. Holding a green orb crackling with energy, antagonist Jean asked, "Who said I only have 3 elements?" Unleashing a torrent of lightning, he made the air crackle with raw power. A flashback began, revealing that by coincidence, before his regression, he gained his second circle. He realized he could use an element beyond telekinesis and fire. At the second circle, he obtained poison. At the third, ice. He gained more elements with each circle, naming this rule-transcending power, All Master. Now, at his fourth circle, someone wondered aloud, "How can you?" He didn't know why this power was given, or its purpose. But in this life, he would change everything with it. A voice cried out for him to disappear, thinking of the future he would forge, and the one he once knew. He declared that Mio did not exist. Blue lightning crackled with immense power. Surrounded by the electric energy, Mio gritted his teeth. The lightning intensified. The power descended. A voice boomed, questioning if he believed he could replace Elpum. Determined, he thought he could do it, proving more useful than the uncontrollable Elpum, becoming the vessel too. A disembodied voice responded, finding Jinwoo's determination intriguing, challenging him to act if he dared. The voice declared this a crucial test, demanding he prove his worth. The stakes were absolute. The vanquished would become mere sustenance for the victor. Gazing into Mio's single, piercing eye, Jinwoo's reflection stared back. A voice mused, believing he was never truly meant to be what Arcarum had originally envisioned. Gathering immense power, Jinwoo focused his raw energy into a shimmering, concentrated sphere. Unleashing the built-up force, a blinding, searing light erupted from his hands. The raw energy coalesced rapidly, taking on an undeniably destructive, volatile form. The attack intensified, a furious torrent of magical power surging relentlessly forward. Emerging from the forest's depths, a cloaked figure observed, "Looks like you took care of it." The figure then called out, "Elpum." A worried voice inquired about injuries, receiving a quick assurance that only Ralph had succumbed to exhaustion, though another noted their treatment of him was excessive. Someone urged them to follow, having discovered the exit gate. Another voice responded with a relieved, "Oh, nice one." A blinding light erupted, momentarily disorienting them. Wiping sweat from his brow, the adventurer sighed, "Phew. It's finally over. Now we just need to reach the Polydash." But before he could finish, a look of shock and dread washed over his face. A voice boomed, what the hell?" Before them, a group of figures stood silhouetted in a cave entrance, their intentions unknown. A man stepped forward, declaring, "We've been waiting for you, third Prince Cashin." But before Elpum could take another step, his path was suddenly blocked. A voice warned that if he moved even a finger, the prince would be dead. Sweat beading on his brow, Elpum cursed under his breath. From atop his mount, Prince Cashin observed the scene, recognizing something about the situation. He wondered if these figures truly cleared the gate, considering even Sala hadn't returned. A man declared their group's mission, to save Orient from Arita's influence. The symbol of the Sand Shadow Unit appeared, an organization rumored to aid citizens. The man continued, his voice filled with conviction, stating they fought corruption and the nobles. Prince Cashin acknowledged hearing of them, noting that despite differing positions, their goals seemed aligned. A figure stated the nation was rotten to its roots, corrupted by Abdullah, who Arita manipulated. The figure continued, describing corrupt nobles, extorted citizens, and royals who had forgotten their roles. The man shouted their resolve. No need for the royals. They would dismantle the monarchy and establish a new order. With a declaration of independence, a Sand Shadow Unit member emphasized their resolve to forge a new nation, even lacking a key element. Held captive, Prince Cashin could only utter a desperate plea to his brother. The Sand Shadow Unit member explained they needed to eliminate 2,000 royal knights to reach Abdullah, a feat impossible until now. Standing against swirling clouds, the Sand Shadow Unit member revealed the princes were the key to their plans. The terms were laid bare. The prince who passed their test would enter the palace without restriction. The Sand Shadow Unit member declared they needed only one prince, one to end the test with the relic and guide them, while the other could live a quiet, isolated life. The focus narrowed, zeroing in on the intensity in his eyes as he considered the other option. Desperate and terrified, Prince Cashin offered to help, fearing he would die here. The Sand Shadow Unit member stated the role's occupant was irrelevant, so long as the relic was present, promising Cashin safety if he kept his word. Tied up and pleading, Prince Cashin begged Ralph to speak, fearing their lost opportunity, but Ralph remained silent. The prince declared he could not cooperate if allowing them into the palace meant the monarchy's elimination. Raising a golden blade, a Sand Shadow Unit member expressed disgust, claiming his greed for the throne had consumed him, vowing his death here. The Sand Shadow Unit continued their assault, Zainer unleashing a blast of energy at the prince. The air crackled, thick with the scent of ozone and spilled blood. Eyes narrowed. He seemed to be questioning something. Ireska shouted, moving to intercept, but the Sand Shadow Unit captain remained resolute, declaring his actions wrong. A voice echoed, insisting that eliminating corrupt King Abdullah and Arita was justified, but killing the princes was not. The argument continued, one side claiming all royals were tainted, their bloodline corrupt. The concept of a dirty bloodline hung heavy in the air. Someone retorted, demanding if they realized they were insulting Sala with such words. The attack continued, but the words seemed to have struck a nerve. A figure reminded them, asking if they'd forgotten the one who gave them strength against injustice and created their group. The speaker emphasized their goal was to give voice to the people, not to kill every royal. The man reflected, realizing he had formed the group and always believed he was fit to be king. The Sand Shadow unit stood in the desert, the mission's weight heavy, as one urged reconsideration, invoking his name. Despite being a prince, Zainer insisted the prince did everything for them, believing him fit to be king. His words hung in the air, but another unit member countered, suggesting their actions might defy the founder's desires. The tension ratcheted up as the stark reminder echoed. He is dead. The spiky-haired man argued their purpose was to sever the rotten parts and forge a new nation, questioning their ability to achieve such a monumental task. The discussion grew heated, a voice demanding what came after Abdullah's death. Did he truly believe 2,000 royal knights would suddenly welcome them? The spiky-haired man declared, his voice grim. You'll all just die there. His words were met with desperation. Another member pleading that their plan, to kill Arita and all royals, then die, sounded less like revolution, more like suicide. The blonde-haired man retorted, it sounds like terrorism. He questioned what the other member could possibly know. He continued, arguing that bringing down the monarchy before death would achieve their goal, if they didn't care about endangering Aryan citizens. The spiky-haired man was taken aback, asked if he truly believed killing Arita would resolve everything, then called naive. Zainer stated Arita wasn't the sole problem, others controlled her. She wondered if more unseen forces were at play. Doubting recent events, the scene shifted to a desert, Arita's true goals hanging heavy in the air, a silent, unsettling question. His expression grim, Jean stated his belief that Arian's Queen Arita was solely responsible. The conversation shifted, someone suggesting Arita followed the Black Magician, a claim met with immediate disbelief. The narrative shifted to a shadowy figure, revealing his followers had appeared at Lith Harbor, their influence undeniably spreading. The scene changed to a grand structure, the words reached Orient, echoing ominously in the air. If true, Jean realized Arita's death meant their own, setting a trap for their enemies. The white-haired man explained that an internal conflict, sparked by the followers, would shatter the kingdom's power, leaving the masses to suffer. Focusing on a jeweled turban, the narrative emphasized their target remained the king while he lived. Hating public exposure, they chose this circuitous path. Reflecting, the speaker noted this was a roundabout way to approach Abdullah. The white-haired man warned that followers would emerge, making it far worse than Lith Harbor. He apologized, stating the king had failed them. Though he desired no sinful throne, the country needed succession, not revolution. The scene shifted to Prince Cashin, who had cleared the prince's tomb. The masked figure stated he was better than this garbage, if that was the only way to change Orient without conflict. Turning his gaze away, Cashin explained that driving away Abdullah to become king meant embracing immense hatred. His expression hardening, he questioned how they could believe he'd be different if Abdullah was corrupt. Cashin replied he'd also become corrupt, but for his side. In a flashback, Jinwoo declared he could be killed without hesitation, intending to keep himself on a leash. He asked Cashin why he did this. The question hung in the air. Cashin thought, it's the duty of a royal. He asked why he was doing all of this. He continued, questioning what he meant. The flashback continued, Cashin stating they resented him due to prejudices against royals. Yet, he gave them names and strength. He wondered why, risking being labeled a national traitor. He asked why he risked his life for them, why he was so kind. He scoffed at the ridiculous question. Because it was simply his royal duty. A hand clenched, Sala preparing to trust him once more. Their hands met, sealing the deal. The word duty hung in the air. The scene shifted to a grand palace, the question of his possession of Saleh's relic lingering. Sala confirmed, yes, this is it. Examining the relic closely, it was definitely Saleh's. He reflected on Arita's words, unsure what to do or where she was. Clearing his throat, Sala declared he had won. Cashin was now his heir. The prince was taken aback as Sala revealed he was wrong. He wasn't his father, nor his heir. Saleh's words hung heavy, leaving Cashin in shock. Turning from the throne, Cashin spoke, his voice echoing through the hall. His eyes narrowed, focusing on someone distant. The prince's tone, laced with accusation, called out a name. His expression hardening, the prince declared, his words ringing with newfound authority. The white-haired dignitary, his fur collar prominent, declared. As heavy drapes began to part, he announced his intent to open them. Revealing a blinding light, the rustling fabric filled the air. The curtains continued to draw back, slowly unveiling the throne room's grandeur. With a determined stride, the white-haired man advanced towards the throne, flanked by onlookers. His ornate robe trailed behind him, its intricate details hinting at his high status. Nearby, two men exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions hinting at secrets and anticipation. The air crackled with unspoken tension as they watched the unfolding ceremony. A sandaled foot took a step forward, the movement deliberate and measured. The white-haired man exchanged a glance with the gray-haired man, their unheard conversation undoubtedly significant. From behind the partially opened curtains, a figure peered out, their gaze intense and watchful. The moment had arrived, the crown now placed upon Cashin's head. The jewel's weight felt heavy upon him. Cheers erupted. Ariant's new ruler had been crowned. His name echoed. The weight of responsibilities settled upon him. Someone inquired if he had changed his mind, if they stayed here after all they'd done for them. Jinwoo apologized, explaining they still had the problem with the followers at hand. Ralph asked if he would return once it was over. A sinister smile playing on his lips, he mused they would think about it once everything was over. Turning to leave, he told him that while he was departing, he couldn't let him leave empty-handed. A woman presented the promised items and a few minor rewards, placing them before the departing guest. Looking shocked, he exclaimed this was not minor at all, questioning if it wasn't too much. Holding a glowing orb, Jinwoo wondered why he had given that miser the palace. Sala assured him it was fine, certain the other would be content with him using it to fight the followers, adding the situation had grown troublesome. Elsewhere, it was revealed that before they returned from the gate, Arita had already disappeared. Looking up, he was asked if he had a way to track the followers, as their location remained unknown. A sinister grin spread across his face as he admitted, though not certain, he did have an idea. In a dark, ominous location, an unknown figure was being electrocuted. The electrocuted figure was surprised to still be alive despite his state. His tormentor asked if he seriously questioned the villain, or if he'd believe an answer, then taunted. You must be desperate, help him. Arkaram had him right where he wanted him, a seemingly natural response. The voice continued, explaining that without knowing the plan, he wouldn't be able to protect his precious friends. Facing imminent death, Elpham realized he no longer cared for anything. A disembodied voice scoffed, declaring his actions irrelevant. He would die regardless. Arkaram had abandoned him, his magically extended life now fading, proof of his master's betrayal. He was commanded to journey to Megatia. There, he would uncover the truth he sought, learning that. A pity he wouldn't witness their faces, a cruel irony after grasping the truth. Megatia, the city of scholars, renowned for alchemy, awaited them. Elsewhere, Sala explained it wasn't far, merely 3 days on foot, yet gaining entry. Jean inquired about them, receiving thanks for his intriguing tale. An armored figure stood before him. He mused, believing this a simple task, but now doubted it. The armored figure replied, his face obscured. You are. Sala smiled, recognizing the knight. Sir Kiri, he exclaimed. Kiri acknowledged him. Long time no see, Sala, he greeted. He explained a message from Megatia had arrived, inquiring his presence. The scene shifted to a disturbing sight. Illegal experiments, including human testing, were underway in Megatia's heart. Unchecked, this would undoubtedly plunge Maple World into chaos. Sala reflected that Megatia, always independent in resolving conflicts, seemed utterly lost now. He continued, explaining the Cygnus Knights were asked to investigate discreetly. Being unofficial, he wondered how to gain entry. A sly grin spread across his face as he revealed his solution, their special pass. A vial of purple liquid and blue crystals appeared, revealing the vast ingredients and resources needed for their research, all supplied by Ariat. Sala presented a document, stating it was their export pass. He concluded, having prepared it at the Cygnus Knights' request, that Megatia's events involved the followers. Speaking with authority, Kiri stated they would be of mutual assistance. Far across the desert sands, 2 figures made their arduous way. The royal figure was asked if letting them go was truly wise. Looking intently, she questioned what other option remained. In the desert, a group stood united, aware of many places needing their aid. One figure was certain they'd succeed in Megatia, as they had here. Looking up, she stated all they could do was trust and wait. In the distance, the group continued their journey, leaving a fallen figure behind. The royal figure hoped their heroes would be triumphant in return. In a dimly lit room, a figure began to speak. Holding a scroll with a distinct symbol, he accused them of being from Ariat. Staring intently, he questioned if they were here to deliver minerals. Holding a document, Cashin ordered someone to return. A voice, sharp with disbelief, tore through the air, its cry echoing across the sprawling city. In the distance, the towering, intricate structures of Alchemist City, Megatia, loomed like a metallic forest. Frustration mounting, a figure slammed a fist against the barrier, demanding entry despite their valid pass. The guard, unyielding, shook his head. No message of your arrival ever reached me. Annoyed, a hand slammed down on a red button, the voice behind it warning that further provocation would force drastic measures. Through a nearby window, the waiting group could be seen, one of them muttering in confusion. Desperate, the figure fumbled, insisting they possess the official documents required for entry. Papers scattering around them, the voice trailed off, unable to complete the thought. Kneeling, the speaker finally managed to stammer. Guests of Genuist. Against the city's night glow, a voice, now humbled, offered a quiet apology. The situation grew more complex as one figure explained delays due to roundabout methods, prompting another to question Megatia's higher-ups agreement. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. Megatia's alchemists were, in fact, divided into 2 distinct schools of thought. One, Genuist, valued life and fundamental alchemy, while the other, Alcadner, prioritized the union of life and machinery. Their conflicting ideals led to fierce opposition, creating a deep chasm between the 2 schools. Looking concerned, he explained his invitation had complicated matters, given the existing tensions. The bespectacled figure with dark purple hair began, it means. Continuing, they surmised that Genuist had deliberately kept Alcadner in the dark about their arrival. The implication was stark. Al-Kadner was clearly behind this obstruction. A man's voice cut through the air, questioning their investigation. He was met with a sharp retort, the woman adding it was even. The man explained they couldn't enter, unless a higher-up or the president authorized it. She then questioned if this was an official visit from the Genuous school. The man confirmed it was no problem, then asked for their identities. The woman identified herself as a first-tier technology researcher from the Genuous school. The scene then shifted to a new location. The sun began its slow descent on the horizon. One figure sighed, stating they'd inspected the entire place all day, finding nothing suspicious. Another added that while the experiments were strange, nothing seemed amiss on their side. The woman wondered where it could be, if so well hidden. A brown-haired man looked concerned as a woman with glasses apologized, explaining this was top secret, not to be discussed. Another man stated they were tasked with investigating, so anything relevant shouldn't be hidden. The woman with glasses, sounding surprised, asked if they meant the underground. A man with a glowing red eye stated he couldn't discern its nature due to mana, but something lay beneath. It was a giant, complex pathway. If a secret lab existed, it was certainly beneath them, no ordinary facility. This secret facility, established by an alchemist studying band arts, was a veritable maze below. A red-haired woman stood beside the woman with glasses, explaining this place was known only to a select few, most forbidden entry. Without this permit the woman with glasses panicked, realizing she'd lost her permit, fearing immense trouble. She needed it reissued, but nothing was easy. Another man wondered if she truly was a first-tier researcher. A heavy thud echoed. The sound was followed by a desperate demand. "Come out right now." An annoyed voice responded, "Geez, stop screaming. I just woke up." The blonde-haired woman, Queen Arita, enraged, shrieked, "My potion! Give me my beauty potion right now." Her face contorted in fury, she screamed, "What? Nonsense. I can't live like this." The other character, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "Unexpected guests abound. Complain elsewhere. I'm truly busy." Her patience snapping, she snarled, "Cut the bullshit." Her eyes blazing, she continued, "I'm funding your stupid research." Her voice dripping with venom, she demanded, "Forgotten our contract? I know you have more. Give it now." The other character remained calm, explaining, "I must greet them and conduct tests. No time for your beauty potion." A beat of silence. Then, "Right, the contract." The character reminded her, "You supply me. In exchange, I make you beautiful." Sweat beaded on her brow, her expression twisting with frustration. A dark figure loomed, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The figure proposed to simply eradicate the ugly face before them. A chilling declaration echoed, vowing permanent eradication. Meanwhile, deep underground, pipes snaked through dimly lit tunnels. A disembodied voice reported Genuist was inspecting the streets. An order was given, ensure silence and prevent all entry. The Al-Kadner school president, stern-faced and monocled, was revealed. He stood amidst subordinates, a silent command hanging in the air. Observing the scene, two figures realized it was the Al-Kadner school president, confirming their suspicions of a deep-seated scheme. A purple-haired figure gasped, realizing the mastermind's identity, but was cut short mid-sentence. They moved swiftly, determined to expose the plot. As one figure fell, a booming voice challenged, "Who goes there?" Two armored figures stood ready, preparing to strike. Holding a vial, an armored figure recognized the Genuist's clothing, declaring they had no choice. Energy crackled as another armored figure warned, "Don't try anything, Genuist." The fallen figure groaned in pain. An armored figure attacked with a sword, its blade glowing with purple energy. The fallen figure was struck, reeling from the blow. The sound of impact echoed, its force palpable. A close-up revealed the Al-Kadner school president's face, contorted in rage. A figure in shining armor stood victorious over the fallen. The Al-Kadner school president fumed, his anger palpable. Furious at the audacity, Al-Kadner school president couldn't believe they dared frame him. His anger rising, he vowed things would not go their way. Amidst the chaos, an attacker spoke, their words lost in the din. Purple energy crackled, slashing through the air with deadly force. Caught in the onslaught, Cook cried out in shock and pain. As the attack continued, a figure rode away, bidding dark farewell to the stupid alchemists. Surrounded by crackling energy, another figure stood firm, seemingly unfazed. Witnessing the scene, the Al-Kadner school president's eye twitched with fury. Under the stormy night, the figure continued their escape on horseback. Standing alone in the rain, another figure watched the events unfold. Battered and bruised, two figures were left amidst the fading purple energy. His teeth gritted, the Al-Kadner school president's anger reached a boiling point. Lightning crackled around him, the man introducing himself as Lightning Emperor Reek. A massive hand, wreathed in purple energy, reached out, the figure wondering if they had met before. The emperor scoffed, finding the title quite amusing. The armored figure deduced it was him, not the alchemists, realizing he followed the black magician. A figure stood ready, sword drawn, prepared for the coming fight. Reek smirked, calling him an idiot, then asked his purpose down here. The emperor admitted he didn't know how they knew, a purple glow intensifying around him. A surge of power emanated from the ritual site, he declaring it was far too late. Below, two figures observed the ritual, realizing it had already successfully begun. The Al-Kadner school president looked up in shock, recognizing something ominous. The ritual site glowed intensely, the emperor declaring the train was. The president was thrown back, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The ritual set in motion, he could only choke out a pained groan. Nearby, Cook cried out in alarm. The machinery hummed, glowing with ominous purple energy. The energy intensified, bathing the room in an unholy light. The ritual continued to build, its true purpose still unknown. Struggling, the Alcandor school president could scarcely believe it. It wasn't genuine, he wondered. A sinister voice echoed, declaring their souls would serve a valuable purpose, the black magician's resurrection. Watching the scene unfold, the red-haired figure gritted their teeth. Nearby, another figure cried out, realizing they needed to stop this, that souls were involved. A blue-haired figure stepped forward, insisting the others stop the ritual while he handled the rest. The red-haired figure scoffed, telling the others they would only get in the way. Their eyes narrowed, muttering Elpham's name. A sinister smile spread across Reek's face, he admitting he'd waited to see him again. A voice from shadows asked his identity. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, the figure responded, relieved that he was still alive. The energy shifted to a vibrant blue, the figure threatening to rip his head off. Across the city, the Alcadno Society president's voice boomed, demanding an immediate cessation of hostilities between alchemists and Zinnumists. His message was clear, the Zinnumists were not the enemy. He continued, explaining that the followers had already launched ground attacks, indiscriminately absorbing Megacia's denizens' souls through a magic mechanism. Judging by the spell's scale, the scoundrels must have modified the underground pentacle, originally meant to protect Megacia. His voice echoed, announcing their current movement towards the magic mechanism center. He ordered all members to move to assigned stations, awaiting further instructions. The president repeated his command, insisting Megacia's alchemists protect the town from the followers. A voice noted, they had their hands on this pentacle. Someone asked President Made what this place was. The response came, acknowledging it could no longer be hidden. This was Megacia's protective pentacle, the Black Mage's magic pentacle. The situation grew dire, realizing the Black Mage's magic pentacle was somehow here in Megacia. Ordering swift action, one alchemist agreed to spread out, seeking a way to restore the pentacle. They must find any hint, the other alchemist urged. Suddenly, a figure appeared, asking, what's the matter? The man scowled, agitated, calling the situation preposterous, asserting it wasn't merely to kill people. The Black Mage was mentioned, and he wondered if they were attempting his resurrection. Another man stated, at this point, no one can restore the pentacle, and Megacia will be. He believed it could be stopped, though retrieving absorbed souls or immediately restoring the pentacle's original form might be impossible. They believed they could at least stop the distorted pentacle. If they could operate the pentacle's distorting circuit in reverse, it was possible. It was theoretically possible. Suddenly, dark energy erupted around the prince. He was hit by the energy, a voice taunting him. Was all that big talk just to run? Nothing will change, no matter how long you stall. The dark energy continued assaulting him, the voice promising to send him to his afterlife soon, his friends following. Consumed by the dark energy, he cried out in pain. Reflecting on the past, he acknowledged his earlier weakness, yet admitted no luxury for dwelling on it. A figure assured someone, you won't have to worry about meeting his friends, unlike. A glowing orb appeared, promising someone would go to their afterlife alone. Energy crackled, raw power at play. The energy intensified, a surge of power about to unleash. Testing the connection, Umar, the Zinumist senior alchemy researcher, claimed a way to stop the pentacle, though uncertain. He explained mana must infuse the three magic circuits, humility, honesty, and trust, simultaneously reversing the pentacle's flow while creating an original direction flow. Continuing, he stated that reconstructing the pentacle required life alchemy and mechanical engineering combined, meaning Zinumist and Alcadno's alchemists must work in pairs, a suggestion met with disbelief. Frustrated, he demanded, quit whining and do as I say. President Carson appeared, questioning if they still hadn't realized this wasn't the time to be picky. The scene shifted to a hellscape, emphasizing the dire situation outside. He warned that hesitation now would finish Megacia, ordering them as the Zinumist Society's president. With the success rate not yet zero, they knew they couldn't give up. Whatever happened, they were committed to seeing it through. Determined to guide them, she urged them to keep up, knowing this was their only chance. As the circuit of humility activated, energy began to flow. The circuit of honesty engaged, drawing power from an unknown source. With the circuit of trust online, the process continued. The command rang out, demanding energy circulation. As circulation direction changed, they encouraged everyone to endure just a little more. The energy intensified, surrounding them. The pressure mounted, testing their resolve. Energy surged through the structure, illuminating everything. The golden structure glowed, resonating with power. With a resounding crash, the golden structure shattered. A surge of raw energy courses through the chamber, illuminating the intricate network of pipes and arcane machinery. The magical crystals pulse with renewed power, their violet glow intensifying with each beat. Echoes of the ritual's activation reverberate throughout the city, a testament to its immense scale. Catching her breath, the alchemist, a woman with a messy bun, seemed visibly relieved. A mix of exhaustion and triumph filled her voice as she exclaimed, "It worked." The armored figure, admiration in his tone, replied, You did it, alchemist. Carson threw his hands up, exclaiming, Yui, I really thought I'd die. He reflected that the slightest error would have sent the pentacle rampant, losing everyone's souls. The white-haired man expressed relief, the urgent problem now handled. Yet, he lamented the many souls already absorbed, making it far from a delightful situation. Standing before the alchemist, the armored figure sighed. You're right. Why would they do this? Are they truly trying to revive the black mage? He considered delving deeper into research records for evidence of the followers or this ritual. A hand flips through the brittle pages of an ancient tome, filled with cryptic symbols and forgotten lore. A voice echoed, stating that 43 years had passed since the research began, and he was finally beginning to see its end. The white-haired man reflected that despite the passage of time, he held no regret. What he lamented most, however, was he lamented that he could not finish this research with his own hands, knowing he needed to find a new way. Year XXXX, month XX, day XX, still no progress. At long last, he found a way to finish the research with his own hands. This is year XXXX, month XX, day XX. It has been a long time, Jean asks. What's so funny? Did you lose your mind? The answer, he realized, was in an item. I engraved the essence of life alchemy within an item, though for a limited time, through unnoticed cracks in the user's consciousness. A pained groan escaped someone, their face contorted in agony. Observing the scene, Umar muttered that they had fixed the transmutation, but thanks to the alchemist, things were now quite troublesome. Clearly frustrated, he wondered where the followers were, and what they were doing, given the dire situation. Focusing on the device, he stated this was still within their tolerance, and they would move on from here. With a determined look, he declared that they would have to step in. Seething with rage, the figure called everyone useless, utterly useless. The battle raged on, the air thick with dust and the acrid scent of ozone. A mechanical monstrosity roared, its metallic limbs crushing the very earth beneath it. A sharp voice cut through the din, demanding, Can you losers stay out of this? Arita, a woman with dark purple hair, smirked. I'm a bit busy. Her words hung in the air, prompting another voice to question how a genuist researcher could control Roy, a creation of Alcander. Devo, a bald man, stood before the construct, declaring, I upgraded that useless clanker for you. The scene shifted, revealing the genuist researcher, focused on life, now inexplicably dealing with Alcander's machines. The woman, wearing a bracelet identical to Umar's blueprint, displayed behavior mirroring the device's design. A gloved hand tightened its grip. A figure, surrounded by energy blades, was accused of twisting the magic seal. She grinned, a dark satisfaction in her eyes. Bingo. The situation had grown far more complicated for a D.Roy army member expressed surprise that Umar would dare interfere with their magic seal. The D.Roy army continued its relentless assault. A watcher observed the unfolding events. Despite the dire situation, the signals failed to halt the D.Roy army's advance. Elpham, witnessing the relentless advance, prepared to unleash something. The D.Roy army pressed its attack, utterly undeterred. A voice roared, All right, this is the power of traditional alchemy, clankers. An alchemical attack was swiftly launched. The D.Roy army continued its relentless advance. As the attack failed, the order to retreat was swiftly given. The mechanical figures stood their ground, poised to intercept any pursuers. An explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield in flames, prompting someone to wonder if this was Lightning Emperor Reek's last resort. A determined look crossed his face. His hand reached out, seemingly trying to control the inferno. Swinging his axe, a warrior cried out, frustrated at his inability to land a hit. A warning was shouted. The more they fought, the more dangerous the situation became. A voice echoed, the more they learn our patterns and attacks. Cursing under his breath, he wondered what they were to do, as a voice crackled madly through a device. The figure holding the device exclaimed, Focus on defense. I found a way to defeat them, for they're all connected by one network. Breaking one is useless, another will learn to fight better. Unless the connection itself is severed, they'll only grow stronger. So hold on just a bit longer. He vowed to sever the network, breaking their connection. Towering above the battlefield, the D.Roy army stood ready to crush any resistance. At the very heart of their network lay the one connecting them all. His golden blade gleaming, Elpham prepared to strike, a formidable warrior ready for battle. Seeing the hero's unwavering resolve, the soldier couldn't help but feel a flicker of worry. Confident in his own abilities, Elpham assured his allies he wouldn't fall so easily. Leaving the rest to Devo, the soldier retreated, trusting him to handle the situation. Watching the events unfold, Arita smirked, unsurprised by the hero's skill. But the battle had already taken its toll, one soldier falling in defeat. Surrounded by enemies, the situation looked dire. Explosions erupted, shaking the battlefield. With swift strikes, Elpham cut down 2 enemies, pushing back against the onslaught. Seeing the hero's power, Arita couldn't help but express her shock. Arriving late to the fight, Sir Kasim apologized. Hearing his apology, Captain Kieran told him it was all right, urging him to keep up. Responding to her encouragement, he affirmed his readiness, continuing their assault. Observing the battle from afar, she questioned what was happening. Amidst the chaos, a figure lamented they should have both their data. Their movements changed the moment they began fighting together. As the battle intensified, a character expressed disbelief. Swinging her blade with precision, Captain Kieran continued to fight. Taking a blow, a character cried out in pain. With a powerful strike, Sarcasm retaliated. Absorbing the impact, she shouted in defiance. A mysterious crystal shattered. The battle raged on, its intensity palpable, a close-up revealing determination etched on a warrior's face. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Kieran! Her eyes widened in shock, a stark realization dawning. The unseen attack landed with brutal force, blood splattering as she was struck. A sinister chuckle echoed. I didn't see this one coming. Staggering back, Captain Kieran struggled to maintain her footing. Her eyes darted downward, pain and disbelief etched on her face, thinking, you'd be this stupid. The attack left her wounded, blood staining the ground beneath her. Just as the enemy prepared to strike again, Sarcasm intervened, shouting Kieran's name, taking the blow meant for her. He cried out, questioning why she'd taken the hit for him, only for a voice to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt your dramatic scene. The impact sent him reeling, Arita's voice dripping with disdain as she thought, I hate this. It makes me. Looking down at the armored figure, she could only manage a confused, huh? The hulking beast folk towered over the scene, a dismissive scoff escaping him, wondering if another rat needed dealing with. A stern man with slicked back hair declared, Kasim's bleeding is severe. We must reach Ralph immediately. I'll try, but, bloodied and battered, he could only manage a single, pained word. Bound and helpless, he watched the beast folk advance, wondering if they truly believed they could reach him. Grasping his sword's hilt, he struggled to speak, his voice a ragged whisper. Clutching the blade, Captain Kieran remembered her master's words, wondering if she could unleash its true power. His face contorted in pain, Kasim demanded she stop talking, pointing out her own bleeding wound. Tears welling in her eyes, she apologized for everything, directing her words to Kiri. The blue-haired figure demanded, let me down, you madman. Determined, Captain Kieran declared she would handle this, as the beastfolk mocked her, claiming to know all her skills. Charging forward with a burst of speed, she attacked the beastfolk, who scoffed that no matter how hard she struggled. He intercepted her attack, boasting he could read her like an open book. The clash of steel echoed through the ruins, as Ralph's relentless assault continued to batter her. His eyes burning with fierce determination, he declared he'd use that knight's skill, pressing his attack. In a distant memory, Kasim apologized, his expression filled with profound regret. The younger version responded, vowing to learn from him. Back in the present, the weight of his past fueled his every strike. He recalled the sacrifices, the blood, sweat, and tears it took to earn his master's sword. The air crackled with energy, as Ralph's attack intensified. He wondered, what kind of sacrifices did he need to make? Looking up to Kasim, the younger boy admitted he had always been his role model. Every time he looked at the older man's unflinching back, he was inspired. He tried desperately to keep up, to fight alongside him. Now, his fist connected with devastating force. A step forward, a silent promise of what was to come. Ready for the next exchange, Captain Kieran faced her armored opponent, determination etched on her face. Unleashing a torrent of energy, she lashed out with a whip of pure purple force. Stunned by the force, Ralph couldn't believe she broke through his defenses with a single attack. His rage boiling over, he screamed, demanding to know what she had done. Channeling his fury, he retaliated with a blast of searing orange energy. But before the attack could land, she intercepted, meeting his power with her own. Refusing to yield, she steeled herself, ready to continue the fight. Even if it seemed meaningless, Captain Kieran unleashed another wave of purple energy, pushing back against the onslaught. Driven by a singular goal, Ralph focused his power, dark energy coalescing around him. His eyes burning with intensity, he prepared to unleash his full might. A surge of raw power emanated, the air crackling with unseen energy. Intensifying, the force coalesced into a vortex of dark energy, swirling with an ominous, malevolent intent. Staring up through a haze of pain, he wondered if he was any closer to his ultimate goal. That question hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of his relentless, unending struggle. Blood trickled from his lips, his armor battered and broken, a testament to the brutal fight he had endured. A hulking figure lay prone, thick cables binding its massive form. A woman with purple hair and glasses gazed down at the restrained figure, muttering that deed Roy hadn't stalled as long as she'd anticipated. Amidst the ruins, a lone figure stood, noting the dwindling energy reserves. Two figures stood side by side, one remarking, at this rate, they're going to. The purple-haired woman urged herself to calm, the process nearing completion regardless. She mused, lacking sufficient charged soul ethers, a replacement was imperative. A voice boomed with manic glee, exclaiming he'd almost forgotten the large-scale mana tank. Within a tank, a figure floated, surrounded by shimmering bubbles. The voice declared the followers had brought it. As chaos unfolded, Captain Kieran was asked if she was all right. Struggling to comprehend, someone cried out in disbelief, mentioning Sarcasm. The man in the wheelchair, mad, explained that Umar, his disciple, had been controlling D. Roy, seemingly attempting to resume the ritual. A figure moved with incredible speed, leaving a shimmering trail of blue energy. The wheelchair accelerated, blurring into a swift streak of white. A wave of shock washed over two figures, one bearing an eye patch. An ominous aura emanated, prompting questions about its dark origin. Pinpointing the source, a desperate plea to stop it echoed through the chamber. Several figures rushed forward, determined to intervene. The red aura pulsed, growing stronger with each passing moment. Dark energy crackled, threatening to consume everything in its path. A figure with long purple hair watched the scene unfold, exclaiming, "That was close." A voice expressed gratitude to the alchemists, as someone announced first aid was complete. Questions arose. Was Umar, the one behind banned human experiments, truly responsible for bringing the followers and this ritual to town? Confirming she wasn't a follower, someone declared, "It's not Umar." A figure simply stated, "That's." A menacing voice declared, "Not her." Revealing his identity, a sinister chuckle echoed as the man confirmed his name, Farwin. Farwin proclaimed himself the world's greatest alchemist. Demanding answers, a figure stammered, questioning his intent with the townspeople's souls. The question hung heavy. Were they truly attempting to resurrect the Black Magician? Explaining their cooperation, Farwin asked if it appeared so, adding the followers also believed it. Someone questioned if he overestimated souls, claiming this energy wasn't remotely enough to resurrect even a finger of the Black Magician. A figure wondered, why then is this happening? His eyes gleaming with manic intent, Farwin declared he would meet him. Suddenly, a massive attack launched, a combination of falling moon and bullet smash, erupting in chaotic energy. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, the very air crackling with raw power. Crimson energy exploded outwards, the very air seeming to scream in protest. The scene was awash in crimson, the ground itself seeming to writhe under the assault. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stood, seemingly caught in the crossfire of the devastating attack. A red-haired figure, struggling, muttered about their skill. Another figure, partially obscured, dismissed the idea of meeting the Black Magician, insisting they stop the ritual immediately. The red-haired figure wondered aloud. Who knows what might happen? His face contorted in a grotesque grin, Farwin cackled, declaring it was finally time. Below, the ritual continued, its energy coalescing into a dark, ominous vortex. The ritual's site pulsed, the air thick with anticipation and dread. Despite the overwhelming power surging around him, the antagonist refused to yield, declaring he wouldn't allow it. From within the swirling chaos, a voice echoed, acknowledging the long passage of time. The figure, hunched over a desk, recalled spending his entire life researching, even as his body slowly broke down. His resolve hardening, he declared it was all for this moment. A hand reached into a swirling vortex of crimson energy, as a voice questioned if someone was inside. The realization dawned, it was the true Black Magician. With a surge of power, he emerged from the darkness. A sinister grin spread across his face, eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. His hands reached out, grasping at the fabric of reality. The ritual complete, he declared it was finally over. The air crackled with anticipation, as a voice echoed, yearning for a reunion. But the Black Magician's response was cold and absolute, a rejection cutting deeper than any blade. A wave of dark energy erupted, sending Farwin reeling from the unexpected assault. The force of the blast threw him back, a maelstrom of chaotic energy. His vision blurred, the question echoing in his mind. Why? Engulfed in darkness, he struggled to comprehend the betrayal. A crimson surge pulsed through the air, a sign of the Black Magician's growing power. His eye glowed with a malevolent red light, revealing a disturbing fusion of flesh and machine. He extended his hand, the crimson energy bending to his will. The red-haired figure was caught in the crossfire, another victim of his wrath. Stunned, he could barely process the events, the world tilting on its axis. The Black Magician loomed, his presence a suffocating weight. Peering out from a mirror-like portal, his gaze pierced through dimensions. A voice echoed, a summons resonating with dark intent, calling for someone. Nearby, a man declared it was all over now, that there was no way to stop this. Clenching his jaw, Elpham gritted his teeth, a silent resolve hardening his gaze. Standing amidst the ruins, he resolved to put an end to the chaos. A subordinate, confused, questioned his words, insisting no one knew what lay within. With a determined step, his foot, clad in black leather, crushed the ground. The figure then leaped forward, ready to confront the impending threat head-on. Staring into a swirling vortex of dark energy, Elpham admitted he didn't know why, but felt compelled. A grim smile spread across his face, a silent declaration of its perfection. Bathed in radiant light, a new figure declared a long-held desire to finally see him. The ground trembled violently as the figure was revealed to be Boss himself. A dark, swirling vortex pulsed with crimson energy, a voice echoing from within, uncertain yet demanding. The voice, now laced with anticipation, found the unfolding situation perfect. Bathed in a crimson glow, Elpham stood ready, staff in hand. The voice continued, its tone now a clear declaration, expressing a long-held desire. The adventurer stood before a complex mechanism, bathed in the same ominous red light, his expression unreadable. He stood at the ready, prepared for what came next. Panting, he was told that time was short, and he must listen closely. The instructions were clear: find the map from Jack Rich and proceed to the marked location. A voice echoed, distorted and powerful, promising to reveal what needed to be said. The words hit hard, leaving Elpum reeling in disbelief. A shadowy figure loomed, its presence radiating immense power, announcing they had finally met after a long wait. The figure's words hung in the air, calling out his name. The revelation struck a nerve, the words "Black Magician" echoing in the air. The hooded figure stood tall, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. Struggling to understand, Elpum questioned if the figure knew he was coming, but the entity simply stated it was inevitable. Clenching his fist, he acknowledged it took a while, but ultimately, it didn't matter. From a cosmic backdrop, the entity questioned why he was interested in them. Dismissing him, the entity scoffed, claiming he overestimated himself, merely a necessary ingredient in their plans. The entity continued, stating they wouldn't have regressed him otherwise. The realization hit hard. It was the Black Magician who did this to him. The entity insisted it was the truth, even if another being wanted to regress him using time magic. A disembodied voice echoed, claiming he wouldn't have been able to accomplish something if it hadn't willed it. The Black Mage declared he was the one who possessed the power to transcend time. Turning to face him, Elpum asked, "It really was you?" "Why?" The Dark Mage responded he wasn't obligated to answer, adding his goal wasn't the end of Maple World as he thought. He continued, if he had really wanted that. The Black Mage stated this world would already be gone. Elpum thought to himself, the Dark Mage wasn't bluffing. This being before him was truly. He revealed what he wanted wasn't something as simple as a world's downfall. It was actually, he thought, to save Maple World, to save. He questioned, Maple World? That massacre? He continued, the despair? He exclaimed, how was that salvation? The Black Mage spoke, a hint of irritation coloring his tone. His hand gestured, a silent command in the crimson-tinged air. Before him sat a chessboard, its pieces arranged in a silent standoff. A surge of power, a visual echo of his displeasure. The chessboard loomed, a silent battleground for unseen forces. He paused, a question hanging in the air, as if considering his next move. The scene shifted, the narrative voice taking on a tone of ancient history. It's going to be a long story. The start of the story was, yes. Long before Maple World existed, the world was vastly different. The 365 ancient gods were always at odds, each vying to maintain their own rules. It was a world of chaos, where mortals lived below. Pain was commonplace, even time flowed unstably, and that was when they appeared. The overseers, beings of immense power, watched over the world. But the ancient gods held sway, and so humanity waged war to seal them away. Soon after, the overseers created transcendentals to act as their proxies. From this chaos, a new world was forged, governed by the rules of light, life, and time. Maple World, it turned out, was one of them. About saving Maple World? The Black Mage asked, his fingers dancing over the chess pieces. He wondered if his guest was impatient, if they disliked stories of old. Suggesting he listen closely, the Dark Mage assured him it would answer his question. A world of order, seemingly without chaos, promised perfection, yet it was anything but. Instead, endless human greed festered. Endless war and pain persisted, the agents of suffering merely shifting from ancient gods to humanity, leaving the weak to continually hurt. Of course, some sought to halt this cycle, striving to reach ultimate truth through research, hoping to mend their broken world. The Black Mage was among them, seeking a free world, devoid of suffering. He believed a path existed to steer their world, yet after countless research, the conclusion he reached was stark. Despair washed over him, a crushing weight, as he reflected, no path existed to steer the world aright. Gazing upon its true state, he realized there was no need to steer it. This unstable world, he understood, was precisely how they intended it to be. A world crafted by the overseers, demanding humanity's suffering. They cared nothing for the feelings of creatures within their creation. Lost in thought, he realized they merely watched, observing lives within the order they had created. To the overseers, humanity was mere livestock, forbidden to stray from their imposed rules. Chained and bound, he wondered if the world would truly be glad if he vanished. Nothing would change. Everyone would continue living a restrained fate, like puppets controlled by the overseers. His expression darkened, realizing he and the overseers were, in essence, one and the same. He cared not for fate or free will, for a world where everyone found happiness simply could not exist. Staring at the chessboard, he acknowledged subjecting his friends to a terrible fate. Yet, to preserve this world, he would do what he must. Whether understood or not, if desired, it would manifest, however unfair. Choices made, sacrifices endured, all would become meaningless. Against a backdrop of chess pieces, the Black Mage declared that in this world, no life, no one, could truly have meaning. He questioned how salvation was achieved, clarifying his plan wasn't simple destruction. Holding a world in his hands, he revealed his intent, to shatter the overseer's cage and forge a new world. He spoke of a place where they ruled their own fate, far from their reach, with infinite possibilities. Standing before the chessboard, he clarified his desire wasn't destruction, but recreation. Recreation? Gazing upon a world from space, the Dark Sorcerer stated that everything within it must disappear. His expression grim, he vowed that once this was done, he, too, would. As fiery energy gathered, he mused, Is this the salvation of Maple World? A blinding explosion erupted, consuming everything in its devastating path. He declared, his voice echoing, I don't care about the overseers or free will. Yet, he wondered if his plans meant his friend's demise. Standing amidst the fiery destruction, the mage's expression was one of grim determination. The black mage, rings gleaming on his fingers, declared he would crush any opposition to his grand design. As energy crackled around him, he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. His face bloodied, Elpum spat, vowing to send the black mage's plans to hell, seeing him as another overseer. A slight smile played on the dark mage's lips, perhaps even he felt a twinge of regret. His boot came down hard on shattered ground. He stated Elpum's will mattered not, everything proceeding as planned, adding it was fun talking to him. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the black mage sent Elpum away. As Elpum vanished, he hoped that by their next encounter, a mustachioed man looked on, his brow furrowed, wondering what had truly happened. Umar reassured them, stating there was no need for concern. The possessing entity had vanished from Arita, prompting him to admit, we were worried there, boss. The boss expressed relief that she was unharmed, wondering if their ordeal was finally over. A voice warned Fried to wait, vowing that next time, they would not be so lucky. 3 days later, a fragile peace seemed to have settled over them. The blonde-haired figure confirmed that Megasha's followers had also been dealt with. Responding to inquiries about post-possession issues, she stammered a denial, admitting she hadn't expected such an item to possess that feature and wondering about her memory lapses. Examining his wrist, Umar noted the absence of further incidents since the bracelet's demise, assuming the soul perished with it, and deeming the outcome favorable. The purple-haired woman wondered at their location, realizing it was a secret lab she'd discovered yesterday, connected to her own, and used by Farwin during her unconsciousness. A screen displayed a warning. This dangerous individual's lab likely held hidden secrets. Arita explained she deemed it too perilous to inspect alone, hoping Umar would join her. The pair moved through the lab, meticulously examining its myriad items and equipment. He exclaimed in delight, realizing all these Megasian items were free for the taking. The man, clutching 2 vials, declared his intent to profit immensely from selling them. Carson warned Umar not to touch them, explaining they were being discarded anyway, yet questioning the harm in taking some, and reminding him of Arita's danger warning. Grabbing his companion, he yelled for attention, while the other demanded release, insisting on his prior claim. The man from earlier exclaimed in surprise, clutching a vial of shimmering pink liquid. A surge of vibrant pink energy erupted, a visible harbinger of the chaos about to unfold. The blonde-haired figure and her dark-haired companion braced themselves, caught in the sudden, unexpected blast. The blonde asked if her companion was all right, concerned by the energy surge's impact. He insisted he was fine, blaming Umar, his son, for the entire predicament. The blonde-haired figure stared in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "You guys." The dark-haired man was sent flying backward, his face contorted and he continued to fly through the air, purple energy crackling ominously around him. He cried out in anguish, lamenting his lost, manly face and his sudden transformation into a child. Surrounded by others, he bemoaned his new appearance, wondering how he could possibly live like this. Captain Kirin, a woman with glasses, identified the potion, explaining it transforms one's appearance to their desired image. The dark-haired man demanded a reversal, but the woman apologized, stating the recipe vanished long ago. He clutched his head in despair, cursing his fate, condemned to live with this face forever. Looking over the document, Jean found no immediate cause for concern, yet a nagging feeling lingered. Remembering Pyru, the woman who provided resources, he recalled her potion's impermanence, requiring monthly reapplication. Considering the implications, he realized an appearance-altering potion held significant potential. Potion in hand, he pondered its vast potential. As Jean stood in the lab, Farwin's voice inquired if he was departing. Hearing their heartfelt gratitude, Jinwoo remembered how his efforts had protected Megasha. Turning to face the speaker, he pondered his next move, wondering what lay ahead. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled a name he had long forgotten. Thinking back, he remembered Hero Fried, who had lent him power to defeat Balak and shielded him from the Black Magician. In the past, it seemed he had something vital to impart. Realizing the hero might know how to defeat the Black Magician, he knew he must meet him again. Deciding on a course of action, he planned to visit a long-deferred place, wondering its exact location. Clutching the worn map, Jinwoo considered the daunting task ahead. The map, Hero Fried's treasure map, pointed to a specific location, as Umar confirmed. Eyes gleaming with avarice, Carson could barely contain his excitement at the prospect of treasure. Rhea chimed in, recalling the map's acquisition as a reward for saving Jack Rich. She expressed frustration at not being informed sooner, given the changed situation. In a flashback, Umar pleaded with Fried, eager to join him as a scholar to examine his records. Fried dismissed the scholar as useless, labeling him a yapping idiot. Umar questioned if Fried lacked sufficient research, noting Genuist and Alkander, long at odds, were now amicable. He suggested Fried's new history, written as one faction, represented the best research he could undertake. Clearing his throat, Fried conceded Umar made a good point. Carson sighed, expressing his strong dislike for working with Fried. A flashback revealed a purple-haired figure apologizing, lamenting they'd be in overtime hell if Umar and Carson had both departed. Back in the present, Umar questioned if Jinwoo could find the place with just the map, warning of difficulty. Jinwoo assured him he'd be fine. Confident in his abilities, he stated he had a professional accompanying him. The spiky-haired man greeted his companion, a long time having passed since their last encounter. Turning to the matter at hand, Umar inquired about the map's location. A new voice chimed in, declaring the treasure hunt should be left to him, the hero tracker Pyru. In the distance, Kairi expressed her surprise at seeing them. The group discussed their convergence, mentioning Elpam had written to Umar, knowing he wouldn't miss a hero's relic hunt. Riding atop a camel, Jinwoo inquired about the treasure's location. Kairi was scolded, causing her to meekly apologize. Someone warned against touching her with that expression, observing her discomfort. Realizing his mistake, the man quickly apologized. Suddenly, a pink explosion erupted behind them as they rode away, leaving the group momentarily stunned. The group, now reunited, stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Jinwoo smiled, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Smirking, he admitted he was worried he'd have to live with his opponent's face. As they rode, Kairi declared their enemies disgusting, though Umar noted their persistent loudness. Looking back at the group, she asked if they were on the right track. Consulting a map, Pyru told her not to worry, urging her to get ready as they were almost there. Consulting the ancient map, Umar declared this desolate place was known as Abraxas. Arriving at a massive stone structure, he confirmed Fried's relic should reside within. Gazing up at the imposing structure, Jinwoo pondered their entry, musing that such ancient puzzles always followed discernible patterns. Scrutinizing the ancient edifice, he suddenly grasped a crucial detail. Her eyes wide with shock, Captain Kieran gasped aloud. A grin spreading across his face, Umar confidently declared the task a simple one. His brow furrowed in surprise, Pyru questioned the nature of their discovery. Gazing upward at the colossal monster, he instantly recognized its terrifying form. His eyes widening in utter disbelief, he could only whisper the name of the terrifying figure. A towering, monstrous figure loomed ahead, casting an ominous shadow. The adventurers stared, disbelief etched on their faces, as the monster stood before them. Taken aback, the group realized the situation was far more complicated than they had imagined. One among them yearned to flee, while another muttered that Fried's map should have accounted for such a threat. Urging focus, one adventurer was cut off as the towering creature's voice boomed, questioning their very intentions. His voice echoed, a deep resonance shocking the group. The towering figure declared his name, Kapuz, the formidable gatekeeper of this ancient site. The gatekeeper's voice boomed, demanding they prove themselves worthy to enter. The adventurers exchanged worried glances, uncertain of the trials that lay ahead. The gatekeeper continued, explaining his duty to guard the place, yet offering entry to those carrying Fried's will. Kapuz then revealed the test. They must prove their wisdom by solving the world's 3 most complex problems. Booming, he declared the first problem would now be presented, his tone hinting at dire consequences for failure. The golem-like creature posed its riddle. What has 4 feet in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the... Looking down at them, one adventurer confidently declared the riddle far too easy. A companion chided him, insisting the problem couldn't be so simple, urging him to listen fully. Kapuz continued, affirming this was indeed the type of problem he'd give, then moved to the second. A smug look crossed one adventurer's face, believing this trial would be easier than anticipated. The red-haired adventurer questioned the golem's cough, as the creature cleared its throat, presenting the next problem. The blonde adventurer, declaring himself the quiz expert, prepared too. The auburn-haired adventurer, flustered, thought himself useless, even under scrutiny. Kapuz revealed his true intent. He never meant to let them in, declaring the answer to be 48. Standing in the desert, he reiterated the answer, 48. The black-haired adventurer mused it was a simple calculation, questioning its relevance to wisdom. Kapuz asserted the trial-tested wisdom, wondering if this was the only problem type the adventurer had prepared for. Deeming the question impossible, he declared it was time for the final problem. The final riddle was presented. What is long in the morning, short at noon, and longer again in the evening? Elpam paused, initially thinking it was a familiar riddle, but realizing a subtle difference, he pondered the answer. Finding it difficult, he considered if morning referred to Orient Kingdom's early period, an indigenous religion's activity, or Megasha's alchemy division. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Realizing the sun's changing location was key, Elpam declared that must be the answer. Hearing the correct answer, Kapuz affirmed his qualification, granting him entry. The correct answer given, the platform slowly opened. Declaring it easy, Elpam prepared to step inside. He moved forward. Chapter 103. Continuing their journey through the ruins, the group pressed on, oblivious to the danger lurking below. Deep within the structure, a monstrous creature lay in wait. Suddenly, one of the explorers was caught off guard by an unseen, lurking threat. A surge of raw energy erupted, signaling a significant, impending event. The energy coalesced, forming a shimmering gateway, a nascent portal. Catching their breath, Elpam and Rhea paused, exhausted from their arduous climb. Examining the map, he realized something was amiss. This was supposed to be the highest floor. Standing on the platform, the pair gazed at the massive structure before them. Looking at the map, Rhea remarked on its strangeness. The destination pointed to a place even higher. Confirming their location, Elpum questioned if she was sure of the map, to which Rhea affirmed, "So here?" Suddenly, the warrior was taken completely by surprise. Stepping forward, he triggered something. A voice echoed, marveling at his trap navigating progress, while another revealed this was all part of their plan. Holding a card, Elpum declared no one was allowed beyond this point, calling it his friend's precious secret base. Staff in hand, the figure expressed surprise, wondering why they hadn't appeared sooner. Falling from above, she yelled at someone, branding them a mere follower. Sliding to an abrupt halt, the stark word "stop" emblazoned itself across their path. Holding a card aloft, Elpum braced himself for the impending confrontation. A close-up revealed his shock, a silent exclamation escaping his lips. Staring down at the card, he stood stunned, wondering when this had transpired. A figure of shimmering blue energy materialized, declaring there was no need for conflict, no black magician followers here. His eyes widening, Elpum began to speak, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. The blue energy figure continued, remarking it had been a long time since they'd welcomed guests. Running forward, Rhea declared she would welcome them herself. A looming sign welcomed all to an unknown, mysterious destination. Soaring through the sky, a mechanical bird carried them swiftly towards Abraxas. Gazing at the landscape, one traveler realized the entire site was airborne. An ethereal figure stood before them, glowing, asking their identities and this place's nature. "Man, long time no see, Fried," he then greeted. Fried wondered. Too much had changed since the seal's undoing. He'd hoped to leave the answers behind. The blue energy figure, eyes closed, prepared to finally speak. The blue figure chuckled. "Haha, good thing you came. I have so much to tell you, my friend and ally." The figure was revealed to be none other than Thief Phantom. One traveler gasped in shock. Fried and Phantom? No way. The blue figure stood with him, as a voice spoke of the legendary heroes who sealed away evil. The voice continued, mentioning the black magician from 800 years ago. The traveler questioned their words, asking how someone from 800 years past could live. Thief Phantom replied they were already dead, transparent. Jinwoo made it clear he hadn't come all this way for jokes. Having arrived as instructed, he asked to be told what he was promised that day, but the answer wasn't what he expected, as he admitted he didn't know either. Clearly annoyed, he asked if the other was kidding him. Thief Phantom apologized, explaining this was his first time speaking to him. The Fried he knew was likely in the ring. He clarified he was made before that ring, so technically, they were different entities. Reasoning, if the ring told him to come, then he could assume the purpose. He presumed his duty was connected to why he had been left here. Jinwoo pondered this mysterious duty. Thief Phantom thought it easier to understand if he showed him instead. A surge of raw energy emanated from the area, signaling an imminent event. The scene shifted to a vast, clock-like structure, hinting at the demonstration he was about to provide. Surrounded by a flurry of motion, Jinwoo gritted his teeth, his expression a mask of intense concentration. A blinding flash of energy erupted, consuming everything in its destructive path. Staggering back, he could only utter a disbelieving gasp. A vision of carnage unfolded, revealing a warrior bathed in blood and glory. His face contorted in pain, a figure struggled against an unseen, powerful force. A voice echoed from the past. Thief Phantom spoke of their shared history, triumphs, and failures. In another time, another place, a fierce battle raged, green energy crackling as one warrior struck another. On the day of that battle, 800 years ago, a maelstrom of conflict engulfed the land. The echoes of a chaotic battle from long ago resonated, a desperate clash of heroes against an overwhelming, encroaching darkness. Bathed in blue light, a lone figure reflected on that distant past, a time of both triumph and profound tragedy. From the encroaching shadows, the darkness took monstrous form, an entity wreathed in malevolent energy. The blue figure recalled the events of 8 centuries past, the fateful day the black magician was sealed away. The battle was far from even, for he wielded powers of transcendence, unmatched by any. No being alive could stand against him, yet a desperate decision was made, a final, harrowing gamble. They would chase him out of this world instead, a desperate plea echoing across the battlefield. "Please, Fried." An artifact of immense power began to glow, its ancient energy building to a terrifying crescendo. A hooded figure declared, "It's time to end this, Black Magician." The artifact unleashed its full potential, a blinding wave of energy engulfing the dark sorcerer. The sealing stone's power surged forth, striking him with a blinding, irresistible force. A pained cry escaped him, the very power of time itself straining against his being. The clash between their powers created a cataclysmic distortion, twisting the very fabric of time and space. The dimensional rupture expanded rapidly, threatening to consume everything in its path. Beyond the world lay a dimension where the very laws of time held no sway. Fried wondered, what does this all truly mean? The black mage was completely expelled, banished to that desolate place beyond time. That was how they sealed him away, or so they believed. Fried reflected, or so he thought. What did he mean? A sinister grin spread across the black mage's monstrous face, a hint of the darkness that still remained. Chained and seemingly contained, his eyes burned with an ominous red glow, a chilling sign his power was far from extinguished. The seal was failing. Elpum's face contorted in disbelief, realizing the dark sorcerer's power far exceeded their anticipation. Chains of dark energy lashed out, his presence a suffocating weight upon the battlefield. His eyes burning with malevolent intent, his power seemed to defy all limitations. The heroes were fooled from the start. A chilling realization dawned on Elpum as he recalled the events leading to the sealing. This fight, using the sealing stone's power to rupture the dimension, was only part of his insidious plan. He had sealed their powers within items, scattering them across the world. He remembered being fine despite the curse, as his contracted dragon had taken the burden instead. That day, Elpum gritted his teeth, the weight of their past mistakes pressing down on him. He had placed a curse upon them to stop time, his insidious plan now coming into focus. The curse's true target wasn't only them, but the entire world itself. But this wasn't the full price they had to pay, leaving a lingering sense of dread. A distant, ominous structure loomed, a silent testament to the events that transpired. Still trying to grasp the situation, Elpum admitted he didn't understand what the Black Mage meant by cursing the entire world. He continued, explaining that the entire world changed that day, becoming utterly foreign to what he once knew. He elaborated, stating adventurers' potential became tied to circles, making the world a terrible place where skills couldn't be used without items. Adding to this, he revealed nobody even remembered a world before the curse, leaving Elpum in stunned disbelief. His words sank in, as he realized what they considered common sense was actually the Black Magician's curse. He explained that in his world, items weren't needed for skills, making this current reality utterly foreign to him. The implications dawned on Elpum, who could barely believe such a thing was even possible. Understanding the gravity of it all, he simply stated, "I see." A memory surfaced. Before his regression, he'd read a research topic that had been a real pain. He recalled the central question: why is the cooldown of skills and items affected by the user's circle? The research explained that with the same item, a first circle user could use a skill once, while a second circle user could use it twice without cooldown. The explanation concluded, if circles and items were merely Black Magician's restrictions, and the user was the true magic source, then item cooldowns, elemental combinations, and circle-based restrictions all made perfect sense. Only a tiny portion of his power was available for use right now, he explained. Feeling only 5 of his 8 circles, he knew he couldn't fight him like this. Assuming he truly was a hero, the priority was finding the items, but where could they be? Outside this world, the Black Magician had placed the items beyond, within the gates. Fried's eyes widened. G-gates? Could they mean the very gates the Black Mage himself had forged? The voice revealed. The Black Magician made gates? He pondered, a new question forming. Why? He mused. Did he do all this just to be sealed? Regardless, time was short, but what exactly did the voice mean? Monsters will spill from every gate existing in Maple World, the voice declared. The final day? He thought, disbelief warring with dread. That's impossible. It's over a year and a half away. Monsters can't pass through gates, it's confirmed. The monsters inside the gates simply belong there, the entity countered. No matter the creature within, as long as you don't enter, you're safe. That's what everyone believes. But what if the thousands, even tens of thousands, of Maple World's gates released their monstrous contents? Are you prepared for such an onslaught? I have observed everything that has happened in this world through here. All of history, your adventures, and even a few days ago, they began moving. That will bring about the world's end. A figure stood in a grand chamber, pondering the sudden shift in plans, as the appointed day should have been far off. A silver-haired man questioned their early assembly, addressing Arcarum directly. Will explain their early gathering, stating circumstances had shifted, the vessel was ready, requiring only final refinements for its awakening. Another figure mused if it was finally time to deploy their troublesome asset, receiving a curt affirmative. He declared it was time to activate the global-scale magic circle, crafted from the Black Magician's relic in Megatia. Once activated, he continued, monsters would pour from the gates, setting the stage for the Black Magician. He then challenged any dissent. Wingmaster Orca appeared, her gaze fixed, poised to speak. A voice affirmed their understanding. The plan aligned with the Black Magician's desires, hence their assistance. He responded, noting this was a year and a half ahead of schedule. Orca countered, stating Edelstein's magic circle lacked sufficient energy, making immediate activation unfeasible. Will questioned if she held her high position to solve such issues, implying she should compensate for the energy deficit. Purple energy crackled around the Black Mage, who sneered, asking if Orca's longevity entitled her to special treatment. Her eyes flashing defiance, Orca dared to challenge him, but the dark sorcerer cut her off, advising against wasted energy. His gaze intense, the Black Mage demanded to know if she was incapable. Turning away, she retorted, citing her own problems and other spells requiring maintenance beyond Edelstein's circle. Her tone dripping with sarcasm, Orca scoffed, questioning his involvement. Arcarum's expression darkened, accusing her of prioritizing personal matters over the Black Magician's plan, questioning her loyalty. A staff member appeared in the doorway, apologizing for the interruption, yet offering advice. Orca's eyes narrowed, wondering aloud if he was interfering with an important meeting. The staff member chuckled nervously, acknowledging his humble position. Orca demanded his purpose, reminding him she'd forbidden his entry, especially after his all-night work on the revised schedule. The staff member explained his newly finished idea, believing it could aid their grand plan, hence his defiance. The black mage's eyes glowed ominously, warning this interruption better be worthwhile. With this method, he declared, Maple World's civilization will be wiped clean in less than 3 weeks. A mechanical bird soared over a desolate desert landscape. Observing a great magic circle, it was noted that despite differing purpose and scale, it mirrored the one in Megatia. Orvis's tower, Elners's closed mines, and Edelstein were revealed. Each location concealed magic circles, prompting the belief that forces would converge to defend them. Should even one fail, the gates would. One figure pondered their motives, questioning the gain from opening world-ending gates. He admitted ignorance, noting conflicting opinions suggested not all were cooperating fully. Not that they'd side with us, he mused, but at least they wouldn't interfere. What were their odds if the gates opened? The followers had used the gates to decimate skilled adventurers, perhaps 20%, possibly even fewer. Did that count him and the other heroes? Seeing the dwindling numbers, the woman with the blonde braid could scarcely believe it. A spectral figure loomed, questioning if she intended to revert time once more. He continued, acknowledging her skill with time magic, then mused on returning to a time before the black magician created the gates, or even his ceiling. The spectral figure explained that the world before the black magician's influence and the current one existed on divergent timelines. As a mere human, she couldn't endure the paradox of crossing to another, a feat only the black magician could achieve. He stated that magicians and transcendentals possessed such capability, but more importantly, he was already dead and transparent. The spectral figure lamented that proper sealing would have prevented this outcome. The group watched as Elpham's name was spoken. A gloved hand clenched, the figure thinking that a grim situation and slim winning chances wouldn't make them retreat. A determined face filled the view, the figure declaring their endured pain was not in vain. The scene shifted to a battlefield, the figure contemplating this cursed fate. He continued to fight, vowing to endure for that kindness. The word ending appeared prominently as the group looked on. His breath heavy, Jinwoo reflected on the choice made long ago, defining his path since a second chance. That singular goal, to change everything. With newfound resolve, he declared he would fight for a future where everyone could be happy. A future where no one had to sacrifice anything. A mechanical construct, silent and imposing, hovered in the background, a metallic witness to his unwavering determination. Rhea scoffed, noting his words made it sound like they were fleeing, though she admitted the thought had crossed her mind too. Another figure declared this their chance to end them, vowing vengeance for sarcasm, while a third offered his aid, demanding payment and a raise for the effort. The scarred man, finding their sentimentality excessive, scoffed, calling their display rather cringy. A blonde-haired figure stood before the crowd, his impassioned speech having banished their fear, earning him their profound trust. Jinwoo, his excitement barely contained, pondered the future they had been unable to forge. A disembodied voice inquired, "Shall we begin?" While the scarred man retorted, "Did you forget your place?" The voice declared its intent to send him directly to Orvis's tower, as a complex magical array flared to life. As the airship cut through the clouds, the city of Orvis loomed ever closer. This floating metropolis, a testament to ancient magic, dominated the skyline. Captain Kieran expressed her surprise at the city's perpetual newness, only to be swiftly interrupted by a companion's sharp complaint about their near-fatal journey. The blonde-haired captain was assured no thanks were needed, the group still recovering from their rough journey. Overhearing the others recount their near-death struggles, Jean decided it was time for him to depart. He confirmed his pressing engagement, then departed. A system message appeared, explaining that to confront the followers' higher-ups, one must first regain their lost power. The blue-haired spirit companion stated that all magic circles had to be stopped, questioning the point if they failed to halt the Orvis circle. The spirit companion was told they must stop everyone. Missing even a single circle would allow the gates to open regardless. The blonde-haired captain learned, from Abraxas's intel, their item lay within Elna's gate. 8 centuries prior, her twin had been slain there, a resentment she had never forgotten. Elpham thought to himself, "I'll keep an eye on him." Jean considered they would need some labor first. He questioned, "This friend?" A voice cried out, "They're gone." He thought this was all he could do. Everything now rested on him. He wondered if he could trust them with Maple World's future. Indeed, a group of people were falling from the sky. Having arrived, Elpham wondered where they should begin their search. Jean pointed out the obvious. The humongous tower was most suspicious, yet how to enter. Just then, a guard approached, asking if they needed help getting inside. The guard, however, was running towards them, clearly not intending to offer assistance. He shouted, "Catch them. Don't lose even one." A sign pointed to Orvis Sky Road, as another guard yelled for them to go that way. Another guard inquired about the ruckus, wondering if something had happened, then asked if the first guard wasn't from around here. It seemed the highest bounties were all converging on Orvis. Someone remarked they didn't know who these targets were, but their death wouldn't be easy, for the infamous Wolf King wanted them. The man explained he'd rapidly expanded a tiny mercenary guild, now holding dominion over all Orvis. He'd heard anyone who crossed him. A warning echoed through the tower. Someone was coming, and they needed to leave to avoid the impending mess. Hearing the warning, Jean scoffed at the idea of being framed, questioning who would even dare such a thing. Standing nearby, Ria admitted ignorance of the culprit, yet vowed fierce retribution for daring to value her at a mere 100 million mesos. The distinct sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the tower, signaling their pursuers were closing in. The heavy footsteps grew louder, closer. Surrounded by a pink aura, he wondered if he would be next. She explained their intel. The White Fang had placed a bounty on their heads. She continued, relaying it was a massive mercenary guild, based in Orvis Tower, powerful enough to restrict all entry. Elpam found it hard to believe they boasted 1,000 members, 60% being Three Circle, questioning if it was exaggeration, and noting their youth made it suspicious. He wondered why they'd be framed, but Jean declared it obvious. Only one group would pursue them. Jean then considered the magic circle Fried had mentioned, implying a direct connection to the mercenary guild. Indeed, it was located deep within the mercenary guild. Below, a magic circle glowed with ominous red light, its intricate patterns pulsing with dark energy. Elsewhere, a pursuer wondered aloud what had become of Elpam's party. A commanding figure barked, "Do not lose them." The figure continued, "Any prey entering my territory will not make it out alive." One pursuer exclaimed, "It's the missing party." Another reported spotting him in Region C, while a third claimed his party was heading there. Confusion spread as one pursuer demanded, "What are you talking about?" Everyone to Region A. Another wondered why they spoke differently, questioning his own location. Heavy footsteps echoed, suggesting someone was rapidly approaching. One of the pursuers suddenly realized, "There's a problem." Another shouted, "There's a fire." Someone reported the guild's equipment storage was ablaze. Another exclaimed, "That's where all our money is." Who would do this? A figure with glowing red eyes declared, "It's him." From above, a voice confirmed their presence, acknowledging the arrival. A defender sighed in relief, stating they could hold this position. The defender was asked to look a certain way, prompting a confused response. A close-up revealed a character with a long white beard, who simply stated, "Mercenaries." Suddenly, red energy blasts erupted, engulfing the area and eliciting a cry of alarm. The defender gritted their teeth, bracing for the onslaught. But before the energy could strike, a figure intervened, blocking the attack with a surge of pink energy. The savior was revealed, and the defender cried out in surprise, "Elpam." The defender, now safe, expressed gratitude, admitting they had almost died. A sinister figure with glowing yellow eyes and a snake-like companion prepared another attack, their hand crackling with red energy. The figure's face was partially obscured, but glowing eyes pierced the darkness as they uttered a chilling welcome, wondering if this was their first meeting. A close-up of his face revealed a shocking truth. He was a regressor. A voice, laced with fury, boomed out, questioning their audacity. The black magician sneered, dismissing them as mere pawns, incapable of true understanding. He continued, promising an unseen ally his full aid in achieving their dreams, should they accept him. His sole demand, when the time came, they must permit him to rule by their side. The dark sorcerer mused, if they remained by his side, he'd allow it. But why such a caveat? Could it be? No, impossible. Yet, he felt compelled to check, as a massive magic circle blazed into existence. The magic circle flared, eliciting a pained cry from an unseen figure. The Wolf King, battered and bruised, found himself ensnared by tendrils of dark energy, vowing his return. The sorcerer scoffed, as if he'd ever release him. He was his destined opponent. A blast of crimson energy slammed into him, sending the warrior reeling. It was all a cruel, humorless prank. Kneeling in defeat, the warrior gritted his teeth, never having felt such humiliation. With sinister resolve, the figure declared the magic circle impenetrable until its completion. Showing no remorse, the figure stated their lack of ill will, yet their work demanded the target's death. Staring in disbelief, he struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. His body battered and bruised, he lay prone upon the ground. A voice boomed out, calling the name Jaden. Elsewhere, a figure reported Elpam's location, Region C. Amidst the chaos, one man questioned their destination, while another dismissed them as idiots. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through a building. The blast's force sent debris flying, engulfing everything in raging flames. With a swift strike, he attacked, surprised his target knew his name, wondering if they'd run a background check. Looking up in shock, Elpam demanded what happened, while his attacker retorted, questioning what he could possibly know. Everything rushed back to him, a flood of buried memories. Back then, he was known as Jaden. He recalled leading a small mercenary guild, a group accepting him despite his slave past. Outwardly cold, he secretly cared deeply. Someone asked about the others, wondering where Philip was, and if he knew what he was doing. A voice dripped with sarcasm, noting their investigation, yet missing crucial details. The other was already dead. The memories continued to assault him, a relentless barrage of what once was. The question echoed, "He's dead? Don't act like you know us." He refused to believe it. The man survived until fighting Gornt Hale. What were the others doing? A chilling voice cut through the denial. They'll be regular mercenaries. Curious? I'll tell you why. The truth crashed down on Jaden. His friends, innocent, accepting a Cania Merchant Union request, were framed as followers and killed. He staggered back, utterly disbelieving. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Is this because I changed history? A distant voice spoke of followers. Do you want us to be followers that badly? Bloodied and battered, Jean roared, declaring he would become one of them. His face contorted in rage, the Dark Lord gritted his teeth. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of red energy and clashing steel. Caught off guard, Rhea cried out in shock. His eyes burning with fury, he was relentless. Standing tall, Elpum defied the rumors surrounding him. Her blade ablur, she demanded why he called for help, stating it was useless. His voice dripping with malice, he declared he'd kill them both. Amidst the chaos, a tower crumbled. Looking down, he offered to help the other escape. Stumbling, the figure asked if he was all right, wondering what happened. From above, an order was given. Find the rat that got away. Continuing his thought, the man looked up at something in the sky. Receiving the order, a group of figures sprints through the city streets, desperately trying to outpace their relentless pursuers. Having laid false trails, Jin Woo explained their pursuers would be chasing those for now, suggesting they take a path few would dare to tread. A close-up on his eye revealed a steely determination, for he was certain it was her. A memory surfaced, recalling the one who fought alongside him until the very last day, before his regression. Another memory flashed, recalling the one who saved him when Gornhale nearly claimed his life. The memory shifted, revealing an old comrade sacrificing herself in his stead, a final, selfless act. Her name was finally revealed, Alexis. In the present, the woman questioned his intel, wondering how he knew her name and if he knew everything about them. A palpable agitation filled the air, though its source remained unseen. The woman reached out, urging someone to halt, for their presence had been detected. Looking concerned, Jin Woo inquired about the fate of their companions. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable tension hanging heavy as their next move was carefully considered. A gruff voice broke the silence, suggesting they seek answers from other sources. The woman introduced herself as Alexis, a wandering adventurer who was once a member of the revered Guardians of Stone. A memory surfaced, flashing back to the Guardians of Stone and their mission to protect the sealing stone, which held the power of Archmage Fried. But a few months prior, everything had irrevocably changed. The scene shifted to a gruesome aftermath, Arkaram, a black magician commander, having attacked the ruins and slaughtered everyone. The sealing stone, Archmage Fried's very essence, was utterly destroyed. A man looked on in horror, witnessing the devastating destruction. The memory continued, hallways painted with blood, the screams of comrades echoing in her mind. Through their sacrifice, she barely survived, alone. After that day, she had but one reason to live, vengeance. From what she'd gathered, the party moved to prevent the followers' plot. But, was the magic circle in that tower related to the black magician? The red-haired woman apologized, understanding their circumstances. Yet, how could they trust her truth? She might be acting to deceive them. With a decisive nod, the red-haired woman agreed to work together. Alexis wondered if such immediate agreement was wise. She was thankful for their trust, but weren't her comrades' words reasonable? Looking down, Elpum whispered a soft, regretful sorry. He thought he should have found and protected them earlier, but he decided they'd live better uninvolved with him. Jaden and Philip. In a flashback, a figure's thoughts echoed. For everything, I'm truly sorry. I was. Startled, Alexis sharply asked, what? The flames burned fiercely, consuming everything in their destructive path. From above, the scene revealed bodies scattered around a raging fire. Lying on the ground, Elpum's eyes remained closed. The name echoed hauntingly in his mind. Luckily, there were no serious injuries, the man with the eye patch observed, but extreme mental stress was the problem. Only rest would cure it. He'd wake around tomorrow. But what had he spoken of before collapsing? Jaden and Philip? Elpum had called him Jaden. Did that mean he already knew you and Wolf King? It seemed so, yet I met him today for the first time. They knew each other beforehand, but the other person remained unaware. Is this our first face-to-face meeting? Welcome. Regressor Elpum. What? Elpum, did you truly? Regress? Wolf King. Jaden was your comrade before regressing? And Philip too? And Alexis. I have a bit of dating experience, too. She might be alive. No, she is probably alive right now. Was the dating experience Elpum mentioned with Alexis? The situation's weight hung heavy, a bead of sweat trickling down Rhea's cheek as she steeled herself. Meanwhile, consumed by inner turmoil, Elpum's face contorted in anguish, his pleas echoing in the darkness. Her resolve hardening, Rhea vowed to fight, declaring she hadn't come back for this. His hand trembling, Elpum muttered, covering his face, that regressing, or whatever, it didn't matter. Rhea grimaced, seeing him so weak. Gripping her weapon tightly, the pirate captain offered simple reassurance, don't worry. Her gaze unwavering, Rhea vowed to protect him this time. Her shadow stretched long against the brick wall. Mulling her strategy, she realized the commander's absence offered a fleeting chance. She would draw the mercenaries' attention, then swiftly move to the magic circle, targeting the Wolf King instead of Elpum. Perhaps from their shared journey, they all seemed to think as one. Stunned, Alexis could only stammer, but Rhea, shaking her head, reminded her not to shoulder burdens alone. They were a party. One mercenary wondered about their boss, but another grinned, noting it was better. Fewer men meant larger shares for the four of them. A sinister smile spread across Rhea's face, revealing her enjoyment of the unfolding situation. Below, the group pressed onward. A voice urged them forward. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the entire area. Two figures clashed in combat. Looking frantic, Rhea demanded the magic circle's location, asserting she already knew its whereabouts. A voice bellowed orders. Block the intruders and swiftly destroy the magic circle. The battle intensified, multiple combatants now fully engaged. A combatant's eyes widened, recognizing a legendary item. The group recalled the item's potential, akin to Saleh's cane, their royal treasure, yet it devoured immense mana. The fighting raged on, energy beams slicing through the air. Burning with purpose, Rhea ran as if she were flying. Determined, Ralph declared his mission complete, leaving the rest to her. The magic circle endured a relentless bombardment. The magic circle was finally located. The magic circle was being utterly smashed. The building crumbled, utterly destroyed. Jean lay prone upon the ground. Waking, he wondered if he'd endured a long nightmare. It was a nightmare, and he wondered where his party had gone. Realizing the truth, he was shocked his comrades had gone to destroy the magic circle alone. A woman with braided white hair spoke, grimly assessing that they'd judged him unable to fight further. Amidst a swirling magical circle, a figure stood poised, ready for battle. Looking intently at someone, Rhea acknowledged their decision to confront the Wolf King. Assuming he could fight no further, they pressed their attack. They surged forward, intent on engaging the Wolf King. Stay calm, Elpum, a voice urged. Though the Wolf King and his mercenaries were strong, his comrades were equally so, capable of holding out until their arrival, even defeating them. Your expression suggests not fear for their skills, but rather concern they might kill the Wolf King. Jaden's fate is my fault, he declared. I'll take responsibility and restore him. Believing he could still undo this, Elpum resolved to act. The Wolf King showed no intent to parley or hold back. A voice warned. So we must avoid internal conflict. Do not believe you can regain what was lost, else you risk losing everything you still possess. As enemies swarmed relentlessly, one fighter cried out in frustration, lamenting their seemingly endless numbers. Amidst the chaos, a figure unleashed a devastating fiery attack. Concerned for safety, a fighter inquired about the pinnacle, learning Minor had already gone ahead. As battle raged, a voice cried out, ordering the others to kill Elpum. Offering support, a comrade urged another toward the magic pentacle, noting their recent acquaintance but admitting a certain nosiness. Leaving Minor to Elpum, the leader demanded to know why the others lingered. Gripping their weapon tightly, a fighter prepared for the next attack. Ready for what came next, a figure prepared to unleash power against them all. The magic pentacle stood tall, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Focused and determined, the figure prepared for the upcoming battle. Standing over a defeated foe, a figure remarked on the tiresome running, questioning their opponent's only skill. A gasp escaped her lips, the horror of the situation dawning on Rhea. Before her, Jaden spoke, urging someone to cease being a follower while they still could. He acknowledged Philip's fate, but insisted it wasn't too late. A voice echoed, questioning what not too late truly meant for him. A vision of devastation, a world consumed by flames, flashed before him. His comrades, his home, his very life, all crumbled to ash. This damned world had taken everything. A crimson eye glared, burning with resolve. That's why, it's your turn now. Fueled by the same despair she once felt, Rhea unleashed her fury. Taste the despair I endured. Her face contorted in anguish, memories still raw and painful. A desperate plea echoed. Boss, why are you still here? I'll leave Minor to you, Elpum. A haunting reminder, past and present comrades weighed heavily on their minds. A somber warning lingered. Lose your comrades as I did, and you cannot undo things. A voice echoed, a stark reminder to consider what truly mattered. The image blurred, a painful memory resurfacing. A stern command rang out, a call to unwavering resolve. The air crackled with raw power, a storm brewing. A voice, sharp and resolute, sliced through the palpable tension, declaring its lethal intent. Vowing to hesitate no longer, his resolve hardened, each passing moment forging an unbreakable will. The Wolf King's voice boomed, a thunderous signal that the final end was drawing near. Unleashing a torrent of raw energy, he became a whirlwind, a force of pure, unbridled destruction. The battlefield erupted in a symphony of explosions, each concussive blast a testament to his overwhelming, devastating power. His face contorted in a fierce grimace, the warrior channeled every ounce of his remaining strength. Standing amidst the swirling chaos, he scoffed, declaring the relentless onslaught nothing more than a mere, insignificant trifle. Gathering his remaining energy, the Wolf King prepared to unleash his ultimate, devastating attack, Blackboot Bill. His face contorted in a mask of desperation, the king's eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding resolve. Standing amidst a pooling crimson, he refused to yield, his spirit unbroken. Refusing to let it end thus, he offered a silent apology to Elpum. A twisted grin spread across his face, a chilling, whispered sorry escaping his lips. Grasping his weapon tightly, he declared it was now his turn to speak. Rhea and Jaden looked on in stunned disbelief, uncertain of what was about to unfold. Gathering his remaining mana, the warrior prepared to unleash a truly devastating attack. Though not comparable to the Pentacle, he believed he could still blow up the tower. A blinding flash of crimson energy erupted, consuming everything, utterly obliterating all in its path. The explosion's force sent bodies flying, the tower beginning to crumble under the immense pressure. Caught in the blast, one figure was struck by flying debris. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry rang out, "Minor!" The Wolf King's final attack sent a shockwave rippling outwards, catching Elpum in its devastating blast. Unable to brace himself, he was thrown violently through the air. His vision blurring, the adventurer struggled to regain his bearings. The explosion's indiscriminate force sent Rhea spiraling away into the chaotic aftermath as well. The ground rushed up to meet her, and she could only brace for the inevitable impact. As she plummeted downwards, the pirate gritted her teeth, bracing for the inevitable, crushing impact. Clutched in a desperate embrace, two figures clung to each other amidst the swirling, destructive chaos. Desperation lacing his voice, a cry rang out for their boss. Lost in the violent aftermath, the falling figures were surrounded by the debris of a shattered tower. Reaching out, a desperate hand grasped for anything solid, anything to cling to. Locking eyes with another, Rhea found herself caught by a familiar face, a promise echoing between them. "I'll never let go of you." Their hands clasped tightly, a surge of raw energy emanated from their desperate, joined grip. Orange feathers drifted through the turbulent air. Still plummeting through the sky, Rhea clutched tightly to Elpum. Her voice filled with gratitude, she whispered, "Thanks, Elpum." His expression softening, Elpum met their gaze, promising, "I'll never let go of you either." Alexis surveyed the group, her gaze sharp as she inquired about their next move. Responding, she pointed out their precarious position, the very heart of Orvis, after the ruckus they'd caused. From a distance, soldiers spotted them, identifying the group as the Orvis Tower's destroyers, and immediately ordered their capture. A sudden alarm. High above, Elpum stood on a floating platform, revealing he'd borrowed it, anticipating this very outcome. Looking down, he urged them to board, questioning their delay. From below, Arcarum declared their first destination, Elners's closed mines, not far, urging them to depart. Erin, the green-haired woman, thanked Alexis for her timely assistance. Looking up, Elpum was called. The silver-haired woman offered him an item, suggesting it would aid his journey into the closed mines. With a quiet thanks, he accepted the item, knowing escape was paramount for him and his friends. An urgent hand gesture cut through the air. "Get them." Elsewhere, a robotic figure reported the items had been recovered. Captain Kieran wondered what was amiss, noticing a companion's motion sickness, and confirmed another magic circle's presence. Orca noted the mine's immense size, inquiring if anyone knew the circle's precise location within them. She recalled tasking Pyru with a mission before their pickup, wondering if bringing him along would have been wiser. The circle, it was assumed, marked the lair of the most dangerous monster, Zakum. The words Cave of Trials hung heavy in the air, laden with ominous implication. One figure declared it the strongest monster's domain, a palpable tension settling over the group. Someone questioned his knowledge, yet he admitted his uncertainty. A lone figure stood atop a monstrous form, radiating an unsettling assurance. Aaron questioned how one could feel such familiarity with an unknown place, while Arcarum admitted he couldn't explain it, likening it to a childhood memory. Still grappling with the strange familiarity, Elpum wondered what they were discussing. Cutting off further questions, Captain Kieran declared their destination, the cave. Agreeing with the captain, he saw no harm in prioritizing the cave. Confirming their destination, Orca declared it the Cave of Trials, urging everyone to go full steam ahead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a raw surge of energy crackled through the air. Chains rattled, as something massive loomed within the oppressive shadows. Far above, the antagonist boss stood on a precipice, aware Elpum's party was headed his way. Recalling the Orvis Tower's destroyed magic circle, he muttered, "I saw this coming." Staggering back from an unseen blow, a figure cried out in agony. Blood dripped from a fresh wound, staining the ornate fabric. The ground trembled, as something massive crashed nearby. Demanding to know if he'd abandon his will, Cashin silenced the injured figure. Red energy crackling around her hand, Rhea demanded if Orca knew the Black Magician's true plan, accusing someone of concealment. Her rage barely contained. She vowed to personally kill whoever dared defy the Black Magician's plan, for hiding the truth. Clenching his teeth, Arcarum wondered how he'd been discovered, assuming this was why the Black Mage hid it. Elsewhere, it was noted Elpum and his friends would arrive soon, as mercenaries were strategically positioned. Kneeling, the antagonist boss declared, "No need, Zakum alone should suffice." A foot stepped forward, presumably to commence the ritual. Sweat dripping from his brow, he stated an offering was needed for Zakum. His eyes wide with grim determination, he continued the preparations. Looking up, a subordinate noted a perfect candidate nearby, prompting the hooded figure to ask, "Yes, sir." With a burst of dark energy, the preparations continued. The offering neared completion, the air thick with dark anticipation. Finally, the offering's location was revealed, a desolate, snowy mountain pass. The group continued their trek through the snowy mountain pass, heading towards the closed mine's entrance. Noticing something amiss, Elpum paused, questioning if the others felt the strange sensation too. Peering into the mine entrance, he noted that if the magic circle was truly here, guards should be present. Yet something didn't add up. He felt no presence, neither outside nor within. Deciding against hesitation, Elpum declared he would lead, now a formidable four-circle mage. He instructed the others to fall in behind him, ready for whatever lay ahead. The group exchanged silent glances, a shared understanding passing between them. Seeing their expressions, he recalled achieving four-circle in Orvis, apologizing for forgetting to mention it. Suddenly, a surge of raw magical energy erupted, bringing with it a sense of impending danger. With a confident grin, Ralph revealed himself to be a five-circle mage. The group recoiled, stunned by the revelation, wondering where things went wrong. Confused, Elpham questioned what Ralph meant by we, suspecting others had secrets too. Realizing Ralph's power, Rhea remarked she knew this would happen. Captain Kieran apologized to antagonist Devo, claiming it just occurred. Stunned, he couldn't believe it, realizing the boss must possess even greater power. Looking distraught, Ralph could only mutter, "Me." His heart ached, feeling a father's despair watching his son, wishing he could bestow his own circle. Growing impatient, Rhea urged the group to move, declaring there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Arcara mused he'd summoned others for location sharing, expecting their imminent arrival. Looking off-panel, Rhea called someone a non-gentleman, while Captain Kieran inquired who accompanied him. As someone approached, their footsteps crunched loudly in the snow. His face contorted in anguish, Ralph's hair swayed gently in the wind. His eyes narrowed, Elpham realized something profound, thinking, "I knew it." A new arrival was announced, the polearm warrior, Hero Aaron. Recognizing the newcomer, Arcarum exclaimed, "It's been so long, Aaron, like ages." Hearing the situation from Pyru, Captain Kieran wondered about the magic circle's location. Someone questioned calling him so far when their certainty wavered. Captain Kieran thought searching together would be fun, but another deemed her unserious, as ever. Someone realized it was Hero Aaron, resembling the woman from his dreams. He recalled her wielding a sword, protecting him, yet now she carried a polearm. Someone pondered an inexplicable power beyond circles. Antagonist Devo, even regressed, accessed pre-regression abilities. He realized he'd dreamt of Aaron, and that Devo, unconscious, could still wield pre-regression powers. He couldn't recall much, only a recurring dream of an unknown woman, fighting alongside her. He remembered her wielding a polearm, though that particular memory felt distant. Indeed, someone inquired. Someone mused it would aid against the strongest monster, questioning why he, not they, wielded it. With these members, someone began, trailing off. Another declared no one could fare better against that monster. A man looked up, his face set with grim determination. Deeper into the earth, a lone sword descended, piercing the silent gloom. Further down, the walls bristled with arrows, jutting out like deadly spines. And deeper still, the treacherous path continued its relentless descent into darkness. Inside the cavern, a red-haired woman surveyed their surroundings, noting, "Is this the Cave of Trials? It's completely different." Evan, a black-haired man, nodded in agreement. "Right. I never expected this under the mountains. No followers or monsters. Are we sure we're in the right place?" Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, cutting through the silence. Turning sharply, he instinctively readied himself for the impending battle. The red-haired woman exclaimed, "What a rude monster. This isn't just any creature." Readying himself, the black-haired man prepared to strike, his stance firm. A fiery arrow, launched with precision, erupted, engulfing the immediate area. The arrow found its mark, striking the monstrous foe with searing impact. A low rumble echoed as Elpham eyed the statue, realizing it wasn't Zacham's true form. He recalled the true form lay deeper, on an altar, announcing he'd leave Pyru to Phantom. The silver-haired woman, Erin, looked back, her voice sharp with a questioning what. He explained this wasn't Zacham's real form. The true one lay deeper, near the magic circle and followers. A burst of energy erupted as he urged her to leave this place to them. A moment of silence, then the cavern's depths beckoned once more. The red-haired woman believed they were in the right place, yet saw no monsters or followers. Further ahead, Elpham's senses pricked, detecting something unseen. Soon, they came across a peculiar, ancient tree. The woman noticed a magic circle, commenting on its unguarded, empty state. A sinister grin spread across Ralph's face as he declared he'd destroy it quickly, the woman noting his rare initiative. Ralph declared he and Elpham would split the reward, but Elpham already knew the man was a Scrooge. Turning back, Ralph demanded why Elpham was returning, wondering if he was upset over a joke. His face contorted with rage, Ralph declared, "I'm going to kill him." Elpham asked Ralph if he was mad, questioning his actions, but Ralph retorted, "I want to ask you the same." He shouted, wondering if the other thought he wouldn't know who robbed his safe. The fight was on, fueled by insidious mind control. Erin, a woman with long white hair, shouted they were controlled, urging them to find the spellcaster. Looking around, Elpham wondered what was truly there. He realized the strangely located tree was the cause, questioning why others were fine. The battle raged on relentlessly, with neither side yielding an inch. Mark declared it safe, explaining he'd heard the ruckus and came, a choice he felt was right. He'd heard the man was a healer, yet he packed a mean punch. Elpham explained his safety was due to a badge. Erin and he were too high level for such a spell. Looking concerned, he stared off into the distance, a troubled expression on his face. The battle raged on, a chaotic, desperate clash of bodies and blades. Fighting back to back, Evan and Mark struggled against the encroaching horde, their their blades a blur. A confident smirk playing on his lips, antagonist Devo declared he would take on 2 foes at once. Amidst the chaos, a mechanical monstrosity became the target of extreme, focused prejudice. Eyes narrowed in fierce determination, Elpam prepared to unleash his formidable power. With unwavering resolve, Eren stood ready to strike, her gaze fixed. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, she decimated the enemy ranks with devastating force. Charging forward, he cleaved through the opposition, a whirlwind of destruction. A blinding flash of azure light erupted, her magic tearing through the battlefield. His voice booming across the battlefield, Evan commanded his allies to follow him. Fueled by adrenaline, Eren's power surged, a vibrant aura surrounding her. Letting out a primal scream, Elpam pushed himself to his absolute limit. The battlefield erupted with a blinding display of energy, combatants clashing amidst a storm of light and force. Observing the display of power, Pyru remarked on the polearm skill, questioning its origin. The brown-haired man, antagonist Devo, responded, claiming self-taught skill, yet admitting it felt strangely familiar. The battle's force sent a figure hurtling through the air, caught in a whirlwind of destruction. Intrigued by his words, she found his dreams interesting, extending an offer. Would you like to learn from me? He considered the offer, stating he'd become her disciple, if his boss allowed it. With a sinister grin, Pyru accepted, declaring antagonist Devo would be her first disciple. Meanwhile, Mark was being restrained, exclaiming in distress, struggling against his captors. The scene shifted to a display of raw power, as energy crackled and exploded violently. Standing over a fallen foe, he remarked that he hadn't expected Zakum to go this far. The restrained figure cried out, insisting he couldn't hold on much longer, urging someone to hurry. Grit and determination etched on his face, antagonist Devo struggled, shocked by his opponent's strength. A sharp intake of breath, followed by a curse, his eyes darted to the shattered remains of the badge. With a roar, he swung the axe, unleashing a devastating wave of golden energy. But something went terribly wrong, his face contorting in a silent scream. The force of the impact sent him flying, crashing violently through the air. Pyru, the figure with long white hair, looked on, confusion etched across her face. His voice cracking with disbelief, antagonist Devo couldn't believe his badge was destroyed. He screamed his own name, desperate to pull himself together. Her eyes widening in horror, Dinev wondered what her sister was doing here. Still reeling, she tried to understand what had just happened, her mind racing. Her voice barely a whisper, she questioned what he had done. A pair of menacing red eyes glared, filled with an unholy rage. His voice dripping with venom, antagonist Cashin demanded to know how they dared hurt his sister. A massive blast of searing orange energy erupted, engulfing everything in its destructive path. Caught in the inferno, Devo was sent reeling, the attack's force throwing him backward. Before he could recover, Zakum pressed the assault, unleashing a torrent of crackling blue energy. His eyes glowing with eerie orange light, he struggled to understand why he was fighting Eren. The words, "your sister," echoed in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth. She couldn't have done this. The voice continued, reminding him he'd seen it, yet a persistent seed of doubt remained within him. A dark voice urged him to seek revenge, warning of dire consequences otherwise. The dire consequences were clear, she would kill his friends. He could not allow that to happen. Gripping his sword tightly, now imbued with chilling blue energy, Devo steeled himself for the fight. He knew what he must do. Zakum had to be dealt with first. The scene of utter destruction fueled his resolve, compelling him to stop it. A voice echoed, reminding him he wasn't alone, whispering, "It's us." Devo's eyes widened in sudden realization. The stance, the energy, it all felt so eerily familiar to him. But afterwards, what truly happened? He simply couldn't recall. Lost in the haze, he desperately wanted to know. What was he thinking? What expression did he wear when he fought Eren? Really? The memory flickered, teasing him. The question echoed. Had he truly killed someone's sister? A gasp escaped him, the crushing weight of the question settling deep within. Did he? His eyes burned with a fierce, unsettling intensity. A dark, commanding voice demanded he kill that woman immediately. Power surged through him, unleashing a torrent of raw blue energy. The blade crackled with energy, poised to strike. But the command rang in his ears, "Do not be shaken. Kill that woman." A collage of familiar faces flashed, a silent promise echoing through the chaos. The words hung in the air, a desperate plea for a world teetering on the brink. He must save Maple World. A figure walked with purpose, the weight of history heavy on their shoulders, a past refusing to stay buried. Their face was etched with determination, a glimmer of hope in their eyes, ready to face whatever came next. Power crackled, energy surged, a weapon now charged with untold potential. The ground trembled, the air vibrated, shaken once more by the powerful forces at play.